Volume 1. Chapter 1, Reincarnation. Chapter 1, Reincarnation. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. There were no white clouds that could be seen in the endless sky, making it seem like a borderless blue gem. Several black-colored birds flew across the sky, a large forest underneath them looked verdant and thriving. There were many twisted small paths between the trees. A carriage with golden straws was moving forwards in a slow pace, and you could even hear the rhythmic echoes of the hooves stomping on the ground. There was a teenager lying over the golden straws on the carriage. Judging by his appearance, he was about 13 or 14 years old. The teenager had short brown hair, and he had an average-looking appearance. The teenager's eyes were closed as though he was sleeping. The coachman at the front was driving carefully with his old horse. It seemed that the coachman was trying not to interrupt the teenager's dream as he tried to steer the carriage skillfully. Bang! With a loud noise, the wheels of the carriage toppled over a sharp stone on the road. The whole carriage stopped after the collision. Yi Song was woken up by the commotion. He opened his eyes slowly, and his scrunched face was of a yellow hue just like wax. "Where am I?" the teenager asked. His voice was very faint and it sounded weak. He inhaled once. He could smell the fragrance of lush green grass. The teenager looked at his surroundings in confusion. "I apologize for disrupting your sweet dream, second young master Angele." The carriage collided on a stone. The coachman turned back and apologized after he saw Yi Song was woken up by the accident. He took out his tools and started to check if the wheels were damaged by the stone. The coachman was past his prime, yet he still looked strong and full of vigor in his gray linen outfit. "Second young master Angele?" Yi Song was confused. He looked around, thinking the coachman was talking to someone else, but he was the only one there. "That's me?" He pointed his finger towards his nose. "Yes, second young master." The coachman nodded while checking the wheels. "You just fell off the horse and got hurt pretty badly. You need more rest. I was the only one left in the city, and I could not find a decent carriage for you. I am sorry you have to lie on this." The middle-aged man smiled at Yi. His skin looked well-tanned by the sun. It seemed like Yi Song realized something as his facial expression changed. "No way," Yi whispered to himself and looked at his body. The hunting suit he was wearing fitted him very well, and he also had a red belt around his waist. There was a black leather whip tied to his belt. His body was weak, and his palm white. He could also feel the pain coming from his knees and the back of his head. Suddenly, bunch of memories flashed in Yi Song's mind after a strong pain hit his head. Yi Song fell straight down to the straws as he lost his consciousness. He could hear the coachman yelling in panic. Yi Song finally woke up slowly after some time passed. His brain was filled with memories from someone else's. The second son of some random countryside noble family was named Angele Rio, and apparently the guy was just an average noble child from the family. Angele was riding on his horse with his gang during his free time before falling off it. Yi Song took over his body at that moment. Yi Song also gained some of Angele's memories, and he had a basic understanding of the current situation. The world was identical to the medieval Europe he knew. Right now, he was in a country called the Ruden Empire. It was a huge country, and Rio family was actually a relatively rich noble family at the countryside, but it still cannot be compared to those in the inner parts of the country. Rio family's territory was at the edge of a large forest in the Yala province. According to Angele's memory, the only thing Yi Song knew was that his father Baron Rio's territory included 3 knights' lands and 5 towns. There were about 5,000 people living there, and it would take some time to go from one side to the other with a horse, which is about an hour. It was a huge territory. Angele Rio was the second son of Baron Rio, and his standing was the highest among the younger generation in the Rio family. The eldest son left the family and joined the army. If he does not come back, it is very likely that Angele would be the one to take over the family after. A child from a noble family. "I can't believe I reincarnated." Yi Song scratched his head, and realized he was lying down on a small bed. His clothes had been changed to a white robe, and was covered by a thin layer of white blanket. The bedroom was bright and spacious. There were 2 high chairs, 1 bed, and a writing desk painted white in the room. The window facing the bed was opened, and Yi Song could hear some noise coming from the streets. The wind brought the aroma of pancakes into the room. Yi Song felt really hungry after getting a whiff of such redolence in. "Is anyone here?" Yi Song knew this was the family's only house in the town according to Angele's memory. The door was opened with a squeaky sound. A middle-aged man in a red noble suit with a serious face walked in quickly. He was holding a small silver bowl and there was an appetizing smell of meat coming from it. "Angele, do you feel better?" The man walked to the bed while knitting his eyebrows. He put the small bowl on the bedside cabinet and touched Yi Song's forehead with his large palm. Not hot anymore. Drink the meat soup, you are way too weak right now. The man said. Yi Song quickly found out who the man was through Angele's memory. Carl Rio, the current leader in the Rio family and the Baron of the territory. Though he was just a great father in the memories of Angele. I think I told you before, Baron Carl lowered his voice, stay away from those punks from the city, even if you are classmates in the knight's courses. Don't even play with them. The Baron said. It is all my fault, father. Yi Song said with a faint voice, and he lowered his head. It was not out of Yi Song's intention to do this. It was more like a reflex from the body's original owner. You were lucky you didn't break any bone after falling off from a horse that went berserk. The Baron said, and he seemed to have relaxed a bit. He saw his son lowering his own head and could feel his son's sadness. Your elder brother left the family and joined the army. I am not even sure if he will come back. You are the hope of Rio family. I can't imagine what will happen if you get hurt again, the Baron sighed, and stopped talking. Yi Song knew the Baron's personality from Angele's memory. He was a strong Baron when facing others, he was also cold-blooded and strict. Many people in the family had been ordered to be executed due to some small mistakes they committed. The Baron also took many beautiful women into the family from his territory, and he has had many kids. More importantly, he made a series of plans last year, and he used his army to take over a large land. His territory size now became twice the original. Outsiders often gossiped about how cruel and strong the Baron was. They gossiped about his insidiousness and his cold-blooded heart. However, the Baron was treating Angele very well because he loved Angele's mother so much before she passed away. He held special feelings for her. Thus, Angele's standing was the highest among his brothers and sisters. The Baron would try to give Angele whatever he wanted. Remember, Angele. No matter what, as the future leader of the Rio family, you should think twice before doing anything. Baron Carl advised Yi Song with a deep voice. I will, father. Yi Song nodded seriously. Well, not Catherine though, that other girl you wanted before. I have sent her to your room. You can play with her, but you are still very young. If I find out you are addicted to this, the Baron stopped for a second, and Yi Song could see the coldness from his eyes. You know what's going to happen. I understand. Yi Song nodded quickly, he felt scared for a second. Though the Baron loved him so much, this time he had done something unacceptable. Alright, get some rest after you finish the soup. I still have some things that I have to deal with. Old Wade will send someone to bring you back to the castle. I have to leave now. The Baron said as left right away. Before the door of the bedroom was closed, Yi Song took a peek at the fully armored knight outside. He knew the knight, the best warrior the Baron had, Knight Audis. Knight Audis loved to stomp on the enemy's heads and smash them into pulp like watermelons. People in the territory called him Devil Knight. The door of the bedroom was forcefully closed. Yi Song could hear the Baron and the knight whispering while walking in the yard. The sounds of whispering disappeared after they went farther. Yi Song looked at the meat soup on his bedside cabinet. He knew the soup was special when he saw the Baron bringing it in. If it was just some ordinary soup, it would have been brought by someone else. The meat inside the soup was from a fish called round snapper. The legend said, a wizard turned the children that became lost into this kind of fish. Angele had it even before when he was hurt. Yi Song took the silver bowl and looked at its inside. A finger-long silver fish was floating in the milky soup, and the head of the fish looked exactly like a human's face. Fish with a child's face, Yi Song talked to himself, and he felt nauseated after looking at the pained expression of the face. It is not the world I used to know anymore, Yi Song thought. Yi Song sat on the bed, and it took him a long time to decide to drink the soup. He held his breath and drank all the soup in one go with the exception of the head of the fish. He took it apart and left it in the bowl. It was way too horrifying for him to eat. He lied down on the bed for a while after finishing the soup. He decided to organize the memories in his brain. The teenager named Angele was loved by his father. Though he had trouble making decisions and his personality was submissive, he was good at finding ways to entertain himself. He was actually much better than others when it came to playing. The Baron would get him anything he wanted, such as gears, pets, money, and even people. It made Angele fearless, and this made him have the desire to take anything he found charming. In other words, he was just a rich playboy. As a Baron-level territory, the size of the land was about a county-level city at where Yi Song came from. Though the population was much smaller, the Baron was the god in the territory and he could do anything he wanted. Angele shared a part of the Baron's rights. In this chaotic age, the Ruden Empire was not stable at all. Nobility had always been the symbol of wealth and power. However, no matter how strong Baron Karl was, his beloved son, Angele, still did something unacceptable. Angele found an attractive noble girl in his night course class, and the girl was named Catherine Candia. She was the most beloved child of Viscount Candia, and Viscount Candia was of a status higher than Baron Karl. Angele tried to show off his writing skills and decided to accept the challenge against another male classmate of his. Angele's saddle had been modified by his competitor before the race. As a result, Angele disappeared from this world permanently when he fell off the horse. It was just for a girl. Yi-song felt speechless when he was scrounging the memories in his mind. This world makes me speechless. A 14-year-old teenager would actually fight against others just for a girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Reorganizing. Chapter 2, Reorganizing. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. After lying on the bed for about half a day, Yi-song decided to get up. He could hear noises from the people outside the wall of their yard. It seemed like someone was gathering the boisterous crowd. Yi-song knew that his father was chasing the wanted criminals with the guards. A group of criminals that came from nowhere was robbing random people around, and they've already murdered 10 whole families. People in the territory were extremely terrified because of this. Knight Audis took the order, and was searching around the city with his guards. Outside the bedroom, Yi-song saw a small gray yard with a small pond located in the middle. The yard was definitely not well maintained, there were weeds growing everywhere. 2 conversing middle-aged guards were standing by the pond, and they saluted Yi-song right after they saw him. They were under the direct order of the Baron, and they looked tall and strong. "Young Master Angele, how was your rest?" the guard with whisker asked in a light tone. He wore a heavy golden leather armor, and a huge axe was being carried on his back. He looked extremely intimidating with those gear. The other guard looked thinner, and he only wore a half-length leather armor. There was a crossguard sword hanging from his waist. He did not look very strong, but the light gear made him seem agile, and Yi-song could feel the steadiness in his eyes. Yi-song took a glance at the edge of the crossguard sword that still had dark-colored blood smeared on it. Yi-song decided not to look at it anymore. "Did Uncle Audis send you here?" Yi asked. "Yes, we will take you back to the castle, and we still have to go back to our duty after. Let's be on our way, we don't have much spare time." The thinner guard answered with a deep voice. "It seems that you have already acquired the information about those wanted criminals?" Yi-song nodded and asked. "Yes, we found their temporary hideout this morning, and leader has brought the army there and surrounded them." The thinner guard answered as he nodded. "Okay, I am going to change right now," Yi-song said. He went back to the bedroom and took off his robe. He wore an appropriate suit and stepped out of the room. Yi-song looked for the 2 guards and left the place with them. The house was just a place for Yi-song's family to stay when they are in the town. The place was not that good for Yi-song to rest and heal. Outside the house was the street. Many people were walking around. They were all wearing dull gray linen clothes, and the whole street looked filthy. Some merchants were selling various things by the street side, and they were advertising their products with loud voices. There were people selling fruits, wooden toys, and even vegetables. Some women were checking the goods while holding baskets. Yi-song quickly noticed the differences between him and the people walking by right after he left the house. His clothes had a different color than anyone else on the street. He was wearing black, and the others were wearing gray. The reason was that only nobles were allowed to wear clothes of other colors, and common people were restricted to only gray-colored clothes in this world. It was one of the special rights of nobility. If anyone tried to violate the rule, they might be sentenced to death right away. It was, after all, a serious offense. But even then, there were still color restrictions between the nobles, and the colors they could wear were determined by their status. Yi-song talked with the 2 guards along the way. He noticed that people would salute to him every time they saw him, and their faces always showed an expression of fear. He felt like he was a lion walking among a flock of sheep. "You are still not used to that, young Master Angele?" The thinner guard laughed. From their conversations, Yi-song learnt the 2 guards' name. The thinner guard was called Carter, and he was an adventurer that lived around here. He was recruited into the army, and he was actually lucky. Adventurers were pretty much just people with no actual jobs. They were very low in terms of social standing, and being a guard in the army was like being a policeman in a police station on Earth. His standing became much higher than common people, and he gained a lot of benefits from his job. The strong guard was called Miro, and he grew up in the Baron Rio's territory. Miro was talented, and he was immensely powerful. "Yeah. The Candia city is much larger than this little town. Carter said and laughed. He did not even wait for Yi Song to respond. Carter grabbed a tomato from a vendor they passed by and took a large bite off it. The owner did not seem to be happy about it. Yi Song knitted his eyebrows a little bit, but he did not say anything. Yi Song thought those family guards were used to taking things from the vendors without paying. They probably had an awful reputation in the territory. But it reminded Yi Song of his old self. Yi Song talked with the guards about random things on their way out, and it did not take an ample amount of time for them to get out of the town. They could see a black carriage waiting outside the fences of the town. The coachman got off the carriage quickly when he saw Yi Song and two guards coming. The coachman greeted them and waited at the side. The group of three got on the carriage, and they let Carter drive it. The carriage got to the main road at full speed quickly. It took them about 20 minutes to reach their destination, which was the main base for the Rio family, the Carl Castle. Yi Song got out of the carriage carefully, and raised his head to get a view of the castle in front of him. The castle was built within a green forest, and it looked like a manor from ancient times to him. The whole Carl Castle is surrounded by the moat. It would be more precise to describe it as a city surrounded by high walls than a castle. The Grey Castle did not look so former to Yi Song, and it did not fit Yi Song's imagination about castles at all. It was about the height of a 5-story building. There were two guards with iron swords on their back in front the main entrance. The bridge was lowered over the moat, and the guards were staring at the group of three confusedly. It was right before sunset, and the castle looked red with the huge sun in the back. Yi Song did not know where it came from, but he could smell the scent of flowers. Yi Song took a deep breath. The sun almost went down, and it was getting cold. Is old Wade here? Yi Song asked in a faint tone. He is here. We brought you here safely, and we need to get back to work now. Carter nodded and said. Yi Song agreed, and he saw the two guards go back to the carriage. It did not take a long time for them to disappear from Yi Song's sight. Yi Song started walking towards the castle, and there was an old man wearing a black coat walking out of the castle. The old man's hair was completely white, and he was walking towards Yi Song with several female guards following behind him. Old Wade, I am back. Yi Song yelled, and he started to walk faster. Wade was a butler that works for Baron Carl. He was in charge of general inquiries within the territory, and he has been working here for about 30 years. He knew Baron Carl since the Baron was very young. I told the Baron a long time ago, he should have let Otis take care of the young master, but he didn't listen. Now, the young master is hurt, he should have taken my advice, the thin old man talked while walking close to Yi Song. Yi Song had his official smile on his face, and he followed the people welcoming him into the castle. Wade complained for a while then suddenly stopped. Young master, this time you should just stay in the castle and let Otis teach you all the necessary knowledge. Wade said. Did father say that? Yi Song asked. Yes, the situation outside is not good right now. We don't think letting you live outside alone is a good idea. More importantly, you suffered a lot this time. We will get our revenge for sure, even if the opponent is Viscount Candia. Wade said. Yi Song could feel how serious the old butler was. I am fine with father's decision. Yi Song agreed. Yi Song followed Wade into the main hall, and there were two maids together with them too. Two young girls wearing white farthingales were waiting there, and they bowed together when they saw Wade bringing Yi Song in. Brother Angele. The girls said together. Celia and Maggie. Yi Song searched through his memory quickly. Celia was Angele's young sister, and they have the same father. Maggie came from a poor relative, and she came seeking help from the Rio family. Maggie's family declined a long time ago. They were all younger than Yi Song, so they called Angele brother. Angele had a crucial position in the family, so relatives like Celia and Maggie must be careful when dealing with him. There were many other girls like them in the castle, but they didn't have high status. The Baron did not really care about those girls. Celia's life in the castle was actually pretty decent. She could get a certain amount of money to spend every month, and had maids to do the housework for her. She was at the same level as the leader of the maids. Maggie's life was easy, though. Her parents worked for the Baron in the castle, and they could easily get some money to survive. They were just like regular workers in the castle, maybe they were even treated a bit better than the ones at the lowest status. There were many poor relatives trying to seek help from the Rio family, and Maggie's family was just one of them. It has been a long time. Yi Song said, and he smiled. He played well with the two girls because they were relatively good-looking, and they had nice styles. He treated them well whenever he was around, and the two girls had thought they found someone that they could rely on, so they were willing to stay with Angele. We heard you were injured, and we decided to wait here to welcome you back. Are you feeling better now? Maggie asked. She was 13 years old and her voice sounded young, but her body was developed quite well. Maggie had a nice style and a cute face. Her waist was slim, and her breasts were large. Yi-song was attracted to her, and he stared at her for a while. It seemed like Maggie knew Yi-song was looking at her, and she started to blush. She did not act like she noticed Yi-song's gaze, but she tried to make her breasts become more enticingly apparent to his eyes. Celia's body was a bit underdeveloped compared to Maggie, and she was very shy. Celia looked at Yi-song like a young deer, having a tinge of fear in her eyes. She put her hands over her stomach, seemingly showing nervousness as well. Yi-song could feel her innocence. There were actually more people trying to welcome Yi-song back to the castle, but the two girls thought about the situation and decided to come earlier than others. People would think they were close to Yi-song if they were the first ones to welcome him. Maybe their parents asked them to do so. I feel much better now, don't worry. Yi-song nodded his head and talked a bit with the girls. Wade left quietly to do other jobs, and Yi-song followed the two girls into the inner hall. After many people in the castle sent their greetings there, he finally got some time to take a rest. He went back to his own bedroom, and he took a deep breath. There was a writing desk inside the room beside the bed. On the desk was a piece of yellow parchment lying there. A feather ink pen was placed beside the ink bottle at the side, with 3 lighted candles arranged into the shape of a mountain. Yi-song could smell the special fragrance wafting off the candles. Yi-song pulled the chair out and sat down. He started to read the paper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, Opening. Chapter 3, Opening. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The yellow parchment paper was half full with well-written words on it. Yi-song touched the paper, and he felt it was thin and soft. Suddenly a soft voice came from the corner of the bedroom. Yi-song finally remembered the girl whom his father mentioned a while ago. He looked at the dark corner where the sound came from, and a girl with long hair was sitting there while holding her knees. Yi-song was not so sure if he remembered correctly, but he pretty much knew who she was. You are Cecilia? Yi-song stood up, and he walked towards the girl. He remembered her name. Yes. The girl was scared, and she tried to get closer to the corner. Yi-song could see her timid eyes, she was definitely crying. Yi-song could see the dry tears on her face. Young Master Angele, is there anything I could do for you? She asked in a faint tone. Yi-song took a glance at her developing body, and he shook his head. He knew this world was close to the medieval age of Europe, and people there were not against having sex from a young age. But there was a 20-year-old soul inside Yi-song, and he was not going to do anything to a girl that was about 15 years old. There were still many things he needed to do, and he had no time for this. Well, I don't need anything right now. Yi-song said. Maggie! Yi-song yelled, and he clapped his hands loudly. The door of the bedroom opened, a lady in gray-maid uniform came in politely. How may I help you? The maid asked. Get this young girl out of here, and get her a room. I have not. Yi-song stopped for a second. He was worried that his father would do something to the girl because it might look like he just kicked Cecilia out of the room. The Baron was cold-blooded, and he pretty much forced Cecilia's family to send her here. If she just got kicked out by Yi-song, she would not leave the castle alive. She would be sent to the guards as a slave, and that's merely the best scenario. Yi-song took a glance at the girl in the corner, and her face was full of fear. I am not in the mood today, take her out and let her rest. I will deal with her later. Yi-song said. The maid bowed to Yi-song politely, and she took Cecilia out of the bedroom. Yi-song could finally get some rest. He did not actually know what to do ever since he reincarnated. Yi-song sat in front of the writing desk, and he grabbed the white feather pen. The pen had an unseen texture, and there was a bit of red at the end of the feather. He did not know what bird's feather this was, and it was actually pretty heavy. The feather reflected some of the candle's light, it had a dark yellow light, and it looked beautiful. I thought I was dead for sure, then I ended up in someone else's body in a totally different universe. Yi-song played with the pen in his hand, and he thought about the experience. According to Angele's memory, the people in this world still wielded cold weapons, and they were still using bow and arrows as long-range weapons. There was no gunpowder at all, and Angele never heard of it too. If a strong individual joined a battle, he could absolutely turn the tides of the battle just by his own will. The reason why Angele's father, Baron Karl, could still have a great life while being arrogant and cold-blooded lied in his skill and power in battle. Baron Karl was a hero of the Redbud battle, and it was one of Ruden Empire's most brutal battles against its enemies. That was a famous battle that damaged Ruden Empire's base. Baron Karl survived that using his own skills. Baron Karl had a strong body, a special set of fighting skills and smooth crossguard sword skills. He had killed 15 heavy armored knights consequently during the battle. With Knight Otis, they could easily make Viscount Candia tremble in fear. Peerage did not represent the power ranking in the current state of Ruden Empire. Instead, one's skills and abilities in battle was something that determined who the superior one would be. The power of the army. The power of a strong individual. Those were the things that made people fearless. In this chaotic age, there were skirmishes and wars happening all the time. Even if Baron Karl was so cruel and arrogant, people still never moved out of his territory. After all, people needed to rely on someone that was strong enough to protect them for their own survival. Without the protection of a lord, people wouldn't be able to survive outside for a long time because there were bandits everywhere. Some bandits even resorted to cannibalism if they could not find food. Traveling from one territory to another without protection was pretty much looking to die. People would not survive with just having a stout heart. The situation in Baron Karl's territory was different. The bandit groups around the territory were raided and cleared out by the guards led by the Baron. Not only common people were afraid of him, bandits would even run away just after hearing his name. The Baron's territory together with half of the Candia city were actually supported by the Baron, and bandits were utterly terrified of the Baron's power. This was also the reason why Old Wade wasn't so concerned regarding Viscount Candia's title. People living in the territory did not die randomly, the only thing they had to suffer was living under the dominion of the Baron. No matter how cruel the Baron was, only a certain amount of people were affected by that. There were countless people in the territory, and people did not think they would be the next one. Yi Song tried guessing the thoughts of the people living in the territory. Yi Song grabbed the parchment paper on the desk, he had never seen such language. It looked like English, but it also looked like the ancient Chinese Tibetan language. It would be very hard to learn this language if I didn't have Angele's memory. Yi Song thought, and thanks to Angele, Yi Song could speak and understand this language just fine. The language part in Angele's brain remained there, and it would generate proper words whenever Yi Song tried to express something. The structure of the words looks well developed here, Yi Song thought while reading the paper Angele had copied down the history of the family on it. If only I could get my biological chip to work, it would be much easier for me to learn and comprehend the knowledge here since the language structure is perfect. Yi Song thought. He touched his left temple, it was where his biological chip used to be at. He had been implanted with the chip when he was still alive on Earth. D. The sound of biological activation echoed in Yi Song's ear. He recognized it because he had already heard it for thousands of times. Biological chip number 18907 at your service. I am made by Chinese Fei Teng Company, and supervised by the Artificial Intelligence Department. A sweet Chinese female voice was speaking within Yi Song's head. Yi Song was not surprised by it because he knew it was the advertisement sound of the chip. It was just like the welcome message that would appear whenever you turned the TV screen on. The chip itself, however, did not have any intelligence. Biological chip was the invention of the 23rd century, and it had two major functions, analysis and storage. The analysis function was very basic. It used different information to do a logical analysis on the structures of certain things, and the result would be automatically inputted into the storage. The chip itself had no intelligence because scientists were concerned about the effect it would have on the human brain. The biological function would make the chip become a part of the brain, which meant the chip could not be simply taken out once implanted. The storage function was separated from the original memory system of the brain. It had a much larger capacity than the human brain, and it could store over 1,000 years worth of information in it. The human brain could only store about 150 years worth of information. The chip reincarnated with me? Yi Song simply could not believe it, and he was breathing heavily. He sat on the chair for a long time to think this over. But it could be possible, my chip was the newest version, and it was said to have been integrated into my gene. If it is broken, it will repair itself just like my organs. So, my gene got carried over to this body? Yi Song guessed. Please name the chip. The sweet voice spoke again. 0. Yi Song did not even think, he just used the old name. Name confirmed, Chip Zero's auto support system will be destroyed now. Enjoy the chip, please call 403555627 if you have any complaints. Thanks for using, the voice stopped here. Yi Song knew that this would be the last time he would hear that sweet voice from the chip. There would only be a mechanically generated voice afterwards, and the sound would be created by his memory function. Yi Song was excited, and he kept on breathing heavily. The chip would be a great asset in this era where cold weapons reigned supreme. The candle's yellow light was reflected on Yi Song's face, and it started to glowing. There was a window over the writing desk, and a thin white paper was stuck at the wooden frame. Most of the windows on the castle were like this. Yi Song stood up and opened the window. The wooden frame was pushed outwards with a long chi sound. Yi Song reached his head outside the window. He wanted to cool himself down for a bit. The wind in the night blew across his own face, and he could smell the scent of grasses. His bedroom was at the 4th floor, and he could see the large, dark forest outside. The trees were just like shades, and he could hear the sounds the insects were making along with the sound of the tree leaves being blown by the wind. 2 crescent moons hung over the night sky, and the moonlight poured onto the ground. Suddenly, Yi Song heard the sound of hooves stomping on the ground from the only main road linked to the town outside, and the road was just in between the forest he was looking at. Yi Song felt much better with the help of the cold breeze. In the moonlight, he saw a group of dark armored knights heading to the castle from the end of the road. Some of the knights were holding lit-up torches, and the horses they were riding on neighed, making noises. Yi Song could see the one leading the group was talking with the others behind him, and he was laughing about something. With the help of the light of the torches, Yi Song could finally saw what the leader looked like. The leader had a serious face with some black goat beard on his chin, and his long flaxen hair draped all over his shoulder. He looked very strong in his silver armor. He looked a bit rude, but still noble. It is Father, Baron Karl. Yi Song immediately recognized him because he just saw him not too long ago. Angele also had deeply etched memories of him. The Baron wore black leather gloves on his hands that were holding the reins. He looked back at Yi Song, when the latter was still trying to figure out who he was. The Baron saw Yi Song looking at him by the window, and he took off one of the gloves and waved towards the latter. Yi Song also smiled in response, and he nodded at him. The Baron then shook the reins lightly, urging the horse to move faster. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4, Life, Part 1. Chapter 4, Life, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The group of knights arrived at the castle quickly, and they got into the castle after passing through the already lowered drawbridge. Yi Song had his sights on them until they completely passed through the gateway, and then he sat on his chair again. Yi Song had already gathered enough information about his father through Angele's memory. Though people considered the Baron as a cruel lord, he treated Angele really well. He was strict about the rules, but he had never beaten Angele even once. I should go and greet my father, Yi Song thought. Before he stood up, someone started to knock on his door. Young Master Angele, the Baron is summoning you, Maid Maggie said outside the door. All right, I am coming, Yi Song yelled. He stood up quickly, and he opened the door. Maid Maggie was waiting outside while holding a candle on a stand. Yi Song followed Maggie through the hallway, and they went down the spiral stairs. They reached the stairs on the 2nd floor. At the end of the hallway, there was a room with a half-open door. Yi Song could see the light leaking out of it. I will be waiting here, young master, Maggie said after bowing to Yi Song politely. Yi Song nodded and walked into the room. Baron's deep voice became louder as Yi Song walked closer. In the territory, no one has the balls to ignore my order. Those criminals must be outsiders, the Baron said, but Yi Song only caught the second half. Another deep voice came from the inside of the room, and it was Knight Audis. I am not so sure about that. Based on the criminals' appearances, they are definitely from the east, and it must be the Saladin Empire. Their styles of clothes and weapons are all very similar to the east. They were also fighting like a trained army, not some random criminals. I suppose they are taking revenge for the event that occurred 4 years ago, Audis said. It will take the best horses to travel from Saladin Empire to my territory within half a year, and there is a huge forest in between. The possibility of that being them is minuscule. However, I think that it could have been that old punk Candia, Baron Karl said, and his voice sounded cold. That is the last thing he could do. True, and the chances are high here. We were pushing him too hard recently, Audis said. Yi Song did not knock on the door, and he only stood outside. He knew that his father and Audis had already heard his footsteps a while ago. The only thing he needed to do was to wait outside. However, there is one more possibility, Laska, Audis guessed. Laska? I've been there about 10 years ago. How is the place now? Is the mad woman Sally still there? Karl asked. I think she is still there. Well, let's leave it here. You can come in, Angele, Knight Audis said loudly. Coming, Yi Song said, and he opened the door. It was a study room. There were 2 shelves full of books by the wall, and Yi Song could see the fire dancing slowly in the wall fireplace. The Baron and Knight Otis were sitting by a table, and they both had white cups in front of them. Yi Song took a glance at the inside of the cup, and the cup was filled up with black liquid. It had a nice mint smell. "Father and Uncle Otis, I am here." Yi Song greeted them politely as the memories of the former Angele resurfaced within his mind. Carl and Otis were 2 of the 4 strongest people in the Rio territory. Baron Carl did not treat Otis as a mere knight, but more like a friend of him. They were 2 top swordsmen that survived the Redbud battle. There were no warrior rankings in this world, and there was only one way for a knight to show how strong he was, which was fighting battles. "Take a seat," the Baron said while pointing at a chair nearby. Yi Song nodded, and he sat down quietly. "The situation outside is not going well. The Saladin Empire is very likely to put up a fight with us, the Ruden Empire. Our territory is right between the 2 countries' borders, and this place is going to be the front line. I asked my guy to contact one of my old gangs at the harbor, and ordered some brand new gears from him. The armors and weapons should be on their way here." The Baron started talking to Otis again. Yi Song sat by the side and started to examine the 2 people in front of him. He was already familiar with the Baron, and there was nothing more he could find about him. But he never actually analyzed Otis before. Otis really looked like a bear, and he was huge even while just sitting there. He was about the height of 2 adult males. The iron armor worn by him was all black and shiny. He was bald, and his head looked like a light bulb. He also had a silver earring worn on his left ear, and with all of that combined, it made him look barbaric because of the outfit and the accessories he wore. "Analyze their fighting skills based on my sensory information." Yi Song gave an order to Zero with his thoughts. Suddenly, Yi Song could see information running down in front of his eyes like a waterfall. The words were blue, and they were very intense and complex. Yi Song knew that an individual's fighting ability was very important in this world. He learned from Angele's memory that unrivaled power was the only thing that would help him fulfill his desires. Also, becoming powerful would help Yi Song protect himself, so he decided to analyze the fighting skills of the 2. The Baron and Otis kept talking about external affairs. But Yi Song noticed that the Baron sometimes had his eyes on him, and the Baron showed a disappointed expression whenever he saw that Yi Song was not completely listening. They were trying to get Yi Song involved in the discussion in order to help Yi Song become prepared to be the next leader, but Yi Song's facial expression while analyzing the results made it seem like he was uninterested, and it made the 2 very disappointed. Yi Song did not really understand the point, but at least he got the results. Carl Rio, results based on sensory information: strength is higher than 2, agility is higher than 2, and stamina is higher than 2. Otis, results based on sensory information: strength is higher than 3, agility is about 1, and stamina is higher than 3. Zero reported in Yi Song's brain. Yi Song was surprised. Having 1 point in an attribute was equivalent to having the ability of a regular male adult, and this was based on the information from Earth. According to the results, Yi Song's father and Knight Otis were pretty much the Supermen he knew from the movie. Their strength points were higher than 2 and 3, which meant that they had the power of 2 or 3 ordinary adult males. Stamina referred to the ability of taking hits, poison resistance, recovery, and endurance. "I am sure I am out of Earth right now." Yi Song was speechless. Zero, do the analysis on me." Yi Song sent the order. Blue-colored information appeared in front of Yi Song's eyes. Angele Rio, ability analysis results: strength is lower than 0.3, agility is lower than 0.4, and stamina is lower than 0.7. Zero reported. Yi Song became speechless once again. Even for a 14-year-old body, the data was way too low. A normal teen at this age on Earth would have a strength level at 0.5, and agility level at 1.2. Angele was taking Knight's training, yet his data was still below average. How was that even possible? Maybe Yi Song was still injured, and he should first wait for a full recovery. The Baron stopped talking with Otis about their plan. They turned their sights to Yi Song. "Starting from tomorrow, Angele, you will be learning the basic fighting skills with Otis. There will be some other boys in the castle training with you," the Baron said. "Understood, father," Yi Song said. "You are weak in terms of physical abilities. I want you to at least get to an average level, so I want you to learn the basic fighting skills." Yi Song could see the worry from the Baron's eyes. Yi Song knew that if Angele's body was strong, he would not simply fall off the horse and die. "I understand." Yi Song nodded. "How is your recovery? Are you getting better?" Otis asked kindly. "I would be fine with the basic training," Yi Song answered. "That's nice." Otis nodded. Speak to Anchor if you want any specific dish to eat, she is the leader of the maids. We got a horned bull the day before, so you will recover faster if you eat some of it. Well, go and rest for now, the Baron said. Yi Song stood up and saluted before quickly walking out of the room. Maggie was still waiting by the staircase while holding the candle stand. She stood in the dark alone until Yi Song finished his thing. Yi Song quickly walked towards her. No one is around during this time? Why is there no light? Yi Song asked. It is the living quarters, most of the people in the castle are at the training grounds and the bar. There are not many people here, so we are not wasting candles here. Maggie shook her head and answered. Okay. Yi Song nodded. According to Angele's memory, the castle was divided to several areas. Living quarters, activity area, and the areas for miscellaneous activities. The activity area included the training grounds and the arena. The other areas included the bar, blacksmith shop, and the stable, etc. The castle was about the size of an average university on Earth, but there were only about 200 people in it. Only strong knights, swordsmen, and lancers were allowed to live in the castle, and there were only about 100 of them. Let's head back. Yi Song stopped thinking. Maggie led Yi Song back to his bedroom. Yi Song saw Cecilia hiding in the corner as he opened the door. You filthy rat, how did you enter young Master Angele's room? Maggie saw her, and she started yelling. Cecilia moved closer to the corner, trying to hide. It is fine, and you can leave now. Yi Song stopped Maggie from rushing inside his room. Yes, young master. Maggie immediately stopped her actions, and she left the room. The door of the bedroom was closed. Yi Song walked towards the girl at the corner. He looked at her for a while. She wore a white grayish dress, and her shoulders were exposed, her skin was white and smooth, also, her hair was long and black. If she was not crying, she would actually be a beautiful young girl. Yi Song did not really want to do anything. He took the silk sheet on his bed, and threw it over to her. Yi Song decided to just lie down on the bed because he was really tired after all that. Ha, Yi Song breathed deeply. Based on the current situation, I am in a good position. As long as the Baron is there for me, there is nothing I need to worry about, but I can't predict the future, and I need to prepare for the unexpected things. This world does not seem peaceful at all. Yi Song thought, and he fell into slumber right after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Life, Part 2. Chapter 5, Life, Part 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Yi Song was woken up by some noise after sleeping for a long time. Yi Song got up slowly after opening his eyes. A white silky sheet slid off his body. I thought I gave the sheet to someone else. Yi Song rubbed his eyes. He knew he gave the sheet to Cecilia last night. Suddenly, Yi Song's shoulder was touched by a small hand. Yi Song looked at his bed, and he saw Cecilia was sleeping by his side. It looked like she was having a nice dream. Also, Yi Song noticed that his socks and coat were taken off by someone. Well, it looks like she did that for me. Yi Song guessed it right. Based on Angele's memory, he met with Cecilia for the first time while hunting outside. Cecilia was a shepherd on that mountain, and Angele became attracted to her appearance. The Baron then took her back to the castle, and he sent her to Angele as a gift. The girl came from a farmer's family, so she actually knew how to help the family out. Her parents would be able to live a much better life if young Master Angele was attracted to her. Also, she was not the only child in the family, and she also had an elder brother and a younger sister. She was not forced to be sent to Angele, but instead made the decision herself. Yi Song learnt those things when he was checking out Angele's memory, and he knew it was Cecilia that helped him take off his socks and his coat. It was early in the morning, and the light went inside the bedroom through the windows. The air was a bit cold actually. The noise Yi Song heard earlier was from the guards training. Yi Song got off the bed, and he stretched for a bit. Yi Song got a morning wood like any other normal man, making him feel slightly awkward. Also, it showed that he was recovering well, stamina-wise at least. Yi Song also woke the girl up as he left the bed, and Cecilia's line of sight was right at his morning wood. She started to blush, and she did not know what she should do. Young Master Angele. Is there anything I could do for you? She asked in a light tone. Yi Song almost lost control when Cecilia asked with such a cute voice. Do you know the basics of housework? If you do, get me some water, I need to wash my face. Yi Song tried his best to stay calm. Yeah. I do. The girl was a bit scared, and she got off the bed in panic. Cecilia then ran outside the bedroom to get water. Yi Song finally relaxed for a bit. Though Cecilia was sent as a gift to him, she was too young for him. Yi Song did not want to do anything to the young girl because his sense of morality did not allow it. More importantly, he was just 14 years old, and he needed to recover from an injury. Having sex too early could impact the development of his body and make him weaker. Though he could do anything he wanted to Cecilia, Yi Song successfully controlled himself with his reasoning. He also calmed down a lot after Cecilia left the room. Yi Song was too tired to wash last night as he did not feel very well. He used to wash his face before going to sleep. There is not much water around here, and it seems like people only wash themselves once a day. It is problematic that I cannot waste any water. Yi Song thought. Yi Song walked towards the open window, and he reached out to look down. There was a huge empty ground in front of the forest, and a group of guards in black armor were jogging. They were wearing heavy black full armors, and there were large crossguard blades carried on their backs. Each blade had a palm-sized width. They were doing their morning routine, and Yi Song could see yellow dust being blown behind their jogging paths. 11. The guard that was leading the group yelled. 11. Everyone else yelled after the leader. They sounded loud, but not perfectly synchronized. Yi Song could also hear the chirps of birds mixed in them. Yi Song felt refreshed just by looking at them, and he was not sleepy anymore. It is time to think of ways that could help build my body a strong foundation. Yi Song thought while looking at the guards, and then he rubbed his chin. My chip has two main functions, one is analysis, and the other is storage. For Zero to do the analysis precisely, it is necessary to gather a huge amount of data. Yesterday's results of my father and Otis were very inaccurate. The data was based on my sensory information. The storage can store a lot of data, and it works like a hard disk. It can't replace my memory, however, so I need to find a way to transfer the data into my brain. Yi Song thought for a while. If I want to strengthen my own body, the best way will be to train more, and the analysis function of my chip can help me find the best way to exercise. Yi Song kept thinking. Yi Song waited for a while, and Cecilia brought him water and towel. He washed himself for a while, then afterwards asked Cecilia to stay in his room. Yi Song went down the spiral staircase after leaving the room. It was still early in the morning, and there was not much light in the castle. It was still pretty dark around the stairs, and Yi Song carefully walked down while holding the wooden handrail. Starting after going down from the fourth floor, a small window could be found by the stairs around every corner. Yi Song saw maids opening the window to get some fresh air while walking down. "Good morning, young Master Angele." A maid greeted politely when she saw Yi Song. Yi Song could still hear the noise of the guards training through the window. He looked at the maid, and she looked just like a normal girl under the age of 20. The maids in the castle were selected by the Baron himself. Only the cute and smart ones were permitted to stay and work, so Yi Song actually felt pretty good around those girls. "Who are those guards training outside?" Yi Song asked. "It's Knight Anri's cavalry squad." The maid answered respectfully. "Knight Anri?" Yi Song asked. "Knight Anri is the adjutant of Knight Otis. It is possible that you don't know him, he was just recruited not so long ago." The maid spoke in a light tone. "Okay, got it." Yi Song nodded, and he started to walk downstairs again. Outside the living area was a large empty ground. The castle was built with a series of buildings, and in the middle of it was the activity area. The early sunlight went through the small openings between the buildings. The golden lights looked like pillars, which stood on the ground. The activity ground was a white-grayish playground. There were boys and girls training there already. Most of them were wearing gray and white clothes. Yi Song could even hear them yelling. Boys were using wooden swords to train chopping and slashing motions. The girls were training using small wooden short bows, aiming for the target at a 30-meter range. A burly man was standing by the edge of the activity ground. Yi Song looked at the man, and he was wearing gray top with black pants. His body looked weaker than Otis, but he still looked pretty strong. He had his hands over his chest, looking at the children quietly. He was very calm. The man noticed Yi Song looking at him, and he waved his hands towards Yi Song. "Hey!" the man yelled. "Stop for a second. Come here, everyone." The children that were training looked at him. One of the boys did a strong chopping motion before coming over, and it sounded like the blowing wind. Several girls looked at the boy, and the boy smiled happily. "I said stop. Galug, are you disobeying my order?" The man had an angry expression on his face. Yeah, my dear Master Alad." The boy answered uncaringly, and he put his wooden sword down. He started to walk towards the man slowly. When everyone gathered together, Yisong moved to the front of the group, and he stood aside quietly. "We are welcoming a new member today." Alad clapped his hands several times. The sound was evanescent but stentorian. "This is young Master Angele. He just came back from Candia City, and you might have seen his face yesterday on the welcoming party." No one talked. The boys did not seem to care, but the girls were looking at Yisong curiously. The situation was a bit awkward. Yisong was a bit disappointed. He was not here for the introduction, he just wanted to do the morning training. "Master Alad," Yisong said. "Just call me Alad." The middle-aged man said politely. "Okay, Alad, let's not waste everyone's time. I am still recovering from the injury, and I want to start from the basics. Can you show me all the general exercises?" Yisong asked. Alad was surprised for a second because he had told Yisong how the general exercises should be done a while ago. Angele was trained before he went to Candia City, and he wanted to see all the basics again. "Don't tell me he doesn't even know how to do the basic exercises," someone murmured. "Stop." Others were trying to stop the kid from being disrespectful. However, some of the kids were looking down on Yisong. In the chaotic age, everyone admired and respected the strong ones. People usually looked down on the ones who were weak. Bunch of kids stared at Yisong, looking at him like they were seeing a rare animal. Yisong was trying to control his emotions, so he focused his mind on Alad. Angele himself actually did not remember the general exercises quite well, so Yisong had no idea how to do those now. Yisong would not be in such an awkward position if Angele wasn't such a dumb playboy. "Could you do that for me, Alad?" Yisong repeated. "Yeah, sure." Alad nodded after being confused for a second. "But I only know the basics. If you want advanced skills, it would be better to ask the Baron and Knight Otis. They are very skilled with their swords," Alad said. It was probably true that Yisong could learn advanced skills from his father and Otis, but Yisong needed to practice the basics first. It was pretty much impossible to start from the advanced skills for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, Life, Part 3. Chapter 6, Life, Part 3. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. An experienced warrior was pretty much just a veteran, but if one wanted to become a knight, he needed much more than just experience. He needed to experience many blood-for-blood battles, to finish all the impossible trainings, and to develop his own fighting style. After the stimulation of his true potential, he would be able to get the life energy seed, and the seed would help him reach another level. With the help of the seed, he would become a knight after contributing to important tasks. The life energy seed was the most important thing for a warrior, and one would not become a true legend without the help of the seed. Yisong learned some knowledge about it from Angele's memory. The life energy seed was actually the chi a fighter could develop from inside his body by training himself in the most extreme ways. It somewhat worked like a skill on the earth that could help you take hits without getting hurt. The Baron once explained the whole process on getting the seed to Angele, so Yisong was able to get a detailed comparison and reach a conclusion. Also, not everyone could develop the seed. Only the talented ones could have the potential to do it, but the rate of success was still very low. Some of the strong warriors with the seed tried to help more people to develop it, and they came up with a specific method, which was by channeling their own chi into others. People who got the chi would be able to develop their seed slowly. This method increased the possibilities of the development of the seed, and it also reduced the risks significantly. People could die from trying to do the extreme trainings, and this method helped some people obtain the seed from the beginning. But still, this method could not help everyone become great warriors. The rate of success was increased, and 2/3 of them could actually benefit from this method, but the remaining 1/3 was still not able to take the seed in. If people's bodies could not take in the life energy, the energy would just leak out of them, no matter how much was put into them. Unfortunately, Angele was included in the 1/3. He could not take in the seed by this special method, and that was the main reason why he did not train a lot. He became lazy, and he just wanted to be a playboy. Otherwise, the Baron would have just pushed his chi into Angele and helped him become a strong warrior. At least, Angele would have had the ability to protect himself. Alad stared at Yisong for a while, and it seemed he remembered Angele's situation. He knew why Angele did not remember the basic training routines. Angele already gave up a long time ago. "Well, let's start the morning training again. Young Master Angele, please follow me this way." Alad clapped his hands loudly, and Yisong followed. The children returned to their positions and started to do the exercises again. The boys started practicing slashing, and the girls started to practice shooting with their short bows. Yisong followed Alad to a corner. Though it will be hard for you to become a knight-level warrior, more exercises will still help build your body. Please try to do the routine every day. Aled said while walking. I understand. Thank you, Aled. Yi Song nodded, and he smiled. The second son of Baron Karl isn't talented enough to become a great warrior. I know it is a widely told story. Probably. Aled stopped talking. Are those children on the grounds gifted? Yi Song asked. Young master, they got the seeds from the Baron and Knight Otis. They are training using the special methods taught by the two. Aled answered. Yi Song knew it was better for children to get the seeds when they were young. If they obtained the seeds at an early age, the seeds would grow stronger with the children. The stronger their seeds were, the stronger their bodies would be, and when they became adults, they would have well-developed bodies. The Baron and Knight Otis took the seeds when they were very young, too. Yi Song understood this point, but there was nothing he could do about it. Angele was not gifted, so Yi Song could not get the seed from the Baron anyways. At least Yi Song still had the biological chip in him, so he was not totally hopeless. Aled led Yi Song to an empty ground at the corner. There was a shelf with long wooden swords on it, and most of these had been taken by the boys to practice. Aled grabbed a sword, and he threw it to Yi Song. Yi Song caught it, but he felt the heavy weight of the sword. The wooden swords were actually heavy, and it was about 3 kilograms each. The length of the sword was about 1 meter, and the handguard made a cross with the blade. It looked like the most common crossguard sword. Yi Song waved the sword several times, and he was able to hear the slashing sound in the air. Aled also grabbed a sword for himself, and he slashed once. A white flash appeared in front of him. The basics are simple, but not everyone can finish the whole set easily. Aled said, and he performed a front slash while holding the sword with both his hands. Phew! Yi Song felt the air blow over his face, and his hair got slightly blown to the back. The chip in Yi Song's brain started to analyze the data automatically. A line of blue-colored data was shown in front of his eyes quickly. Aled, strength higher than 1, agility higher than 2, stamina higher than 2. 0 reported. This is the front slash. Please focus your strength on the lower edge of the blade. It will help you deal more damage to the opponent, and it will make the blade last longer too. Aled explained, and he started to show different slashing skills. Front slash, up slash, horizontal slash, point strike, and down slash were the 5 basic ways of wielding a sword. Aled demonstrated all of those one by one to Yi Song. Every time Aled performed a slash, there would be some air blowing all over the place. Yi Song watched Aled's actions carefully, and his chip was also recording the data in the meantime. The chip finished its recording process when Aled finished the demonstrations. What do you think? Those skills are very simple, but it is still hard to master them. If you do them incorrectly, it might even hurt your joints. Please make sure you are doing them properly. Aled said in a serious tone. Yi Song nodded lightly. Recording finished. 0 reported. Please name the dataset. Basic sword skills. Yi Song confirmed the name. Name confirmed as basic sword skills. The mechanical sound stopped after the confirmation. Yi Song tried to select the data with his mind, and the data was shown within his brain. Aled's demonstration was well recorded, and he could see the images and hear the sound without any issue. I remember those skills, I have learnt them before. Yi Song told Aled after making sure the data was stored properly. Aled was a bit confused. He stared at Yi Song, and he tried to make sure that Yi Song was serious. Since you still remember them, please practice them more. Knight Otis should be teaching you today, but he left for duty. Please try doing the basic routine and get used to it. I have to go to the training grounds, please let me know if you need something else. Aled said, and he left quickly after these words. Yi Song smiled after Aled left. He waved the wooden sword for a bit. The chip helped him to analyze the process, and all the data was stored on it, but he still needed to do the exercises by himself. The chip was merely a tool for assistance after all. Yi Song started to exercise following the demonstrations. First, front slash. Yi Song thought. Your action had a 31% deviation from the original data. The chip reported to Yi Song as he was trying to do the slash while holding the sword with both of his hands. Yi Song was happy about the support function the chip had. It could compare his action with the data and make sure he was doing the slash properly. Yi Song tried to modify his slash position. 25% deviation detected. The chip reported. Yi Song modified his position multiple times with the help of the data, and he became close to the original data finally. He held the sword steadily, and he modified his position. He performed the slash when the difference was less than 5%, and he felt his action was very smooth. Checking body condition, the action you just performed is enhancing the number 5, number 3, and number 11 groups of the muscle. Repeat the action 10,526 times to increase the strength by 1. The chip reported. Great. Only 10,000 times. Yi Song thought. He started to practice intensely. The chip helped him to control his body condition well. It was much easier for him to exercise with the help of the data. Flu. 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 Yi Song repeated the basic routine many times, and he could finally perform the skill smoothly and quickly. He also started to hear the blowing sound of the air, and it meant that he was getting closer to the results he wanted. Yi Song was totally enjoying the practice, and he was trying his best to improve the basics. Step forward, front slash, up slash, down slash, and horizontal slash. Yi Song was trying to do them in different directions. His actions became smoother, and the sound got lighter after a while. Yi Song could feel himself improving. He totally got used to the basic routine of sword, and he could perform the actions precisely even without the help of the data. Angele probably trained himself without telling others. Dang dang dang. Yi Song heard the sound of the gong. Resting time. Dismiss. Alad's voice was very loud, and Yi Song could easily hear it. Yi Song stopped his training, and he looked over at the middle of the grounds. He saw Alad hitting a gong with his hand, and the sound was loud and sharp. The children on the training ground became loud after. They found their friends and started to walk towards the living area, and some of them went to grab a bite. There were also some children by Alad's side. It seemed like they were asking him something. Yi Song did not move, and the sweat was visible on his forehead. His face was red, and he was sweating everywhere. His vest was completely soaked. Yi Song was doing the basic routine smoothly, but it was just the basics. Most of the children could do them easily. He didn't get noticed by the others, because they thought that he should be able to the basic routine smoothly. Show me my body condition. Yi Song said in his mind. Body condition, your right hand's muscle group was slightly hurt, and your legs need rest. It would take about 24 hours for you to recover. The chip reported. Yi Song was satisfied with the result, and he wiped the sweat with his hands. He was wearing the black suit from yesterday that looked like a hunting suit. There was a red belt around his waist. Yi Song looked nice and clean in the suit, but the suit became completely wet after the training. I will become a strong warrior without the seed. Yi Song thought calmly. He stood alone in the corner, and no one tried to talk to him. Yi Song looked around the training grounds, and everyone was trying to avoid his sight. It was pretty clear that the children were looking down at him, but they could not do anything to him. Yi Song was the son of the Baron, so they decided to just avoid him. Yi Song was not concerned about this at all because he was not interested about the kids anyways. He put the sword back to the shelf, and he went towards the living quarters. Brother. Yi Song heard a sweet sound from behind. Yi Song turned back. Maggie was there with a smile on her face. The 14-year-old girl was wearing a white top and a short skirt. The skirt could barely cover her leg. She looked very sexy with the skirt. Yi Song thought Maggie's clothes looked like the OL Superscript 1 suit on the Earth. Though Maggie was not allowed to wear colorful clothes, she still tried her best to make herself look cute. 1. OL is a slang for office lady. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Approaching, Part 1. Chapter 7, Approaching, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Maggie was one of Yi Song's best friends, and Yi Song decided to treat her like how he should. Maggie, what's going on? Need any help? Yi Song greeted. Just trying to have a nice, little conversation with you. Maggie said, and she walked towards Yi Song quickly. She grabbed Yi Song's hand, and she pressed her breasts on Yi Song's arm. Well, actually I do need some help. Could you do me a favor? Maggie got closer, and she asked. Yi Song had just finished his training, and he was still pretty excited. He could feel the blood rushing in his veins, and he found Maggie pretty seductive. What do you want? Yi Song asked. He knew Maggie came to the castle not so long ago according to Angele's memory. Angele treated her both as a friend and a cousin, but Maggie wanted more than that. Also, it was actually common for cousins to have a relationship in the noble world, and there was no law restricting it. Maggie had been trying to make herself look glamorous. She loved beautiful clothes, and she was enjoying her life. She did not want to just be a common person all her life, she wanted to be in a higher position. Maggie could also help her parents get better jobs if she had a relationship with Angele. That was what she was trying to accomplish. The other young sister Angele had, Celia, was trying to get closer with Angele, too. Though her mother was one of the Baron's wives, her mother came from a worker's family. Their rank in the family was much lower than Angele. The situation in the family was a bit complicated. The eldest son joined the army and never came back after. Though the second son was not allowed to inherit the peerage, the Ruden Empire was in chaos and had no time to enforce the rules. Nobles were trying to make their territory independent, and the Baron could even give the name to Angele if he wanted to. It was very likely that Angele would become the next Baron, and Celia's family would be under his control. Angele could force them to leave if he wanted to. Celia's family did not want such thing to happen, so Celia decided to become close friends with Angele. They were preparing for the future. Yi Song would probably not choose Celia to be his wife, but if Celia could at least be in a relationship with him, her family would be able to keep their current position in the castle. Maggie walked with Yi Song towards the living quarters, holding Yi Song's hand the whole time. Some people were looking at them in envy, but some others were staring at them scornfully. Yi Song did not care anyways. My mother's legs were hurting recently, and I am wondering if you could give her some easier work to do, Maggie spoke in a light tone while not looking at Yi Song directly. Yi Song did not answer her question, but he nodded his head to show that he heard her words. He walked back to his bedroom with Maggie quickly. Cecilia stayed in the bedroom quietly and did not leave the place at all. It looked like she did what Yi Song asked. Cecilia's face blushed when she saw Yi Song walking in with Maggie. Yi Song opened his closet, and he changed his clothes. Maggie, could you take her to the dining room to eat some food, and take her to the bath? Also, tell the leader of the maids to get her an individual room. Just say it was my order if she questions you. Yi Song said. Maggie thought Yi Song was going to have some fun with her as he brought her back to the bedroom. She did not expect such easy task. She looked at Cecilia and found out she had larger breasts than Cecilia. She was happy about it at least. Maggie followed Yi Song's order because she did not want to disappoint Yi Song. She grabbed Cecilia's hands, though Cecilia was kind of scared. Come find me when you are done. I will tell Wade about your mother's situation. Yi Song said calmly, and he controlled himself very well. He actually wanted to do something to Maggie, but being in this world, Yi Song needed to control his desire. Understood. Maggie was happy about Yi Song's words. She bowed and left the room with Cecilia. Yi Song rubbed her breast for a second when they were trying to leave. He could feel the softness of it through his palm. Maggie was scared for a second, but she giggled right after. Well, a little touching should be fine. Yi Song smiled. He did not want to get sick from controlling his desire too hard. Yi Song went to practice his basic sword skills every day after. He utilized his chip well and made his actions much more accurate. It did not take him a long time to finish the 10,000 times of practice. Yi Song checked his body condition, and he did get a 0.1 increase in strength. He also collected some data from the people that had similar age as him around. However, those teenagers all had the seeds, and their average body data was over 0.8, gender did not matter. He spent all those time to get the 0.1 increase, but it did not even help get to the average level. The Baron and Knight Audis were busy dealing with those random criminals, and they had no time to mentor Yi Song. They gave the duty to Alad. Yi Song was actually happy about it because he needed the basics the most at this point. For Maggie, Yi Song did not do anything to her after the incident of groping her breasts lightly. He wanted to learn to control his desire. Yi Song told Wade about her mother though, and she got a lighter job. Maggie was thankful about it. 4 days later. It was early in the dining room of the Rio Castle. The main members of the family were having the breakfast quietly on a long rectangle wooden table. Yi Song sat on the second seat because he was the one with the most power if the Baron was not there. There were 2 other middle-aged women by his side, and they were the 3rd and 4th wives of the Baron. They looked gentle and beautiful. They were still very polite even when the Baron was not here. There were also some children on the table, and they were all wearing noble suits with a black-red color. Celia was also there, and also the boy named Glue Yi Song met on the training grounds. There were about a total of 10 boys and girls there, and they all looked pure and pretty. They sat on their seats and were eating quietly. The only sound Yi Song could hear was the sound of the silverwares made. Yi Song cut his steak into small pieces, and took a glance around the table. Old Wade was standing behind him, and Wade was the one who would enforce the rights of Yi Song when the Baron was not here. Wade was a very skilled fighter, and the Baron gave him the order of supporting Yi Song. He was here to make sure no one could rebel against Yi Song. People around the table were the ones with enough power to be allowed to dine with Yi Song. Maggie and her parents were definitely not in the list. Angele ate a piece of the beef and had a sip of the soup. What is in today's soup? It has a very different fragrance than before. Yi Song asked because he found the taste of the soup a bit interesting. The Baron caught some red singulite snakes the day before, and the chief put them into the soup with some mushrooms. Old Wade answered politely from the back. It has an indescribable taste, but I like it. Red singulite snakes? We have those in the forest around the castle? Yi Song nodded, and he asked. Yes, and there are many of them. The snake is filled up with its venom, and it would be very hard to find a cure if you get bitten by it. Hunters hate them. We barely have them on the table too. Old Wade answered. Understood. Angele grabbed the bowl and took a sip again. His mouth was filled with the soup, and he could taste the umami from it. The soup was creamy and thick, and there were chopped scallions floating on it. I want to go out for a while after the breakfast. Yi Song said. It is not safe outside right now, it will be better if you can just stay in the castle, Old Wade said. He did not like Yi Song's decision. It's fine, I won't go too far away. I just want to check out the cavalry's training ground. Angele said. You can send some people to go with me if you are worried. Yi Song insisted his decision. Okay, please just don't stay too long out there. Old Wade nodded his head. Yi Song nodded his head to show that he understood. No one talked after their conversation, and the table stayed silent for the rest of the breakfast time. After having breakfast, Yi Song went straight to the door with 2 guards following him. Yi Song was considering his plan. He had a crossguard sword on his belt and a bow with arrows on his back. There were about 50 white-feathered arrows there. Are you going to hunt? A guard asked in a light tone. No, just trying to find some small animals to practice my skills. Yi Song shook his head, and he answered. He was actually staring at the blue-colored data in front of his eyes. Special food resource detected. Type, meat, snake, named as red singulite snake. If you eat 109 of its eyes, your agility will increase by 1. 0 reported. This was the reason why Yi Song went out. 1 agility increase was huge to him. Yi Song would choose this over strength for now. He also wanted to check out his training results after these days, and he wanted to know how much he could do. It was early in the morning, and there was still fog in the forest. There was an empty ground by the forest, and the cavalry team was already jogging around the ground. Yi Song went around the ground with the 2 guards, and they went into the forest. There was only one main road outside the castle, and there were forests on both sides. Yi Song could see mountains far away from here. The cavalry squad did not notice Yi Song and his guards because they were used to it. They had seen Yi Song go out numerous times. However, some of them still saw Yi Song trying to get into the forest. They were looking at Yi Song curiously. In the castle, many people were unsatisfied with the rules. They did not like Angele because they knew he was very weak. They did not want their castle to be ruined by a playboy like Angele. The cavalrymen that saw Yi Song did not come to greet him, and they would even become happy if Angele died in the forest. Yi Song did not notice them as he was completely focused on his hunting plans. He did not have great strength, but with the help of the chip, he could perform many actions accurately. Especially his archery skills, he had almost 100% accuracy with the help of the chip. He practiced aiming on the training grounds at night when no one else was around. He could shoot an arrow with absolute precision at a range of 50 meters, and he thought hunting would be no problem to him. It was about 20 meters in, and one of the guards stopped Yi Song from advancing. We should stop here, young Master Angele, we may not be able to protect you if we go in deeper. The guard said. Okay, let's stop here. Angele said and smiled. He took his bow out, and grabbed a white-feathered arrow. He then knocked the arrow at the bowstring. Stand aside, you two. I am trying to find some targets. Yi Song ordered. The 2 guards looked at each other, and they decided to sit down. They did not want to block Angele's vision. It was not a deep forest anyway, and it was not dangerous. They were not too worried about it. The only creatures here are the red singulite snakes and rabbit umbrella squirrels. Let's just make sure that no singulite snakes will get close. One of the guards whispered to the other. The other guard nodded his head. Yi Song stood on the grass, and he surveyed the surroundings. I think my father once hunted a mountain black bear in the forest. Though he got injured severely, the skin of the bear is now a symbol of his power in the castle. Yi Song said calmly. A mountain black bear is one of the strongest animals in the forest, and it is the king of the outer forest. But there is nothing to be worried here, we are 2 hours away from its activity space. We need to climb over that small hill over there. One of the guards said, but they did not know what Yi Song was trying to say. One day in this world was 25 hours. Other than that, it was pretty much similar to the time on Earth. That's good to know. Yi Song nodded, and he continued checking his surroundings carefully. Though I was not able to take the seed, I am still pretty confident about my archery skills. I think I will get something nice this time. Yi Song said. He turned back quickly and shot an arrow right after speaking. The arrow turned into a white flash in the air, and it hit the tree about 10 meters away. A gray small snake was pinned on the tree, which died within seconds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, Approaching, Part 2. Chapter 8, Approaching, Part 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele ran towards the tree immediately. The two guards did not expect Angele to hit anything, and they were confused for a second before walking towards the tree. It's a single-eyed snake, a red one. Angele checked the information about the snake before. The small snake on the tree was about the width of a finger, and it had a bloody red eye on its forehead. That was where its name originated. The color of its skin was very similar to the color of the tree. If it was not pinned by the arrow, the guards probably could not find it. Angele took out his sword and hit the snake's head precisely with the handguard. The snake fainted right after, and it stopped moving. I heard its eye is good for me, I am going to eat it. Angele said in a light tone. The two guards did not know if they should stop their young master or not. Angele took out a hunting knife from his belt, and he spent some time trying to gouge the snake's eye out. Finally, he had the red bloody eye in his hand, and he threw it into his mouth right away. Angele did not chew it, but only swallowed it. Though the snake had strong venom in its teeth, its eye had no venom at all. The two guards decided not to stop Angele because they did not want to disappoint the young master. They watched Angele swallow the eye, and they saw a weird expression from his face. Let's keep moving, Angele said, and threw the dead snake to one of the guards. The guard took out a linen bag and placed the snake in it. The guards had no idea what was going on, and they soon heard the sound of an arrow hitting the tree again. Angele smiled, and he quickly ran to the tree that wasn't too far away. The guard saw another single-eyed snake pinned to the body of the tree. Young master, splendid shot. One of the guards said, we couldn't even see the snake on the tree from such a distance. He was surprised actually. Angele heard the praise, but he did not say anything, he just smiled. He walked to the tree, and retrieved the arrow back into his quiver. This time he hit the snake's eye, and it was a mistake. If the eye was hit, it would not be edible anymore. Though the chip could help him modify his action after finding the target, he still needed a lot of practice to master it. When he was on Earth, people were competing with their archery skills 1 kilometer away from their targets. They used mechanical bows, and they could hit targets from a long distance. People all had chips assisting them, so the ones who practiced more had a better chance in winning the competitions. Let's move on, Angele said. The group of 3 started to look for targets in the forest, and Angele had a hit rate of 60%. The two guards were kind of used to his performance. 60% hit rate was more like an average performance in a forest with so many trees. Angele did not have the seed, and he needed more strength to unleash the full potential of his high-quality longbow. He would be no threat to a strong warrior, he was more like a common archer. Half an hour later, the two guards had their linen bags full. The bags were full of animals Angele hunted, such as squirrels, gray rabbits, and single-eyed snakes. The guards could barely carry anything else. Go back and put those down, I will wait for you here, Angele said. I am just going to take a rest here. He threw the snake he had just gotten to the guards while speaking. Angele stabbed the snake's mouth, and he took the white venom sac out of it before the guards put it away. The guards grabbed the dead snake, and they looked at each other for a second. Hank will take those back, I will stay here with you, one of them said. That's fine too. Angele nodded. He was kind of tired, so he sat down by a tree. He had eaten about 40 snake's eyes. He could feel there was something warm in his body, and he felt he could perform actions faster now. One of the guards took the animals back to the castle, and the other one sat on the grass by him. Actually, we've already heard about the benefits of the snake's eye. Someone once tried it before, but nothing happened. The guard smiled, and he said. Nothing happened? Angele asked. Yes, they had a bad time in the toilet, but nothing else happened. The guard answered. Angele nodded. He knew that this method would probably not work for everybody. The report from Zero stated that this method was only compatible to certain people. The raw eyeballs of the snake had a special element in it, and it could help Angele increase his agility. People had their differences for sure, and the method might only work at a certain age range. Angele was happy with what he obtained today. He missed several shots on purpose because he did not want to astonish the guards too much. He could easily hit every shot with the help of the chip. I am done for today, let's head back, Angele said after resting for a while. Understood, the guard said. They went back through the route they came. The next 15 days, Angele went hunting every day in the forest, and the people in the castle began hearing of his superb archery skills. People weren't surprised anymore about the huge amount of animals he could hunt every time. It was high noon in the forest, and the shades that was created by the sunlight underneath the trees were sliced into pieces by the leaves. A white feathered arrow was shot by a man. Another single-eyed snake was pinned on a branch. Following some tense footsteps, a teenager in a green hunting suit appeared, and he held a black short bow in his hand. He came out of the high grass, and two young warriors wearing gray armors were behind him. Another one. One of the young warriors said, and he smiled. The teenager nodded and walked towards the branch. He took the arrow out and grabbed the snake. He took the snake's eye out quickly with his hunting knife, and he swallowed it right after. He could feel the warmth coming from his body, and he felt comfortable in his mind. Are we done today, young Master Angele? One of the guards asked. Angele closed his eyes, and he smiled. I'm going to find some more today, you two can go back and put things down first. I can probably find a black deer, he said. The two guards knew that Angele's ability was enough for the outer forest, and there was barely any animal that could hurt him. They grabbed their bags, and they returned at a slow pace. Check my body condition, Angele said in his mind after the two guards left. Angele Rio. Strength 0.8, Agility 2.4, Stamina 1.6. Zero reported. Angele was satisfied with the result. He had already eaten hundreds of bloody red eyes by now. It seemed like he had reached the maximum amount he needed, and eating more wasn't going to be helpful anymore. However, he had improved his agility to a very high level, and he was satisfied. The training also helped him improve his stamina. Even without the help of the seed, Angele had achieved a lot. However, his explosiveness was still horrendous. He could have done better if he had the seed. The seed probably could have doubled or tripled his fighting power, but there was nothing he could do about it. But, Angele thought. He smiled, and he drew his sword. He performed a front slash so quick that it was nearly inaudible in the air. The branch in front of him broke into pieces and fell down. His speed was faster than Alad's demonstration at the training grounds. And, he thought. Angele looked at the broken branch, and there was a fly on it. He was actually aiming at the fly's wings, and its wings were cut off precisely. The fly was still moving on the branch. I am not a weak-ass playboy anymore. Angele sheathed his sword, and he ecstatically laughed. A guy in gray was drawing closer to Angele from about 100 meters away. He tried not to make any noise as he stepped on the grass quietly. There were birds and insects making noises in the forest, so Angele probably did not hear anything at all. Right here? The guy stopped, and he tried to hide himself behind a tree. The guy was named Dice, and he was a member of the assassin guild called Dark Emblem. He was an extremely careful man, and he would make sure he collected enough information about his target before starting his mission. Though he had the skill of a knight, he was still very careful, and that was the reason why he barely failed any mission. Assassination target, Baron Rio. Decapitate his head off as proof. According to the information, Carl Rio has the level of a knight. He took down 10 heavy armored cavalrymen on his own before, and he escaped successfully after. He went through his mission in his mind one more time, and he was not too concerned about the Baron's power. 10 heavy armored cavalry? That means nothing. That's why I hate the countryside. They are like the frogs trapped in a deep well and know nothing about the world. Ha! Dice thought he had just killed 20 heavy armored cavalrymen and a knight consecutively not so long ago. He was trying to follow the order, otherwise, he would have probably just rushed straight into the castle and left after killing everyone. Such an easy mission. Killing a random lord at the countryside, and just a regular knight. Dice had killed numerous knights in his life, and he really did not think this one would be any different. Inside the castle, the conference hall. The Baron was sitting on the chair with a disappointed face, but he did not say anything. Otis and Wade were sitting by his side, and they both had solemn expressions on their faces. An assassin from the Dark Emblem, who might be the one behind this? He probably paid them really good. Wade said. Dark Emblem is a huge organization, and they are all over the country. Their members are all very strong. Big trouble this time. He was really worried. They sent me a letter saying they are coming for me. The Baron said in a deep tone, they are telling me when I am going to die. There is one thing I don't understand, though. It takes thousands of gold coins for one to buy a kill from them, yet my whole territory only makes several hundreds of gold coins per year. Am I really worth that much? The Baron wondered. There is nothing to fear. We have 3 nights sitting here waiting for them. Audis said. The Baron was still angry about it. He was playing with the letter he received. The letter was all black, which only had a bloody red spider symbol shining occasionally on it. It made the letter look strange and beautiful at the same time. TL note, author replaced Yi Song to Angele starting from this chapter for some reason. I am following the original text for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Danger. Chapter 9, Danger. Translator, _Leo_. Editor, Dark Gem, Virtual Frappe. Angele walked towards the deep forest while holding his bow. He was already quite familiar with the area after hunting for half a month. He once met a white-scaled boar in the deeper area, but he dealt with it easily, so he wasn't too worried about going deeper. Strange target detected. Proceed with caution. Blue-colored information appeared in front of Angele's eyes. Something new appeared? Angele was excited, and he grabbed a white-feathered arrow. He knocked the arrow on his bow, and aimed it slowly towards the blue point marked by 0. He firmly applied force by pulling the bowstring along with the arrow backwards, with the black arrowhead reflecting the sunlight. Angele completely drew the bow and released the bowstring. Bam! The arrow flew into the air like a white flash. Dang! Angele suddenly had an extremely bizarre feeling in his mind. He sensed danger creeping up on him, and he felt fear. He felt as if the arrow was going to fly back and strike him right in the face. Suddenly, some data was sent to his brain by 0, but he had no time to check. Angele rolled towards the left side with his full strength, and he hid behind a tree. Boom! It sounded like something exploded inside the woods. The tree was still shaking after the collision, and Angele could see tree leaves falling down like it was raining. What? A deep voice came from the other side, and it sounded like the man was surprised that Angele didn't get struck. Angele was still in shock, and his face turned pale. He was still behind the tree, and he was breathing heavily. His forehead was soaked in cold sweat. If he didn't roll towards the back of the tree, his head would have probably been smashed right now if he was even just 1 second late. The chip saved his life at this instance where Angele was so close to death. Shit, what should I do? Angele could not think of anything. I don't want to die again. I can't just die again like this. Angele thought. Angele was still panicking, and his face turned paler. Angele was just a normal young man before reincarnating into this world, and he was living in a peaceful place on Earth. He would even consider hunting as a dangerous activity back then, and now he was in a much worse situation. Run. Yeah. Run back. I will be safe after reaching the castle. Angele suddenly realized the situation. He did not hear any noise after the explosion, and he felt a bit worried. The desire to return back to the castle pushed him to start moving again. He lowered his body and slowly moved towards the direction he came from. Suddenly, the chip alerted him again. Right side. Leg. Angele knew where the attack would be coming from, and he rolled towards the front quickly. His head hit something on the ground during the process, but there was no time for him to think. He stood up and swiftly ran towards the route he came from. Bang! Angele heard the sound of something hitting the ground he was at. Damn! The man was cursing at the other side. Second fucking time. Angele ran like crazy, and the trees on both sides seemed like were flying. He knew the place pretty well through all the hunting he had done. Even though the forest's route was pretty complex, Angele was not slowing down at all. However, he had this chilly feeling from his behind. He quickly rolled towards the front again, and he could still feel the chill from his back. Angele decided to hide behind a tree again, but the chill just would not go away. He was getting panicked again. He bit his teeth hard, and he kept rolling around. Angele's body was getting hurt by the rocks and branches on the ground, but he did not care. He just could not escape the chilly feeling on his back. Turn back and block. 0 reported. However, Angele was too scared to turn back. He ran around like crazy. He was still about 100 meters away from the cavalry's training grounds because he had gone too deep into the forest. The 100-meter distance felt like 1,000 to him. Turn back and block. Zero kept reporting. Flew. Angele rolled again. He could hear the sounds of a metal chain from behind. The chain had the thickness of a human arm. It went around the tree in front of Angele and wrapped around it. The chain blocked Angele's escape route. Keep running, you little rat. The man's voice came from back. Fuck, what is going on today? He seemed enraged. Angele wanted to start running again, but he decided to roll towards the right. The chain flew right beside him again, and was pinned on the tree in the front. I can't run anymore. Angele felt hopeless. He was unable to move due to the chill that kept him from thinking clearly. I am going to die again? He slowly stood up and turned around. A man in the black showed up from the bushes. The middle-aged man was covered in black, and he wore a black mask. His eyebrows were blonde, and he was holding the 2 chains in his hands. Your end is coming. The man released one of his chains, and a black flash flew out of his hand. Its speed was way faster than the previous attacks. Angele could hear the sound it made. Angele stood at his current position, and he could imagine how painful it was going to be. I don't want to die, he was talking to himself. Angele kept repeating those words, and the voice of his own self echoed continuously within his mind. The chain was getting closer and closer. It became a black point from Angele's view. Lower your body and draw your sword, block it beside your head. Zero reported again. Angele's desire to stay alive made him act. He drew the sword quickly, and he tried to block the oncoming chain. Dang! The force of the chain was way too strong, and Angele could feel it from his sword. His face turned red, and he spat some blood out of his mouth. The shock from the hit woke him up. If he had no way to run anymore, he would have to fight to survive. Angele focused on the enemy, and his heart kept on beating rapidly. You are lucky, young man. The man in black said, and he waved his hand. 2 chains were somehow released from the tree, and it started to return to his hands. The man stared at Angele for a second, and he disappeared in the bush. Angele did not move until he could not see the man anymore. He knew that if the man did not leave, he would have been a corpse by now. Even with the help of the chip, he could not keep up with the chain speed. Angele had never fought a true battle before, and his current opponent seemed to be a veteran fighter. If he did not follow the chip's report, he would have already died even before the chase began. After resting for a while, he found a black card on the ground and picked it up. The card had a black background color and a bloody red spider symbol in the middle. It was kind of shiny. Dice's arm was hurt before the fight ensued. He was trying to get the young man. Unfortunately, he was injured by the arrow. He did not expect an arrow to be coming. Though he blocked it in time, but his right arm still got affected. For some reason, he was losing strength, and he felt awful after being struck. Damn! Dice touched his forehead and noticed that he had a fever. The arrow actually had poison on it. That little fucking bitch. He dipped the arrow with venom. How sinister he is. He kept cursing, and then he took out a yellow tiny paper bag. He opened it and ate the white powder inside it. Almost lost my life here. Thank God, it was just the venom of a red single-eyed snake, and I prepared for it. Dice said, but he still felt sick. The arduous actions he did after being struck made the venom travel faster through his body. It might take hours for the medicine to work. Next time I will get you first. Dice yelled. A black card is not enough, you almost made my mission fail. He stepped on a branch, and he fell to the ground. A sharp stone injured his head, and he started to bleed. What the? Dice was so mad. Fucking piece of shit. He was completely enraged. In the washroom. Angele closed the door and sank himself into the bathtub. The warm water surrounded him, and he felt rested. He did not realize how dangerous this world was until today. He had basic sword skills and the assistance of the chip. He even increased his stamina, and he had believed he was very close to a post-knight. However, having the skills was very different from knowing how to fight against them. He poured water over his face, and he thought of the black card the man left. The card means he will come back for me? He talked to himself. He knew something similar from Earth. He became nervous from just thinking about it. The unknown had always brought fear and mystery. He wanted to know what the card actually meant. He got out of the bathtub and used a towel to wipe himself dry. He changed his clothes right after. Young master, do you still need hot water? Maggie's voice came from outside the door. I am fine. Angele wiped his hair, and he opened the door. He went out of the living quarters right after finishing the shower. It was night. There were still children on the training grounds practicing. The wind blew across Angele's body, and he felt very comfortable. He went across the training grounds and then to the main building. The Baron's book collection was there inside a special library. Besides the Baron, Otis, and Wade, only Angele had the key to the special library, therefore showing how important he was. In this world, books represented knowledge, and books were objects of extravagance and wealth. Only nobles were allowed to read books. A single book costs about 40 gold coins. Though people were willing to buy books, people rarely sell them. There were 2 guards guarding the main building. They saluted to Angele after seeing him coming. Young Master Angele. They greeted. Is father here? Angele nodded, and he asked. The Baron is not back yet, but Knight Otis just left with Carrie. They answered. Carrie was the son of Knight Otis. There was also an arena in the main building, and the 2 trained in the arena regularly. All right. Angele walked into the main hall. Besides the elders, there were only 2 types of people in the castle, those who wanted something from Angele and those who did not. Carrie was the second type. He had the talent of a knight, and he was just acting respectful to Angele. Carrie was actually looking down on him, and he kind of represented the opinion of other post-knights in the castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, Furious, Part 1. Chapter 10, Furious, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. It did not take too long for Angele to reach the special library on the 3rd floor. He took out the key and unlocked the door. The room had no light at all, and it was very dark. Angele closed the door carefully, and he locked it. He lit the candle on the table, then finally seeing the room clearly. There were 3 bookshelves in the room, but they were not completely filled up with books. The books were made out of leather, they looked heavy, and were very thick. Angele walked to the back of the 3rd bookshelf. According to his memory, there was a strange book at the back of the bookshelf that was full of bizarre information, and he sometimes read it to kill time. He also took out someone's biography, and he walked to a reading desk. He started to read carefully. After a while, the candle was nearly out. He finally found a page with an image of the black card he had obtained. He took out his card and compared them carefully, and they were completely similar. That's it, Angele said, and he started checking the words at the side of the image. Dark Emblem, an assassin organization across several countries. Their targets would receive black cards before the assassins would actually kill them. There was only one sentence by its side, but it was enough for Angele to understand what was going on. That guy will be coming for me, Angele said, and he started to worry again. Fear won't help me anyway. I need to find a way to deal with him. He calmed down quickly this time and thought clearly. He thought over his day when he was in the bathroom, and he could calm down much faster now. I've died once. It's fine if I die again. He laughed. Zero, did you get the data of the man that attacked me? He asked Zero in his mind. Data collected and marked as Dataset 1. Name unknown, Strength 4, Agility 1.5, Stamina 5. Weapon category, chain hook, long sword, knife. Zero reported. Holy, how did I survive that, Angele thought. He was poisoned before engaging. Zero reported. Poisoned? Angele was trying to remember what happened before the chase. He shot an arrow, and it probably hit the man. He started dipping his arrowheads with the venom sacs he had found from red singulite snakes, and he could easily track down the prey if they were hit. He would burn the wounds to remove the poison if he wanted to eat them. Angele started to scan through the biography quickly and used the chip to store all the information. He could search the data easily after, and it was like he only needed 1 second to scan all the words on the pages. Besides the information about the black card, Angele also had something else he wanted to know. There was a record of a certain small flower. The author stated that there was a flower could make people become very strong within a duration. However, the aftermath was brutal as the people who ate the flower to fight their enemies all died afterwards. It looked like they died due to sudden heart attacks. Angele stored the picture of the flower into his chip, and the flower had a fire-like red color. He went through the 2 books again before putting them back. He heard the footsteps of someone before he tried putting out the candle. The door opened with a ka-cha sound, and the Baron walked in with a serious face. He did not expect someone to be in the library, and he looked at Angele. "Angele, still reading?" the Baron asked. "Yes, father." Angele saluted, and he spoke with a light voice. "I am heading back," he said. "All right." The Baron was not in the mood to talk. His hair was all over his shoulders, and he looked very tired. Angele did not know what to say, and he decided to just leave instead. "Wait," the Baron asked before Angele could go down the stairs. "I will send you to the Gnomon City, your aunt's place. I am pretty busy recently, and I probably won't have time for you. You can have a good rest there. What do you think?" he asked. Angele turned back. It was actually a charming offer. He might escape the assassin if that man came for him. "What's this smell? Some fragrance from women?" "Angele, you need to control yourself, don't spend too much time on it." Before Angele could answer, the Baron stopped him and said that. Angele was trying to explain. "Well, never mind. Go have some rest." The Baron stopped him. Angele did not say anything. He left the room after seeing the Baron waving his hands. Angele could hear his own footsteps in the darkness. Angele walked down the stairs. He could see light coming out of the special library. He was a bit confused. "Check my body condition," Angele said. Angele Rio. Body condition, strength 0.8, agility 2.4, stamina 1.6. Status, healthy, but with a special fragrance. 0 reported. Special fragrance? Angele was surprised. "When did I get it, and where did it come from?" he asked. "You got it before leaving the forest, and the smell comes from your right feet." 0 reported, and it showed Angele the graph of his body. Angele could see some blue circles around his right feet. Angele confirmed his guess. The man in black left it on him. It was probably used for tracking. He ran into the bathroom again and asked the maid to bring him a bucket of water. He put his right feet into the bucket and started to wash thoroughly. "Is it still on my feet?" Angele asked after washing for a while. The concentration was not lowered. Chip replied. "I knew it would not be gone that easy." He thought the fragrance was probably made for tracking. "He really wants me dead," he thought. "Let's see who is going to survive next time," Angele whispered, and his face became solemn. It was the next morning, and Angele woke up before it got bright outside. He changed his clothes to a white hunting suit and walked down to the training grounds. Some people were already training there. Dang! A half-naked strong old man was hitting the forge with a large black iron hammer. There was a teenager standing by his side listening to the words of the old man, and they noticed Angele's appearance right away. The old man put down his hammer, and he walked towards Angele. "How may I help you, young Master Angele?" The old man's voice was deep. Angele looked around the shop. "I want a good complete set of body armor," he said. "Good complete set of body armor?" The old man was a bit speechless. "I have that, but it probably won't fit you very well." "It won't fit my size?" Angele was confused. "The lightest set has a weight of over 40 pounds. The old man said. Angele understood the reason. Based on his current strength level, 40 pounds was probably too much for him, and his agility would then be greatly impacted. It was not a great idea for him to wear such a heavy armor. "Well, can I just get some iron balls then? The ones that can pull the carriages?" Angele asked. "We have a whole bunch of that here." The old man pointed towards the corner of the shop. "You can take as many as you want since they are made out of leftover iron. They're perfect for parking the carriages," the old man said. Angele nodded, and he looked at the corner. There were a lot of round black iron balls there, about 20 or 30 of those. They were about the size of a hand, and it seemed burdensome to carry. They were forged to help store the iron in an easier way, and they could be used in many situations. Angele thought of telling the Baron about the fragrance on him, but he wanted to decide his own destiny. Also, he saw the Baron had the same black card as he did, and he thought it was totally his fault. If I can't take care of myself in this world, I won't live long. I can't just rely on others all the time, I have to do this myself. Angele thought calmly. Since the Baron had the card too, he was probably one of Dark Emblem's targets too. Also, the Baron was not stronger than the man in black he met, the Baron's data was even a bit lower. The Baron looked apprehensive last night, and Angele did not want to make things more complex. Angele had advantages on agility, and he could probably try to retaliate with it. Last time, he wasn't prepared, and he was trying to figure out a plan this time. Angele asked several workers to carry the iron balls for him, and he took about 10 of those balls. He also asked the maids to bind the balls with linen ropes and hang them over the beam inside his room. He spent a long time to do everything, and it was already dinner time when he realized it. The red sunlight came through the window and poured onto the ground. There were about 10 iron balls over Angele's head right now. They looked like a bunch of cannonballs, and they were hung in a certain arrangement. Angele stood in the middle of his room, and he examined those iron balls calmly. He took a deep breath, and he locked the door. "Let's get started," he said, and he walked toward the first iron ball at the other end. He pushed the ball, and the ball started to swing. The iron ball matrix. This was exactly what he wanted. It was a game he played when he was on Earth, and he was pretty good at it. He could stay in the matrix for over an hour. However, he played it with the AI on Earth, and now he was trying to use it physically. It was not easy, but the chip's report said it would help him with his body's development. Pong! An iron ball hit Angele's chest when it swung back, and Angele lost his balance right away. The other balls started to hit him following the first one. He was simply knocked away from his original position. How long do I need to recover? Angele checked with Zero after the 5th time he was struck by a bunch of iron balls. 20 minutes. Zero answered. Angele nodded, and he walked out of the door. He ran to the training grounds quickly. It was already a bit dark outside. Carrie and his father Otis were sparring against each other on the grounds. Both of them were using crossguard swords. Carrie seemed to be trying his best, and there was sweat all over him. Otis was very calm, blocking Carrie's attacks easily. There were many people watching the sparring, and people were all cheering for them. The place was boisterous. Angele stood at a place slightly far away from the audience. He watched them spar carefully. Otis sometimes picked people to train with him in order to give them battle experience. Angele watched all of them, and he collected the opponents' datasets. After half a month, he got the data of every strong fighter in the castle. "Are we done, Zero?" Angele asked. "Data completed, 70%. Otis, Carl Rio, and Carrie's sword skill data are complete," Zero reported. Angele stopped watching, and he walked towards the dining area. He already gathered what he needed. Most of the workers in the dining area were out at the training grounds, cheering. There were only several maids cleaning there. One of them saw Angele coming, and she walked towards him. "Young Master Angele, the things you've ordered are here. But I am not sure if I got them all, I did not have enough time," the maid said, and she looked a bit nervous. "Where is it?" Angele asked the others to leave. "In the kitchen," the maid answered. They walked into the kitchen quickly. Many fruits, vegetables, and meat were placed on a large table in the middle of the kitchen. "This was all I could find," the maid said. "All right, you can leave now," Angele said, and he walked towards the large table quickly. He wanted to sample all the food in this world, because he was trying to find something else that could boost his attributes. He then asked a maid to try collecting all the food she could find in the castle. He gave 2 silver coins to the maid, and she seemed ecstatic about it. She bowed and left the kitchen after closing the door. There was a candle stand in the kitchen, and the place was a bit dark even with the light from the candle. Angele grabbed a purple fruit on the table. It looked like a purple orange, and he took a bite on it. The taste of its juice was a bit spicy and sweet. "Analyze the fruits. Let me know if you can find anything that will boost my stamina," he ordered. Analyzing contents, Zero started to work. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11, Furious, Part 2. Chapter 11, Furious, Part 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Purple fruits, red veggies, blue-colored meat, and several nuts of different types. Angele had eaten a whole bunch of those. He stood in the kitchen waiting for Zero's analysis. No enhancement effect detected. Zero kept repeating those words. After half an hour, Angele finally found some usable veggies. Good for strength enhancement. Possible negative effect, diarrhea. Please name the data. Zero reported. Angele was not sure if he should be happy about the result. He finally found a helpful veggie, but it would give him diarrhea. Name it as blue bamboo shoot, Angele said while looking at the veggie. It looked really like the normal bamboo shoots on Earth, but it was blue. It had a soft, but crunchy taste, and Angele could smell some flower-like aroma from it. Naming finished, blue bamboo shoots. Consume 3 times a day, a total of 30 times will increase your strength by about 2 points. Zero reported. Angele looked at the blue-colored data, and a graph of the bamboo shoots was shown. It also indicated the head part of the bamboo shoot contained most of the essence, which could increase his strength. Bamboo shoots heads. Angele grabbed one of the bamboo shoots and took a bite on its head. It tasted slightly bitter at first, but turned slightly sweet after. This vegetable was used as a digestive support by the locals, but no one knew that it could increase people's strength. However, Angele had to eat it more than 30 times and no less than 150 grams every time. Alright, analyze the data of the sword skills gathered recently. Combine them all and find the most suitable set for me. Angele ordered. The chip worked best when Angele gave proper orders. I hope the chip could multitask. It could save me a whole lot of time. Angele thought while eating the bamboo shoots. After finishing 150 grams of the bamboo shoots, Angele still wanted to try some other food. However, he found nothing useful after that. He left the dining area, and he returned to his bedroom. Angele started to train with the iron balls again. Maggie and Celia were trying to converse with him recently, but he tried his best to avoid them. He absolutely had no time for them. He followed his plan for the next several days. Pong. Angele blocked an iron ball with his right palm. It was early in the morning, and the light outside the window were all over him. He was alone in the bedroom with the door locked. Is the sword skill set finished? Angele asked while breathing heavily. It was finished 3 hours ago, please name the set. Zero reported. Basic sword skill set. Angele randomly named it. Name saved. Would you like a visual demonstration? Zero asked. Yeah. Angele said. Zero inputted the images into Angele's brain. Angele started to see simulations within his mind, and there was a guy standing there. He looked similar to Angele, and he used the sword to make a front slash. He then attacked the front side and followed up with a left slash, right pointing slash, and a low slash. He was attacking the same point, and the whole process only took 2 seconds to finish. The speed was very fast, and Angele felt like he was seeing an illusion attacking the same point with 4 slashes. Right after that, the man demonstrated blocking techniques, advancing techniques, full power strikes, parrying skills, and evasive maneuvers along with many other basic sword skills. Everything was fast and simple, and it looked very smooth. After the simulation was finished, Angele was able to see his bedroom again, and he started to contemplate about the whole skill set. This would probably be the best set I could use at the moment, and the chip made sure I could perform all those. Angele thought, and he grabbed the crossguard sword by the desk. There was an insignia of the Rio family on the handguard of the sword. It looked like an eagle trying to fly out of the thorns, and the body of the sword had a silver color. It looked very shiny. Angele drew the sword carefully, and he started practicing. Suddenly, Angele heard the sound of horses stomping the ground outside. He opened the window immediately. At the main way out, the Baron was riding on a white horse. He wore a complete silver-colored armor set, and there was a huge black sword being carried on his back. The blade had a width of a human's head. There were 10 cavalrymen behind the Baron. They left the castle as a squad quickly. Angele looked at them until he couldn't see them anymore. Maggie! Angele yelled after closing the window. The maid knocked on the door quickly, and Angele opened the door. What happened, young master? The maid was still wiping her hands. It seemed like she was washing something. Where is my father headed to? Angele asked. There was some trouble over the silver mine, and the Baron was going to check it out. The maid answered. Okay. Angele nodded. You may continue with your own thing now. Oh wait, how is Cecilia doing? He asked. I asked her to keep your bedroom clean. The maid replied politely. Okay. Angele said. Young master, Knight Otis has returned to his territory this morning, and Wade has been recruiting new maids recently. Several thieves were sentenced to death not so long ago. It could get noisy in the castle after, so he asked me to inform you about it. Maggie said. Understood. Angele nodded, and he closed the door. It was November, and it was usually the time to recruit and calculate taxes. November was the busiest month of the year. Angele checked his body condition after closing the door. His strength had gone from 0.8 to 1.4, and it seemed the blue bamboo shoots were working distinctly well. It's about time. I need 3 or 4 more days to finish my preparation. Angele thought. There is only one last thing to do. He looked at the iron balls and said. In the forest outside the castle, Dice was standing on a branch and gazing at the castle. Ha, Angele Rio, I am going to get you first before the mission. You played me like a fiddle last time, where can you hide now? He said. Dice found out who the young man was when he got back. He could not believe that he did not get the playboy, and his pride could not allow that. He was well prepared before heading to the castle again and thought his plan was perfect. Dice saw the Baron left the castle, so he decided to kill Angele first and get the Baron on his way back. He crouched on the branch, and he waited patiently for the entrance to be opened. Suddenly, the door was lowered. A young man came out of the castle with 2 guards, and they were walking towards the forest. Dice got angry after he saw the young man's pale face. That's him. This little punk. Great, Dice laughed, and he left the branch. He disappeared into the forest. Angele had his sword on his belt and his longbow on his back. There was also a black ring that he was using to protect his finger. Angele walked towards the forest alone, and the guards were sent back by him after a long conversation. They were already used Angele's habits, so they did not think it would be dangerous to leave him alone in the forest. But this time, Angele had something important to do, and he could not let them know. He walked across the training grounds and entered the forest. Unknown suspect in front, prepare to defend. 0 reported right away. Angele felt a chill similar to last time again, and he rolled towards the front without thinking. A silver knife flew towards his original position right after. He would have died already if he did not roll forward. That's him. The situation reminded Angele about what happened last time. He felt infuriated because he had no way to fight back that time. Let me know where he is. Angele asked. He stood up quickly and hid behind a tree. He took out an arrow from the quiver as planned. He also dipped poison on the arrowhead and shot it right towards the enemy. It isn't snake venom this time. Angele was completely focused, trying to hear any movement. Die. He said. He fired an arrow again, and he once again hid behind the tree afterwards. The arrow looked like a white flash, and it was fired into a cluster of high grass. Angele could hear the sound of blocking. He was getting excited as he knew his life was in danger. Angele heard the sound of the metal chain. He did not hesitate and fired another arrow, and he then ran out of the brush. He was running in an S-like route to avoid potential attacks. Angele could hear swift footsteps from behind. The opponent was chasing him. He kept firing arrows and rolling around. He found a downhill slope, and he rolled down to the ground. Angele drew his sword right after. He had no time to take care of the mud on his face. I am still not good enough, but at least I can try retaliating now. Angele thought while holding his sword with both hands. The blade was also dipped with poison. He could hear the footsteps from above getting closer. Angele took a deep breath, and he gathered all his strength. He glared towards uphill like a snake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, The Fight, Part 1. Chapter 12, The Fight, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The footsteps were getting closer. Angele was gripping the sword tighter and tighter, and he was trying to hide his body out of the opponent's sight. Angele jumped up after the footsteps stopped, and he raised his sword above his head to block. A black shadow appeared on top of him, and the sound of metals clashing with each other resounded in the air. Dang! Angele blocked the chain with his blade, and then he jumped back right away. His face turned red, and he looked at the man in front of him calmly. The man stopped his attack and pulled his metal chain back. Angele Rio, I heard you were a dumb playboy with absolutely zero talent. I did not expect you to be able to handle my attacks. It seems that rumors are not always accurate. The man in black took his mask off. He looked like an average middle-aged man, and there was a big scar on his face. It looked like his face had been bitten off by some beasts. Who are you? Are you from the Dark Emblem? Angele did not lower his guard. You know about the Dark Emblem? Ha! The man laughed. My name is Dice. He held his chains on his left hand. Well, it is just my codename. I can't tell you my real name for sure. I thought it was just a coincidence that your arrow got me last time. Based on your performance, it was probably not just a simple coincidence. Dice said. Yay? Angele started to survey the surroundings while listening to Dice. They were at a natural groove, and the mud there was wet and soft. The smell was not good at all. Are you trying to run? Dice laughed. Sadly, you can't run away from me this time. He leapt towards Angele after finishing the conversation. Dang! Angele slashed Dice's hands, but the black metal gloves on Dice's hands protected him. Support function enabled. Jump towards the back and slash right after. 0 said in Angele's mind. Angele jumped back a little bit, and he slashed at the front right away. Damn! Dice was surprised, he had to dodge the attack. He was almost struck in the chest, and he started to sweat. Dice unsheathed his sword after dodging the attack. Little punk, you are making me in. Dice didn't have the chance to finish his words. Angele tried to do a downward slash and followed it with an upward slash. However, his attacks were all blocked by Dice, but still, he was able to prevent Dice from attacking him. Top right, and then switch position, top left, and then switch again. Angele was moving flawlessly. Once his attack was blocked, he just switched positions. He was trying to strike Dice's weak point. With the chip's assistance, Angele could perform his skills rapidly and precisely. His combos were flawless, and he looked like a dancer in the woods. He was using his advantage as well. Even though his strength was still lower than Dice, he could force Dice to defend for a while. Dice could only try and keep up with Angele's pace. Angele's combos were improving faster and faster that he did not need the chip's assistance anymore. Even if he got blocked, he would find a way to attack Dice's other weak points. Dang 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 dang. The sound of swords clashing with each other became louder and louder. Angele was attacking from different angles, and he was borrowing the force exerted by Dice to counterattack. Dice's face finally turned red as well, as he did not expect Angele to have the advantage. He was way too slow to strike back, though he was an experienced killer, he could not react to Angele's speed. A melee fight was not in Dice's favor. He had no time to talk at all because he saw that Angele's blade had a weird blue tint to it. He did not want to touch it at all. Damn it! Dice was becoming completely enraged. He suddenly jumped far back away and took out 5 silver-colored knives from his pouch at the back. He threw all of them towards Angele, 2 were aimed towards the chest, and the rest were aimed towards the head. Angele became surprised by the knives' appearance, and he had no time to dodge. He had to roll to the left and block the front with his sword. 2 of those knives were blocked by the sword, but 2 other ones grazed his shoulders. His shoulders started to bleed, and the last one hit his left arm. The last knife embedded into Angele's left arm, and he was bleeding badly. It was very painful. Angele's face got pale, and he took the knife out of his arm. Then, he rolled towards the left to dodge the chain, and he started to run towards the forest. Where are you going? Dice yelled, and he started chasing. Dice could not keep with Angele's speed, and Angele dodged several chain hits with the help of the chip. Dice slowed himself down while trying to attack. Ah! Dice screamed in anger, and he ceased chasing. He could not see Angele in his sight anymore, and he was breathing heavily. He did not have enough stamina to pursue him. I should have poisoned my knives. Dice felt regret. He was not a fan of applying poison to his weapons. He had no idea why Angele could predict his attacks, and why Angele was much faster than him. He felt infuriated about it. However, he had found Angele's weakness. Well, if you could read my attacks, I will not give you time to do it, Dice smiled, and he wiped the sweat off his face. He started to walk back. Suddenly, the sound of the wind came from Dice's back. He stopped right away and threw his chain towards the back. However, it was a bit too late. The shiny blue blade struck his right shoulder. He turned back and saw Angele, who had a pale face. Angele somehow made it back within such a short duration. Dice totally thought he had run away already, and the stench of blood covered the fragrance of the tracking chemical. Dice wore leather armor, but his shoulder got injured as the blade cut through his skin. Dice became anxious as he knew that he got poisoned. You are done, Angele smiled, and he said. Bam! Dice punched Angele right in the chest. Angele was not able to dodge it, and he flew towards the bush on the side. There was blood everywhere. Some was on the tree, the grass, the black mud, and on Dice himself. Dice took out a small paper bag quickly, and he swallowed all the powder in it, but he could still feel something going on in his body. The poison Angele used took effect quickly. I have to go, Dice said as he felt danger. Angele stood up, and he was severely hurt after taking the punch. He could barely see things clearly. Check my body condition, Angele ordered. Several broken ribs and gastrorrhea. You are losing about 5% of your total blood. 0 reported. Not a very big deal. Angele was relieved. He stood up using his sword and looked at Dice. The assassin from the Dark Emblem was not having a good time, and his face looked completely blue. Angele mixed the snake venom with an assortment of other random poison to make his special blade enchantment, and there was definitely no cure for it. He tried the poison on a chicken, and it died with 3 minutes. He was not sure about how it would affect humans though, but it looked quite effective on Dice at least. Dice felt like he was getting paralyzed, and he decided to retreat after glaring Angele for a while. He wanted to get healed first since he wasn't sure what was going on in his body. His shadow steps and ranged attacks were not effective at all. His powerful melee attacks were useless due to Angele's high speed and precise sword skills. Dice also ended up being poisoned, and his best medicine could not really help him. He was very upset about the result because he really had no way to deal with Angele. "Are you trying to run away?" Angele noticed Dice's plan, and he spoke. "I have one question before I leave. How did you find out where I was?" Dice asked with a deep voice. "I just knew it." "Ha!" Angele laughed, and he leapt towards Dice. Dang! The two swords clashed against each other once again. Dice couldn't handle Angele's force, and he stepped back for the first time. Dice screamed and tried slashing Angele with all his remaining power. He did not even try to block the sword coming towards his face, he was just trying to trade his life with Angele's. The two swords struck each other at the same time, and blood started to come out of them. Angele and Dice held each other's shoulders to keep themselves standing. The blood was dripping down their clothes quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, The Fight, Part 2. Chapter 13, The Fight, Part 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Dice found it unbelievable that a young teenager had the nerve to trade hits with him. Angele's sword stabbed into Dice's right eye, and the blade came out of the back of his head. Angele exerted everything in this strike. Angele's left shoulder was severely injured, though he tried to avoid the sword that was going for his head, his shoulder was still grazed. Some parts of his flesh had been sliced off, and his bones became visible on the wound. Angele noticed that Dice was trying to retreat, and he saw Dice holding his chains in his hand. Dice was trying to use the chain as bait, and he'd just run away afterwards. When Dice was focusing on his chains, Angele decided to advance towards him instead of avoiding the chain. That was probably his only chance, and if he let Dice go, Dice would come back for revenge later. With the help of the chip, he won the gamble and Dice was killed. "I won. Ha ha ha." Angele laughed. He stepped back and took his sword back. The blood made the eagle insignia look crimson. Dice staggered backwards and fell down to the ground. "Leave the place within 5 minutes, the stench of blood will attract beasts," the chip reported. It would warn Angele about dangerous situations automatically. Angele was so happy about his victory that he almost ignored the warning. He held his wound on his shoulder with a piece of cloth, and he slowly walked towards the body of Dice. "I just won the fight. I need some trophy," Angele said. He was not so comfortable with looting the body, but he had to do it. There was one knife left in his pouch and an antique-looking emerald ring. The emerald had cracks on it, and there was also a small pouch of coins on Dice. Angele took everything and also grabbed the 2 metal chains. He also took Dice's sword, and he started to leave. Woo woo! A beast started howling in the forest. Angele heard it after walking only several steps. He became terrified, and he started to run back to the castle. The sound came from the place Angele just left, and he could die if he stayed any longer. The beast sounded much stronger than the boar he encountered earlier, and it might even be a mountain bear. The beast kept howling in the forest, and many birds flew out of the trees. Angele did not stop for even a single second and ran out of the forest at full speed. He thought Dice's body should be taken care of by the beast, and it probably saved him some time later. Angele saw the 2 guards when he had just left the forest. The 2 were worried about him and came back to check the situation. They probably heard the howl of the beast, becoming too nervous. "Young Master Angele! God! What happened?" The 2 stared at the severely injured Angele running out of the forest. "Take me back to the castle," Angele said while breathing heavily. He could barely stand still, and the 2 guards held his arms to support him. The cavalrymen on the training ground saw the situation and quickly came to help. They helped Angele get back to the castle, and their training was stopped due to the loud disturbance created by the beast. Rumors quickly spread in the castle. Some said that Angele was hurt while hunting, and some others said that Angele was robbed by the criminals. Some even thought Angele met the legendary mountain black bear. The maids, workers, and future knights were all gossiping about the rumor in their free time. Angele was placed down on his bed in the bedroom in the afternoon, and the doctors came to check his wounds. They carefully patched him up and told Angele the things he ought to do before leaving. Angele looked like a mummy lying down on the bed, and the light of sunset made the room look bright. Cecilia was sitting by Angele's bed. She decided to take care of Angele, and she was preparing some fruits for him. Angele slept for a long time after he got back, and he felt much better after resting and the wounds weren't that painful anymore. The iron balls in his room were taken by Cecilia and placed into a corner. The items Angele looted from the body were also cleaned up and placed on his bedstand. "Did anyone come by when I was sleeping?" Angele asked. "Master Wade was here a while ago, and he saw you sleeping. He told me to take good care of you before leaving. Ms. Maggie and Ms. Celia also came to check on you," Cecilia answered. Angele nodded, but he did not say anything. The Baron probably did not know about his injury. It would take about 5 days for him to get back from the silver mine. Even if someone was passing the information to the Baron, it would still take several days. The silver mine was at the edge of Rio family's territory and the castle was located at the middle of their territory. Also, Master Wade said that the beast you encountered may have been an adult mountain bear. It is much stronger than the mountain black bear, and it is the king in the forest, Cecilia said. "Adult mountain bear?" Angele licked his lips and said. He knew it from the book in the special library. It looked identical to a mountain black bear, but it had much greater strength. Though it was slower than mountain black bear, it had an indurated skin and a strong resistance to poison. It was one of the top-ranked beasts in the whole Ruden Empire. The mountain bear could probably fight 2 to 4 nights on its own, and it would get even stronger if it became enraged. The Baron hunted a regular mountain black bear before, yet it was already a great achievement. If Angele met the mountain bear, he would be dead for sure. "Well, I was lucky," Angele said. He was pretty scared when recalling the whole situation. He lied to the doctors when he was getting treated. He said he met someone that was fighting with the mountain bear and a sword flew over to his shoulder. A knife then hit him after the sword, nearly killing him there. He ended up grabbing some items on the side and went back with severe injuries. This was also the source of the rumors. The head of the doctors said Angele was extremely lucky that he did not lose his life there. He had no idea on how to explain what exactly happened to him recently. He got stronger within a short amount of time, and people would probably not believe eating random food could boost their attributes. Also, it was generally impossible for ordinary people to learn sword skill sets with such absurd speed. If he said he killed an assassin from Dark Emblem, it would become a really big news, and he would get into more trouble instead. Carl, Wade, and Otis would regularly check on Angele's progress before the time he fell off the horse, therefore they knew his capability. He practiced the sword skills with his father the day before he fell off the horse, so it would be difficult to explain why he was able to learn a whole set of skill recently. He needed to do something to make things seem more reasonable. Angele grabbed the items he looted and put them on the bed. A silver-colored crossguard sword, 2 metal chains, and a knife. There was also a ring and a leather money pouch. He opened the pouch first, and there were several coins in it. Some were gold and some were silver, however, it meant nothing to Angele because his monthly allowance was more than 10 gold coins. 10 silver coins was equal to 1 gold coin, so Angele was not concerned about them. He put the money pouch aside and grabbed the metal chain. The chain was completely black and had a claw on its end. It had some special paint on it, which made it shine during the night. It was also very sharp, and it slashed the bedsheet open when Angele put it down. The long sword had no insignia on it, and the blade was very sharp, too. It was made out of high-quality materials. The body had no cracks at all even after the fight. Great material, Angele said, and he decided to use it as his weapon. The last was the ring. He grabbed the ring, and it must be something special because Dice carried it with him the whole time. The ring had a copper-like color, but Angele was not exactly sure what the metal was. There was also no insignia on it, and it looked very simple. The ring itself had a rough surface, and it looked like someone rubbed it several times. In the middle was a round emerald, and it had cracks all over it. "It seems broken?" Angele wondered, and he looked at it carefully. Cecilia was looking at him curiously before, but now, she was more curious about the ring. "You may leave the room for now," Angele said. "Oh. Okay." Cecilia was a bit surprised, and she put the fruits on the plate. She bowed to Angele and left the room. Angele started to examine the ring again after the door was closed. He had this special feeling that he could ascertain that the ring must be something notable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, The Kill, Part 1. Chapter 14, The Kill, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele put the copper-colored ring on his palm. The emerald on the ring had the size of a nail. If it was not cracked, it would probably be clear and beautiful. It looked as if it was about to fall out of the ring. Aside from the cracks, Angele also saw some white patterns engraved on its surface. There must be something special about it. Angele thought as he found it interesting. It was Dice's ring. He would not carry it with him all the time if it was not important. He looked at the surface carefully, and realized there was a word engraved on it. Ma, SS. The word was written in the universal language, so Angele could still read it. Mass? Angele wasn't too sure if he was correct. There might be another way to read it, like Mance? The emerald started to shine right after Angele said the word. Unknown energy detected. Unknown radiation detected. Affected area or entity unknown. Zero started sending warning messages. Angele was surprised. He stared at the shiny green ring without doing anything else. The green color made his upper body look green as well. The whole room looked very weird as the green light filled it up. Angele could feel some chill wind blowing within his palm, and the wind was twisting. It felt like he was holding a mini tornado in his hand. What is this? Angele was shocked, and the green light started flowing like a river. He could even smell the fragrance of the sea. Unknown energy is disappearing. Absorb it or not? The chip asked. Wait? I can absorb it? Angele had no idea that the chip had this function besides passive support. Will there be any impact on me? He asked. Not enough data. It will have a positive radiation effect on your body. I can store the energy source, Zero said. Absorb it. Angele had no time to hesitate because the green light was becoming fainter. The green light disappeared after some faint noise. Ka! The emerald on the ring was now completely cracked, and it lost its luster. It looked like a normal green stone now. Angele held the ring in his hand, still thinking about the things that had just occurred. This power, Angele remembered something from the biography he read. It mentioned that there was once a group of people that were stronger than the knights. They could control lightning and wind. They could bring disasters, but they could also bring hope. They knew everything, and they had the same level of power as the legendary monsters. They called themselves wizards, and they once existed in this world. That was the power of the wizards. Angele took a deep breath. He was getting excited. Absorption complete. The energy can enhance your body slowly. I can start the enhance process if you want to. It will be very slow, the chip reported. Enhancement? How does it work? Angele asked. Parts related to your agility, the chip reported. Wait, don't do it yet. Angele thought of the blue bamboo shoots. The enhancement process of the blue bamboo shoots wasn't completed yet, and he could still use the bamboo shoots first. Though it gave him diarrhea, he could have as many bamboo shoots as he wanted. The mysterious energy was not unlimited, and it would be better for him to keep it first. Oh, how long does the enhancement process take exactly? Angele asked. About 76 hours. Zero answered. Angele slightly nodded his head and grabbed the ring again. He wanted to check if the power was really gone. Mance. It means light like the wind. That was probably the function of the ring? He was not sure, but he felt his body becoming lighter when he said the word. Maybe the enhancing effect was too small, and it could not help him in a real fight. Mance. Mance. He said the word twice, but the ring did not shine at all. Though he knew the energy was gone already, he was still a bit disappointed. He decided to store the ring in his pouch. Zero, tell me what food will help me recover faster, he ordered. Starting analysis, Zero reported. The chip could easily find out what was best for Angele right now, and proper food selection would help him recover better than others. Angele stayed on the bed for about 3 days, and he was recovering fast. With the food selection that the chip provided, he asked the maid to bring him the right dishes, and it helped to recover faster. On the 4th day, the chip finally confirmed that he could now do some basic exercises. He could only barely walk recently, and all of his activities were in his bedroom. He could not go to the dining area to eat the bamboo shoots. He did not want to get diarrhea during the recovery period. Angele stood up and looked outside the window. It has been a long time, Angele said, and he shook his head. He grabbed the silver crossguard sword on the side. It was Dice's sword. His sword got broken after the fight, so he sent it to the blacksmith have it repaired. He left the room after changing to a white swordsman suit. Cecilia took Angele's dirty clothes to the washroom, and the maids at the stairs greeted Angele constantly. It was very quiet in the living area because the knights and the future knights went back to their own homes for the New Year's celebration. There were only few students left in the castle because they had no family. Those students needed to work in order to stay in the castle. They needed to guard the castle and patrol around the territory. After they became knights, they would need to work for the Baron for 5 years before leaving. Most of them had the seeds, and they would probably become strong warriors in the future. It was like trading their services towards the chances to study in the castle. Angele learned from his memory that this was a common thing in the world. Some lords abused this tradition by forcing the future knights to do the most difficult tasks for them, and the students revolted after they became real knights. Those things actually helped the tradition to be fairer after because now, the lords knew how they should treat the students properly. Angele walked down to the training grounds, and he was the only one there. It was early in the morning and there were many clouds over in the sky. He felt a bit depressed. "It's going to rain," Angele said after glancing at the sky. He did not care if there were many students in the castle because he had no interest in them, and the students were not interested in him, too. The Baron was young and strong, he could probably live for another 50 years, and those future knights were of no threat to him. He also did not care about others' thoughts towards him. The workers were in the bar drinking and chatting, and the girls were playing chess together. For noble children such as Celia, they were probably playing with some musical instruments. People barely had any entertainment at this age, so they spent most of their time working and studying. Maggie is probably playing chess right now, Angele guessed. In his memory, many people had dogs as pets in the Candia city. Nobles like Viscount Candia loved a dog called Habal. It came from some other country and its fur was white. Angele thought it looked like the German Shepherd on Earth. However, the Baron did not like pets, and no one was allowed to have one in the castle. Angele also heard that nobles from Ruden City loved to train eagles as pets, but he had never actually seen any. Angele walked towards the door of the castle, and there were 2 guards by it. They saluted to Angele when they saw him. "Are you heading out, young master?" one of the guards asked. "Yeah, I need some exercise." "Is Master Wade back yet?" He nodded, and he asked. "Yes, Master Wade is on his way back, and it seems like he is bringing back many people. It will take him a while," one of the guards said in a light tone. "Master Wade told us to make sure you don't go too far away from the castle. Like the deep forest," he said. Angele smiled. Wade knew Angele would not listen to anybody other than the Baron, so he only gave him a simple warning. Wade was just following the Baron's order, and he was actually not too concerned about Angele because he did not have high expectations in Angele anyway. Also, Wade was not too worried due to Angele's archery skills. Angele left the castle alone, and he held his sword tightly. He practiced his sword skill set at the empty ground, and then walked into the forest. He started to run after entering the forest, and headed straight to the location where he fought dice. About half an hour later, he saw the familiar downhill slope. There were still traces of dried blood on branches around. 2 knives were still in the bush. Angele walked down towards the ditch and looked at the place that Dice was killed. There was nothing left besides some blood, and he could see the trail of the blood that went deep into the forest. Angele walked towards the blood trail and dipped it with his finger. He was dragged into the forest. He whispered. Angele stood up and checked around. He took his quiver and longbow back, and took a glance at the blood trail again. After what happened with the green ring, Angele found this world much more mysterious than he thought. There was much for him to learn and explore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, The Kill, Part 2. Chapter 15, The Kill, Part 2. Translator, Leo Editor, darkgem/frappe. Angele decided to head back to the castle, but suddenly heard people talking from his right side. "Unknown targets detected, number of targets is 2, the chip warned." Angele quietened his footsteps and crouched. He then moved towards the right side slowly. He was able to hear them clearly from a closer distance, but Angele only caught some of the words being spoken. "It has been 4 days, we won't make it from here," a man said with a deep voice. "It's fine. We will make it before he comes back from the silver mine. We can just wait a bit longer, but the time." Another one was a lady with a sharp voice. Angele hid behind a large terrain and crouched behind the bush. He listened to the conversation quietly, But the two were moving, and the voices disappeared in the forest shortly. The two reminded Angele of the criminals the Baron mentioned before. Knight Otis said the criminals were like trained military members since they were not acting like typical criminals. They had strong fighting skills. The Baron was trying to capture those criminals when Angele first returned to the castle after being inflicted with severe injuries. He did not hear anything about the results. If they could succeed, there would be a celebration party, but if they failed, the Baron would give out pensions to the families of the dead soldiers. It seemed that they just did not find any criminal when they arrived at the location. Angele did not fear fights any longer after the battle with Dice, and he was actually a bit excited at the thought of it. He had the help of the chip, and he acquired a strong set of sword skills. He had also increased his stamina and strength and was now very close to the level of a knight. With the help of his archery skills, he had become a decent fighter, and all he needed now was another chance to gain more experience. Though he had slain Dice, it was the poison blade that contributed the most. Angele decided to follow the two after thinking for a while. He followed the direction that the sound came from with the assistance provided by the chip. After about 10 minutes, he found some footprints on the ground. The forest was soaked after the rain, so the footprints were easily visible to him. Angele walked faster after he found the footprints. He could smell the aroma of roasted meat in the air after a while, and he stopped there. He surveyed his surroundings. The trees here were tall, and the leaves pretty much blocked the sky. Only a few streaks of sunlight passed through the small gaps of the branches. Even if it was morning, Angele could feel the chill of a dark night. Angele took out his longbow and knocked a white-feathered arrow upon it. He dipped the arrowhead with poison as usual because he wanted to make sure that every shot would kill. Though he had a weapon on hand, he was focusing on the situation carefully. If the criminals were really the military members of the Saladin Empire, he could easily get spotted by them. Saladin Empire was a country located within a large forest, and most of the people there were impressive archers. They were familiar with forests, and they were the best fighters in such landscape. The king of the Saladin Empire was said to have been a descendant of elves. Angele was moving forward carefully, and the aroma of the meat was getting stronger. He was very close to their camp. He accidentally stepped on something. Someone is here. Look out! Someone yelled. Angele could understand their language since Saladin Empire used a similar language to Rudin Empire anyways. Angele knew he had been detected. 11 enemies ahead, the chip reported. Angele scanned the people and could see blue-colored lines marked on them. They were hiding in the bush and moving towards him quickly. They were like snakes, silent but swift. Some of them were trying to shoot their arrows at Angele, and their arrows had a green color that made them hard to spot. Angele had no way to run, so he decided to retaliate. He fired an arrow and it hit one of their archers. He could hear the screams of the archer. Angele then hid behind a tree and knocked another arrow on his bow. However, he first decided to lure some enemies out, so he kicked a stone to the air. 3 green arrows hit the stone at the same time, and all the arrows flew to the ground after the collision. Angele was surprised by the force applied on the arrow. They were no ordinary soldiers for sure, and they were probably close to the knight level. People could only fire such strong and accurate arrows after having body enhancements. Angele fired his arrow right after they hit the stone and another man was hit. The man started to scream too. Surround him! A man with a deep voice started to yell orders. Angele could hear them drawing their swords, and it seemed like they have given up on ranged attacks. They were trying to use the advantage of numbers. Angele was getting excited, and he put down his bow and quiver on the ground quietly. He then drew his sword. Though there were no footsteps that could be heard, Angele knew they were getting closer. Ding! He blocked an attack that came from his right. The swords they were using were very thin and slim, only about the width of a finger. After blocking, Angele applied force on the sword to make the man lose his balance, then he sliced the man's neck off. Angele's strength became powerful after eating a bunch of bamboo shoots. Dice's sword made him even stronger. After he finished the first one, he moved to the left and dodged another attack from his back. He then pointed his sword towards the back without looking, and the man from behind was stabbed right in the chest. Harry! A lady yelled. Angele licked his lips and ran towards the front. He jumped towards the left side and slashed his sword towards the source of the voice. The lady blocked Angele's first 2 attacks, but Angele easily sliced her head off. She died right away. The chip's analysis helped Angele catch every movement in the battlefield. There were 8 people left, and they finally trapped him in the middle. They all wore green suits with tree leaves on them. The men all had handsome faces, and the females were all superbly attractive. Angele would probably hire them if they were not his enemies because he liked good-looking people for some reason. Though he was trapped, he was not nervous at all. He realized that he was much faster than them during the fight. With the help of the chip, he could dodge every single attack easily. Angele! It's Angele Rio! The son of Carl Rio! A girl yelled in rage. She looked like she was about 17 years old, yet she was already participating in such operation. How is that even possible? They were getting nervous. Angele smiled as he started to enjoy the feeling of playing with fire. He rushed towards the girl in but a second and slashed her neck open. Blood splashed into the air, and her head dropped to the ground. She died with a surprised expression on her face with her green eyes wide open. Kill him. God! He just killed Elena. Several men ran towards him in frenzy. Angele slightly moved his body towards the side, and he dodged 2 oncoming slim swords. He also blocked an attack from the front and borrowed the force from the attacker to counter-slash. He turned back and slashed through a man's waist. The man got separated into 2 pieces and fell down to the ground. The blood coming out of him flooded the place. The rest of them were surprised by his reaction speed. Before Angele moved to the next target, he suddenly raised his sword above his head. Dang! Angele blocked a black arrow and was pushed back from his position. I will make you pay. A man screamed, rushing towards him from a bush. He was holding a black slim sword and started attacking Angele from multiple angles. A knight! Angele thought as he became a bit surprised. However, since they escaped the Baron, it was quite likely that they have knights with them, and Angele calmed down quickly. He blocked the attacks with his crossguard sword quickly, and he found that the man had faster attacks than him. However, the man's sword skills were lacking effectiveness. Sometimes it seemed like the man could be faster, but his unnecessary movements slowed him down. Angele blocked another arrow coming from the side and quickly checked the data. Unknown target, strength is greater than 2, agility is greater than 3, stamina is lower than 2, but is greater than 1. He is using his full potential. 0 reported. Angele stepped back and crouched right away. He pointed his sword upwards without even sparing a look. It's over, Angele said while jumping back. The man stood in his original position like a fiddle. Angele's sword went through his head from his chin, and blood came out like a line of water. No! Master Rika! Some people were screaming in agony. That's the power of my sword skill set, Angele thought. His skill set was created by the chip, and it was pretty much like cheating because other regular skill sets always had certain flaws in them. The knight level man fell down to the ground and died. This is the first knight level warrior I killed all by myself. Angele was very excited, but he did not know why. He held his sword and rushed towards the other ones remaining. After the noises of metal clashing against each other, those people screamed as they died. The forest restored its tranquility once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16, Peace, Part 1. Chapter 16, Peace, Part 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. After a while, Angele wiped his sword on a corpse's clothes, trying to clean its blade. He looked around, there were decapitated body parts everywhere. His face looked a bit pale, though he had already killed someone. The current scene was too much of a shock to him. A breeze blew across the tree, and the leaves started to make noises. The sunlight mixed with shadows on the ground looked like the river flowing. Angele's silver sword shone under the sunlight as he walked towards the knight-level warrior. He checked the man's belongings and found nothing aside from a coin pouch. They were trying to hide their identities during the mission, maybe? Angele guessed. He stood up, and he could smell the blood in the air. When Angele was about to leave, he saw a shadow coming from his right side. He did not expect it coming, and had no time to react, so he slashed towards it heavily. The shadow had a very bad smell, and it made Angele sick. He ran into the thing, and he was pushed far away from it. He rolled about 10 meters away, but he did not get hurt. Angele finally got the chance to look at the thing. It was a huge black bear. The bear was about 3 meters tall and was standing straight. It was going to attack Angele again. From Angele's perspective, he felt like he was looking at a small hill. Crazy mountain bear. Angele was scared after he realized what the thing actually was. An average mountain black bear was about half of its size, and the Baron had one of the mountain black bear's skin in his hall as a trophy, so Angele was familiar with the beast. He did not have time to think, so he jumped backwards swiftly. He then pointed his sword at the bear's left eye. Though the bear was huge, it was still very fast and it simply slapped Angele's sword to make him lose his balance. Crazy mountain bear, strength greater than 6, agility greater than 2, stamina greater than 10, 0 reported. Angele could not hear the report until the bear stopped roaring. When the opponent was much stronger than Angele, the chip's data was unable to help him win the fight. The chip was able to report the enemy's location to Angele because the opponents were at least close to him in terms of attributes. The chip's analysis was based on Angele's sensory information, and it would get stronger if Angele himself was stronger. The crazy mountain bear had extremely high strength and stamina. Angele tried to fight the bear with his high agility. However, he could only barely damage the bear and his slashes did pretty much nothing to it. The bear's skin felt like thick metal, and his sword could not slash through it. Angele decided to run away quickly as there was nothing he could do. The bear did not chase him because it knew the target was much faster than it. The bear walked towards the bodies, and it started to have a nice meal. Angele examined the bear for a while, and it shook his head. Its skin is way too thick. I need some legendary weapon for it, or maybe higher strength would do as well. I can't damage it at all for now, Angele thought. The bear was eating, but it did not lower its defenses. Angele saw that the bear was about to chase him, so he just left the place. Angele was satisfied with today's result. At least he gained some fighting experience, and he had gotten a better understanding of his own ability. Maybe I can go for the bear next time. I need to eat some more bamboo shoots, he thought as he left the forest. He killed some Saladin's troops and slew a night-level warrior. Angele thought his fighting ability had already reached the night level, which meant he had similar power with the Baron. He felt a bit relaxed as he knew he could protect himself now. Power was the only thing that matters in this world. The knight he killed was at a similar level as Wade and Otis. If Angele and the Baron were at the top level among the knights, Wade and Otis would be at the middle level. The gap between the top and middle was huge. Dice would have probably been at the top level, so he had the confidence in taking the mission of assassinating the Baron. He was killed by Angele because his assassination skills weren't too effective on melee fights. Angele used poison and also had the chip's assistance. If they engaged in a regular fight, Angele would be the one dying. Average future knights with seeds would improve a lot during the first several months, and most of them would stay at the low and middle level after they became knights. They rarely gained top-level power. Angele focused his training more on the skill side, unlike other great warriors who instead focused more on pure power. People in this world thought that if one was faster and stronger than the others, one would not even need skills to defeat them. Angele spent about 10 days to conclude his recent fights after he got back to the castle. He was trying to figure out his mistakes during the recent battles, and he started to eat the blue bamboo shoots after he recovered. The Baron also returned to the castle, and he heard that Angele was nearly killed by the crazy mountain bear in the forest. 15 days later. Angele was reading some random history book in the special library. He was using the chip to store everything in his brain. There were several hundred books in the room, and they were like a priceless treasure in this world. The Rio family spent a long time to collect them. The book was all copied by hand, and the paper looked old, but still had a nice feeling to it. I wonder what material was used for those papers. Some books are still completely readable even after 100 years, Angele thought. It was noon, and the sunlight went into the room through the window. Angele could see the dust in the air with the light. Angele. The Baron opened the door, and he said. He had his long hair draped over his shoulders, looking shiny in the sunlight. Carl had a handsome face, but currently had a serious expression. There was a golden short sword on his waist, and he looked strong but gentle. Father. Angele quickly stood up and greeted the Baron politely. He knew the Baron treated him very well, so he wanted to at least show his gratefulness. Sometimes, Angele could see the worry in the Baron's eyes, and he knew that the Baron was just worried about his future. I heard you met the crazy mountain bear in the forest? The Baron said with a deep voice. You heard about it? I was just trying to, Angele spoke in a light tone. Tell me the location. The Baron stopped Angele from talking. Father, Angele said. Don't make me repeat. The Baron was a bit disappointed, and he had a cold look on his face. About 200 meters away from the north of the castle. I don't know the exact location. Angele felt a chill from his back and told the Baron the location. It was Angele's natural reaction since he just couldn't handle the pressure from his father. The Baron glanced at Angele for a second and left the room. Bam! The door was slammed shut. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Piece 2. Chapter 17, Peace, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele ran down the stairs right away after taking a while to understand what was going on. By the time he had arrived, the Baron had already gathered and was overseeing a squad of heavy armored swordsmen on the training grounds. Who went to the forest with Angele that day? The Baron spoke with a very deep voice. Some of the swordsmen looked at each other in panic, but no one responded. If you hand yourselves in now, I will not go too hard on you. You know you did not protect your young master well. The Baron took a deep breath, and he said slowly, as per the rules, 20 lashes for now. However, if I have to find out who it was myself, I will make you suffer. It seemed like the swordsmen became relieved after hearing the Baron's words, and two of them walked out of the group. Baron Karl, it was me and Hank. Please punish us. One of them spoke loudly. Someone bring me my whip. The Baron nodded as he said. One of the workers started to run to get the Baron his whip. Suddenly, the Baron drew his sword and stabbed it right through the heads of the two swordsmen. Everything happened in but a mere moment. The two swordsmen fell down to the ground, and blood started to trickle out of their heads. The training grounds became deathly silent. Angele is my son. If he dies, who is going to lead the Rio family in the future? The Baron yelled with a cold smile on his face. You should have never let my son go into the deep forest alone. Are you trying to kill my son? I could have killed your whole families, but I've already known you two for a long time. That's it for this time, the Baron said. I hope I don't have to do this again. The Baron looked at the other swordsman as he spoke. Someone burn their bodies. He yelled. Everyone watching the scene could not make a sound. People could not even breathe in such a situation, and they were trying their best not to make the Baron angrier. Two of the swordsmen went to retrieve and carry the bodies away. Get me my weapon and my armor, I need to go to the forest, the Baron said. Yes. One of the workers said with a pale face, and he ran to the armory. Angele was at the side of the training grounds the whole time, and he witnessed the two guards that helped him recently die in front of him. He felt slightly forlorn, and at the same time scared. He also had a better understanding of the Baron's temper. Angele saw the Baron put on his golden leather armor and grab his greatsword. The Baron left the castle and headed towards the forest. Angele knew the Baron was going to hunt the crazy mountain bear. Father, Angele said with a faint voice, and he tightly gripped his sword with his right hand. He could feel the weight of his father's love in his mind, and it was very heavy. Angele knew his father was trying to convey a message to him that people needed to think about the consequences of their behavior by slaying the two guards. Half an hour later, Angele heard the roars of the bear from the forest, and then he heard the sounds of battle. After a while, the Baron walked out of the forest. There was blood coming out of his mouth and his left arm looked broken. However, he was smiling. The soldiers and workers were waiting for the Baron outside the castle. Old Wade, the Baron's sons and daughters, and Angele all stood there quietly and looked at the Baron walking towards them. The Baron was holding a thick black hide, which belonged to the crazy mountain bear Angele encountered before. Angele was the only one who fought against the bear before, and he knew how hard it would be for someone to skin the bear. The Baron must have had a good fight. Find the doctor now. Wade yelled, and the people around started to create a commotion. Some of them ran back to the castle, and some others tried to help the Baron. Angele became teary-eyed after seeing his father fight the bear for him. Angele walked towards his father and assisted him with his hands. He looked at the Baron, and he felt like he was looking at his father back on Earth. Angele. The Baron smiled as he looked at him. I will protect you till the day I die, he said, and Angele felt extremely emotional. Angele had always felt the Baron was his stepfather, but now it felt like the Baron was the sole person who gave him his life. 10 days had passed since the Baron killed the crazy mountain bear. Angele kept eating the bamboo shoots to increase his attributes during these days. He was trying to serve the bamboo shoots to his father too, but the chip reported that the enhancement effect was solely effective to Angele himself. It seemed like his body was distinctly different from other people around him. The bamboo shoots might help him a lot, but they would only make the Baron's stomach ache. Angele felt slightly disappointed about the result. Angele thought that others just didn't know about the effects of the food, but it seemed that his body was special. He also felt worried that someone would know his secret of the food he had been eating, but no one seemed to care. It was lunchtime. Angele sat at the opposite side of the Baron. The Baron's wives, sons and daughters were sitting by the two sides. Not all of the Baron's wives got to sit on the table, the only ones around were favored by him. There were about 10 dishes on the table. There were meat stew, pan-fried vegetables, steamed fish, and a huge piece of roasted beef that was sitting in the middle. The Baron was cutting the beef on his plate and eating quietly. Each person had a maid standing behind them, and their duty was to serve them the food they wanted. Wade stood behind the Baron, wearing a black noble suit. His white hair looked very flat. The Baron was the only one with the highest authority on the dining table, and if he did not talk, then no one else could, except for Angele. But Angele had pretty much nothing to say. The people on the table only ate their food in silence. The current atmosphere being emanated was a tad bit heavy. Angele heard about a new rumor about the Baron from some guards. He was able to hear them from a long distance away, most likely due to the increase in his abilities. He heard people talking about how the Baron killed the crazy mountain bear, and how the Baron fought the king of the forest as a human being. People were also talking about how cruel the Baron was and how they started calling him as the Devil Baron. Being titled as the Devil Baron meant that the Baron was all-powerful, yet mysterious, like a devil. People began fearing him, and they even started to think that Wade and Otis were evil as well. Angele took a bite on the mushroom. Although he yearned for Chinese food back on Earth, the dishes here were ingenious and tasty. The only thing that made him sad was that people here did not eat rice, and there was only bread available in the castle. The nobles ate white bread while the maids ate black bread. Drinking soup while eating bread was typical here, but it took Angele a while to get used to it. Their lunchtime lasted for more than 20 minutes. When the Baron almost finished his meal, a guard in leather armor suddenly rushed into the dining hall. The guard was blocked by a maid, and Wade went to investigate the situation. Angele saw the change of expression on Wade's face, and Wade whispered something to the Baron. No one heard the information, but Angele was able to capture the words said with the help of his chip. Otis discovered plenty of iron ore veins in his territory, and it would be nice if you could check it out yourself, Wade whispered. Iron ores? The Baron became excited. If he could build a mine there, he would earn a lot of coins. After all, iron was also an essential commodity, especially during wartime. No time was wasted after the discovery. It would be better if we could head there now, Wade said. The Baron thought for a while as he held his left arm. He hadn't yet recovered from the injury, but the discovery of an iron mine was an extremely crucial matter to him. You stay in the castle. I will go there now, the Baron said. Got it. Wade became slightly surprised with the order, but he still followed it. I think I should go with you as you haven't fully recovered yet, he said. It's fine. The Baron waved his hands and said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Intent to Kill, 1. Chapter 18, Intent to Kill, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Though my left arm is not fully recovered yet, I think I will be fine on the road, the Baron said. He completely drank the soup and stood up. I am leaving, he said. Angele, stay in the castle. Just don't go out until I am back. Understood? The Baron looked at Angele. Yes, father. Angele answered as he nodded in affirmation. I think this trip will take me about half a month. The situation is terrible outside the territory. Wade, take good care of the castle. The Baron turned back and said to Wade. Don't worry, I will protect the castle and young Master Angele when you are out there, Wade said. The Baron nodded his head and left the dining hall. His wives and children stood up and bowed to him until they could not hear his footsteps anymore. They sat down and started talking, the atmosphere becoming much more relaxed. Angele sat on his seat, and it looked like he was thinking of something. He was actually looking at the Baron's body data Zero provided. The blue-colored information were presented in front of his eyes clearly. Carl Rio, analyzed 19 times. Body condition, strength is around 2 to 4, agility is around 3.4, and stamina is around 3.9. Healthy. Attributes naturally increasing. Zero reported. Angele smiled after seeing the report. Healthy meant the Baron had already fully recovered, but for some reason he was trying to hide it. Father's arm was already fine, yet he pretended to still be injured. Maybe he realized something. Angele thought. He felt relaxed now after knowing the truth. The Baron was stronger than ordinary top-level knights and was probably also stronger than some of the assassins from the Dark Emblem. However, assassins like Dice were experts of stealth combat. They might be able to win a fight against the Baron in certain situations. Angele started to eat again. He put a piece of fish into his mouth. I have finished my meal. Brother Angele, take your time. One of the girl on the left side said and bowed to Angele. She had silk-like red hair. I am done, too. A girl in black named Shia said, and she bowed to Angele. They left the table together. Angele nodded and let them leave. The two girls were about 11 years old, and their mothers were the Baron's maids. They looked pretty cute, and the Baron liked them. Their mothers were not maids anymore, so they were allowed to sit on the table. Though they were still not real nobles, but their position in the castle was higher than Maggie's family. People started to leave the dining hall after they finished their meals. Only Angele and some other teenagers remained after 10 minutes, and he saw Celia was there too. She was sipping the thick, white fish soup, and she took a glance at Angele. Angele left the table after finishing his food, but someone stopped him before he left the dining hall. "Brother Angele," Celia said, her voice was cute and crispy. "Yay?" Angele turned back and looked at her. "I heard Maggie went to your room several times recently." Celia walked towards Angele quickly and said, she was blushing. "Well, is there anything wrong with that?" Angele asked. He did not touch Maggie at all, and even if he did, there was nothing wrong with it. It was a convenient way for smaller noble families to build relationships with noble families that were in higher positions. "I was trying to wash myself in the bathroom, but the hot water there is not constant, and I am wondering if I could," Celia said with a very faint voice. Angele smiled, he knew what was going on. In the castle, there was a special bathroom built for people like Angele, while the low-rank peasants could only go to a large bathroom. In the large bathroom, there were some individual rooms built for people like Celia. The castle made sure the high-ranked nobles could have nice showers. For Celia, she could only use the individual rooms in the large bathroom. For the Baron, Otis, and Angele, they had totally separated individual bathrooms, and there were maids making sure they could get constantly hot water. It would take the maids some effort to keep the water warm, so only a small amount of high-ranked people could enjoy their showers. However, Celia wanted more than just a shower. She wanted to shower with Angele. Angele looked at Celia, he could see her long black hair. The red one-piece she was wearing made her look gentle but beautiful. She did not have a sexy body like Maggie, but she was still very cute. Angele stared at her white skin, and he could smell the fragrance she used. "Sure, I think I am going to get rid of the dust on me, too." Angele was enthralled by Celia and spoke with a smile on his face. Celia gave Angele a hug. Angele could see her face blushing heavily. Some of the girls in the room were jealous of Celia, while some of the boys were looking down on her. However, everyone was trying to maintain eye contact with Angele because no one wanted any trouble. "Let's go." Angele put his arms on Celia's shoulder and said. "Oh, okay." Celia answered. Angele knew Celia wanted something from him, so he decided to take advantage of her. He was not actually trying to have S*X with her, but he still wanted to have some fun. He avoided S*X because he wanted to make sure his body could develop properly. They left the dining hall together and went towards the living area after crossing the training grounds. Angele's individual bathroom was in the living area, and he asked all the maids to leave them alone. He also told Cecilia to stay in her room. Angele led Celia to his bathroom. Angele thought the bathroom looked like a standard washroom on Earth, just without the toilet part. The floor was built with shaped stones, and the whole room looked gray. There were white towels on a stone-made stand. Angele ended up taking the shower by himself because he was afraid that he'd lose control if he took a shower with Celia, so he asked Celia to wait outside the room. Also, Celia already told Angele what she wanted. An hour later, Angele felt refreshed as he walked out of the bathroom. Celia was still waiting outside quietly. "I will ask Wade to help you with the things you asked," Angele said. "Have some rest." Okay, Celia did not look at Angele directly and answered. "Maggie!" Angele yelled. Afterwards, he heard the footsteps of the maid. "Yes, young master," Maggie said. "Take Miss Celia back to her room." "Go across the training grounds?" Angele asked. "Yes," the maid said, and she left the place with Celia. Angele wanted people to know that he had slept with Celia by asking the maid to take Celia back through the training grounds. There were many people there usually, and someone would often spread rumors. He was trying to help Celia get into a higher rank in the castle. "Well, since I promised her, I'd better move." Angele smiled as he said. He walked down the stairs after shaking his head. He went down from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, expecting Wade to be there. He wanted to tell Wade about the thing that Celia asked. Angele went to Wade's room and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Suddenly, he heard someone talking outside the window before he was about to leave. He then slowed his footsteps and walked to the window. The sound was coming from below. "Is that true?" Wade asked. Angele, however, did not catch the first half. "Yes, master." the guard said. Angele saw Wade talking to a guard at a corner through the gap of the window. He was a bit too late, and their conversation was already over. Angele could see Wade worrying about something, and the guard by his side remained standing quietly. Well, you can leave now. Wade sighed as he spoke. Yes, master. The guard answered and left afterwards. Wade stood at the corner for a while and left the place after sighing again. Angele could see him walking towards the living area. Wade would tell me if there is something I need to know about. This must be something I cannot help with. Angele thought, and he decided to go down the stairs. Angele met up with Wade right after he went down to the first floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Intent to Kill, 2. Chapter 19, Intent to Kill, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Young Master Angele. Wade greeted. Old Wade, what happened? You look worried. Angele asked. Nothing special. I am just too busy recently, and I am already old, you know. Wade said. Alright, could you do me a favor? Angele asked before telling Wade about the thing Celia asked. Her mother, Miss Katiusha, wanted Angele to remove her fruit import tax. Sure, I can do that. I will remove the tax, but the amount of fruit she needs to import will not change. Wade said and smiled. Yeah, sure, thanks. Angele smiled as well. Now I have something I have to take a look at, Wade said. Sure, you can go. Angele had nothing else to say anyways. Wade went upstairs quickly, and Angele decided not to ask what actually was going on. Well, I will just keep increasing my attributes. I want power. 0, check my body condition. Angele thought. Angele Rio, Strength 2.1 to 2.6, Agility 2.5, Stamina 2.2. 0 reported. The blue bamboo shoots were working well for him. His strength increased from 0.8 to 2.6. That was the maximum number the bamboo shoots could help him reach. Angele could feel that his body was resisting its efficacy, and he did not find any other helpful food after. Maybe it's about time to use that power, Angele made the decision in his mind. 10 days later in Odysseus territory. It was early in the morning, and the sky was clear. There was a clean river running through the verdant forest, and the cobble in the river looked nice and colorful. A group of soldiers were letting their horses drink water by the riverside. The Baron stood underneath a tree and looking at the route. A middle-aged man was standing beside the Baron, his hair was already white. There was a silver long sword on his waist, and he looked relaxed. I did not expect to see you here, Chris, the Baron said in a light tone. I still remember the moments where you fought by my side during the wars. Yeah, and you are always on the front line. You also taught me several fighting techniques. I'd be dead a long time ago if you did not help me, Chris said. Wait, why are you here again? I thought you went to the north, the Baron asked. Carl, did you get the letter from the Dark Emblem? Chris asked. That's why I am here. There is something I have to let you know about. Come with me, he said. Sure, I haven't seen you for a long time. We could chat for a bit, too. The Baron said as he started to walk towards the forest. Chris also started to walk, and they disappeared in everyone else's sight quickly. I think no one else is here, tell me why you are here. The Baron stopped after walking a while and asked with a deep voice. Carl. Chris remained quiet for a second and said. Ka. Suddenly, Chris drew his sword and stabbed it right into the Baron's waist, but somehow his attack got deflected by something. Chris. You. The Baron did not expect him to attack, and he yelled, but Chris did not talk as he continued attacking the Baron again. Traitor! The Baron grabbed the greatsword from his back with his eyes filled to the brim in anger. In the forest outside the castle. Angele was disappointed as he walked out of the deep forest with his longbow in hand. It was already his fourth attempt in searching for the crazy mountain bear. He wanted to slay it after he increased his attributes. He wanted to make it pay for what it did to his father. However, the thing never showed up even once. Angele had even tried to lure it out using blood. There was nothing Angele could actually do if it just didn't show up, so he decided to walk back to the castle. He changed his clothes and headed to the special library after he returned. That was the place he loved the most in the castle because it was quiet and peaceful, and he could enjoy his own time there. In the forest, the Baron laughed as he raised his greatsword. Farewell, Chris. The Baron said as he tried to attack. Ah! Suddenly the Baron's right eye was struck by an arrow from the bush. Blood started to ooze out of his eye, continuously dripping to the ground. A green arrow hit the Baron's eye, making him drop his greatsword while in pain. Chris took this chance to roll away and stood up quickly. Though the Baron was badly injured, he still tried to remain cautious. "Lisa! It's you! Ah!" The Baron was yelling like crazy. He grabbed the arrow in his eye and pulled it out. Blood rushed out of the wound and spilled all over the grass. Two people walked out of the bush. One of them was a middle-aged woman who had a small bow in her hands. There was a black ring worn around one of her fingers. "Long time no see, Rio." The woman was very calm. The other man made the Baron become even more flabbergasted. "Audis. You too?" The Baron could not believe what happened, but Audis stood beside Lisa quietly and did not say anything. "Rio, you had such a high expectations for your future. You wanted too much. And the things you did for your son made too many people unhappy." Chris laughed and yelled. "Knight Audis's son's girl was abused to death in your castle, and the reason why it happened was because your son said he wanted that girl. You need to pay for what you have done." Chris kept saying. "Wait. You guys waited until I was on my way to the mine." "Wade is in this too?" the Baron said. He stood up with his eye still bleeding. "Yes, otherwise someone will at least notice you are missing. My sister was killed by you, and my father. Today is the day you pay for all this," Lisa said. The Baron stopped talking. He was going through his memories with the people in front of him. The woman he loved, the man he saved, and the young warrior who admired him were all trying to kill him now. Karen, he also remembered the one he loved the most. It was a chance for the three, and they looked at each other before attacking. "Go!" Lisa yelled. The three grabbed their weapons and started attacking. "Father," for some reason Angele just felt that something was going on with his father. He had just met his new father after the reincarnation, but he could really feel the love from him. He held his silver family insignia in his hand. There was an eagle surrounded by some thorns on the insignia. "Something is wrong here." Wade was really worried there, and it seemed like my father knew nothing about it. Father had the most power in the castle, so he should at least know if anything was wrong. Angele felt so confused, as if he felt like he missed something important. "What am I missing?" Angele said as he looked around the family insignia. Pong! The door of the study was pushed open. Angele turned back and saw Wade standing there, smiling. There were 4 heavy armored swordsmen standing behind him. "Young Master Angele," Wade said. The 4 swordsmen drew their swords from their backs, and the atmosphere became heavy in the room right after. Angele stayed in his seat and put down the insignia. "What are you doing, Wade?" He was surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Near 1. Chapter 20, Near 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The Baron is not doing his job well. He does whatever he wants in the territory, and the taxes are way too heavy. I decided to do something about it to make the Rio territory peaceful again. Wade smiled as he spoke. Angele stared at them in surprise. He finally realized that they had betrayed the Baron. "Wade, you decided to betray my father, too?" Angele felt a bit sad because he actually liked Wade. "Too? Ha, young Master Angele knew about this already?" Wade was a bit surprised. Angele looked way too calm, so he felt a bit worried. "Well, since young Master already knows about this, we could make things easier for you," Wade said. "Easier? Ha!" Angele laughed. He then drew his sword slowly and disappeared from their sight. Suddenly, 2 guards outside the door yelled. Angele slashed their neck open, and they died without knowing what happened. Their blood splattered all over the ground. "I have no need for traitors," Angele said. Wade never expected this kind of scene to unfold, so he forgot to react. He started to sweat profusely. Angele could see the sweat all over his forehead. Wade could not figure out what Angele just did. He was a mid-level knight, yet Angele was much faster than him. "Top-level knight?" Wade said, his voice shaking. Angele lowered his sword with a facial expression that screamed indifference, seemingly uncaring at all. He had slain 2 guards in but a second, and he really did not think Wade could do anything to him. There was a wide disparity between each level. "You are a top-level knight?" Wade stepped back with a pale face. The young man just killed 2 guards easily, and at this moment, he was nonchalantly trying to wipe off the blood on his sword. It was as if the act of killing was something of a normal occurrence to him. I really did not expect you to be a top-level knight. Wade knew he could not escape Angele's sword, so he just stood there. How could Angele Rio? He finally made up his mind and took out a black iron claw. You took care of me for so many years. I will do it swiftly. Angele looked at Wade and said. Wade knew his plan failed because no one would have expected a playboy to be a top-level knight. You can kill me, but you can't save Carl. Wade calmed down, and he laughed. Yay? Angele asked coldly. Wade yelled and started to run down the stairs like a ghost. He also threw something towards Angele's waist. Dang! Angele blocked the black knife easily, and the knife flew towards the stone wall. He then rushed towards Wade like a white flash, which was much faster than Wade. The two ran out of the living quarters and reached the training grounds. It was early in the morning and there were about 30 people training there. The two ran outside the castle quickly, and they were so fast that they looked like 2 shadows. One of them was white, while the other was black. The white shadow occasionally struck the black shadow, and people around could hear the noise of metal clashing against each other. No one actually knew who the two were, but they knew the two were at night level. The training grounds became lively, and the students were completely interested in the identities of the two. Only several teachers saw the clothes that the two were wearing, but they never thought that the two were actually Angele and Wade. Angele was right behind Wade. He had trouble reaching him. He could kill a mid-level knight, but if Wade was just trying to run away, Angele would not be able to kill him like how he killed the 2 guards. They kept running, and they were already several kilometers away from the castle. Angele was going so fast that the trees on the side became blurry. Wade, you think you can run away from me? I am young and you are old. You won't last too long. How about you stop and tell me your whole plan? I can probably let you go. You served the family well all those years, after all. Angele said while chasing. Let me go? Wade laughed and stopped talking. Wade thought Angele was just like his father, so he really did not think that Angele could keep promises. The Baron had just killed 2 guards after making promises at the training grounds. There was no way for Wade to trust Angele. If Wade kept running, he could probably escape Angele. Angele was a bit nervous. Though Wade was old, he still had his seed. The seed could help him increase his power within certain duration, and it could also boost his speed. Angele also wanted to make Wade spill the beans about the situation of his father. Angele grabbed something from his pouch and threw it right towards Wade. Wade heard something was coming and tried to avoid by leaning to the right, but his left arm was still grazed by it. It's poisoned. Wade screamed and jumped away. He stopped at a large stone by the roadside. Angele stopped there, too, and looked at the old man that served Rio family for so many years. He was having complex feelings about Wade. Any last words? Angele asked calmly. Wade tried to make his wound stop bleeding, but it seemed like nothing was working. He knew the poison was going to kill him. I guess I am done here. I did not expect a result like this, Wade laughed. I will leave you here, but I will take care of your family. Also, I did not kill you. Angele sighed, and he took out a black card. There was a bloody red spider shining on the card. You are an assassin from the Dark Emblem? You are just 14 years old and you already have ability like this. How talented you are. Though Wade was not sure if Angele was the assassin, or if Angele killed the assassin and grabbed the card, he knew he could not win this fight. Wade took a deep breath. The poison had already paralyzed half of his body. I will tell you where the Baron is, and the actual situation. Just make sure my family is taken care of. Wade said, and then he started to tell Angele of all the things he knew. Boom! Otis was blown away and flew towards the bush on the side. His blood that splattered on the ground left a trail. In the forest, the Baron was holding his greatsword while still standing. Blood was still trickling out of right eye slowly, and there were wounds all over his body. He had a crazed expression on his face while glancing around. We were the best group in the army, but now, the Baron suddenly started laughing. Chris and Lisa were standing by the trees, and the 3 formed a triangle. Chris had a wound on his left arm, but it was not deep. Lisa was severely injured and her waist was almost cut open. Carl, everything has to end today. Lisa yelled in pain, her shaking voice apparent. Otis finally stood up in the bush and spat out some blood. He tried to support his weight using his sword. It looked like he was hurt, too. I thought we were on the same level, Otis laughed. The Baron's long hair was covered in blood, which made it look like it was glued together. However, he still looked wild and gentle. I treated you like my own blood, Otis. You've really disappointed me, the Baron said. Disappointed? Otis laughed. You had all the power in your hand, and you had Karen, too. I gave you my silver mine and my son's girl. Why? Why did I do all those things? You are going to die. Otis yelled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, Near, 2. Chapter 21, Near, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. It looked like the Baron was trying to say something, but he decided not to talk. The wound on his eye made him lose a lot of blood, and he knew there was not much time left for him. If he did not take the arrow before the fight started, he could probably handle 3 nights easily, but now, he was trying his best to stay alive. I can't give up my life here, Angele still needs me. Carl thought. The most important person to him was his son, and the beautiful woman he could sometimes meet in his dream. Why? Carl, are you afraid of death? Lisa asked coldly, and she saw the Baron was trying to escape. Today is our best chance. You are not going anywhere. She yelled. The 3 surrounded the Baron, but no one wanted to be the first one to attack again. They were hurt during the first several attacks, and the Baron's power was out of their expectation. The Baron was dying, and they could probably just hold their positions. The Baron might try to at least get some of them if they started to attack again. At this point, no one wanted to make a dangerous move. Angele was running towards his father as fast as possible. He was so fast that he could barely see the trees by his sides, and he was only looking at the front. Angele learnt the location of the Baron from the dying old Wade. Angele was actually familiar with the location, and he still remembered the days he spent there when he was young. Knight Otis took him to hunt there many times, and Angele knew the location when Wade said the name. He knew he had no time to waste, and his father's life was on the line. Angele almost reached the limit of his speed. He had an agility of 2.5, and it was about twice of an ordinary human being. However, it would take him a lot of stamina to maintain his speed, and he had to take some rest along the way. Angele knew he needed stamina to help his father, and if he used up all his stamina, he might just die with his father. He also took the poisoned dagger back, and he wanted to use it as a secret weapon. The Baron slashed forward. Dang, dot. There were sparks flying off in all directions. Otis blocked the attack right away, but his whole body was shaking, and there was blood coming out of his mouth. Otis's face was soaked with blood and sweat, and it looked horrifying. On the side, Lisa kept firing arrows towards the Baron, but the Baron dodged them easily by leaning to the sides. Chris quietly moved his position and stabbed the Baron in the back. His slim sword went into the Baron's strong muscle, but got stuck there. The Baron used his elbow to fight back, and his attack landed on Chris's chest. Chris screamed and fell down to the ground. He spitted out a good amount of blood. It looked like a bear pushing a human away. The Baron then pushed Otis back and turned around. He ran into the forest behind him. He is trying to escape. Lisa yelled. The 3 got excited, because they knew it meant the Baron could not handle the attacks anymore. Without hesitation, they followed the Baron into the forest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Angele ran to a high ground in the front, and he wanted to view the whole forest. The location he got was part of the forest and he needed some other intel. Luckily, his chip could do the job, and he decided to scan the area for living beings. The high ground looked like an empty ground, and there were only some stones on it. No grass or plant could be seen. Angele had a great view of the area on it. 0. Scan for human beings, and try to recognize Carl Rio if you find any. He said. Scanning. 0 reported. Suddenly Angele's sight was covered with blue-colored information and data. Human beings were being marked as red dot in the forest. A group of merchants, 2 men walking around the forest, some robbers, and several red dots were shown by the edge of Angele's sight. Scan completed. Carl Rio was located, about 13.4 kilometers from here. 0 reported. How's his situation? Angele got excited. Losing blood, chasing by 3 night-level people. 0 reported. Angele left the high ground right away, and started to running towards the location at full speed. In the forest. The Baron was running around some small paths. He started to feel the weight of his greatsword, and it was not a good sign. He could easily carry it for days if he was not hurt. The leather armor on him was broken into pieces. There were 3 people following him in the back, and they were his best friends. But now the 3 were just trying to take his life away. The Baron's face was getting paler and paler, and he was sweating heavily. Some of the sweats got into his wound, and he felt extremely painful. His right eye was not bleeding anymore due to his excellent recovering speed, but the wound looked infected. The 3 in the back were not trying to get close, and it looked like they just wanted to waste the Baron's stamina. However, the Baron could not stop even though he knew their plan. Suddenly an arrow was fired towards him, and the Baron dodged it easily. The arrow hit the tree by the side, and dropped to the ground. "You are not going anywhere, Carl." Lisa's voice came from the back, and she sounded very tired. "You guys are going to die too." The Baron yelled, and he knew it was a competition of their stamina levels. Chris started to accelerate, and got very close to the Baron quickly. He again tried to stab the Baron's back, and Audis tried to attack with his greatsword from another angle. His greatsword was very heavy, and the Baron could hear the sound it makes. The Baron rolled back and dodged the attacks. He then hit Chris and Audis with greatsword, and they flew to the side. The Baron did not control his strength well, and the blade went into a tree on the side. At this moment, Lisa jumped to front and tried to stab the Baron with her black dagger. She was light and fast, and the Baron was still trying to take his greatsword out of the tree. He looked at the coming dagger, and somehow he was very calm. He saw the angry face of Lisa, and he was not scared at all. He was actually thinking of someone else. "Angele, how are you going to survive this world alone?" the Baron said while staring at Lisa. "Dang!" Lisa's dagger was hit by a silver flash, and the 2 weapons sparked a little in the air. The silver dagger was thrown with extreme power, and Lisa's balance was broken in the air. She fell down to a bush on the right. A familiar face appeared from the shadow, and everyone there was surprised. Angele was breathing heavily, and there was sweat all over him. He was holding his sword tight. "Father," Angele said. The Baron stared at his son, and he thought he was dreaming. "I am getting you out of here, Father." Angele finally smiled after seeing his father was still alive. "And I will kill everyone who is trying to hurt you. I am going to hang their heads over the entrance of the castle," Angele yelled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Leaving 1. Chapter 22, Leaving 1. Translator, Leo Editor, darkgem/frappe. Angele's words silenced the 3 people behind. Audis looked at Angele and tried to figure out how strong he was. "Good, I didn't know a playboy like you actually had such strong power. However, it is too late," Audis said. "What do you even mean by that?" Angele walked forward and stood by his father's side. He lowered his silver sword. "It's simple." Chris coughed and said. "You really think Carl is our only target? I think your castle is in chaos right now. We brought an army there," Chris said as he laughed coldly. "Wade. And?" the Baron asked. "Carl, aside from your son, almost everyone in the castle is on our side. Just give up already," Lisa said. Her abdomen was greatly injured, but she still maintained a calm demeanor. "Also, Saladin soldiers will arrive here tonight and their first target is your castle," Lisa said. "You are with the Saladin Empire?" The Baron got angry and said. Angele had mixed feelings about this because he knew the Saladin soldiers he had killed were up to something. Angele drew his sword and jumped towards Chris, trying to mount a surprise attack on him. Dang! Chris was able to block Angele's slash, but he still took a hit. Angele then quickly attacked Chris with a low kick, smashing against his abdomen. Chris lost his balance and stepped back to stabilize his body. His face turned pale and stared at Angele with a surprised expression. Angele immediately seized this chance to finish him off, but his path was blocked by a greatsword. Without hesitation, Audis tried to chop Angele's head off with a quick but precise attack. The Baron saw the situation and tried to help, but Lisa jumped on him. Angele dodged the slash with ease and aimed his sword toward Audis's right chest, but his sword was blocked by Chris's slim sword. Angele had just traveled a long distance at full speed on foot, so he was out of stamina. After his attack was blocked, he had to step back and keep his distance with the two. Angele could deal with Audis by himself because the latter was already severely hurt. Audis had high strength while Chris had high agility, their abilities complemented each other. The two became surprised at Angele's speed, and then they stopped attacking. Angele was gazing at them intently and trying to formulate a plan to win the battle. "Master Audis, I never thought we would be in a fight like this. I actually find it funny." Angele said as he was trying to recover his stamina. Me too. I didn't know you were so strong. Carl has a good son. Otis said in a light tone, and it seemed that he was trying to recover some stamina. He decided to have a little chat with Angele. Angele smiled. Though he was stronger than Otis and Chris, he was still having trouble fighting the two at the same time. However, he had stored a great amount of data about Otis in his chip. Analyze the situation and devise a plan to execute Knight Otis. Angele ordered. Beginning analysis. Gathering data. Finished. Plan completed. 0 reported. Show me the plan. Angele thought. Visible data placed in front of you. 0 reported. Angele started to see the blue-colored information points in front of him and his vision was covered with helpful hints. Otis's weak points were marked with red dots and the plan devised by 0 was sent to Angele's brain. 0 suggested possible ways of attacking and the possible counterattacks Angele might face. 0 could easily do that if it had enough data. Angele raised his sword and rushed towards Otis, and he struck Otis's greatsword 3 times in a row. He then turned around and dodged the attack from Chris. After dodging the attack, he rolled to the right and hit Otis on the ribs with his left elbow. Shit! Otis failed to dodge it due to the weight of his greatsword, but he managed to punch Angele right in the chest in retaliation. Angele and Otis jumped back again with the latter's face turning pale. The strike inflicted on his rib was right at the wound the Baron inflicted on him. Otis felt really sick and really wanted to vomit. Damn! Angele stepped back right after he got punched. Chris chased him down and started attacking him again. They both had high agility and they kept blocking each other's blades. Suddenly, they backed off after trading hits. Chris had his hands covered over his neck as he sat down by a tree. His face was drenched in sweat, and Angele could see blood leaking out of Chris's neck. Angele almost cut Chris's neck open, but Chris somehow dodged the deadly attack. Angele's left side of his waist was stabbed and the wound looked like a bloody hole. He successfully stopped Otis, but he still had trouble dealing with Chris after. Otis and Chris were very close to the top level, and if they were not hurt before the fight, Angele would have a hard time. However, the tides of the battle had been turned. Otis probably lost the ability to fight and was in great pain. He held his stomach with his hands, his organs were injured. Angele had twice the strength of a normal human being, and his low kick had been aimed right at Otis's weak point. Even if Otis could survive this, he would probably sit on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Angele looked at Otis and stopped his wound from bleeding by putting pressure around it. He grabbed his sword with his right hand and turned toward Chris. They both took a hit, but Chris was still bleeding badly and his face turned paler and paler. On the other side, the Baron kicked Lisa on the waist and the woman flew toward a tree on the side. Leaves fell down after the impact and were soaked with the blood coming out of Lisa. It's over, Angele said. Though he was hurt, he still looked better than the other 3. He won the fights with his sword skills and the help of the chip. Angele's body was not as strong as the Baron, so the Baron could take more hits than him. He had to dodge as many attacks as he could because his body just could not ignore any wounds. Yeah, it's over. The Baron walked over and looked at the 3 with mixed feelings. Ha! Carl. Your victory means nothing. Lisa laughed and said. She raised her head and stared at the Baron in the eyes. The Saladin Empire is coming. They will take everything from you. All these years you spent will be burned into ashes. All. She did not finish her words and spat out a lot of blood out of her mouth. So what? The Baron laughed coldly and kicked Lisa right in the waist again. It was not a light kick, making Lisa roll several meters away. The blood was all over her body. Lisa, I will take good care of your son and 2 daughters. The Baron stared at her and said. The woman on the ground wanted to say more, but her mouth was filled with blood. Every time she tried to talk, the only thing that came out was her blood. She was dying. Father, just finish them off. The Saladin soldiers are coming. We have to head back and deal with them, Angele said. The Baron was satisfied with how his son handled things. You head back first. I will be right back when I am done here, the Baron said. Angele looked at Chris and Otis. Chris was losing a lot of blood and Otis probably could not fight back anymore. He thought his father was not in danger anymore and now he needed to formulate a plan to deal with the Saladin Empire. Angele thought they needed to go back to the castle as soon as possible and get all the traitors. If this did not happen, they could probably fight the Saladin soldiers back. Now that the Baron and Angele were injured and the castle was filled with traitors, the best plan would be leaving the castle with whatever was left. Angele again looked at the three on the ground and nodded his head. He left the place quickly while keeping the pressure on his wound. The other traitors in the castle would not be able to fight him even if he was hurt. A normal warrior could probably never win a fight against a normal knight. Also, since their leaders were all dead, they would probably just surround him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Leaving, 2. Chapter 23, Leaving, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. If Saladin Empire really sent an army here, Angele would try to grab whatever he could before escaping. Anyways, he needed to check the situation in the castle. Angele chose the route he came from and found a horse on the way. The horse was probably from the criminals he saw earlier and it helped him save some stamina. It still took him a while to get back to the castle, and it was already afternoon. Angele went across the training grounds outside the castle and he saw the door of the entrance was already lowered. There were bodies and blood everywhere and he could still hear people fighting inside. The situation isn't so bad. Angele got off the horse and said. He was still applying pressure on his wound to prevent it from bleeding. His face was pale, but he had no problem walking. Angele drew his sword and walked inside the castle quickly. Some of the bodies were the guards and some were the post knights. Dark bloodstains were everywhere and Angele even saw two post knights trading their lives by stabbing each other in the neck. It looked like not everyone was trying to betray the Baron. Angele walked towards the training ground beside the living area, and there were people fighting. Over the main tower, one blonde man and some of his followers were carrying out tons of coins and jewelry. They were yelling and laughing. In the living quarters, several students were trying to guard the entrance while the guards were trying to break in. Angele looked around and rushed to the training grounds with his sword on hand. One of the students heard his footsteps and tried to attack him. Angele dodged the attack easily and slashed the student's neck open. The student fell down to the ground and died. Those post knights were just too weak and very slow. Angele felt like they were moving in slow motion, and he just killed everyone who tried to point their swords at him. People around finally realized who he was. It's Angele! They yelled. Many people watched him dancing around the traitors and cutting their necks open. The guards and students that were trying to protect the castle started cheering for him. The people in the living quarters were watching the situation through the windows and they saw how strong Angele had become. Whoa! Celia and Maggie were surprised. The others around were speechless, too. The ones who were looking down on Angele felt ashamed. The battle did not last too long and many traitors started to run for their lives after knowing that Angele was at a knight's level. They threw away the valuables and just tried to escape. They needed some heavy weapon to actually deal with Angele. The blonde man ran away first and without him, the rest all escaped quickly. Some guards went out to chase and were able to kill about 10 of them. They returned to the castle while cheering. Angele asked the doctors who were still alive to help the injured ones. The Baron had just returned to the castle as well and asked the workers to start packing up all the valuables. He also awarded the ones who defended the castle a huge amount of coins. After dismissing some of them, the Baron gathered the main members of the family and about 20 loyal guards. Angele sat down on a chair and took a break. He watched the Baron organizing the things in the castle. Maggie and Celia stood with their parents, deciding to leave the castle with the Baron. Several other children of the Baron decided to leave, too. Everyone else were either killed or have already escaped the castle. Cecilia survived as well. She hid in a large water tank this whole time. Her clothes were soaked with water and she was standing beside Angele. The Baron glanced on the group he just gathered and looked at his son for several seconds. Tonight, the army from Saladin Empire will be invading my territory. We have to leave this place forever. We might not be able to come back in the future. If any one of you wants to leave with me, then you only have this one chance. If not, you may leave the castle now. The Baron solemnly spoke with a deep voice. The survivors started chattering and some of them decided to leave right away. The 20 guards decided to leave with the Baron and only about 12 people from the family decided to depart with him. The castle once had hundreds of people living in it, but now, only 32 people decided to stay with the Baron. Angele and his father had mixed feelings about it. Maggie's father pushed her on the shoulder and she understood what her father was trying to tell her what to do right away. She saw Angele sitting on a chair with a cold expression on his face. His sword was lying beside the chair and he could grab it quickly if he wanted to. Maggie felt her heart beating very fast as the current Angele did not seem like a playboy at all. He looked like a totally different person. Celia ran towards Angele and gave him a hug. The girl looked like a bird that just got scared and started crying. Angele, are you all right? Maggie walked towards them quickly and asked. Her face was blushing. Angele looked at the two girls and the people around him. They all lowered their heads and looked at him with a tinge of fear on their faces. Maggie and Celia, are you leaving the place with me and my father? Angele asked calmly. Yes. Maggie replied without hesitation. She knew that this would be what her parents wished. Angele had already shown his power and he had huge potential. Maggie's parents saw his performance and were very happy that they asked Maggie to become close with him. Me too, Celia said in a light tone. The Baron was conversing with the guards on the other side, planning their escape route and resources. He recovered fast thanks to his high stamina. Though he lost an eye, it was not a very big deal. The Baron felt much better after taking some special medicine. The doctors cleaned his wound on the eye and covered it with cloth. He was yelling at the workers for the preparations and sent some of the guards out as scouts. He wanted to make sure that the Saladin army haven't arrived yet. Angele was just talking to some of his brothers and sisters on the side. Angele also understood his father's plan after listening to his orders. The Baron decided to leave the Ruden Empire together with whoever wanted to follow him and go east to the Andes Alliance's dock called Marawa. His young sister, Maria Rio, lived there. She got married with a noble there a long time ago, and they had a close relationship with the Rio territory. They communicated with letters from time to time. The Baron wanted to take some good rest there and also wanted to plan for the future. He lost almost everything today and it was impossible for him to stay in the Ruden Empire. Andes Alliance was a better choice for him at present. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, On the Way, 1. Chapter 24, On the Way, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The Baron's plan was based on the fact that the Saladin Empire would invade the castle tonight. The sun had not set yet, but it was getting dark. The sky looked beautiful while the sun going down. Outside the castle, the Baron was standing by a large stone in the training ground. He was looking towards the west, and it was where he sent the sentries to. The others already packed up their belongings and there were 3 large carriages on the road. About 20 people were just standing there and waited. Angele asked the leader of the guards, Mark, about the route to the Andes Alliance. Cecilia was standing beside them, and looking at Angele. She was sold to the family, and there was nowhere for her to go back. I heard the Andes Alliance is a very different country than the Ruden Empire? Angele asked. Mark was in his mid-40s, and had some thick beard on his chin. His face looked like yellow wax, and one of his ears was broken. He lost half of that ear to a Saladin soldier during the early war. Yes, I have been there once, and I was escorting Miss Maria to her new home. It was a great trip. Mark said. Empires such as Ruden and Saladin put all the power in the king's hand. The Andes Alliance has a king too, but they also have the House of Commons. The king could not do whatever he wants. Also, the Marawa harbor is a very nice place to stay. It's much better than our territory, and it might even be better than the Candia city. Mark said, and he looked excited. The streets there were so *king clean. Many races lived together, and you could buy whatever you wanted. There were many stores, and crap ton of ships. The place was, probably the most beautiful city I had ever been to. Mark said. Really? Angele got curious, and people around were also attracted by Mark's description. If we get on the road right away, it will take us about half a year to get there. It is pretty close actually. We need to travel across the Answer Plain, and we will see the border there. We have the Baron and young Master Angele in our team, and we could easily deal with the robbers on the way. Mark got very excited and said. There are robbers on the way? Angele scrunched his eyebrows and asked. Yeah, not many. The situation is much better now. One of the guard on the side said. I am from the Andes Alliance. When I arrived here a long time ago, I encountered several robbers on the way, and they killed half of my team. He kept saying. Well, it sounds dangerous. Angele said with a light tone. It doesn't matter. Someone said, and people looked over to the direction the sound came from. The Baron was walking here with a serious face, and a guard was following behind him. The guard looked very tired. Get ready everyone. Those Saladin skunks already crossed the border, and they will be here in 15 minutes. The Baron yelled. Angele grabbed his long bow and quiver, and checked his sword on his waist. He was ready. The 3 large carriages started to move on the road. Angele and the Baron sat on the first carriage, and they were the only people in that one. Father, it would take us half a year to get to the Maroa harbor? How far is it from here exactly? Angele wondered. Angele could travel through the whole Asia on the Earth for half a year. He was really curious about the size of this world. Yeah, it took me about 6 or 7 months last time. The Baron scrunched his eyebrows and answered. Don't worry, we have enough money. We will take 2 stops on the way, and we could get some supplies there. The worst case, we can still hunt in the forest. He said. How was your eye? Angele nodded and asked. It's fine, I can still live with one eye. The Baron said. Angele stopped talking and asked Zero to examine the Baron's body condition. Carl Rio, strength about 2.2, agility about 2.4, stamina about 2.1. Condition, injured, strength and stamina will increase after the burst. The agility lowers. Zero reported, and it surprised Angele. The numbers were much lower than the last time. He just could not believe that. Get me the previous data. He thought. Carl Rio before the injury, strength 2 to 4, agility 3.4, stamina 3.9. Zero reported. Why did the numbers decrease? Angele asked. Permanent organ damages. Zero reported. Any chance of recovery? He asked. Had a recovery chance of 11%. Many highly processed medicines are necessary. Zero reported, and listed a whole bunch of medicine names. There was no way for Angele to find those, and he probably could not help the Baron right now. He took a deep breath, and sighed. 5 days had passed since they started to trip. There were only trees around the team, and they were still on the way. Angele and the Baron had the first carriage, and the other 2 were full of supplies besides carrying people. Mainly food and water. Some of the girls had to walk for a while to let the horses rest. Angele just sat on the carriage and he was recovering. He was badly hurt during the fight, and he needed good rest. The chip made him a recovering plan, and that helped him a lot. He could do some general activities on the 5th day. Angele woke up from the dream, and sat in the carriage. His body was shaking as the road was a bit bumpy. He could hear the hooves stomping on the ground. The sunlight made the carriage very warm inside, and Angele grabbed some water to drink. The drink got warm too, and he opened the door to get some fresh air. He decided to sit by the coachman. The sunlight was really burning, and Angele just kept drinking water. The coachman was very slim and thin. His name was Ant, and he was one of the Baron's relatives. He looked weak in the grey suit. Ant smiled when he saw Angele sat by his side. Young Master Angele, you woke up. Ant greeted. Where are we now? Angele yawned and asked. 2 more days and we will be out of the forest. The Baron said there is a river ahead, and we could get some water there. Ant answered politely. Angele nodded his head, and started to look at the trees on the side. The carriage sometimes bumped due to the stones on the road. The wind was hot, and it was blowing all over his brown short hair. Angele still felt very hot, and he knew the Baron was probably having some fun with one of his wives in the back there. He was a bit speechless when he thought about it. Zero, how was my body condition? He asked. 20 seconds of activity will blow up your wound. Estimated recovering time, 15 days. Zero reported honestly. That's going to take a while, Angele said, and suddenly he smelled something. The smell of blood. Angele sensed the smell from the warm wind, and yelled. Ant, stop the carriages. He ordered. Ant nodded right after he heard Angele's words, and grabbed the long stick on the side. The stick had a whiter cloth on top of it, and Ant waved the stick several times. It was the signal to stop the carriages. The 3 carriages slowly stopped, and the people got a bit nervous about the situation. Rock, Berries, you 2 go take a look on the side, and the rest get ready. Mark smelled the blood too, and ordered. Angele grabbed his gear and jumped off the carriage. Angele was checking his gear, and he saw the Baron got off one of the carriages in the back. He was still putting on his clothes. What happened? The Baron asked with a light tone. Something happened in the front, I smelled the blood. Angele said. The way was forked in the front, and there were some bloodstains on the left side. The blood was on the grass, and it made a trail to the side bush. It was the route they were going to choose. People got noisy, and were trying to figure out what was going wrong. Angele and the Baron got serious when they saw a broken wooden shield beside the bloodstain. There was an owl and axe sigil on the shield, and it was enhanced with black iron. Apparently the shield did not help its master, it was broken, and it was covered by blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, On the Way, 2. Chapter 25, On the Way, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. That is a thick wooden shield forged with black iron. I can't even break through it even if I am uninjured, the Baron said in a serious tone. What should we do? Angele got nervous. Though he was a top-level knight, he could not break a shield like that. At this moment, he could even imagine a sinister scene coming into fruition. I'll an axe, it is the insignia of Viscount Candia, the Baron said. No one here could break a shield like that, so it is probably someone from the Saladin Empire. Angele, come with me, the Baron said with a deep voice. Angele nodded his head. Only he and the Baron were the knights in their caravan. Even though Angele was merely 14 years old, in such situations, age became a meaningless constituent. They commanded the guards to maintain a circumspect behavior and walked towards the wooden shield carefully. They saw a corpse equipped with black armor lying there. The engraved insignia on the armor was visible to them. It's Roar, the Baron said. Roar was the strongest knight under Viscount Candia. The man's corpse was then turned over by the Baron using his feet. Countless flies plagued around him, and a rotten stench leaked out of his corpse. The corpse had already become pallid from its post-mortem state. His head had been split open with a wound the size of a finger's width. Angele felt a bit nauseated as he looked at the corpse. The man had a huge physique. He was slightly fatter but shorter than Knight Otis. His head injury was so deep that Angele could even see small chunks of brain matter coming out of it. The grass around the corpse was dyed red, and several roving insects were all around it. He was not assassinated, the Baron said as he inspected the corpse. He seemed to be unaffected by the repugnant stench. It took the opponent about 2 hits to finish Roar off. Only a Grand Knight could do something like that, the Baron said after checking for a while. Grand Knight? Angele never heard of that before. What kind of knight is a Grand Knight, father? He asked. A Grand Knight can kill me without incurring injuries, the Baron said. The last time I saw one was during the Orchid War. Saladin Empire is being serious this time. They even sent out a Grand Knight to lead the attack, the Baron said in a worried tone. What should we? Angele's words were cut off by the Baron. The Baron examined the trail of blood and traced it into a corner. After about 5 minutes, he asked Angele to slow down while he hid into a bush on the side. Angele, too, realized that something was amiss at their front. It sounded as if people were in a battle within the close proximity of the two. Angele left the bush together with the Baron as they trot uphill. They lowered their bodies and peered down, gazing at an empty ground beneath the hill. There was a fight taking place in that area. A long-haired man in a brown leather suit was surrounded by a small army in the middle of the ground. About 10 swordsmen were also with him, but all of them were wounded. They all had green-striped cloth tied around their arms. On the other hand, the soldiers surrounding them all wore black iron armors and they numbered about several hundreds. 2 knights in white armor stood at the forefront, looking at the long-haired man. Many had been killed already, such that their lifeless bodies were strewn all over the ground. It seemed that the battle was already way past its crescendo. It's the Black Army of Rudin while the ones in the middle are from Saladin. The Baron explained in a low voice. Just surrender already, Martin Francis. You don't want to lose your life here as a Grand Knight. That would be a pity. One of the knights in white armor said calmly as though he was very confident. You think that's possible? The long-haired man laughed. He had a strange accent and a voice that sounded like he was singing. I am just the leader of the 3rd Vanguards from the Saladin Empire. There are more to come. You guys are done, Jones. How about joining us? Master Andre will treat you well. The long-haired man laughed and said. For some reason, the knight named Jones did not order his men to attack and only kept trading words with the man named Martin. Angele and the Baron listened to their conversation for a while, and then decided to first go back. They have many archers there, and the Grand Knight won't be able to deal with them. The Baron said. Archers? You mean the ones outside the circle? Angele asked. Yeah, I was a leader in the sentry squad during the war. I once saw a Grand Knight being slain by a group of archers. It only took several seconds for him to go down. A whole group of archers is a powerful force. Well, let's go back and choose a different route since we don't have much time to spare. Though the Black Army is from our country, they might still attack us. The Baron said. Angele nodded, but did not say anything. The Saladin Empire is serious this time. The Rudin Empire and Saladin Empire have thousands of miles gap between their border lines. They need more than 3 Grand Knights to be the vanguards and countless knights to follow up. If the Forest Knights are here, the Rudin Empire won't be able to do much, the Baron kept saying. He looked despondent and at the same time, uneasy. Angele could understand why the Baron was worried. Knights were rare in small noble territories, but there were countless knights in the whole country. Knights were mere elites of an army and there could be thousands of them. The Rudin Empire never recovered from the previous wars, so it would not be able to handle the Saladin invasion this time. Suddenly, they heard the sound of archers firing arrows in the back and the battle cry of the Grand Knight. Angele asked the chip to analyze the Grand Knight's ability right away. Rough analysis of the Grand Knight: strength is around 7 to 9, agility is 6 to 7, stamina is 5 to 8. Attributes might increase greatly during the potential burst. 0 reported. The data was based on the ongoing fight. How is that even possible? Though Angele knew the numbers were going to be high, he did not expect such higher numbers. He bit on his lips as he became worried. The man was probably much stronger than the crazy mountain bear because he was a trained warrior, and he had battle skills the bear did not have. 0, show me my numbers. He asked. Angele Rio, injured. Strength is around 2.1 to 2.6, agility is 2.7, and stamina is 1.8, it should be 2 normally. 0 reported. Angele was again in shock. He was proud that he could kill a knight and also of the fact that he didn't have the feeling of helplessness from before. However, based on the differences of the attributes between him and the Grand Knight, he would be killed easily just by their pure strength and speed. He would not have a better ending than Roar if he were to engage him in a battle. I am still so weak. The Grand Knight was a leader of a whole troop and he was not the only one. Angele said. He felt that the situation was really bad. It's fine, Angele. Your body has certain limits due to various reasons, but if you focus on improving sword skills and archery skills, you can still be very strong. However, the Grand Knights are definitely out of our concern, especially when they all have very strong backgrounds supporting them. The Baron saw Angele's expression and said. He did not know how Angele increased his attributes in such a short period. Though he tried to give Angele the life energy seed, his son did not have the potential to accept it. The Baron was still trying to cheer Angele up anyways. Without the seed, people could never become a Grand Knight. Human beings had limits to their body developments and their attributes would eventually reach the limitations. They needed the seed to break past the limitation and condense battle aura around them. Angele read about it in the special library. All hail the Saladin. The voice was extremely loud. Angele and the Baron were shocked by the voice and so turned back to the battlefield. They knew it was the last words of the Grand Knight. Saladin Empire just lost one of their greatest warriors. If I was not injured this time, I can probably become a Grand Knight in 10 years. But, the Baron said. He sounded a bit forlorn. However, his injury was severe to the point that he could never recover to his original state. My hopes are on you now, son, the Baron stared at his son. Angele knew his father was looking at him, but he did not stop his footsteps. He walked towards the front quickly. 0, how much agility will I gain from the emerald's energy? Angele asked. About 2.1 and 0.3 stamina. It will take 11 days. The remaining energy is about 1/12. 0 answered. Remaining energy? What do you mean? Angele was surprised. Body development is reaching the limit. The limit is set by your gene. Only the special energy will remain. 0 reported. You mean I can never become a Grand Knight? Angele asked. 94.53% probability that you will not become a Grand Knight. 0 reported. Angele suddenly gripped his sword tightly and stopped walking. He started to stare at the sky, but his sight was blocked by the tree leaves and sunlight. The sunlight was hot and dense, which Angele could feel with his hands. However, he felt a bit bleak from hopelessness. What happened? Angele? The Baron asked from behind. Nothing. It's nothing. Let's get back and start move again, father. Angele answered. Yeah. The Baron said. Angele suddenly thought of the ring, the mysterious ring that had special engravings on it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, Coincidence, 1. Chapter 26, Coincidence, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. It had been 4 days since the Baron's caravan avoided the battleground and had chosen another route. Trees were becoming sparse as they continued to advance, which meant that they were nearing the outskirts of the forest. Night slowly descended. The Baron was driving one of their own carriages with Angele seated beside him. He steered the horse with its reins, occasionally glancing at his leather-made map as he navigated through their preordained route. Twilight was falling, and blanket of darkness and shadows gradually covered the forest bit by bit. Angele raised his head and looked at the sky. The clouds could still be seen with the naked eye. It hid the sun behind, which caused these clouds to be dyed red by the color of dusk. The wind was blowing across Angele's face, carrying with it was the fragrance of flowers that wafted into his nostrils. The heat from the day could no longer be felt much, but it was still there. Some random insects began to produce noises, signaling the overture of their concert at night, a scene that reminded him of Earth. Angele laid on his back at the edge of the carriage, lethargy slowly creeping toward him. "Father, are we out of the forest now?" he asked. "Almost. We will enter the answer plane by tomorrow at noontime." "We are around Vlasov Woodland now," the Baron answered Angele's question. While he did so, he kept track of their current location on the map. "Vlasov Woodland? What is this place?" Angele became curious. "After we turn left here and advance for about 5 kilometers, we'll start seeing a bunch of maple trees. There is an abandoned manor there, formerly owned by a noble from Vlasov. It had been burned down during the war. There are rumors saying that only ghosts live there now. I've never entered it when I passed by several times during my travels before," the Baron said in a fearful tone. "There is something amiss with the manor." "I don't know, but I just think it's dangerous to enter," he said. Angele felt that he had read about it on a book once somewhere, but he just couldn't recall which book it was. "Wait, how could have those Saladin armies traveled so fast? We didn't even see them overtake us," Angele asked. "They are after the major territories. Some of them had gone too deep and gotten themselves killed instead, just like the Grand Knight we just met," the Baron explained as he kept the map back into his pouch. A well-drawn map was like a precious treasure in this era. Vlasov Empire was once a tyrannical power. Now, it has been turned into ashes. Nothing can contend with the passage of time, not even such a powerful empire, the Baron emotionally sighed. Angele stopped talking. They continued to sit side by side. The only ones making noises were the horses. It was becoming dark, and the air was becoming chilly. Many minuscule shiny objects flew around the carriages, each of it about the size of a nail. This painted a scene as though they were traveling with a blue halo around them. Angele's eyes became wide open as he looked at this mesmerizing scene. "What is this?" He couldn't help but grab one of these objects. The blue object was the size of a piece of mail that fell down on his palm. As he looked closely, it seemed like a seed of a dandelion. It was tiny, and had a shiny blue color on it. The seed would have looked just like any other plant's seed if it wasn't shiny. Angele could only barely feel it even when this blue seed laid on his palm. Its blue light reflected on his face, which made him look slightly blue as well. "It's a green ear masa. In the Vlasov language, it means the umbrella of the sea. The Vlasov people consider themselves as the sons of the sea, that they even think that this plant is sent by the mother sea to protect them on land. It has been a while since I last saw the rain of the masa. It seemed as though the masa reminded the Baron of something. The road is now barely visible from the darkness. Let's set up camp here." Baron Karl shook his head as he spoke. "All right," Angele said. The carriages slowed down as it afterward stopped, and were then parked beside the camp area. They found a suitable empty ground to camp, and some guards decided to survey the area. Several people picked up branches to be used for the campfire, while some dragged the carriages to form a triangle formation around the campsite. It was a good formation for defense in case something happened. It took about 10 minutes for them to set up everything. One campfire was lit up in the middle while 3 were lit up around the outer perimeter. The guards were assigned to take turns for the night watch. Meanwhile, the women and the workers settled in the middle area. They began to take out the cooking equipments and food to be prepared for dinner. The camp became lively quickly. The Baron went inside one of the carriages and had his wound on the eye checked by a doctor. The latter also reapplied some medicine on the wound for the Baron. For the time being, Angele grabbed a blanket, placed it over a stone and sat on it. His longbow and quiver were carried on his back, his unsheathed sword by his waist, and the silver daggers in his pouch. Also, he tied the chain claws on the back of his waist. Angele wore his leather hunting suit since it was more suitable in such an environment. The suit was lightweight and it had moderate defensive power. Wearing a heavy armor in a forest would only make him an easy, slow-moving target. Angele sat on the stone and looked over the sky. "How beautiful," he said while feeling relaxed. He looked over the gap of the carriages and saw Maggie organizing their things together with Celia and some other girls. Mark was checking the situation of the area with the guards. Several guards were adding branches into the fire, and they lit several torches after. They did so to increase and ensure the safety of the people in their caravan. No one checked on Angele because people knew that he loved to sit by the side alone. He had asked the people not to disturb him, so they followed his request. Angele took out a necklace that had chained the emerald ring. He held the ring in his hand and started walking around the camp. He kept glancing over the bushes at the side. After walking for a while, he suddenly lowered his body by a small bush. There were several small, round red fruits borne on it. This plant had long, hard leaves, and he could even see small insects moving on it. There were also several shiny masa seeds that dropped on the bush. Angele took one of these red fruits and threw it into his mouth. It tasted quite sour and at the same time, bitter. Angele, this wild fruit contains moderate poison. Data obtained from the wild plant record. No enhancement effect detected, 0 reported. Angele became disgruntled as he heard this and spat out the remaining. It's a no-go. I really want to find something useful, Angele thought as he stood up. He walked around for a while, yet he found nothing special. The chip did not find anything useful to him. Angele still desired to reach the apex as fast as he could even after knowing that his body had a certain limit. He wanted to become stronger, and the easiest way to gain strength was, still, eating food. He didn't need to actually eat them, though. He only had to put the item he wanted to analyze into his mouth to get the result. Otherwise, he would have already consumed many poisonous plants. Angele was still curious about this world, so he was quite interested in everything. He had always felt refreshed whenever he encountered something new to him. Nothing much occurred that night, and in the next morning, their caravan vacated the place. Angele felt as though they were about to leave the forest because the trees around them weren't as many as before. The Baron was sitting in the first carriage, and he opened the window to check. We are almost out of the forest. The answer plane is just ahead, he said. It means there might be some bandits around the intersection, right? Angele asked while he wiped his sword with an oiled cloth. Yeah, that's why we must stay alert, the Baron said. Angele nodded and put his sword back into the sheath. His agility had reached the limit with the help of the mysterious energy. What's my body condition? Angele asked. Angele Rio, strength is around 2.1 to 2.6. Agility is 4.1. Stamina is 2.2. 0 reported. Angele felt slightly despondent, but at least his agility now could be considered eminently high by him. He should be stronger than the him of the past 10 days, nearly reaching the level of an uninjured Baron Carl. He had far better sword skills, so he might even be stronger than the Baron himself in certain situations. However, he knew that he was still considered pretty weak in this world. The Grand Knight from before was much stronger than him, but even then, he couldn't survive a barrage of arrows from a whole troop of archers. He thought of the Emerald Ring again and the mysterious power that might have come from the wizards of the ancient times. Angele still had qualms about the source of this power, but he knew the ring was enchanted. He suddenly heard sounds of people fighting up ahead, and he stopped thinking right away. Something is going on there. The Baron asked the coachman to slow down. The carriages slowed down, trying to lessen the noise. Father, I am going to take a look. Angele jumped out of the carriage and said. The Baron nodded his head as he knew that Angele was good enough for such a task. Angele quickly rushed forward, leaving the forest right away. He hid himself in a bush and surveyed up ahead. A caravan of 5 carriages was surrounded by bandits who each wore grey scarves on their heads. The guards of the caravan were fighting against them. 3 knights mounted on horses were fighting against 5 bandits who seemed to be the leaders in the encirclement of carriages. Angele sharply sensed from the battle in that area that the people there were far stronger than the others outside of the encirclement. Get me their data. Angele ordered. 0 put up the blue data in front of his eyes right away, and Angele looked over to one of the knights. Target unknown, strength greater than 4. Agility greater than 2. Stamina greater than 3. The data read. A knight with such strength is actually in trouble? Just how strong are those bandits? Angele was surprised. The Baron once told him that people with knight-level strength existed amongst bandits, so lords would definitely hire any knight-level warrior. The knights would live much better lives than being bandits. On their way to Marawa Harbor, bandits were usually in groups of 10, and the strongest ones were probably close to post knights. But the ones ahead of Angele looked quite different. Angele looked at one of the bandit leaders. He saw the blue data popping out on the side. Target unknown, strength greater than 4. Agility greater than 4. Stamina greater than 3. Burst potential is close to Carl Rio's, about 72% similarity detected. 0 reported. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, Coincidence, 2. Chapter 27, Coincidence, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele had difficulty in ascertaining the current situation, so he checked the other leaders' statuses. The weakest of the 5 bandit leaders was a mid-level knight while the rest were all top-level knights. There were also another 10 knight-level bandits who fought with the caravan guards. Meanwhile, the caravan only had 2 top-level knights and a single normal knight, which undoubtedly showed the dire straits they were in. Angele had also noticed that those bandits didn't seem like the typical bandits he knew of. They carried out orders in a precise manner and fought differently compared to typical bandits, much like how armies fought in skirmishes. It seemed as though they were authentic soldiers who were disguised as bandits. Thus, Angele was able to deduce their identities as well as their motives for doing so. It might be that they lacked supplies, which was why they were raiding supplies from travelers and caravans. With that, Angele gained a highly probable idea of the situation from his deductions. He then withdrew and returned back to their caravan. It didn't take him a long time to inform the Baron of the situation. The Baron became surprised after hearing the current situation. Subsequently, he made a decision to change routes again so as to avoid getting in conflict with those bandits. It must be the Yakuza's Empire Border Army, the Baron said. They must have heard of the invasion plans of Saladin Empire, thus they decided to raid several fleeing Rutan nobles. That caravan must have originally been from a major city since they even have 3 top-level knights. Yet, they are still having trouble escaping. He continued. Angele was concurrently feeling nervous, even having his senses keener as he tried to catch every sound he could hear. He wanted to guarantee that those bandits did not notice their existence. Angele also did not forget to get intel on some of the weaker bandits while he was scouting from within the bush. It seemed as though that not only were they raiding, but they were also training at the same time. An average knight could handle around 5 post-knights. If those bandits found out the location of Angele's caravan, they could easily wipe the caravan with the bandit leader's assistance. Angele finally realized that in a countryside territory like Rio territory, knight-level warriors could already be considered rare. However, larger families in major cities could easily train hundreds of post-knights and half of them could even become real knights. This showed the stark contrast between them. The bandit leaders were overseeing the fight while conversing with one another. Master Silan, a young guy in the bush, observed us for a while. He could be a scout of the enemy. One of the bandits with a gray scarf on their heads came in and reported. A young guy? Those Rutan bastards really don't learn. Ha, Castor, you want to take a look? Otherwise, I am going. The man named Silan turned to another man and said. You go. Just make it quick since we don't have much time left. We still need to meet up with the leader, and we definitely can't those royal members from Rutan escape. We're going to be in deep trouble if we fail our actual mission, the man called Castor, who had a gentle disposition, calmly said. Sure. I will finish him in 20 minutes. It's just the countryside, so how strong can a young man from the countryside be? Ha ha ha. Silan wiped his bald head with a piece of blanket and grabbed his greatsword. I need 5 men. Anchor, Jesus, come with me. He yelled. Affirmative. Master Silan. 2 knights wearing black-greenish leather suits stepped out. Both of them held a broadsword in their hands. I'll accompany you. Things are finished here. Another leader stepped out. Orisis, why do you always seem to get in my way? Silan said as he looked at the man named Orisis. The latter smiled without responding. Orisis carried a metal longbow on his back and his quiver hung on his horse's saddle. How can that be, Master Silan? You do know that I admire your strength and skills. Orisis said while still smiling. Whatever. Let's go. Silan cut off the conversation then waved his hand. The 2 knights followed him from behind, at the same time bringing about 10 horse riders. Silan's company started traveling toward the eastern direction relative to them swiftly. Master Silan, we have 2 top-level knights here. Why are you so nervous? No one can escape my arrow, you know? Orisis said, his tone light and his voice slightly feminine. It was a voice that could make people uncomfortable. Silan didn't respond. Instead, he continued to increase his speed. In the forest. 3 carriages were moving slowly between the trees. The gaps between the trees were wide enough for them to get through. The atmosphere in the caravan was quite tense since not even a single person was talking, only the sounds made by horses resounded throughout. This signified just how nervous they were with the current circumstance. The guards around the carriages carefully scrutinized the surroundings constantly, apparently showing their increased vigilance. A fully equipped teenager with short brown hair was sitting on the coachman's seat. A wooden longbow was being held in his hand. A silver crossguard sword hung by his waist as well as a quiver of arrows that was being carried upon his back. He wore a leather suit as his armor and also had a pouch with him. There was something inside the pouch, but no one knew of its contents. This teenager was also keeping track of the surroundings in a careful manner. Their traveling pace wasn't too slow nor was it too fast. Yet, the highest possible speed had already been reached to its limits. A man jumped into the carriage and sat beside the teenager. The man who had a long brown hair had his hair draped all over his shoulders. This man was the Baron, Carl Rio, who still had his right eye covered with a bandage. Angele, 10 more minutes then we'll make a turn and enter the answer plane. Our current location is nearly at the border of the drawn map. Beyond that, we have no way to navigate the path, so we cannot afford to lose the right direction, the Baron said with a deep voice. Sure, father, Angele said as he nodded in affirmation. He looked the inside of the carriage and saw the girls who seemed quite nervous. The guards around the caravan already had themselves prepared for battle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the intersection between the plain and the forest. With the sound of hooves stomping on the ground, a company of mounted bandits arrived at the location that Angele's caravan had recently passed through. Someone was just here. There are traces of passing carriages on the ground. You guys, go search for them. Celan yelled after he took a glance at the ground. No need. I can track their general direction, Orisis yelled. He got off his horse and started to carefully observe the leftover traces. They'd most probably already found us and tried to change routes. Let's go after them, he said as he pointed at the direction the Baron had chosen. Ha! Nice tracking skills, let's go. Celan had to admit that Orisis was a skilled tracker, even though he was still quite unhappy with him. Suddenly, they heard the intense noises of fleeing carriages moving at high speed. A big group. About 10 carriages. We could obtain a lot from them. Orisis, Celan, and everyone else accompanying the two looked excited. Jesus, Anchor, you two go take out the small fry. The rest, just follow me. He raised his greatsword and advanced onward. I am in this, too. Orisis said as he followed suit. Jesus, Anchor, and the other 4 bandits became speechless after being left behind by the two. Well, let's go for the small fry. I hope we don't bump into someone strong. Jesus said after shaking his head. What are you afraid of? We have the best weapons in our arsenal, you know. Anchor laughed and subsequently took out a brown crossbow. The rest of the mounted bandits retrieved their own crossbows from the bag of their own horses' saddles. No one will know it's us if we clean up the scene properly, Anchor said. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. Jesus nodded his head and said. They started their pursuit toward the origin of the sounds. Enemy detected. 6 mounted bandits are getting close. 0 reported. Angele had already noticed them actually. In the end, we were still tracked. Angele thought as he jumped off the carriage. Keep going. Don't stop. He yelled. The guards were becoming more and more high-strung, and yet, no one made any sound. They were, after all, well-trained and would faithfully carry out orders. What happened, Angele? The Baron saw Angele jumping off the carriage, so he asked. Father, some people are pursuing us, so I am going to stall them to gain ourselves more time. You guys, just keep advancing. Angele calmly said. No, you go with them. Let me be the one to stall them. The Baron jumped off the carriage and walked toward Angele. It's fine. I'm just going to shoot arrows at them. I'll catch up shortly after, Angele said while smiling. Father, just keep an eye on the caravan. It will be easier for me to escape if I am alone. Besides, I won't directly engage with them, Angele said. The Baron looked at Angele. He knew the latter had great skills in archery and thought the latter would be fine if he found a good vantage position to shoot from. I'll stay with you, the Baron said in a deep tone. Our whole family is in the carriages, Father. It will be better if you stay with them. I will catch up shortly, so don't worry, Angele said. The Baron looked at his son for a while. At a short distance, the sound of their fleeing carriages was gradually becoming further. "I'll give you 15 minutes. If I don't see you back after that time, I'll come and find you," the Baron said. "Sure." Angele nodded. The Baron knew that his son was competent enough to handle himself. However, the location of the enemies was unknown at present, so he still felt worried. Angele made sure that his father left with the carriages before turning back. At this time, he could already see the mounted bandits emerging from the forest. He knocked an arrow on his longbow and pulled the bowstring as he drew it until the phantom of a full moon came forth from the fully drawn bow. Sunlight shone upon the arrowhead, which caused an azure hue to be reflected on its surface. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Mystery 1. Chapter 28, Mystery 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Chie. Angele shot the arrow drawn by him with his longbow. The target, who was one of the mounted bandits, cursed in surprise as he fell off the horse after being struck by Angele's arrow, which the latter heard through the chip. He stayed calm as he grabbed another arrow from his quiver, knocking it once again on his longbow. He was about 200 to 300 meters away from the mounted bandits, but with his chip's assistance, his accuracy and precision had reached 100%. That was an advantage he had over his opponents. Angele focused on his targets while he pulled the bowstring to a full moon. He kept switching positions accordingly using the information provided by the chip. Suddenly, Angele felt a pain coming from his left arm, and he lost his balance along with his bow. The white-feathered arrow he had knocked on his longbow was dropped on the ground. A black crossbow bolt pierced his left arm, such that it nearly went through it. "It's a crossbow." Angele became surprised at this realization, and without hesitation, he rolled away. Chi. 3 crossbow bolts sank onto the land Angele had formerly been, leaving only half of the shafts visible. How? Crossbows are actually impressive in this world, Angele thought. He ran and hid behind a tree while applying pressure to his wound. The person who shot from such a distance must be strong and might even be a knight. Angele tried to withstand the pain and grabbed the chain claw from his back. He cut the bolt head and the fletchings along with a part of the shaft, leaving the remaining part of the bolt in his arm. "Zero, any good plan?" Angele thought as he cut the bolt to prevent his wound from continuously bleeding. Thank God they didn't poison their arrows. I'd already be dead if they had done so. Angele felt lucky. It would seem that people in this world frowned at the notion of using poison, or he just hadn't encountered one. The chip analyzed his wound right away and sent the data to his mind. The head of the bolt has the shape of a rhombus, thus making you bleed constantly. You are losing blood at a rate of 1% per minute. Please finish the fight within 10 minutes. Zero provided the most optimal plan. Damn! They have rhombus bolts. Angele thought as he checked the battle record from the chip. He saw the warning of the incoming crossbow bolt, but because it was way too fast, it got overwritten by the data regarding the inflicted wound. The chip won't be helpful if it's an attack that has absurd speed. Angele grabbed another arrow from his quiver after he thought of this matter. He was in great pain. Nevertheless, he still fully drew the longbow. His face was covered in beads of sweat from feeling the pain coming from his left arm at a constant rate. With a difficulty like this, he needed to double his focus in maintaining his accuracy. The sound of hooves stomping on the ground became louder as the mounted bandits pursued him closely. He suddenly jumped out of the cover toward his left and shot the arrow when he was still in the air. It struck only empty space, then pinned itself onto the tree beside a mounted bandit. The wound on his arm in this situation he had never encountered before lowered his accuracy. He had also never practiced such maneuver, thus it only made the horse scared. 2 horses at the forefront stopped and raised their hooves, neighing as they tried to flee, yet their riders held the reins tightly to stop them. He can't run from us. Anchor, let's go. One of the mounted bandits yelled. Got it. 2 other mounted bandits increased their speed, rushing toward Angele. Each drew their respective broadsword on the way. As Angele heard the sound of swords being unsheathed, he threw his longbow right away and grabbed the chain claw. Angele listened intently to the sound of the hooves drawing closer to his position. He momentarily shut his eyes and pinned one side of the chain to the tree he was hiding in. When the sound reached Angele's position, he threw the chain towards that direction quickly. The black chain claw flew to the thick branches and twined around it, thus making a simple trap to trip the horses. The 2 horses, being unable to slow down in the slightest, rushed toward the trap. Bang! The branches broke into pieces and the horses crashed down with the chain on their feet. The horses neighed in pain resulting from their front legs being broken from the impact. Crap! One of the mounted bandits fell off the horse and smashed his head against a stone on the ground. Angele became ecstatic in the effectiveness of the trap. He dropped the chain and unsheathed his sword, slashing the mounted bandit who rolled toward him after he stepped forward. Dang! The mounted bandit blocked Angele's sword and attempted to kick the latter in retaliation. Angele stepped back but felt a chill from behind before he could attack again. He leaned to the side, successfully dodging a slash. Little F** king bitch. The mounted bandit behind cursed loudly, his accent resembling to that of a resident of Saladin. Angele could easily understand him because the language of Saladin resembled that of Rudens. The dialects might be different, but it wasn't hard to understand. The mounted bandit who nearly got pummeled by Angele took this chance to stand up and waved his sword toward Angele right away, perfectly complementing the other mounted bandit's attack. Angele couldn't retaliate and even had to retreat. These two mounted bandits flawlessly kept on attacking Angele in perfect coordination, such that they began to increase their pace. Although Angele blocked nearly every attack, he started having trouble in handling the strength of his opponents. These two have impressive coordination with each other, and they are definitely close to a top-level knight. Even Otis will have trouble facing them. Angele seemed calm on the outside, but he was actually getting overwrought. Pong! Angele was blown away by the impact of a kick that he had failed to dodge. Since he himself knew he couldn't stop moving, he rolled toward the side. His high agility helped him dodge 4 crossbow bolts when he rolled, but his wound had gotten worse in return, which left a trail of blood on the ground. Angele hid in a bush and ran behind another tree to take a breather. He started to breathe heavily and beads of sweat even dripped down his chin. What should I do in such situation? Angele was really nervous. He even thought it was already the end of the line for him. 2 knights that were close to top level and superb coordination skills. About 4 crossbows aimed from the side. With these factors, he couldn't take chances in fleeing with his speed. Also, he wouldn't be able to win against the 2 knights head-on. Angele racked his brain for ideas, but he couldn't come up with a plan. He was starting to become frustrated at his helpless situation, especially when his current circumstance was much worse than his encounter with Dice. Dice's knives were much slower than the crossbows that greatly hindered him from reading the information gathered by the chip. The first bolt had already taught him of the lesson. Zero, give me a plan. Angele ordered. Stamina dropping quickly. Please take out the ranged enemies and escape right away. Zero reported. I wouldn't ask this question if I could deal with these goddamn crossbows. Angele got angry. The left part of your head will be hit after 1 second, the chip warned. Angele lowered his head and counterattacked with his sword. He blocked the attack successfully, but the opponent blocked his slash easily. The 2 mounted bandits performed pincer movements with perfect coordination. Angele was forced to remain encircled by their attacks, and the sword skills he was proud of couldn't do anything. Those 2 mounted bandits also had some well-practiced sword skills, leaving little or no unnecessary actions in their movements. Angele couldn't find the chance to retaliate since after one of the 2 mounted bandits missed an attack, the other would fill the gap right away. The 2 continued striking Angele, such that the 3 had already exchanged no small number of blows within a short span of time. Actually, Angele was being forced out of his cover due to the pressure they were exerting on him. The crossbows will easily get me from any angle once I'm out of the bush. They don't even need to get close. Angele grasped the situation correctly, but the 2 weren't letting him move freely. Angele was being forced backward due to the impacts of the blows that the 2 mounted bandits showed, especially since it was because they had a similar strength level as him. Angele would have already been long dead if he didn't have the special sword skill set constructed by the chip. There was barely any unnecessary movement in the set, which made him gain the ability to block the attacks perfectly. However, Angele's wounds were inevitably opening because of his actions. The kick also injured his left arm and he was losing blood and stamina at a fast rate. His blocking capability was becoming weak and his eyesight was getting blurry. Sweat even dripped down into his eyes. You are very strong as a teenager. Are you some child of big noble family? One of the bandits laughed and said. Only those kids have the chance to learn Grand Knight level sword skills, and your attributes are quite high for your age. It must be nice to be a kid in a big family. He continued. If Master Silan was here, this kid would have died already. The other bandit said, not even slowing one bit. Their swords seemed like 2 silver flashes in their hands as they continued attacking Angele from both sides. Every attack was accompanied by another, showing no flaws at all. Angele tried to find an opportunity, and yet he failed to do so. He wanted to take out his knives, but he had absolutely no time to spare. Chie! One of them slashed Angele's chest, resulting to an injury about 10 centimeters long. It's over. One of the bandits yelled as he slashed toward Angele with his full strength. Angele did his utmost to block the attack with his crossguard sword, but he was still blown away to the ground. He couldn't stand up after the impact. His plan had failed, and the power of the crossbows was something he hadn't expected. Angele had already experienced death before, and at this instance where death had once again chanced upon him, he actually calmed down completely. However, he was out of strength and severely injured, even losing no small amounts of blood and stamina. There was no way for him to stand against two bandits with strength of a top-level knight and 4 crossbows. His eyesight was already too hazy, but he could still see the bandits slowly walking toward him while shaking the blood off their broadswords. "Zero, any plan left for me?" Angele thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Mystery, 2. Chapter 29, Mystery, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Chances of survival, 5.15%. No plan available other than the reserved one. Zero's reply made Angele lose all hope. Angele wasn't surprised at the result, but it seemed as if he would have to use the reserved plan as his last resort. He had plans on increasing his growth speed using the special energy, also deciding to save the energy for future research. However, he probably had to use it now, otherwise, he would just have himself killed here. Angele wanted to at least slow them down. "Commence the plan," Angele said. He was lying on the ground and staring at the sky. Several clouds moved slowly and a black bird flew over while chirping. The sky looks like a pure gem, Angele thought. Wait, gem? Angele stopped thinking for a second as he remembered the magical word. Manse. Angele didn't think too much and yelled out the word. Suddenly, intense green light covered him and made him look like a shining sun, a scene strange enough for one to witness. Enchanted item. Back off. The two bandits looked surprised that they even backed off right away. It was as though they had seen something horrifying. Ka. Time ceased its incessant passing as everything turned black and white. The bandit was frozen in his motion with one of his feet still in the air. The leaves that were falling off the tree hadn't reached the ground. One mounted bandit was still aiming his crossbow at Angele. The golden sunlight turned into a black and white flash. No sounds could be heard, and even then, the wind that should have been blowing came to a halt. Angele laid on the ground quietly. Green light perpetually emanated out of his body. Everything around him had come to a stop, such that the only thing in motion was nothing. Angele could somewhat smell something fishy, reminding him of the smell of the sea. He felt his body being covered by gentle wind. Warning! Warning! Radiation is infecting your body. Stored energy is being consumed quickly. 10%, 9%, 8%, 7%, 0 kept reporting. Angele finally realized that he was still alive, and then he stood up quickly. Successive ripples flowing like the waves of the sea was the current state of the green light on his body. Then, he walked toward the two bandits. Chie! Chie! Suddenly, the monochromatic state of black and white returned to its former hue, and even the movements of all things returned. The footsteps of the bandits, the noise of wind blowing through the trees, and the chirping of birds all came back like nothing happened. The green light dissipated from Angele's body, and the world was once again dyed in its original color. The two bandits were still retreating, but their heads suddenly dropped to the ground and rolled backward. Blood spurted out of their necks, and the remains of their existence dropped to the ground. That was the power of wizards? Angele was completely dumbstruck and he couldn't believe what he just did. He looked at the two decapitated heads that had their eyes still open. Energy level reduced to 0. 0 reported. Angele thought for a moment that he'd only been dreaming, however fleeting of a moment it was. Still, he lowered his body quickly, evading 3 crossbow bolts that flew over his head. He retrieved his daggers and threw it toward the remaining mounted bandits. One of the mounted bandits screamed in response to being struck while the other 3 fled on their horses with fear in tow. Angele looted the money pouch on the 2 dead bandits and headed back to the caravan. He felt his body paralyzed, unable to feel pain from all the wounds he had. However, he felt pain coming constantly from his brain. His vision was already too blurry, yet he ran onward to the direction of the caravan to return. Angele thought that the power he wielded was different to the one he had before, but he was more confounded at the fact that time had been frozen still. The power was too great and mysterious that it made him feel more fearful. He kept on running, uncertain of how much time had passed. Finally, from Angele's hazy vision, he saw someone he was familiar with. Angele! God! The Baron's voice was shaky. Angele saw the surprised expression of the Baron after he slumped on the latter's arms. The Baron looked very nervous, and even people around them were screaming. Angele felt the pain in his brain getting worse. He saw his own reflection in the Baron's eyes. Blood was coming out of Angele's orifices. His face was pale, eyes unfocused. The chip was sending information to him, but he could only hear nothing. The pain coming from his brain hindered him from thinking. 15 days later. In the endless plain, 3 black carriages were slowly advancing through the grass like ants. The wind was blowing across like the billowing waves of the sea. In the carriage at the forefront, a teenager with brown hair was looking outside the window. His body was covered with gray bandages and his face looked pale. "Angele, are you feeling any better?" a man asked with a deep voice. "Much better, father. I think I will fully recover shortly." Angele nodded and said, "That's good. Next time, I am not letting you fight alone." The Baron looked relieved as he said this. Angele smiled with mixed feelings. It had been 15 days since they left the forest. He was in a coma for 2 days, but he slowly awakened. According to the chip, his muscle was badly injured, and he lost a lot of blood. The bone in his both arms were fractured, and also had moderate concussion and stroke. People in this world had general better physiques than the ones on Earth. It only took Angele 15 days to recover from such injury, instead of taking at least 2 months in the hospital on Earth. He was recovering very fast with the fruits of his daily training giving him assistance. Angele put his hand on the edge of the window and looked at the beautiful scenery. Although in reality, he was checking some information on the chip. He spent a long time trying to find out what actually happened that day. He had a general idea about the situation. The ring was found on Dice's body, but he never used it before he died. If he had used the energy, Angele would have been dead for sure. He spent several days on analyzing the energy consumption and compared it to the moderate use he did before. Angele finally understood why Dice did not activate the ring. The radiation energy can only be used if the owner already has a certain amount of similar energy in the body, and it could only be activated using the command. The first time, the ring only brought some green light and agility enhancement, but it was nothing like that after. I guess the ring must have some sort of system to limit its power output. Angele thought. Angele used the radiation power to increase his attribute, and his chip helped him store a certain amount of the power in his body, which fitted the condition for using the ring. The chip extracted all the power and broke the limitation set on the ring. That day, he successfully activated the power by yelling the proper command. The radiation power was released from the chip in full and consumed it all. The result was strong but horrifying. Dice probably had only obtained it recently, or else he could have used the power before he died. Obviously, he could not activate it himself, so he kept it with him to store some radiation power into his body to fulfill the requirement of utilizing the ring. Angele guessed. "I finally understand why Dice didn't use the ring. The horrifying power damaged my muscle that day, probably due to the freezing of time. My speed was boosted to an impossible level, making me faster than time itself. Why did everything become black and white though? Maybe it was the radiation that changed the color around." The carriage was moving slowly with Angele still making conjectures. "Zero, show me the light spectrum that day," Angele ordered. The color of the sunlight was removed by the radiation energy, leaving nothing but white. The shadows remained black, so you could only see black and white. Zero reported and showed a graph of light spectrum to him. The columns on the graph kept changing to demonstrate the changes during that time. "Why were there green lights on my body?" Angele asked. "You were the source of those lights," Zero reported. It could analyze Angele's questions quickly, so it instantly sent the conclusions to him. Angele nodded his head slowly, finally having a general idea of the power. However, he used up the stored radiation energy. "If the chip did not extract the energy, I wouldn't be able to use the ring myself. It requires the owner to have the similar energy as the ring, which means the owner must be a source of such energy already. People with such energy must be the wizards." Angele thought as he grabbed the ring on his necklace. It's most likely the case that the ring can only be activated by wizards. The 2 bandits spoke of it being an enchanted item. It might be the name for treasures such as this. Angele looked at the ring carefully while using his finger to rub the emerald gently. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 30, Sequela 1. Chapter 30, Sequela 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele played with the emerald ring for a while and tied it back to his necklace. He tried to hide the whole thing inside his clothes. The carriages were moving forward ever so slowly, constantly bumping by the small stones on the road. The Baron sat opposite to Angele in the leading carriage while holding a black canteen full of wine. It's nice that we found a river to wash ourselves and our clothes. Otherwise, the whole caravan would not smell good. The Baron drank some wine from the canteen and laughed after. Our water supply is still limited. It would be lucky for us if we could find another river in 10 days. I can now smell the sweat from everyone in the caravan. Angele laughed too. Well, according to the map, we are already on a shortcut to another river. The Baron tried his best to find the best route. Angele looked at his father's tired face. The Baron was still strong, but the wounds and the sequela were affecting his mental state. He had lost everything and all his friends had betrayed him not so long ago. Angele sighed. He knew Knight Otis's betrayal was a big shock to the Baron, but there wasn't much he could do. Only time could heal the Baron's broken heart. Father, I am going to check the other carriages. Angele said with a light tone. Sure, just don't do any intense activities. The Baron nodded before saying. Angele nodded in response and looked at the Baron's face for a second. He opened the door and jumped off the carriage. The sunlight poured into the carriage after Angele opened the door, making the Baron's hair look darker than before. He was looking at somewhere far outside the window as though he was reminiscing about the past. Angele somehow felt a bit sad after looking at his father, so he just walked towards the second carriage quickly. Hi, young Master Angele. One of the guards greeted. Want some fresh air, eh? Another one greeted him. Angele liked those guards more than the post knights and he trusted them more. Angele nodded and smiled before jumping onto the second carriage. Maggie's mother, Mrs. Jacqueline, was driving the carriage. This middle-aged woman was not attractive anymore, and Angele could see the wrinkles over her face. She looked like any other women in their mid-40s. Young Master Angele, you are here. Mrs. Jacqueline smiled and greeted. Yeah, are they ready? Angele opened the door and asked. I heard they're prepared. Mrs. Jacqueline answered. Good. Angele nodded and got inside the carriage. The carriage was big, about the size of a large RV on Earth. It was like a large bedroom. Maggie, Celia, and 7 other people, 10 in total including Mrs. Jacqueline, could easily stay in the carriage together. Angele had been surprised when he first saw one of those carriages, but he understood the reason when he realized that the size of a horse here was twice that of the ones on Earth. In the carriage, Maggie and Celia were organizing plucked flowers in the corner. They also caught insects and picked up fruits on the way. Those insects and fruits were piled up at the corner, emphasizing their colorful features. As Angele glanced around, he also saw other people sitting in other corners. Besides Maggie and Celia, there were Maggie's father, Celia's mother, and 3 other children of the Baron, 2 boys and 1 girl. The children were playing with some ants. A pharmacist named Henry was also on the carriage sleeping with a tired face. Cecilia, who was covered with a blanket, was sleeping as well in the corner. The 3 children were Angele's brothers and sister, but they lowered their heads to greet when they saw Angele going in. It was their show of respect to him, especially when they were made aware of how strong Angele was after the recent events. Angele! Celia and Maggie put down the purple roots in their hands and came over to greet him. How's the collection going? Angele had a glance on the random things in the corner. As you ordered, we collected hundreds of different plants and insects these days. Everything is here besides the toxic ones. Maggie proudly answered before Celia could even talk. You 2 did a great job. Angele needed Maggie's butt and also kissed Celia on her lips after praising the 2 of them. He didn't care what the spectators would think anyway. You 2 can take a good rest now. Angele put those plants and insects into a larger bag. He then jumped off the carriage and got into the last one. The last carriage's coachman was Captain Mark, but no one else was in it. It was carrying all the supplies, such as food and water. Did my father come by recently? With Miss Katiusha? Angele asked. The Baron looked depressed recently, and young master, you should talk to him about it if you got time. Mark shook his head and said. Angele nodded. Miss Katiusha was the mother of Celia, she was wise and sexy. There were many beautiful ladies in the castle, but only she chose to stay with the Baron when the Baron asked this time. The Baron began to like her more after that, and they even had some good time in the 3rd carriage on the way. After Angele became injured last time, the Baron barely came to the 3rd carriage with her. Father is a bit stressed recently. Don't worry, he will get himself together. Angele said. Yeah, Mark sighed and stopped talking after. Angele opened the door and got into the carriage. Besides the supplies, there was an empty space in the middle. Angele sat down by a wooden box and put down the bag in his hand. He took some purple leaves out of the bag and put them into his mouth. Angele's face scrunched after chewing those leaves since it didn't taste quite well. He looked disappointed after a while as he spat everything out on a piece of cloth he prepared earlier. Angele then grabbed a large green caterpillar that looked exactly like the ones on the earth, but it had two heads. It looked like a forked branch, but with its heads moving around in Angele's heads and it having a lot of wrinkles on its skin, it looked very unappetizing. Angele felt a bit sick. He applied a bit of strength on the caterpillar. The caterpillar died in a second and some of its green juice oozed out of its body. Angele dipped his finger in the juice and put it into his mouth. Crap! Angele's eyebrows scrunched, still looking disappointed. He kept trying different plants and insects, and it took him a while to empty the bag. Found two useful ones, Angele said with a light tone. He put some black tree berries back into the bag and some triangle leaves as well. He discovered about 20 different things that could increase his attributes, and he tried about thousands of different plants and insects. 4 out of 20 had no side effects while the others all had something that would make Angele sick, so he only took the 4 with him. However, all the information was still stored in the chip including the useless ones. He merely wanted to keep adding things to his database that might be useful to him later on. He spat out the remaining of the things he tried on a piece of cloth beside him, and dumped all of them onto the ground outside after. How much information was recorded? 0. Angele asked. About 2,341 types of plants, 49 types of insects, 21 types of animal tissues. 0 reported precisely. That's a lot. Angele took a deep breath and started thinking. Angele? Are you there? Maggie's voice came from outside. Come in. Angele stopped thinking and said. A girl got inside the carriage quickly. Maggie's body looked very attractive for her age, and yet only she was about 13 years old. Angele thought she looked like an 18-year-old girl on the earth. Additionally, she had decent-sized breasts, attractive butt, and a slim waist. She was only wearing a gray one-piece and a pair of boots, but she still managed to show off what she was proud of. Her legs were fair and they looked shiny under the sunlight. Angele, I am here to change my clothes. Maggie's voice was very faint as she stood in front of Angele. Changing your clothes? He whispered beside Maggie's ear. Angele felt a bit aroused, but he still asked Maggie to sit in front of him. Yeah. Changing my underwear, if you are asking. Maggie was blushing. Obviously, she wanted something else. Angele touched her long hair around her shoulder and smelled the fragrance on her. I will leave you here then. Angele smiled and said in a light tone. Could you do it for me? Maggie shook her head, her expression very bashful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Sequela, 2. Chapter 31, Sequela, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. 2 months later. Somewhere in the endless answer plane. 3 black carriages with an insignia of an eagle around thorns engraved on both sides were moving slowly against the wind. The sun was in its highest as it was midday. Billowing clouds were obscuring the sky and even deterring the sunlight from pouring down the earth. Blustery was the wind that was blowing all over the grass throughout. Angele was sitting in the leading carriage looking outside the window. It was as though he was thinking of something. He used the plants and insects he had collected to slowly boost his attributes, but the sequela from his last injury brought him inconvenience. Though his body was strengthening according to the data, his limbs sprained several times during recent practices. The doctor informed him that he had osteoporosis after checkup and would take about a month for him to recover. Angele, who was wearing a black hunting suit, sat by the window of the carriage. He was learning to distinguish different sounds from the outside and catch the crucial information from the noises through the chip's assistance. He foresaw many possible bandit attacks, which helped their caravan to tread upon a safer path. They encountered several bandit groups, both big and small, but most of them were cleared by the Baron. Larger bandit groups were all avoided because of the warnings given by Angele. About 5 or 6 encounters with the bandits went terribly bad. In one of these encounters, one of Angele's brothers took an arrow to his neck and died right away. That was the worst experience they had. During that fight, the bandits were robbing a noble convoy. They had mounted archers, and they were quite agile and proficient in executing the orders of their leader. Angele also took an arrow to himself as he witnessed the knights of the noble convoy being slain in an onslaught of countless arrows. The knights had attempted to charge forward, but many of them died from the shower of arrows. Several guards in the noble convoy burst out their potential in the final exchange, successfully driving away the bandits. Angele's caravan could have been wiped off the face of the earth if they were the ones targeted by those bandits. On the way, Angele's caravan passed by many remnants of battlefields that were full of corpses. He could imagine just how intense the fights were. The Baron also saw the corpse of someone he once knew, a grand knight from the capital city. The people in their caravan had become very scared after seeing those gruesome scenes, but after about 10 days, they finally calmed down. Angele finally grasped the gist on how strong he actually was in this world. In the best fight he had, Angele slew 28 bandits with his bow and arrows and his sword all by himself. It was an impressive feat, but he still couldn't deal with mounted archers. He killed about 15 bandits in the fight that also had mounted archers in their ranks. He kept doing damage to them until he took an arrow to his right arm. The mounted bandits were very fast and agile as they kept on dodging the arrows upon the horses, making Angele use all of his arrows. Angele wouldn't have secured so many kills without the help of the chip. They had also been attacked by soldiers masquerading as bandits. The leader of those soldiers was a knight, and he shot multiple arrows that took out 8 guards in the Baron's caravan. He, however, was still slain with the coordinated attacks of the Baron and Angele. Knights in this world are like the generals in ancient China. Just one of them can deal with hundreds of regular soldiers, though they still need good equipments. Without it, they are weak and they cannot deal with great numbers of ranged weapons. Angele thought as he had now a better idea of knight-level warriors. Well, basically, knights are strong people with better fighting skills. However, I am still not the best. Angele concluded, thinking that he wouldn't be able to contribute to anything in a real war. Check my body condition, Angele ordered. Checking, completed. Angele Rio, Strength 2.7. Agility 3.0. Stamina 1.2. 0 reported. Damn Sequila. My attributes are almost halved by it. I am not recovering so well, Angele thought. Some people are fighting up ahead, stop the carriages. After about half an hour, Angele suddenly stood up and yelled. He detected another situation up ahead just by his hearing. Mounted bandits? Baron looked over and asked. Probably, but it's just a small group. Angele nodded. I'll go take a look. The Baron scrunched his eyebrows and said. He put on the silver chain armors on the side and grabbed his black greatsword. The Baron opened the door and jumped off the carriage after it slowed down. Angele, some Ruden nobles are being surrounded by the bandits. Let's take another route. The Baron yelled outside after a while. Angele was about to reply, but he heard something again and the expression on his face changed. No, too late. Some of them are coming for us. Our carriages are much slower than their horses, prepare for battle. Angele yelled and put on his leather armor quickly. He also put his bow on his back and grabbed his silver crossguard sword before jumping off the carriage. Up ahead their caravan, sounds of battle resounded as 2 groups were fighting on the grassland, which were the noises Angele heard. Ha! A team of mounted bandits were screaming and traveling towards them. They had their bright blades raised up in the air. Get ready to fight! Captain Mark yelled as he drew his sword. After some noises that were made by the unsheathing of swords from the scabbards, all the guards had drawn their swords and prepared for the incoming fight. Angele held his longbow in his hand, completely focused on the situation. He had used up his white feather arrows, so he was now using some random wooden arrows picked up from various battlefields. Though the wooden arrows dealt less damage, he had still collected plenty of them. In such a situation they were currently in, quantity was far better than quality in regards to its practicality. Angele had the best archery skills in the caravan, so the guards handed all their quivers to him. Angele grabbed a wooden arrow and knocked it onto his bow. The Baron, who wore his own chain armor, stood in front of Angele. He had all bases covered just to block any ranged attacks that would threaten his son. Bam! A mounted bandit took the arrow with his body and fell right off his horse. As Angele kept releasing arrows one by one, about 10 bandits who were on their way to the carriages died. Only 2 survived and they began to retreat. The Baron looked at the noble convoy that had just been attacked. He saw the silver rose insignia on their carriages. That's a silver insignia, so they must be some high-class noble in Ruden Empire. At least at the rank of a duke. The rose insignia. They are of royal blood, so we can probably receive help when we arrive to Marrow if we can save them, the Baron said. Help? What help? There are so many nobles of royal blood in this empire. I heard the royal court of Ruden Empire are split into 4 main factions and there are about 10 sub-factions governed by each main faction. Who knows which one they belong to? Angele said, wholly showing that he wasn't impressed. But we should take chances. After all, they at least have a silver insignia, the Baron said with a deep voice. The members of Ruden's royal court have good relationship with the Andes Alliance. Those ones are most likely intending to join some relatives there, since many high-class Ruden nobles had connections with the Andes nobles through bonds of matrimony. Also, there aren't too many mounted bandits, and it looked like they were just some vanguards of a larger group, the Baron continued. If you say so, let's finish them off. We could use some of their equipments, and we are also running out of weapon oils anyway. Angele scrunched his eyebrows and said. The carriages drew closer, making Angele get a clearer view on the nobles that were being attacked. Beside a small black carriage were two heavy armored knights who wielded heavy swords trying to protect a handsome young man behind them. The two were clad in silver plate armor, all at knight level. Their sword skills were dazzling, but it wasn't too effective in actual combat. The two were sweating heavily, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. The man being protected had fear etched all over his face. He was wearing luxurious clothes, looking as though he was a child from a high-class noble family. About 20 mounted bandits were attacking the convoy in groups. There were 7 or 8 dead bandits lying on the ground, probably killed by the two knights. Angele once again scrunched his eyebrows again and grabbed the wooden arrows. 3 bandits up ahead were pinned down by Down. 3 bandits were pinned down by him alone. Captain Mark rushed in with the Baron while screaming, easily killing 5 of them. Chaos ensued. The bandits didn't expect this situation. One of the knight-level leaders from the bandit group attacked the Baron once, but got blocked by him instead. Angele took this opportunity to shoot an arrow to the bandit leader in his right chest. It resulted in the man turning around and trying to run after being scared completely. The Baron yelled and attacked him with his greatsword. The bandit leader's head was decapitated and it dropped to the grassland after. The rest of the bandits saw this scene and they started to retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Philip, 1. Chapter 32, Philip, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The 3 walked toward them after all the bandits fled. You're looking at Count Philip, son of Marquis Sirius, of the Ruden Empire. One of the knights yelled while walking. The young man behind was busy fixing his own clothes, seemingly too concerned about his appearance. Count Philip, I'm Baron Rio from the south. You grace us with your presence. The Baron stepped forward and bowed to Philip. Angele smiled and followed suit. The rest of the guards in the Baron's caravan became restless after hearing that the young man was a count. They too also bowed after seeing the Baron and Angele. Some lowered their heads, some knelt, and some just drew their swords to show respect. The Baron and Angele became speechless after seeing their guards' behaviors. Carl Rio, I thank you for saving me from danger. I shall repay you back sometime in the future. The young man in luxurious clothes seemed not concerned with the guards' actions, only stepping forward and speaking loudly. His voice was loud but clear, sounding like those singers on earth. Count Philip, if you don't mind me asking, I wonder where you're heading to? Baron Carl straightened his posture and asked. Count Philip looked at the 2 knights for a second, unsure of whether he should answer or not. We are heading to Marawa Harbor, wherein my father's best friend is the governor there. The situation is bad right now, so we're planning on joining him there, Philip smilingly said. He maintained a bit of a distance from the Baron because he knew his status was higher and thought the Baron was seeking something from him. Oh, Count Philip, we're also traveling to Marawa Harbor. If you don't mind, you can join my caravan. After all, more men will make the trip much safer. The Baron was happy, but he didn't let it show on his face. Philip felt elated. He was actually thinking of the same thing after he saw the Baron's strength. Fine, I was about to return to my father's convoy. But since you asked, I'll accompany you for now, he said while nodding after a young knight whispered something to his ear. Dumb *SS. If you could return to your father's convoy, why would you join a random, low-class noble's caravan? You need better excuses. Obviously, you lost contact with your father. Those mounted bandits brought you enough trouble, I suppose, Angele thought. He looked at the 2 knights for a while. Their equipment was good-looking, but he doubted the effectiveness of those 2 male peacocks, Angele concluded. The Baron went back to their caravan alongside the 3. People got off the carriages to greet them. However, Philip didn't talk much, only nodding several times in response to their greetings. Angele scrunched his eyebrows as he watched the Baron conversing with them about recent events and whatnot in Ruden Empire. Somehow, they found themselves sharing experiences, which further increased the familiarity with each other. It was also because they had friends that were similarly friends with both of them. And so, Philip's carriage joined the caravan. Angele stood by Captain Mark on the sidelines. With his status, he couldn't join the conversation, so he just stood there and listened. "Mr. Carl, I'm a bit sleepy, so I'm going to take some rest now," Philip yawned after talking for a while. "Sure, we'll make sure no one disturbs your dream," the Baron said while smiling. Philip nodded in response and followed one of the knights back to his carriage. The other knight told the Baron something. "I know, please wait a second," the Baron nodded while the knight went back to the carriage with a satisfied expression. Angele clearly heard the knight's words, checking whether the caravan had enough food and water. "Father, although we just got enough water for the next month, we still need to cut everyone's daily ration. Also, we're short on food," Angele said after the three left. "We saved Count Philip, so we'll get something in return when we get to Maroa Harbor. We'll live a much better life later if we can save some food and water for them now," the Baron said after stopping Angele from talking. "We don't even know if they're actually high-class nobles," Angele said and scrunched his eyebrows. "I've heard of his name. He's one of the most beloved sons of Marquis Sirius. He has 2 knights guarding him, so I was certain he's someone important at least," the Baron explained. "Those 2. They didn't look like they were at knight level," Angele was still wondering. "They're wielding the royal sword skills, which are mostly for show. These skills are used for performing in front of high-class nobles, but the skills aren't effective in actual combat. They probably had some rare resources to help them reach knight level. They could have even had decent backgrounds as well," the Baron laughed as he said. "Really?" Angele said. It looked like he realized something. "Well, let's just try to treat them well. Thanks to the mounted bandits, we got enough horses for the rotation on the way. We can travel much faster now, though it will take us about 2 months to reach the border of Andes." "It's only 2 months, then we'll be fine after," the Baron said after tapping on Angele's shoulder lightly. Angele nodded and he stopped talking. 2 guards brought food and water to the Count. Meanwhile, others collected the horses from the dead bandits to use those horses as spares. Angele walked toward the bandits he had killed using arrows and checked the wooden arrows. Most of them were broken into pieces and couldn't be reused. The bandits didn't carry arrows with them, so Angele was a bit disappointed. He grabbed a cracked dark brown wooden arrow, and it snapped after Angele lightly applied force on it. "Damn. I need more wooden arrows now," Angele looked a bit nervous. 3 days later, somewhere in the answer plane. The sky was bleak as it rained. A caravan was moving forward slowly along the endless plains. Of all the carriages of that caravan, the second carriage had better decorations compared to the other 3. Meanwhile, a brown-haired teenager who was in the leading carriage was chewing on something. Purple wildberries were in his hand. The teenager wasn't handsome, but his countenance showed a calm and reliable personality. He was Angele, who was wearing a black hunting suit, and he had been trying his utmost to recover completely. He grabbed a berry and threw it into his mouth. It had a very sour taste but was still manageable by Angele. There was a black water canteen on the table beside him and around it lied a bunch of berries. Angele kept eating the berries while looking outside the window. In about 10 minutes, he finished eating all the berries and drank water right after. The door was opened by someone outside. With scrunched eyebrows, there came in a bearded middle-aged man with long blonde hair wearing a black-red noble suit. The man was Baron Carl. "Angele, we're in trouble. Our food and water supply are nearly in the gutters. This will last us only for about half a month," the Baron said. "Well, 3 people joined our caravan not too long ago. Father, what's your plan?" Angele said with a serious expression. "We can kill some horses if we have to. We got 4 horses from the bandits anyway," the Baron said. "That's the last thing we want to do. Horse meat tastes sour and it smells bad. People won't even bother with it unless they're completely starving," Angele said in a light voice. The Baron stopped talking and began thinking of plausible alternatives. "Yesterday, I saw the Count pouring off a whole bucket of water from his carriage. I think he used it to shower. Also, they never finished the white bread and meat soup we gave them. They just threw out whatever they didn't want. If we let them waste our supplies like that, we won't last for long," Angele said. "If we don't fulfill their requirements, they'll most likely become dissatisfied. They're used to the extravagant lifestyle they had in the city. They just asked me for oil and to do the maintenance for their equipment. We don't even have enough oil for cooking, and yet, they want to use it for their equipment." The Baron wryly laughed, disappointment apparent in his expression. "Well, I'll try to bear with them. However, it'd be nice if you could try talking to them about the situation, Father. Otherwise, with the amount of food that we have, it won't even last us for 5 days," Angele said. Okay, I'll talk to them about it. The Baron nodded and left the carriage. Angele sighed. After grabbing his water canteen that was half full, he jumped off the carriage. He walked toward the back and got on the last carriage. Captain Mark, who was the coachman for the last carriage, was in low spirits. He forced a smile on his face when he saw Angele coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, Philip 2. Chapter 33, Philip 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Captain Mark, I'm here to get water. Angele smiled while shaking his water canteen. We don't have much left. One night just took another bucket of water. He said he was going to wash clothes, Mark said in a helpless tone. Washing clothes? On a rainy day? He can just save some rainwater in his bucket easily. Whatever, I need some jam and white bread. I'm a bit hungry, Angele scrunched his eyebrows and said. Well, only black bread is left. The loaves of white bread were taken by the two knights, Mark said with a bitter smile on his face. They took everything? Angele was a bit surprised. Yep. Mark nodded. Knowing about that, Angele felt slightly angry. I'll take a look myself. Angele opened the door and got into the carriage. The carriage that had been full of supplies before now looked empty. The brown wooden barrels were only half filled. Angele walked straight toward one of the water barrels. Empty. He opened the second one. Empty again. Angele continued checking. The third, fourth, and the fifth were all empty as well, and only the last two water barrels were half filled. Those barrels were supposed to easily last the whole caravan for about a week, but now, it's nearly gone. Angele became infuriated. Angele scooped some water into his water canteen and covered the water barrels with the lids after. He then opened the barrel that contained food such as bread, jam, and meat jerky. Black bread filled the barrel while not much meat jerky was left inside. Angele took a loaf of black bread and some meat jerky. He put the lid back after scrunching his eyebrows and headed back to the leading carriage right away. The Baron wasn't back yet. Angele sat at the table alone and looked at the black bread in his hand. The size was about half an arm and had a hardness comparable to a piece of wood. It had 2 yellow scars on its surface. Contrary to its outer appearance, its inside was white. Angele grabbed the bread and took a bit. It was very hard that it even made sounds akin to cutting through a board. White bread crumbs fell off the ground. As Angele ate it, he felt quite unhappy. It was hard, had a dislikable texture and no taste. Angele's mood worsened as every minute passed. Hua! Angele heard someone pouring out water at the back, so he opened the window to check. One of the knights in silver armor was returning to the count's carriage with a silver plate in his hand. On the ground, Angele could see spilled soup and pieces of white bread that were only half eaten. It seemed they only ate the softest part of the bread and threw the remains away. It was really a waste. Angele alternately looked at the black bread in his hand and the white bread on the ground, his mind in turmoil about the things that should be done. Horrifyingly enough, his face had already contorted to that of a demon that embodied wrath. But then, he took a deep breath and closed the window. Angele quickly finished the black bread and ate all the meat jerky he had taken. He then drank some water quickly, and finally, he felt a bit better. Angele calmed himself down and leaned his back on the wall. He decided not to think of the count too much and started checking his own condition instead. 0, check my body condition, Angele thought. Checking. Angele Rio, Strength 2.9. Agility 4.1. Stamina 2.5. You have reached the limits set by your gene. Health condition, good. 0 finished analyzing quickly. I reached my limit, Angele thought while feeling disappointed. His attributes were nothing compared to the strong warriors in this world, but at least he could protect himself against random scrubs. He, however, had mixed feelings about his situation. He took the emerald ring tied upon his necklace. Its gem had already lost its hue and cracks were all over it. The words engraved on the ring were also broken by the cracks. Angele rubbed on the surface of the ring slowly. If I cannot increase my attributes anymore, this mysterious power will be my only chance to obtain power, Angele said while carefully staring at the emerald. He examined the ring over hundreds of times, but the only new thing he discovered was the sentence engraved on it, which meant the Ramsota College, Venice. The Ramsota College. Where is this place? Angele asked in a faint voice. This Venice might be the original owner of the ring, and he could actually be a real wizard. Angele fiddled with the ring for a while, but he didn't discover anything else. He put it back to the necklace and hid it on his chest underneath his clothes. Though the energy in it had been completely consumed, this was still the one and only object that connected him to the world of wizards. Angele felt like he'd still obtain more clues from the ring, so he had it kept safe. The carriages kept moving toward their destination, and then another 2 days had passed. The caravan members were in dire need of clean water, so people had begun filtering the water on the ground using gauzes. The caravan stopped by a water puddle. At present, thick, heavy clouds blanketed the sky. Why are we stopping? Let's keep moving. We're already very close to the border. Also, the bandits are most likely still searching for us. A knight in silver armor said with a disappointed face. He even put his arms in front of his chest. Angele and the Baron were standing at the back without a noise, but they were already completely enraged. The three took about 3 buckets of clean water from their supply carriage, which was the main reason why they were now lacking water. They didn't want to drink the water in the water puddles, thinking that they could get poisoned if they were to do so. It won't take long, so please wait a second, the Baron said in a light tone, his fury completely masked. The guards and the maids were busy scooping water into the wooden barrels from the water puddles. The water was dirty and the puddles were full of grass and mud. However, that was what they could only find. The water would become clean if filtered properly, anyway. Count Philip got off the carriage while rubbing his eyes and looked at the people around the water puddles. Why are we not moving? He walked toward them and spoke with a deep voice. One of the knights explained the reason, which resulted in the count scrunching his eyebrows. Really? The count said. He glanced at the group and saw someone who made him a bit excited. Mr. Carl, he yelled. Anything I can do for you? Count Philip? The Baron turned around and bowed. Well, I need a few maids to organize my carriage. Get those 2 into mine. That won't be an issue to you, right? Philip asked as he pointed at Maggie and Celia. The Baron became unhappy when he looked over. Well, it would be an issue actually, Angele said, hindering his father from trying to talk. Those 2 have their jobs. I'm afraid they won't be able to serve you well, Count Philip, Angele smiled and said. He knew what Philip truly wanted. Obviously, he merely wanted to have fun with the 2 girls. However, Angele had already considered the 2 girls as his own lovers a long time ago. With these facts laid out, he should have already unleashed his fury, but he controlled his anger well. I remember you. You killed about 10 mounted bandits using your bow that day. You're good. I like warriors like you, Philip said in a light tone after carefully looking at Angele. Thanks for your praise, Count Philip, Angele bowed and said. It's getting late, so just bring the 2 girls to me after. I'm tired, so I'm returning to my carriage. Philip started to walk back to his carriage with the 2 knights following him at his back. Angele and the Baron finally unmasked their rage on their faces. Angele placed his hand on the sheath, about to draw his sword, but the Baron stopped him and shook his head. Don't, the Baron said. I know, father. Angele put down the sheath after he calmed down for a bit. He tried to smile, only to look slightly funny. Let me handle this, I'll talk to them. Think twice before you act, you know it's not worth it, the Baron said with a light voice. Angele nodded and deeply breathed to calm his rage. The Baron continued talking with Angele for a while, after which, the former walked toward the Count's carriage. The Baron knew his relationships between Maggie and Celia, so he'd be able to handle this matter well. Angele took a deep breath and licked his lips. He then turned over to look at the water puddles. Maggie and Celia were carefully scooping water into the wooden barrels. The wind was blowing all over, making their hair flying about in the wind. Their clothes looked tighter because of the wind, thus emphasizing their sexy figures. Angele calmed down and even felt a bit better after looking at them. It's done, the Baron walked towards Angele and nodded. Thank you, father, Angele felt relieved. Don't make Philip mad. The only thing we need from him is the relationship that he has with the high-class nobles in the Marrowa harbor, the Baron said. Understood. Angele nodded and took a glance on the Count's carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Clue 1. Chapter 34, Clue 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. After filling up the barrels, Angele and his father returned to the carriage and persisted along their present route once again in a slow pace. Outside was still cloudy and darkness covered the interior of the carriage, too. Angele and the Baron sat opposite to each other around the table. Angele, why do you care so much about those 2 girls? You can get anything you want when we arrive at Marrowa harbor. There's no point in disappointing Philip, especially now, the Baron said with his eyebrows scrunched. I understand, father. I know what's more important, don't worry, Angele smiled and nodded. Remember, you're the most important person to me. Don't get yourself into dangerous situations easily, the Baron said, staring at his son for a brief period. Angele nodded in response. He knew that his father thought that arguing with the Count over 2 girls wasn't worth it. This kind of situation was fine if his family had its former strength. But now that their family had considerably weakened, they needed a wall to lean on. Namely, the Count. However, as a being that formerly lived on Earth, Angele disliked just handing over his girls to someone else. The thought of doing such things would hurt his pride. Angele sat in his seat continuously listening to his father's ramblings. This conversation of theirs lasted for about half an hour. If you make up your mind to give up something, just make sure your sacrifice won't be in vain. Don't blow it, the Baron ended the conversation with this statement. He left the carriage to verify the route they needed to pass through. This was something he had been doing every day since their trip began. Philip isn't going to give up easily. Also, I can't do anything to him with these many people around. If anyone were to leak the information when we arrive at Maroa Harbor, I'll be in deep trouble, Angele said with a solemn expression on his face. This time, he was alone in the carriage contemplating over a matter. Angele thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out a plan. He once again took out the emerald ring and stared at its gem. The emerald retained its color, yet its brilliance was already lost and had cracks all over its surface. Looking at the ring somehow calmed him down. Ah! Suddenly, someone screamed from one of the carriages at the back. It's Maggie! That son of a bitch! Angele jumped out of the carriages and got into the third carriage. He opened the door and saw Maggie's hand that had gotten injured by one of the plants in front of her and Celia. It seemed that they were organizing different plants, and Maggie's finger was punctured by a thorn. Young Master Angele? Maggie became surprised at Angele's abrupt appearance, which undoubtedly made people assume that something must have happened. Angele looked over the people inside the carriage. He felt relieved when he saw not a presence of Philip and his knights here. Well, I heard your scream, so I'm just checking if anything happened. Maggie seems fine, though. I'm returning to my carriage, Angele said and went outside without waiting for a chance of them to talk. He closed the door and walked toward the leading carriage quickly. The speed of the caravan wasn't too fast, making it possible for Angele to easily outrun the carriages. While passing by Philip and his knight's carriage, he witnessed Philip looking outside the window carelessly. He nodded his head when he saw Angele passing by, seemingly unconcerned about the 2 girls any longer. Angele saw his actions, thus he smiled at him in response. Wait a second, young Master Angele, someone with a deep voice said. Angele knew it was Philip, so he bowed to him after turning around. Count Philip, is there anything I can help you with? Angele said as he slowed his walking pace to keep up with the carriage. The ring on your necklace caught my attention. Philip stared at the ring on Angele's neck. You know something about this ring? Angele was in a hurry, so he forgot to place the ring underneath his clothes. Philip inadvertently saw it when Angele was passing by. It's just a ring that my father had given me, like a special memento. Angele quickly returned it underneath his clothes and said, Could you take a look for me if you know something about this? It could be something rare, I suppose, Angele thought for a second before handing the ring over to Philip. Philip scrunched his eyebrows, but he saw Angele smiling at him. He then nodded and grabbed the ring. Philip looked at the words engraved on the ring, and in an instant, his facial expression changed. Did you discover something? Angele was looking at him, feeling elated that Philip probably knew something about it. Give me a price, I want this ring, Philip said with a light tone. Well, if you find it charming, just consider it my gift to you. Can you just introduce my family to the governor after we arrive at Maroa Harbor? Angele said with his smile retained. For some reason, Philip found Angele's smile ice cold. But he didn't let his suspicion show on his face, still nodding in response. No problem at all. Thanks, young Master Angele. You guys saved me. I'll make sure you live a better life there. Now if you'll excuse me, Philip closed the window and lowered the curtain. Angele stopped walking and looked at Philip's carriage. A plan was formulated. It was night. The caravan decided to camp under a hill, and so made an encirclement out of their carriages. Philip sat inside his own carriage, carefully looking at the ring. An enchanted ring. Yet, that dumbass just gave it away. Even one without energy could be traded for 100 soldiers' equipment. One of the knights beside him spoke in a tone brimming with excitement. It's a ring the Ramsota College has. If you want to get into this college, you'll need a special recommendation from the Andes Alliance School. If I were to show this ring to the school, I'll get admitted right away. Philip excitedly nodded. He was looking at the ring as though it was a priceless treasure. If you can get admitted into the Alliance School, the Marquis will treat you much better, another knight said, his happiness for him apparent. The oil lamp brought light over the emerald on the ring. Green light reflected into the eyes of the three. Rings like this were trophies the school gave out before. I heard I could use it to get in without taking the exam. If this is one of those, the value will be extremely high. Philip said with a light tone. He wasn't laughing, but the knights knew he was elated. That young guy is unlucky, knowing none of it. He treated it like an ordinary ring. Ha! One of the knights laughed. Well, he's just a low-class noble from the countryside and has no way to obtain such information. He probably doesn't even know of the Andes Alliance School, and you expect him to know about those trophies? And take it to the school? Philip said after shaking his head. Hua! The door of the carriage was opened by someone. Andes Alliance School? Trophies? Angele spoke in a gentle tone as he walked into the carriage with a smiling face. His black hunting suit blended into the shadows of the dark night, his brown hair rustled in the wind. You were spying on us? The three became surprised, and Philip became furious. I'm not, ha! My hearing is just too keen, so your voices just lingered onto me. I didn't expect something so interesting though, Angele said as he continued to smile. The two knights looked at each other for a second and unsheathed the swords by their side at the same time. Bang! Bang! Angele drew his sword in but a second and moved around in the carriage as though he was dancing. His sword had blood smeared on it when he returned to his original position. The two knights started screaming as their hands were dismembered. They fell down to the ground after Angele managed to exploit the gaps in their armor. What are you doing? Philip yelled. He was trying to maintain a calm demeanor, however, his eyes betrayed such expectations as fear shone upon it. I am the son of Marquis Sirius, how dare you? I'm going to kill your whole family unless you kill everyone that'll know of this. He continued. Angele! What are you doing? The Baron rushed into the carriage with a disappointed look. He saw the two knights screaming on the ground. Angele was about to explain, however, Philip threw his teapot that contained hot water inside toward them. Philip jumped out of the window, fleeing with a speed at the night level. Ha! Angele dodged the teapot and jumped off the carriage right away. He saw Philip mounting on a horse, clearly attempting to flee. Analyzing the distance, modifying the range, blue-colored information showed up in front of Angele. A red dot was marked on Philip's body. Analyzing necessary strength, modifying. Completed. 0 did a series of analysis and reported it to Angele. Angele smiled and aimed his sword at the red dot. He threw it toward Philip at full strength, and the silver crossguard sword struck the right side of Philip's waist after spinning for a while. Philip screamed and fell off the horse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, Clue 2. Chapter 35, Clue 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The Baron jumped off the carriage, looked at Philip, and threw the two knights to the ground. What Angele had just done upset him. Everyone around became startled, and people stopped what they were doing to check on the situation. Young Master, Baron. What's going on? Captain Mark walked toward them with a surprised look. Everyone. Come here. Angele yelled instead of answering his query. He grabbed Philip by his arm and threw him near the two knights. You want to die? My father is Marquis Sirius. He'll hunt down every single one of you if you kill me. Philip was hysterically screaming out of fear. Angele laughed before taking out the ring out of Philip's pocket. He hid it in his palm so no one else could see it and placed it inside his own pouch. Angele looked at the Baron and saw the latter feeling unhappy. They stared at each other for a second and started laughing after. I assume you have a plan, the Baron said with a deep voice. Yes, father, Angele nodded and smiled. People walked over and encircled the three. No one said a word. Killing a count was probably too heavy a burden for them. Angele looked around and clapped his hands. All right, we're all in the same boat here. The trip is tough, but it makes us stronger. Now, I have a good method for us to deepen our relationships. Angele looked around and said while clapping his hands. The Baron, who looked relaxed, threw his iron dagger to his son. Mark! Angele grabbed the dagger and called the captain. Yes. Captain Mark swallowed hard and took the dagger Angele handed over to him. Each one of you will cut them once, don't aim at the vital points, Angele smiled and said. Mark looked at Angele and felt a chill on his back from his smile. He kept nodding, and after he lowered down his body, Mark gashed a deep wound on Philip. Ah! You! Damn! Philip was screaming like crazy. My father will do me justice. He continued. Next, Angele yelled with such calmness. Another guard took the dagger and the three kept screaming and cursing on the ground. After 5 minutes, everyone including the women and teenagers had already cut them once. Good, we're a very tight team now, Angele clapped and smiled. Philip and his knights had wounds all over their bodies and were losing too much blood. They were not cursing anymore, and instead, they kept begging for their lives with weak voices. Burn them! We need to continue on our way, Angele said as he glanced at the caravan members, but people were afraid to look at him. I don't know why you decided to kill them, but the result is fine. Let's just forget about what happened today. The Baron sighed and stood on the side. I messed up your plan, father. I'm sorry, Angele lowered his head and apologized. You've got your reasons. However, our family is weak now and there are many high-class nobles in a large city like Marawa. As I said before, make sure you think twice before acting, the Baron put his arm on Angele's shoulder and said. Understood, Angele nodded. They started a fire and threw the three into it. The three screamed for a second from the scorching pain until they were burnt to death quickly. The armors of the knights had become red and smoldering hot from the fire. Let's go, the Baron looked at the fire and left. No one spoke a word as they returned to their own carriages. They decided to keep moving during the night. The thing that had happened today was too scary and people needed the time to keep it off their minds. Teenagers like Maggie and Celia used the dagger too, their faces still looked pale from fright. People heard the howls of wolves from the place they just left. Timber wolves, they will eat up the bodies there. They don't even fear the fire, the Baron opened the window to take a look and said. Angele nodded. He learned about the timber wolves from one of the books in the special library, and they were very different from the ones on Earth. Timberwolf here usually lived alone and was the size of a buffalo. It had black fur and had no fear of fire. We left their carriage there, would that be fine? Angele asked. Don't worry, so many Ruden nobles were killed in the plain. People would think it was the bandits' work, and we even left some money in the carriage. Bandits passing by will rob it clean, and they'll become the main targets of whoever attempts to search for Philip, the Baron said. It was as though he had a lot of experience about such situations. We'll be safe after we cross the border in half a month, he continued. Angele looked outside the window. It was already dark, only the moon that hung in the sky and the grass on the ground near the carriage could be seen. Father, have you ever heard of the Andes Alliance School? Angele suddenly asked. How do you know about it? Barely anyone knows of it, the Baron said with a surprised expression. I heard it from the Count, Angele said. Well, for him, it could be possible, the Baron said before he drank some water from his water canteen. Andes Alliance School is the best school in the whole Andes. Its duty is to train elites in the country, only taking a small number of students in each year. People who graduated from the school all become influential people of the country. They all become high-class nobles. This school is vastly different from ordinary noble schools as it has high standards for admission. Also, it doesn't matter if you're a farmer or a noble. As long as you're talented, you'll get the chance. I thought of sending you to that school, but your body wasn't capable of accepting the life energy seed, the Baron said with faint despondency on his face. Well, I found a ring not so long ago, and Philip said the ring could help me get into that school with exam exemption. Angele laughed and took out the ring. The Baron was surprised and grabbed it to examine it. If it's true, this will be our family's only hope, the Baron said with a tone that seemed a bit excited. I think it's true. The problem is, we need to find the location of the school and the way it tests its students, Angele said. Philip saw the ring and tried to take it from me. I thought he was going to kill us all after we arrive at the Marawa harbor just to make sure I wouldn't disrupt his plan, Angele made his own conjecture. That is very possible, especially since those high-class nobles are quite likely to do something like that. However, I think you showed the ring to him on purpose, right? Or were you trying to figure out how much it's worth? Wait, did you do it for the girls? Angele, I really can't guess what you're thinking, the Baron said. A bit of each. I'll make sure to think twice before acting in the future, Angele lowered his head and said. The Baron actually knew him well. I've decided. When we arrive at Marawa, I'll ask your aunt to find the information about the Andes Alliance School. If you get accepted as a student, the Baron didn't finish his sentence. He just began smiling. 10 days later, the caravan entered the border of Andes. Outside the answer plain were many hills around and thriving trees. There were also many different plants and animals. Angele could sometimes see some abandoned iron mines, and he started seeing other caravans traveling toward Maroa. Most of them were merchants while some were Ruden nobles that were trying to join their relatives in Maroa. Angele kept analyzing different species and stored their information in the chip. Though his attributes wouldn't increase any longer, the information could still be useful in the future if he could get into the school. With the help of the chip, he would be learning much faster than others and he would never forget anything he saw. Studying wouldn't pose a problem to him. After all, what he only needed was the sources. Others probably had to go through many mistakes to find out the truth, but Angele only needed the chip to rule out all the false information. He would be able to find the easiest way to comprehend the materials. If I can get into that school, I'll probably be able to find the Ramsota College mentioned on the ring. That college is connected to the wizards for sure. Angele was getting excited. Recently, he kept looking at the ring at least several times in a small span of time. He, however, was a bit disappointed that Philip didn't carry anything like that with him. It seemed that enchanted items were very rare, so Angele wondered how Dice managed to get one. Angele was curious, and he really wanted to know who Dice really was. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, School 1. Chapter 36, School 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele felt relaxed ever since they crossed the border. It didn't take long for them to reach Maroa Harbor. Outside of its main city were merchants of great numbers gathered around. It seemed as though this faith of merchants had created small markets that encircled Maroa. Many people walked around to and fro, showing that the markets were all bustling in activities. It was about 3 p.m. in the afternoon when Angele's caravan arrived. The sky was cloudy and beneath it were carriages that were slowly moving through the bustling markets. They were together with a large merchant caravan that dealt with sea salt business. About 2 days ago, they joined with them. The Baron paid 50 gold coins to the leader of the merchant caravan, so they could enter the city easily with the help of the merchants. The Baron was sitting in the leading carriage and gazing upon the huge city. He was met with grey city walls of towering height, and from his angle, it seemed as though it were endless. The entrance ahead of him was wide open that he could clearly see people busily partaking in their own activities inside. Some carriages were heading out of the city with heavy goods on their carts at the back while some were conversing with the guards to gain passage into the city. The guards were fully geared. Black iron armors covered and protected them. Lances were each held in their hands. "This is Maroa City?" Angele asked. He got out of the carriage and sat beside his father. "Yes, we can head to the outer city once we pass through here. With the help of the merchant caravan, we can get in easily such that they don't screen us individually anymore." The Baron smiled upon saying this. "If we didn't join the merchants, it would have taken us a long time just to get in. Although we ourselves have entry passes, the screening process would have been a pain," he continued. Angele nodded before he glanced around. All the carriages he saw were quite similar to theirs. The guards took off their gears and stored them in the supply cart. When they arrived at the entrance, a fat young man got off from the red wooden carriage at the forefront. The man wore a black coat, and rather than looking like a businessman, he seemed more like a chef. The man conversed with the guards for several seconds while maintaining a smiling face, after which he put a small pouch in one of the guards' hand. The guard then laughed and waved his hands to signal a legitimate entry. However, Angele noticed the guards taking a glance for a while on their caravan. They probably knew of their identities, but they couldn't be bothered with it. The caravan entered the city swiftly. What they witnessed was the sight of a clean and tidy street, which had a minuscule amount of litters on the ground. Both sides of the street were filled with vendors selling countless different merchandise such as salt, seafood, and even some people were buying second-hand goods. Pearls were also being sold while some had strange animals that Angele had never seen before as merchandise. Occasionally, he could see some people haggling with the store owners. Angele's caravan was moving in the middle of the street. A few of them looked at the streets with curious gazes. Some of the officers of the harbor were slowly going around the stalls and stores, collecting management fees. For a few times, several carts that carried massive amounts of salt passed by Angele's carriage. They continued along for about half an hour and went past several streets before reaching an intersection. Alongside a gray stone building, a plump middle-aged noblewoman was standing with 3 workers. "My lovely sister Maria, long time no see. It feels great to see you doing well," he yelled. Dear brother, I'm happy to meet you too. The woman smiled gently and they hugged each other. The Baron then asked Angele to step outside. This is Angele, my second son. He was born after you got married. I think you've never seen each other before, the Baron said as he patted Angele's shoulder. Maria looked at Angele for a while as though she was checking him all over. Good kid, I hope you can get along with my son Buster, your cousin. Maria smiled and said. Thanks, Aunt Maria. Angele lowered his head and replied politely. Alright, I have prepared a party for you guys at the manor. Also, the rose garden has been emptied for you, so you can move in anytime you want. But brother, I thought you'd bring a lot more people than this. Where's old Wade? Maria nodded and asked. We'll talk about this later, let's get back first, the Baron said with a deep voice, sadness hinted in his tone. Sure, let's get back. Anger, lead the way for the Baron. Maria stopped for a second then nodded after. Yes, ma'am, one of the workers answered. Angele didn't follow his father to the leading carriage. Instead, he got on the second one. He knew his father hadn't seen his sister for years, so they must have a lot to say to each other. Maggie, Celia, their relatives, the pharmacist, and Captain Mark all looked a bit worried. However, their anxiousness dissipated after seeing Angele getting on their carriage. Young Master Angele, what work can we do at the harbor? I know nothing besides killing, Mark said. Don't worry, you've been with my father since long ago. He'll make sure you get a job you want, Angele smiled. Maggie and Celia were sitting by his side with nervous expressions. They were now in a new environment. The Baron needed to rebuild his base here. After he obtained what he wanted, he would only care about Angele while the others, especially the ones with mediocre talent, wouldn't be cared for anymore. Also, the Baron had lost his territory and source of income. Because of that, they could no longer live the life they used to have, a reasonable outlook for the people as they started becoming worried for their future. Angele sat in the carriage, thinking of ways to calm their unease. Suddenly, the carriages slowed down. Angele, get off the carriage, the Baron yelled from outside. Angele was confused, but he still got off the carriage. He saw Aunt Maria and his father standing at the side, both looking excited. What happened, Father, Aunt Maria? Angele asked. The carriages stopped by the side while others who were in the carriages started unloading the supplies. Angele walked toward the two. Your father told me you want to enter the school. I think it's good for you, and your father supports this decision as well. You're lucky this time. Marua Harbor School is taking in new students. You can register as long as you reach the requirements, Maria said with a smiling face. Marua Harbor School? Angele had never heard of it before. He looked at his father. That school has a long history, and teach nearly everything such as fighting skills, field experiences, music, literature, dancing, and painting. Also, they're qualified to recommend a number of students to the Andes Alliance School each year, the Baron smiled as he walked close to Angele. If you want to learn about the Alliance School and how to get admitted into it, this step is necessary. He whispered by Angele's ear. It's going too expensive, isn't it? Angele asked. 100 gold coins for the registration and additional expenses for the courses you want to enroll. However, it's nothing compared to all the things you can learn, the Baron said. Angele felt slightly relieved because they looted the treasures of the bandits they had encountered along the way and also Count Philip's possessions. They obtained about 200 gold coins from the bandits and 1,000 gold coins from Philip, so Angele was actually pretty rich at present. Today is the last day of registration. You'll surely be admitted if you go to the registration area now, Maria explained. Your father told me you want to go to Andes Alliance School. If you achieve good grades at the Harbor School, you'll be recommended to the Alliance School after, she continued. Aunt, please ask someone to lead me there. I'll go register now. Angele said. Sir Shiva is there working at the registration office. Not so long ago, his son wanted Bowater to do something for him. I'll let him know that I sent you there, Maria said after nodding her head. Bowater was her husband and also Angele's uncle. He was an officer at the harbor's inspector department. Thank you, Aunt. Angele felt elated upon knowing this, thus politely giving her his sincere thanks. However, it's a boarding school. You'll need to bring your own things there such as your clothes, Maria said. Got it, I'll get on it right away, Angele said. Maria then asked a worker named Anderson to lead the way for Angele. Before leaving, the Baron patted Angele's shoulder hard. He didn't say anything, but Angele could see the hope in his eyes. Maggie and Celia got off the carriage to wish Angele good luck. Angele kissed them in front of everyone to show that they were under his wing before leaving with Anderson. Angele felt he was caught in a hurry, but the opportunity was right there. He knew his body had long reached the limits and knew what he needed to accomplish in the school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, School, 2. Chapter 37, School, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. By the west of Marawa City, there laid upon mountains of great numbers. Valleys that were naturally formed between these mountains made up a two-lane road network used in transportation. These white carriages' paths looked endless, ultimately leading into the forest after several twists and turns. It was a cloudy afternoon. Many carriages were traveling on the road, some entered the forest while some exited. Owners of different carriages being politely greeted by whom they were acquainted with was a common scene in courtesy along the way. An average-looking teenager with short brown hair was sitting in a white carriage, gazing at the carriages passing by. Many carriages had those luxurious insignias, yet Angele barely knew any of those. Clean, silky white shirt and a small gray linen coat, long blue pants and a pair of tight black boots were being worn by him. He looked just like any other noble child from the countryside and seemed as though he attempted to be fashionable yet knew nothing in that regard. A bald coachman wearing gray worker clothes made from linen was sitting by the teenager. These two were Angele and Anderson, respectively, who were heading to the registration office in the school. Anderson started explaining the situation in the harbor school as the carriage moved forward at a swift pace. "Young Master Angele, the madam asked me to tell you this. Please only take the necessary courses in school since the price of some courses might be too high for you at present." Anderson didn't finish his sentence, but Angele knew what he meant. "I understand. To get admitted into the harbor school, the only thing needed is money?" Angele asked. "Never heard of anyone getting rejected after paying enough." "I think so," Anderson licked his lips and answered. Showing a tacit understanding of the situation, Angele nodded. The harbor school was most likely similar to those private schools on Earth where you need to pay a certain amount to get admitted. However, unlike on Earth, the quality of education in this world varied. For Angele, his sentiment was of needing not to waste time in the castle any longer, at least. He could actually learn something, and with the chip's assistance were many things that he could now do. Also, the registration fee isn't very high. Even children of merchants are studying in it, too. Some people couldn't afford the fee, thus they chose to pay the students to teach them instead. It's a cheaper alternative and moreover, such things are common in the school. You can consider doing the same if you don't have enough money to spare, Anderson kindly said. Thank you, I'll think about it, Angele smiled, no longer talking after. He was aware of the fact that just paying those students with money wouldn't be enough. He probably needed to be extremely polite to them while begging them for knowledge. This was something Angele wouldn't do. This would save him some money, however, he had the chip. He could do the things normal people couldn't. The carriage entered the deep forest in a short span. Ahead of them was a 10-meter wide, large iron door waiting at the end of the road. Beside the entrance were towering walls going straight toward the mountains endlessly. Outside the door was a vast empty ground where several small carriages were parked. Several typical and ostentatious carriages easily distinguishable with just the insignias on them were there. From time to time, people wearing luxurious clothes went out through the door and got into the carriages. Teenagers ranging from 12 to 16 years old and of differing statures got out of the carriages, most likely here to register as well. It seemed the school didn't have age restrictions. After parking the carriage, Angele followed after Anderson as they entered through the door. Just like any other students, Angele had the same spark of curiosity in him, proven by his actions as his eyes kept darting around. The first scene he witnessed was a grassy land and many white buildings that were about 5 to 6 floors tall. A stone path directed them toward one of the white buildings ahead. Besides the path, there were copper statues that each had words engraved on it. Angele looked at one of the statues and saw words engraved. It read, Count Albert Parrington donated 20,000 gold coins to the school on year 1307. Angele became speechless because he thought those statues were created for successful entities that had greatly contributed to the school's reputation. He checked several others wherein he saw that they had donated at least 10,000 gold coins to the school. By then he had already stopped looking and instead followed Anderson to the first floor of the white building. A middle-aged man with a goatee was sitting in the middle of a hall that was decorated with glamorous furnishings as though there was a party. He was jotting down the names of students who came to register with a quill pen. Angele moved behind the 20 to 30 people who were lined up in front of him. Meanwhile, Anderson took the recommendation letter to Sir Shiva, which caused people around Angele to have contemptuous looks and distance from him. It didn't take long for Anderson to bring a blonde curly-haired man to Angele. The man took Angele straight to a room at the side of the hall. Angele paid the fee in but a short moment and obtained the certification that would prove his identity. It was colored white and was made out of leather. Written on it were his student number, grade, room number, and his personal information. A red seal that represented the clearance of his payment had been stamped at the bottom of the paper. Anderson left right after he assisted Angele in the registration. Angele headed to a building to the left according to the explanation on the paper. This building was the dorm. Many rooms were still open, but the hallway was crowded with students walking to and fro, looking for their own rooms. It was a lively scene that reminded Angele of the post nights in the castle. Most of the students here were vastly different, of course, as they wore luxurious clothes. People here also talked in a slow and gentle manner, which made Angele think they were a bit phony. Also, Angele wasn't actually a noble here because he was from Ruden Empire, a dying country. His father had left his hometown and came to Andes because he decided to give up on his status there. Angele was a mere student now, yet Andes didn't set restrictions on the color of the clothes. He could still wear colorful clothes, even white clothes. On the contrary, he would have been in deep trouble if he had done so back in Ruden. Each room could only fit one student because the school knew that noble children wouldn't like to share a room with others. The bedroom only had one bed, a desk, and a chair. Everything was made out of brown wood, and no paint was applied. Angele could smell the fragrance of wood in the air. He decided to settle down his possessions and change his clothes. New schedule is out. A boy yelled outside the room. It was just posted outside the 5th building. The price is 5 gold coins. He continued. We need to pay at least 100 gold coins, otherwise, we won't get our money's worth. Another person said. The price is set by Master Banner. If you have any question, go talk to him. I'm merely a messenger, the boy said. By then, the students in the building were stirred, becoming noisy. Dawn. 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 Someone knocked on the door of Angele's room. He opened it right away. A black-haired boy wearing a red-yellow noble suit was standing outside. You're new here? You heard the price? This black-haired boy who also had freckles all over his face asked. Angele nodded his head. Good, it's the price set by Master Banner. If you want to teach the poor students for money, that's the number of coins you can ask for. You must follow the rules, understood? He continued, and Angele nodded again. Sure, Angele said. After all, he wasn't planning on earning money by doing this anyway. Good, the boy looked satisfied. Not bad for a newcomer. Remember to pay the fee stated on the back of the schedule, the boy said before leaving. Angele closed the door and thought of something. He took the paper and turned it over. The schedule was very long, each price was written beside each course. It was slightly blurry, probably not handwritten. Angele wouldn't have known of the schedule if it weren't for the boy who had informed him. The price and course were as follows. Music, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Drawing, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Dancing, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Equestrianism, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Free combat training, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 30 gold coins. History of the Alliance, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 10 gold coins. War strategies, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 50 gold coins. Sword skills, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Katana skills, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. Dual wielding heavy weapon skills, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 30 gold coins. Archery, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 50 gold coins. Language, 2 classes, 1 hour in total. 20 gold coins. The total number of classes necessary was about 10. The time schedule of the classes would be decided before the start of the courses. Payments were mandatory to be paid on the same day. Angele scrunched his eyebrows. It would take him about 100 gold coins to finish one course. This was already costly to him. Though he brought only 2 high gold cards, it was still a lot. One high gold card could be exchanged with 1,000 gold coins, which would be handed out by the school. Angele could convert it to gold coins whenever he wanted at the service department of the school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Adolf, 1. Chapter 38, Adolf, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. 2,000 gold coins were already a lot to Angele, since it could even completely fill a big, heavy bag. When he was still in the Rio territory, he could buy plenty of things with that amount of money. But in Marawa, he needed even more. Aunt Maria was right, Angele thought. He read the course list once again. However, as he didn't find anything useful to him, he could only scrunch his eyebrows. Only the words at the bottom caught his attention. The recommendation exam will be held by the end of September. Students who pass 3 of their courses will be qualified. Pass 3 of them? Angele muttered while rereading over the selections he had. I'll take sword skills, archery, and language then. I'm good at those. The chip will help me get through the language course easily. Angele finally made his decision and put the sheet back into his pouch after. People outside the room were still noisy. Angele could hear some of them laughing as they talked. He donned his favorite black hunting suit and checked the things he had brought. Angele put them aside before leaving the room. There were many students around, each forming their own groups. They were either gossiping about certain teachers or about some well-known students. Some were merely talking about the new jewelry and clothes that had just been imported into the city. Angele walked across the hall, feeling alienated in the atmosphere around him. This place is so peaceful. I guess I'll need some time to get used to it. I fought too many battles back then at the plains. Angele thought. He didn't plan on staying at this place for too long. After all, there was no point in interacting with the children of high-class nobles or merchants. Angele walked out of the dorm and looked at the schedule that was pinned on the wall by his side. He took a note of the locations and timetables of the courses he wanted. He then walked straight toward the study area at the back. He could see that all the school buildings were indeed white. Angele headed into the most crowded area, the dining hall. He saw white bread, wine, fish soups, and pan-fried mussels there. He quickly finished his lunch and returned back to his room to get some rest. The second morning, Angele woke up early. He changed his clothes and quickly finished washing his face and brushing his teeth. Many students hadn't woken up yet, which was the reason why the dorm was eerily quiet. Angele walked around the hall and saw several students coming from up ahead. They didn't wear luxurious suits, signifying that they most likely originated from small merchant families. It was likely that they were the most hard-working students in the school. Angele studied hard as well, but only a few nobles would try hard like him. Angele walked out of the dorm. It was still a bit dark and the area was empty. He could barely see any people. The morning breeze blowing over him was still chilly, and chirping of birds could be heard. My first class is language, and it's taught by Master Adolphe. Location is at Building 19, Room 304. Angele stored the information in the chip earlier, so he quickly found the location after seeing the black mark on the building. It was a 3-story building located at the rear end of the school. There were only 5 rooms on each floor. Outside the building was a board standing there. The words written on it were Ruden and 2 other languages Angele couldn't recognize. These words meant language. These words were written in an art form, similar to that of Chinese calligraphy on Earth. The building was surrounded by wooden fences and between them was an empty ground. A young girl sitting by a red wooden desk that had a label fee and registration was yawning. Angele looked around, only to find that he seemed to be the only one around. "You're here for the language course?" she asked while yawning. She who was dressed in red saw Angele standing outside the fences. "Yeah, can I register now?" Angele walked in and took out his high gold card. "Yep, you're a new student? You don't know me?" she asked. "I was just admitted yesterday," Angele nodded honestly. He handed over his card to her, and the girl wrote down his card number and personal information. She also wrote -20 gold coins beside it before returning the card to Angele. "Haven't seen formal students waking up so early in a while. I'm the daughter of your language teacher, Adolphe Runsol. You can call me Sophia. You can go inside now, my father is already in the room," the girl said as she looked at Angele. Angele couldn't find any chance to speak. It was likely that she didn't want to talk to him too much. He nodded and walked into the small building. The building was white, yet there was a hint of it being grayish. The stairs were located at the right-hand side of the building. By the end of the passage, there was a half-open door with a label 304 that indicated room 304. Angele walked in and saw a white-haired old man reading a book. The old man heard the footsteps and looked over Angele's direction. He didn't say anything, only staring at Angele for a while. A scholar with a specific daily routine, I suppose, Angele thought. He sat down in the front row, waiting for the course to begin. After half an hour, students started pouring in from outside, but they still looked drowsy. When there were about 13 students, the old man closed his book and stood up. I'm Adolf, invited by the school to teach language. You may or may not know about me, but let's just pretend we don't know each other. I'll earn some cash by teaching you while you kids pay to stay in this class. That's it. Any questions? The old man said, his tone serious and stubborn. We know Master Adolf's rule. Please start the class, one of the girls sitting in the front row said. Her skin seemed a bit too pale white for a human being. Well, let's get started. Adolf went straight to the point, not wasting any time. I'll be teaching the universal language from one of Andes's neighbors, Poland Empire. I'll also be teaching the language of Holy Anmag Empire. Especially the second one, it's very useful and important. We use it in many different areas such as Marawa, the capital, and many more cities, Adolf said. 0. Analyze all language-related information, Angele ordered while looking at Adolf. Mission established. Analysis beginning, 0 said. There were only about 10 students there, but Adolf was treating his job seriously. He talked about the basic structure of the two languages and the history of their developments. He also taught about the basic components of the words. Angele felt as if the time in the two classes flowed very quickly. 2 days later, I have an applied course. To attend or not is your choice, Adolf said in a serious tone before leaving the room with books in his hand. After language, Angele attended the sword skills and archery courses. The two courses had everything Angele expected. The content was way too easy for him, but it was a chance for him to practice. He attended a class once, but then realized there was no point for him to attend again. The teachings were less useful compared to the ones he had found in the castle. The skills they taught weren't practical. They looked cool, but it wouldn't help Angele survive in a real battle. The sword skills of his father and Knight Audis were much better than the ones taught here. Well, at least the teachers are knights. However, they're just average. Angele knew knights were still elites here. They were ones that students couldn't meet all day. With the help of the chip, Angele found the strongest person in this school. He was dumbfounded because the strongest was a teacher who had about the level of a mid-knight. There were not even many post-knights here. Barely any people had experiences in actual combat. Most students were akin to flowers in a greenhouse living happy lives. They liked funny stories, fashion, and beautiful sword dances, but they were not interested in participating in a real war. This is the place rich kids want. Pay for some certificates and make themselves look better. No wonder why money is the only thing I needed to get admitted here, Angele concluded. In the next 10 days, Angele didn't do anything other than studying, eating, and sleeping. He had already mastered the two languages Adolf had taught. It took 6 classes for him to achieve this, and it cost him 60 gold coins. He was well behaved in class and could answer the questions asked by the teacher. Adolf thought he was pretty good and smart. That's it for today. Come to my desk if you have any questions, Adolf said. Only 6 students were still inside the classroom. Angele was at the front row where he sat quietly. He was considered as the most hard-working student in the class. He raised his hand after hearing the words Adolf said. Master, I got a question. I wonder if you could teach me some other language besides those two? Angele asked. He knew Adolf had mastered more than 10 languages. He was, after all, the most renowned polyglot in Marawa. People highly respected him in the academic world. Other languages? Angele, were the 2 I taught not enough for you? Adolf said while scrunching his eyebrows. Well, Angele was about to continue speaking, but several other students started asking questions. Adolf was instantly surrounded by several students. They just kept asking basic questions. Obviously, they were fawning on Adolf. Angele shook his head, only sitting there as he waited for them to finish. Adolf's patience was running out, but he finished conversing with the students nonetheless. He saw Angele still waiting inside the classroom. What else do you want to know, Angele? Adolf felt goodwill toward Angele, so he remembered his name. You haven't mastered the 2 languages I taught, yet. Don't be greedy, he continued. Master, may I ask what the language requirement is for the Andes Alliance School? Angele asked after he stood up. Language requirement? You want to get into the Alliance School? What do you want to do there? That's just a place for people who are wealthier than most, Adolf said while staring at Angele. Warning! Warning! Target is using an unknown magnetic field to scan your mind. 0 suddenly warned before Angele could answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Adolf, 2. Chapter 39, Adolf, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Unknown magnetic field? Angele was both surprised and excited. He heard Adolf questioning him. He was feeling elated, but he tried to stay calm. Master Adolf, I'm just interested in the legendary power the wizards have and I want to get into a better school. I think my research would progress faster, Angele quickly and honestly answered. Wizard? Adolf stopped for a second and thought for a while. It is very nostalgic, he sighed with a sad look on his face. Adolf looked at Angele for a while with a face as though he had mixed feelings about the situation. Angele was nearly becoming scared. I think you're honest because you're telling the truth. Follow me. Adolf broke the silence and slowly left the classroom. Angele followed him from behind. Outside the door, Adolf's daughter, who was wearing a tight red one-piece, Sophia, was looking at Angele with mixed feelings as well. She didn't say anything. It seemed that she didn't overhear their conversation. Adolf walked down the building with Angele and his daughter. Outside was a large red carriage that could easily fit 3 people awaiting them. The insignia looked like the scales. Get on the carriage, Adolf said while pointing at it. Yes, master. Angele politely got inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Angele sat opposite to Adolf and Sophia. The coachman started driving the carriage, moving forward quickly. No one talked, but Angele noticed that Adolf was thinking about something. The carriage left the school and moved to the downtown area of Maroa. They arrived at a block full of large houses and stopped in front of a red white house. They had left the school at morning and by the time they had arrived, it was already noon. Adolf still didn't say anything as he led Angele and Sophia into the house. They went to the study on the 2nd floor and while they did so, several workers greeted them. Sit down. Adolf sat on a sofa by the desk. Angele looked around and saw 2 shelves full of books on the side. The book covers were all made of red leather and the words written on it were hard to read. It was highly likely that Master Adolf wrote it. On the desk was a golden oil lamp, a white quill pen, and a bottle of black ink. There was also a round silver seal above an open letter. Oni, bring this young guest of mine a glass of Marconi. Also, you know what Sophia and I want, Adolf loudly said. Sophia was sitting beside her father with a face that seemed unconcerned about Adolf's decision. A chubby middle-aged woman brought 3 glasses of drink to them and closed the door quietly. Angele smelled the fragrance of the drink in front of him. It looked like dark chocolate, yet it smelled like a lemon mixed with orange. It was nice and warm. Tell me about your decision. I mean, why are you looking for the wizards? Adolf asked. I think you know that the path to the wizard's world is too difficult to find, and you need perseverance for it. You can't imagine the amount of effort you need, he continued in a deep tone. Master Adolf, to be honest with you, my body isn't capable of accepting life energy seed. There's no way for me to become a Grand Knight. However, I witnessed the power of a wizard, and I found it incredible. I want to find out if the wizards could help me get stronger in a different way, Angele unhesitatingly said. He had his own plans, so he decided to tell Adolf everything he knew. It wasn't, after all, a big secret in any case. You witnessed the power of a wizard? There are still wizards around here? Adolf was taken aback and even Sophia was curiously looking at Angele. No, I didn't see a real wizard in front of me. I saw someone using an energy from a cracked enchanted item, Angele said. That person must be a wizard then. Only a wizard is capable of wielding enchanted items, Adolf nodded. You're very honest. However, the talent requirement in becoming a wizard is far greater than of a Grand Knight's. Are you sure you have such talent? Adolf asked. I wouldn't know until I try, Angele smiled. I think I should at least try. If I don't, then I will never know if I'm gifted or not, Angele said. He had successfully utilized the power of the ring, so he felt confident about it. Very good, Adolf started laughing. You're just like me. When I was young, I never gave up, Adolf continued. Wait, Angele became excited. No, I'm not a wizard. I'm just an ordinary person who admires them. Adolf sighed, then he became silent. Sorry, I'm tired. I need to take some rest. Come by here next time, Adolf said. Thanks for inviting me here. I'm leaving now. Angele still had something to say, but he decided to leave. Sophia, see him off. Adolf stood up and grabbed a book from the shelf. It's a book of Irathia's language. You can read it first. Come here tomorrow and I'll teach you the language privately. If I see any potential from you, I'll consider recommending you to the Alliance School, Adolf said. Thank you, Master Adolf. Angele was jubilant upon seeing Adolf handing the book to him. Yeah. Adolf waved his hands and ceased talking. Angele walked out of the study with Sophia and they went down the stairs. Angele got inside the carriage when they left the house. Father has expectations on you and he'll know if you're lying. I respect his decision, but I hope you don't disappoint him, Sophia said in a serious manner. I understand. Angele nodded politely. Half a year later. Adolf's house. If we can replace the word Kafka with single wheel, it will be impossible when using the grammar of Anmag language, Adolf said while looking at a paper. He scrunched his eyebrows and pointed to the paper using his finger while making an encircling gesture around the word. And here, the word choice is poor. It should be replaced with the Ruden word ignite, he continued. Angele was sitting there quietly while listening to Adolf's advice. After the passing of half a year, the two became really close. Angele used the chip to help him study the languages and the results were great. He learned much faster than others. Actually, he had already mastered the first 2 languages in the first week, but he didn't want too much attention, so he spent half a year to make it look like he was just progressing fast. He had mastered 3 different languages in half a year, wherein this made Adolf think he was a genius. Adolf was testing Angele's familiarity with different languages now, so he combined different languages into sentences to make sure that Angele understood each of them. You're right. I didn't notice that. Angele said as he lowered his head. Actually, he made these mistakes on purpose. You still need to improve, but you passed the tests for the 3 languages. Adolf put down the paper before he smiled. Angele seemed relieved, but he already knew the results beforehand. Adolf carefully looked at Angele, and he even felt proud of him. Angele, you studied with me for more than half a year now? He asked. Yes, Master, Angele said. I think you know who I really am. Adolf smiled. As the assistant director of the security department, I did some research on you, he continued. Angele nodded, though he didn't say anything. He knew Adolf being an influential personage, but that wasn't his purpose. Adolf looked at Angele, unable to see even the slightest change in Angele's facial expression after hearing about his position. Adolf felt happy at the fact that his power and influence didn't affect how Angele treated him. Well, that's not important anyway. You and I have a larger target, Adolf said. Angele knew that Adolf was about to show him something, which was exactly the opportunity he was looking for. Adolf stood up and handed him a book. Angele took the book and looked at its title, Journey of Heart by Buckwell Henry. Master, what is this? Angele asked. This is the biography of the great thinker, Master Buckwell Henry, Adolf said, and he smiled. He liked Angele because the latter had mastered 3 different languages within half a year. Adolf thought that Angele was gifted. Therefore, he thought that he must put great effort in studying languages. But no one knew that not only was Master Buckwell a great thinker, he was also a mysterious person, he continued. He's a wizard? Angele guessed. The thought of it got him excited. You're right. Take it back and read it. Let me know if you have any questions. Adolf nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Thank you, Master. Angele said. He knew that he was going to learn something of significance from the book. People from Andy's Alliance School will come to recruit after half a month. Prepare for it, Adolf said. Yes. Now if you would excuse me. Angele stood up, holding the book in his hands. He knew Adolf wouldn't give him any meaningless thing, but he didn't expect being given a book written by a real wizard. I'm too old for this now. It's your time to shine. Adolf nodded while laughing. Yes, Master. Angele nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Book of the Wizard, 1. Chapter 40, Book of the Wizard, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele left the house with the book Adolf gave him and got on a carriage that took him back to the school. A staff member by the entrance of the dorm stopped Angele before he entered the building. Young Master Angele, here's a letter for you. Also, a worker left something here for you. Please take all of those with you, the staff member who looked drunk said. The staff member was a middle-aged man who was a heavy drinker. Angele could barely understand what the man was saying. Thanks, house. Angele smiled as he nodded. He headed into a small room by the entrance and took a black bag along with a letter. Angele quickly returned to his room and carefully closed the door. Angele put down the bag and letter. He sat in front of his desk and placed the book he had just gotten on it. He inhaled once and tried to calm himself before he'd start checking the book. Brown was the color of its cover and an earmark was sealed on it. This mark was quite large and was made out of black silk. There was a small line of words written on the bottom right side that said, "By Buckwill." The book was thick and heavy, such that it even looked like a large dictionary. It was about 2 to 3 kilograms. Angele collected himself and sat straight before opening the book. Start recording the information, he thought. Recording started. The chip started working quickly. There was only one line on the first page, "I am listening." The words were written in a special manner, which made it slightly hard to read. They looked like special runes, but they were actually just regular Anmag words. It looked like the page had a bunch of tadpoles lined up in the middle. Angele stared at those words and started thinking. He scrunched his eyebrows, remaining at this page for a long time. Dusk was nearly upon him and darkness had begun creeping everywhere. Moonlight poured into the room, dying and reflecting light upon everything inside with its pale white hue. The oil lamp on the desk reflected yellow light over Angele's face. Shadows under his eyes and nose began flickering. Angele finally moved to page 2 after thinking for a long time, but he still scrunched his eyebrows. There was a colorful painting on the second page. It was a noble lady wearing a white one-piece and a red round hat. She was sitting in front of a mirror quietly with a gentle demeanor. Her face was fair and beautiful, and it looked like she was staring into Angele's eyes. The painting itself was vibrant and it made it seem as if the lady was alive. Angele felt something strange about it, so he moved the book closer. He scrutinized the painting such that he could even see the pores on her face. The wind was blowing into the room from outside. Dawn. The window made a loud noise as it was blown open. Angele stood up and closed it. He returned and sat down again, looking at the painting. He was surprised because the mouth of the lady in the painting was now slightly opened. He was certain that it was closed before. She stared at Angele, seemingly trying to say something. "I am listening." Angele was suddenly reminded of the words on page 1 and felt slightly scared. The room was silent and people who were talking outside couldn't be heard. Even the insects outside had gone silent. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy and constrained. Angele felt goosebumps and instantly put his right hand over the crossguard sword by the side. He sensed danger and thought something was closing in on him. Analyze the situation around. Report to me immediately if you find anything wrong, Angele ordered. Mission established. Analyzing, reported. However, the chip didn't report back to him, so Angele felt relieved. He looked back at the painting, once again becoming surprised. The lady's mouth was slightly more open compared before, as though she was in pain. She now had a hopeless expression on her face, not staring at Angele anymore. Angele couldn't see anything in her eyes. Angele felt more goosebumps and also a chill coming from his back. He quickly moved on to the next page. "I am listening." He saw the words again where it was still in the middle of the page. Warning. Strange magnetic field discovered. Please move away from the source. At least 50 meters. Suddenly, the chip started giving out warnings. You will see a different world from this book if you are qualified to become a wizard. A strange message somehow appeared in Angele's mind. It wasn't written in the book, only going straight into Angele's consciousness. Angele was paralyzed, sweat was all over his face. A blackbird that looked like a crow flew by his window and made a strange noise. Angele was still feeling shocked, but he was alerted by the sound. He quickly stood up and wiped off the sweat on his face with his hands. Angele saw his own reflection on the glass of the window. His reflection had white pupils and the mouth was opened as though his reflection was trying to say something. The facial expression of his reflection perfectly depicted that of the lady in the painting. Damn! Angele screamed as he pushed the chair down. He bumped the door open and ran out to the hallway. The whole world outside looked strange. Angele felt the loss of balance, and the hallway itself seemed distorted. No one was around, not even any student in the dorm could be seen. Your body is currently experiencing an abnormal condition. Your blood flow rate is 3x greater than normal, and your blood vessels are rupturing, kept warning. Who? Angele inhaled once, trying to suck air into his lungs. The warning of the chip woke him up. Angele opened his eyes where he found himself sleeping on the book. The window was still open, the wind coming from outside could still be felt by him. Angele was covered in sweat, and he found the wind to be soothing. I fell asleep? Angele said as he looked at the book below his chest. He was still on page 1 of the book, the words still quietly lying in the middle of the page. I am listening. Everything was an illusion? Angele wondered, so he decided to check the record on the chip. Your body is currently experiencing an abnormal condition. Your blood flow rate is 3x greater than normal, and your blood vessels are rupturing. Magnetic field has weakened. You are now waking up. Radiation energy has disappeared. Magnetic field has disappeared. You are having trouble understanding space and time. Nope, not a dream, Angele said. Angele looked at the crystal clock he had bought not too long ago and seen that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The words on the book suddenly disappeared and words suddenly appeared in the air. They were blurry in the beginning, but now, Angele could easily read them. Congratulations, love. You passed the mental examination of the book, it said. The book suddenly started shining with a light akin to a silver water flowing around. Angele could barely see anything from the brightness. The light stayed for about 5 seconds before disappearing. Angele opened his eyes once again and looked at the book on his desk. The cover of the book changed, though the color did not. Many strange runes appeared in the middle of the cover and the earmark was no longer there. Under the runes was a black door shaking slightly. Angele could even hear the noise it created. It felt like watching a 3D movie on Earth. The color of the cover was still brown, but the material seemed to have changed. Angele had mixed feelings about this and was hesitant. The illusion he had experienced warned him on how dangerous the book was. However, the book was the only clue he had about the wizards, so he didn't want to give it up. Angele could now hear the noises of people talking and doors opening and closing from the hallway. He slowly calmed down as he sought solace in such an environment. It was the dorm he was familiar with. 0, check the book and tell me if it's still dangerous, Angele thought. Analysis beginning. Item unknown. Danger unknown. Please proceed with caution. Hearing Zero's report made Angele hesitate again. He turned the book to its second page. Nothing happened, but the painting of the lady had disappeared. Instead, Angele saw a page full of words. There was a title on top of the page, which told Angele of what the book actually was. This is just a starter meditation handbook. Following the title, it said. This book will help you lay the foundation. If you want more, head to Mariloden. I heard that the market there would open every 50 years. I just don't want to write down high-level skills in this one as I'm still researching. For your own safety, I suggest you do not attempt to touch the high-level meditation handbooks. The words were written in Anmag language, which made it surprisingly easy for Angele to understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Book of the Wizard, 2. Chapter 41, Book of the Wizard, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Darkgem/Frappe. Angele became relieved as he calmed down. It seemed that he had survived the dangerous part of the book. Zero had also stopped giving out warnings. Angele read the next several lines where it all referred to the method how the meditation worked. The actual method was nearly identical to the one being used for training chi back on Earth. However, the meditation in this world needed some special objects to support the process. It was also mentioned that before reaching the wizard level, there were 3 different stages. The stages were labeled using simple numbers, Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3. According to the book, the wizardry practices were all about accuracy even when the targets could only be vaguely explained. All wizards were great scholars and their accuracy in evaluation could help them determine the stage they were at. Wizards were serious on their research endeavors that they would attempt to make everything proper and stable, including the book Angele had. The author listed possible encounters during each stage and possible misunderstandings that might happen in the information on the book. Also, it had even a list of the possible reactions of people of differing mental states after reading the book. Every word in the book was helpful, not a single space was wasted. Angele spent about half an hour storing all the information on the chip in order for it to help him focus on the information he needed. Analyze and find the information I need. Angele ordered as Zero started working on it right away. 92.15% of unnecessary information was removed. Start transferring the rest? Zero asked. Yes, Angele thought. He sat in front of the desk and closed his eyes. His temples were slowly throbbing like a beating heart. It looked very strange. The words on the book started evanescing like an ink dropped into a vast expanse of clean water. It continued to evanesce on the paper until nothing was left. It took about 10 seconds to wipe out everything on the book. Lines of words started appearing on the pages again. Everything was written in Anmag language, and the content had been changed into the biography of the scholar named Buckwell. So this is meditation. I can sense special elements in nature and I can approach them myself. Those special elements could bring people different sensations. People who could feel them and even lead them must be gifted. The number of elements they could feel and the speed of being able to adapt to them determined how gifted people were. That was, Angele opened his eyes after a while and thought. He shook his head from being unable to find a proper word to describe it. However, he obtained the method of meditation, a chance he had to grasp. Angele found the part pertaining as to how to start basic meditation. It said that there was one necessary supporting medicine called dead soul grass. This plant grew upon graves and was something too difficult to find. It looked like a four-leaf clover, but it had a black color instead of green. Angele kneaded the leaves of the grass and put one into his mouth before initiating the meditation. Without the leaves, one couldn't sense the special elements even if it were the most gifted ones. The dead soul grass? Angele muttered. He closed the book and began thinking. The book was now useless to Angele, so he placed it back inside the bag. Without the grass, he wouldn't be able to start the meditation. It seemed that there wasn't much that he could do for now. Angele checked the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. He never thought that it was already this late, so he took the black bag he got earlier from the bed. It was from his father, and there was a letter. Angele opened it and saw that it was pretty much about the recent situation of his family. During the past half year, the Baron had bought a small manor outside the city with the assistance of Maria. However, he wasn't a baron anymore due to the situation in Ruden Empire. His territory was gone, and there was no more income being generated there. The Baron had funded a mercenary corporation with the guards that he had brought here. They took orders from the Mercenary Guild, Harbor Guild, and the Governor's Office. They were actually doing well and were even famous among the mercenary groups. The Baron still had the skills of a mid-level knight. As a knight, he would be welcomed in any lord's territory and get a decent amount of territory. The Baron was at the mid-level and could easily help post-knights to obtain life energy seeds. More post-knights meant greater strength for a territory, so all the lords would appreciate that. However, when a knight helped others get life energy seeds, he would lose a small amount of stamina himself. The children would get higher base stamina if the one helping them was at a higher level. It was possible for the post-knights to have similar attributes as a real knight, so the lords wanted as many knights as possible in their territories. The Baron's pride didn't allow him to serve others, so he decided not to join under anyone's wing. Instead, he had funded a mercenary corporation to take orders such that he even made a decent amount of money with it. It was nearly the same to the income he had been earning back in the castle. The Baron had mentioned the recent changes in the manor and also the new mission he had gotten. He would be escorting an influential character to the answer plane along with more than 10 other mercenary groups. Only one of the groups was weaker than the Baron's, while the rest was as strong as they were. The Baron said they might encounter mounted bandits from Saladin Empire during this mission, so the governor was paying them with a considerable amount. The situations of Maggie and Celia were also mentioned in the letter. It was said that Celia was showing her talent in music, so the Baron sent her to a good teacher to learn. There was nothing wrong with learning more anyway. However, Maggie showed absolutely no talent in the different fields that she had tried. If it were not for her having an intimate relationship with Angele, the Baron would have just treated her like a normal worker. The only reason why she was living a decent life was due to Angele. The rest of the letter was just greetings from his aunt and uncle. As he reached the end, written on the last line was, "To my dearest son, Angele. 1541-12. 11:02 a.m. The letter had been written last night. After Angele finished reading it, he returned it inside his pouch. He thought of how time quickly flew past by. It had now been 3 years since he reincarnated into this body. Angele opened the black bag and saw some daily necessities, some white blankets, some papers, new ink bottles, pens, and also a dagger with a brown leather sheath. With a small black diamond-like gem embedded into the handle, it looked strangely beautiful. Angele didn't spend too much money, so he still had more than 800 gold coins. He became renowned in the school due to his close relationship with Master Adolf, such that it caused many students to pay for his tutoring services in language. He charged students about 100 gold coins each time, which was enough for him to pay for the classes. He spent most of his money on other objects, such as strange trinkets from the market. The crystal clock on his desk was one of the strange trinkets he had bought. Marawa Harbor was, after all, the largest harbor by the country's border, so countless merchants parked their ships here. They brought various goods to the city that you could buy anything you want, even slaves. As long as you had enough money, that is. Angele played with the dagger that was a trophy the Baron received from a mission for a while. He sent it to Angele as a birthday gift. Angele sometimes returned to the manor to meet with his father and some other people, but he only stayed for a brief duration. Most of his time was spent in the school and in Adolf's residence. He studied in school and practiced his skills whenever he had a spare time. Life there was definitely not fun, but at least, he didn't waste any time. His attributes didn't increase during the half year that had passed, everything staying the same. Angele still was a mid-level knight. He would have been weaker if he didn't have all the strong sword skills. His skill in archery had also improved a lot, gaining the capability of simultaneously firing 2 arrows without losing accuracy. At school, most of the students weren't interested in fighting skills such as archery and horse riding. They only used those skills to show off during classes. No one would even practice after. The training ground was always nearly empty, and only the poor students sometimes trained there. Though, most of their time was spent on working, so they could pay for the fees in school. Barely anyone was like Angele, who went to the training ground every single day to train his fighting skills using the free weapons the school provided. After the countless of times Angele trained, he improved his sword skills again. Even his skill in archery was getting better as well. Angele put back everything and went to wash his face and brush his teeth. He put out the oil lamp and lied down on his bed. According to the information on the book, the dead soul grass was considerably rare and would only grow in a graveyard with a lot of graves. Angele was thinking of the things needed to be done tomorrow as he slowly fell into slumber shortly after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, Dead Soul Grass, 1. Chapter 42, Dead Soul Grass, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. At the second day, Angele was asleep until it was 10 o'clock in the morning. He stayed up too late last night, so it took him 7 hours to recover. Angele finished his breakfast quickly. He greeted the guard at the entrance when he was writing his leave notice. He then hired a coachman and traveled to Red Rock Hill Graveyard. It was already afternoon when Angele arrived at his destination. The sunlight made everything look as if it was dyed in red, that even the clouds passing over him had a golden-orange hue. The hill was outside the vicinity of Marawa City. A huge sloping ground was made atop it. Many graves were on the ground surrounded by thriving trees. If you looked at the hill from a far side, the entirety of the graveyard would be on a slope. There were many people visiting the graveyard right now, and one of them was a young man from a noble family. He was looking through the grass around the graveyard instead of the tombstones, sometimes walking from one stone to another as though he didn't come to mourn. Following him around was a middle-aged man who seemed to be his coachman. "Master Angele, it's pretty late. Shall we head back?" The coachman spoke with a light voice. For about 2 hours, he had been following him around. Angele paid him 2 gold coins, equivalent to the amount he would get for transporting 20 people. The coachman knew that Angele paid him quite well, but it was taking way too long. Getting dark already? Angele finally noticed the situation. With scrunched eyebrows, he took one final look around only to feel disappointed. "Fine, let's head back," Angele said. They started walking back to the entrance of the graveyard. "Do you know how Ruden Empire is holding up? Is Saladin Empire still invading?" Angele threw out several random questions. "In a tavern, I met several people who escaped from Ruden Empire. They said the only city left intact was the capital. Other places were pretty much conquered by neighboring countries. There aren't too many Saladins here, so I'm not quite sure what events had unfolded. I'm just a low-class coachman anyway. People like me have no right to ask such questions," the coachman said before laughing. "Yeah, but I think many Rudens have come to the harbor? Any big name you've heard of?" Angele asked. He knew coachmen were a great source of information as they dealt and talked a lot with their customers. The coachman didn't answer, only keeping a smile on his face. Angele took out a gold coin and threw it to the man. "Well, I might have the information you need actually. I've heard 2 passengers saying that there weren't many people from Ruden Empire. Most of them were small noble families. The larger ones were hindered by the Saladins along their way, and the royal members were attacked by forces of several different countries. I can't even imagine." The coachman grabbed the coin and he said. "Yay?" Angele nodded. It seemed that Marquis Sirius didn't make it. However, he wasn't going to completely trust the coachman because the source itself was suspicious. If it was true, he wouldn't need to worry about Philip anymore. "Wait, ever heard of the dead soul grass?" Suddenly, Angele asked as he took out several more gold coins. "Dead soul grass? Could you describe its appearance? I might have seen it somewhere before, but with a different name." The coachman looked at the coins with a greedy expression such that Angele could see it clearly. "It looks similar to a clover, but it has a black color," Angele said. A clover that is black? Do you mean black clovers? It only grows upon graveyards. You're here for those things? The coachman said. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've only heard of it being sold in pharmacies. It's very expensive. I'm afraid you wouldn't find any at this place since people wouldn't leave something so valuable on the ground, he continued. Pharmacy? Angele nodded. Drive me there. Angele threw another 2 gold coins to the coachman, who happily grabbed them. No problem, the coachman said. As fast as you can, Angele said. We'll be there in half an hour. The coachman laughed. About 20 minutes later, Angele arrived at a pharmacy by the harbor. Around the place was bustling with noises from carriages and people minding their own matters. A banner with words written in Ruden language was placed outside of the pharmacy that said, Mass's Small Pharmacy. There were some herbs drawn on the side. The pharmacy was located between 2 other stores on the first floor of a white building, its appearance furnished with simplicity. Many people dressed up in some strange suits were walking in and out of the pharmacy. All of them were different people of different statures. The pharmacy looked popular as it was recommended by the coachman, saying that the price here was fair. Angele had his black-red noble hunting suit worn, which made him stick out in the midst of people like a sore thumb. People would glance at him for a second before entering the store. Angele stood outside for a while before entering. The owner was handing herbs over to 2 mercenaries that looked like a couple. The owner was a kind-looking old man with white beard on his chin. Angele knew that the old was an experienced pharmacist with just the initial impression. Several clerks were handling customers by the side, and one of them walked to Angele after he entered the store. Welcome, young master. Not feeling well? What do you need? The young man had his business smile on. I want some black clovers. You have them here? Angele asked. Black clovers? You must be jesting. They're so rare that even the largest pharmacy in the city doesn't have them in stock, the young man answered. Really? Angele asked with scrunched eyebrows. Yes, 1 black clover would cost you thousands of gold coins. It isn't something you see every day. People only auction them, and some of them are in the hands of some collectors. This herb has been restricted by the Alliance more than 10 years ago. Low-class citizens would be hanged just for purchasing it. The young man nodded as he said with a serious tone. Yay? Angele felt a bit speechless. He was only at the first stage, but he's already having difficulties. He didn't know what to expect after. He couldn't afford even just a single black clover as it would cost thousands of gold coins. It was already dark outside when Angele left the store. He asked the coachman to get him to Master Adolph's house. The only thing he could do now was to seek help from the master because Adolph was the one who had given the book to him, thus he must know something about it. The dead soul grass, or black clover, wasn't something Angele would be able to obtain at present. Judging by the bell at the harbor, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Angele arrived at the house. The street lights by the roadside were already lit. Angele got off the carriage and saw Sophia watering the garden. 4 oil lamps hung around the entrance of the house. The visibility for a normal person was low, but Angele could see things clearly. Angele, you're early today. Sophia looked surprised when she saw Angele arriving, but it seemed as though she had already expected this. Let's go. Father's inside the study on the 2nd floor. Sophia opened the entrance for Angele as she said. Angele nodded, going straight into the house. He need not Sophia to lead the way because he was already completely familiar with the place. Angele lightly knocked on the door. Come in, it's open, Adolph said with a deep tone. Angele carefully opened the door and saw Adolph lying down on a reclined chair made of bamboo. He was wearing a white robe and had a book placed on his stomach. Have a seat, Adolph said. Angele bowed before sitting on a sofa by the side. Master, it looks like you already know I would come to seek help? Angele asked. You didn't disappoint me. Did the book scare you? Adolph opened his eyes and smiled. It actually caught me off guard. Angele stopped for a second before laughing. It means you have the potential to become a wizard if you can see its true form. I have lent the book to many young students, but you're the only one who passed the challenge. You would indeed come to me the next day if you know what you're looking for. People don't usually finish the book in such a short duration if they were to read it as a normal biography. Adolph laughed as he said this. You know I passed the trial? Angele was still wondering. You just went to the Red Rock Hill graveyard, am I right? Adolph laughed. I'm not just a mere scholar in Maroa, he continued. Angele felt relived. It seemed that his master knew everything about him. Master, please tell me how I can get my hands on the dead soul grass, or black clover. I heard that it's quite difficult to find, Angele said. I obtained one several years ago. You can use it, Adolf said while smiling. Well, how can I pay for it then? Angele calmly asked. Though Adolf liked him a lot, it was still something of great value. Angele didn't expect to get it for free. I'm not expecting you to pay me anything right now. Though thousands of gold coins are not a small amount, I can still afford it. You have the potential to become one of the greatest, so I'm looking forward to it. Adolf stopped smiling as he spoke in a serious tone. Mary, get Sophia in my room, Adolf yelled toward the door. Within a few minutes, Sophia walked in without any idea of what was going on. She looked at Angele and Adolf before closing the door carefully. Angele, you think she's attractive? Adolf asked. Sophia, who had a pretty face, was just about 20 years of age. She wore a red one-piece and had her hazelnut, curly hair over her shoulders. Her arms and neck along with her well-proportioned body were attractive to one's eyes. Angele looked at Sophia without saying anything. When Angele first saw her, he already knew she was kind and clever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, Dead Soul Grass, 2. Chapter 43, Dead Soul Grass, 2. Translator, _Leo_. Editor, Dark Gem, Virtual Frappe. She's indeed beautiful and very attractive. Angele nodded. Well then. Adolf laughed. Wait, father. You can't be serious. Sophia stopped her father from continuing. What? You don't like him? Adolf stopped smiling and instead had a serious expression on his face. Angele is nice, but he's just not my type. Father, please let me at least make my own decisions. Sophia seemed adamant on this, so she insisted. Your type? You mean that bard from Westwind? The only thing he has is a pretty face. Adolf spoke in a reprimanding tone, but Sophia kept looking at him, showing how serious she was about this. Since Sophia already has someone in her mind, how about just letting me treat you like my own father? Angele quickly stood up and interrupted their conversation. Adolf still looked angry, but he stopped glaring at his own daughter. Well then. I'll just treat you like my own son, Adolf said. It looked like he now felt slightly better. Master, my father and aunt could use some help sometimes. Would you mind? Angele said, trying to ease the anger of Adolf and make him feel comfortable. If he asked Adolf to help his family, Adolf would know someday that Angele would repay him well. Adolf looked much better after hearing the request. Get out of here, you're making me mad, Adolf yelled as he turned to his daughter. Sophia didn't say anything, only slamming the door close. Angele could hear her going down the stairs furiously. I'll keep an eye out for your father, and if he needs any help, I'll try my best. I think that will help deepen our relationship, Adolf said as he began smiling again. He stood up and opened the drawer on the desk. Adolf then took out a tiny, well-decorated box. There was a ruby embedded in the black box. Angele thought the box alone would nearly be as valuable as the grass. This box is made of agala wood. It prevents the herb from losing its efficacy. I'm giving this to you as well. Adolf smiled, not caring whether Angele was his son or not. If Angele's family was in his reach, Angele wouldn't do anything stupid. Even if Angele gave up his whole family, the only thing Adolf would waste was time and money. Adolf had wanted to make Sophia marry Angele since the union in matrimony would help them develop a close relationship, but his daughter was just unhappy with the decision. Adolf loved his daughter quite dearly, so he didn't want to disappoint her too much. He was just faking his anger to make sure that Angele understood the situation. I'm still just a low-level wizard apprentice. It's probably too late for me to pursue my own dream. However, I found you, Angele. I hope you will walk a bit further on this path. Adolf handed over the box to Angele and said in a serious tone. I'll try my best, Angele said after accepting the box. Both of them knew it was an investment. Adolf was betting on Angele, thinking that he had a huge potential. Even if Angele were to die during the process, Adolf would just stop giving help to the former's family. However, if Angele were to succeed, he would never forget Adolf who had greatly helped him. It was a chance Adolf had to take. Angele held the box that was the size of a fist in his hand. He carefully opened it, and lying inside it was a black clover. It looked exactly as the book described, and Angele could even see its roots. Angele closed the box, unable to wait in beginning the formal meditation. Wait, is there something important hanging around your neck? Adolf suddenly asked, his sight falling on Angele's neck. Can't hide anything under your eyes, eh? Angele smiled. He wasn't trying to hide it anyway. They had the same goal right now, which was to help Angele become a wizard, but Angele was afraid of laying bare everything he had to Adolf. He took the emerald ring carefully and handed it over to Adolf. The latter rubbed the ring several times, beginning to scrutinize it. The energy in this enchanted ring is gone, and the emerald is already cracked. It comes from Ramsoda College? I've never heard of it. An ancient wizard organization, perhaps? This ring is going to help you get on the ship. With this, you'll be taken into consideration by whichever this wizard organization is. Lucky guy. Adolf laughed, looking quite jubilant. I think the luckiest thing that happened to me was meeting you, Master. Angele politely said, both of them laughing for a while. Wait, which ship are we talking about? Angele asked. Half a month later, there will be a boat coming by. It will be full of wizard apprentices. Our harbor has been given the chance to recommend several students to them, so I can recommend one too. The boat will take you to the place where numerous wizard organizations are established. If you get into one of them, you will obtain the chance to read the books about the higher stages. It's a chance for you. I was planning on begging someone I knew, but I didn't know you have an enchanted ring. It'll save me much time and money, Adolf said. Sounds like those organizations are far away from here? Angele asked. Yeah, you will be traveling for a while. The ship will only take you to another land, and then you need to travel for another 2 months. However, this is a chance you cannot pass if you want to become a wizard, Adolf said with a deep tone. I understand. I'll talk to my family and finish other matters before I leave, Angele said as he nodded. Good. Adolf smiled. If you want to become a great person, you must keep going forward. You'll be staying there for a very long time. Spend more time with your family before you go, he continued. Also, there will be about 100 other people from our harbor on the boat. There are also some things I must let you know before you go. I'll inform you of those later, Adolf added. All right, I got it. Thank you, Master. Angele nodded. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Angele left Adolf's house. He hired a carriage and returned straight to the school. It was still early, but he wanted to try meditating. Angele rushed back to his room after getting off the carriage, instantly closing the door. He double-checked if he locked the door and the window before taking out the box which contained black clover inside it. He went to wash and took off his boots and socks. He sat on the bed and began preparing for the meditation as the book had said. He crossed his legs and opened the small box. He took out the clover and grabbed one of its black leaves. Angele put the leaf that tasted very bitter inside his mouth. Angele couldn't help but scrunch his eyebrows because it stank. He put the rest back inside the box and put it on the side. He finally started following the steps mentioned in the book, constantly imagining the runes in his mind. Those runes were called the runes of will as recorded in the book. Ordinary human beings could keep 3 to 7 runes in their mind, while the gifted ones could keep 8 to 12. People could train their mentality by imagining those runes constantly. When a person reached the first stage, he would gain the ability to sense various types of energy in the space. He would be capable of discovering the energy he should be focusing on by separating the one he could sense the most from the other energies. The number of runes one could keep in their mind determined which stage one was at. Angele remained on his bed with his eyes closed. He could feel the passing of time, the noise outside subsiding as the students went to their beds. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Angele's eyes suddenly started shining with a green light. His eyelids were shaking as though he was currently having a nightmare. His eyes shone for about half an hour with Angele's face slowly becoming gray-colored. Another half an hour later, Angele's face turned black, even having an awful stench on him. Angele started sweating black fluid. It was very sticky, and his clothes were soaked wet by this. Suddenly, Angele opened his eyes and spat out a considerable amount of black blood onto the ground. The blood stank, but Angele's face had an expression of relief after discharging everything. The combination of black clover and meditation somehow increased my attributes. I can feel it. After spitting out all those blood, I felt very comfortable, Angele said. He was clearly in good spirits and not even tired at all. The clover had already dissolved in his mouth, most likely flowing into his blood vessels. Zero, did you record my brain activity? Angele asked. Everything was recorded and stored in the database, Zero reported. Show me my body condition, Angele asked. Angele Rio, Strength 2.9. Agility 4.1. Stamina 2.8. Status, healthy. Genetic limit reached, 0 reported. My stamina has increased by 0.3. Angele was simultaneously flabbergasted and exultant. His stamina was formerly 2.5 when he checked several days ago. Meditating caused it to increase it by 0.3, a huge amount to consider. He had already reached his gene limit some time ago, yet the meditation was changing his body on a genetic level. I can't believe wizards developed such a training method. Angele was absolutely elated, even feeling more expectant from it. He thought that not only was he training but was also evolving. Angele felt curious about the things he could do in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44, Departure, 1. Chapter 44, Departure, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. After meditating, Angele changed his clothes and opened the window to let the air circulate. Whatever that was left on his body didn't smell pleasant. He grabbed his blanket and opened the door. There was no light in the hallway, and all the rooms were quiet. Angele could only hear the snoring of people and the noises made by the beds. There was a chilling wind blowing through the hallways, making Angele feel much better after walking out of his room. Angele went straight to the bathroom at the end of the hallway and took a shower. He then returned to his room and wiped off the black blood on his clothes. Angele felt refreshed, then putting all his dirty clothes at the corner. As a wizard apprentice, I can only meditate for a certain duration each day. Otherwise, my body wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. There are still 3 leaves on the dead soul grass, and when I finish all 3, my body will change. By then, I won't need to find new grass anymore. Angele recalled the information from the book. The maximum number of hours he could now do was 5 hours per day. He carefully put the box containing the grass beneath his pillow and fell asleep right after. The second morning. Angele awoke at 5 o'clock in the morning, brimming with strength and energy. He got off the bed and looked at the wizard's book on the desk. The dorm isn't safe enough a place for this. I should ask Master to keep them for me, Angele thought. He placed the book in the box inside a black bag and left the room with it. It was still early in the morning, and no carriage for hire was there yet. He didn't return to his bed and instead walked toward the sword training ground. He passed by the dorm and dining hall before heading toward a hill west of the building. Built upon it was a platform, the place clearly being the sword training ground. Batches of equipment were stored in a gray stone house behind the platform, and more than 30 wooden training dummies stood on the ground, green grass surrounding the ground all over. It was still a bit dark, making the place seem eerie. Insects cried and sang in the forest nearby. Angele tied the bag around an arm of a dummy before grabbing a wooden sword from the stone house. He heard noises in the air as he did several basic slashes. Angele felt satisfied. He walked toward the dummy that had his bag tied on it and decided to start practicing. Unknown human beings approaching. Distance, 103 meters. Numbers, 3-0 suddenly reported. Angele didn't know that people would come so early just to hone their sword skills, but he wasn't too concerned about them. He knew several students who occasionally practiced very early. There were 3 males chatting while walking, slowly drawing near to Angele. With Angele's excellent hearing, he could easily hear their conversation. I heard that several new faces joined the school's grand tournament, each of which was very strong, one of them said. Whatever, those people are always the champions. Asma's storm sword skill is way too strong. I heard he was selected to be the future leader of the harbor's police department, and Angele was working at the patrol already. There are some people who have exceptional sword skills such as Alan, Albert, Nancy, and Alger. They won't be easily defeated by newcomers, someone else said. They may be strong, but no one can stand a chance against Asma. He won the sword skill competition at Westwind, making the other contestants look like a joke. I choose to be a swordsman because I admire him. Also, I heard that Alger has been practicing at the training ground very early recently. We might meet him there, another one said. As the footsteps were getting close, Angele shook his head after hearing their conversation. He laughed because he had seen Asma using a sword before. He was very strong and his skill set was refined. It might even be stronger than Angele's basic sword skill set. Angele met him once at this training ground, and he must be from a high-class family. Angele used his chip to collect data on Asma's storm sword skills, concluding after that those skills required the life energy C to unlock the full potential. The set was at the level of a Grand Knight, but it was useless to Angele. Compared to the storm set's burst potential, Angele's basic skills were focused on technique and precision. If Angele tried to practice the set, he would just get a backlash as he didn't meet the requirement for it. After all, he didn't have the life energy seed. The Grand Sword Tournament was a tradition of the Andes Alliance, which was held every other year. The school would become raucous during the tournament. Some high-class nobles would be invited to be the judges. Not only were the contestants the students in the school, even the alumni participated since the prize itself was tempting. Angele never cared about it as his goal was reaching stage 1 as a wizard apprentice and awaiting the vote of the wizard organizations. Angele stopped listening to their conversation, deciding to focus on practicing instead. He raised his wooden sword and initiated a front slash on the dummy, something which he kept repeating. As the 3 students arrived at the training ground, they became surprised when they saw Angele. "It's Angele, the language genius. I heard he's Master Adolf's favorite student, and he even taught Angele privately," one of them said with a faint voice. "Shall we greet him?" He continued. "Nope, let's not disturb him. I heard he's also an impressive archer, such that many students said that he has a 90% accuracy rate even when the targets are 100 meters away. If we have a tournament for archery, he'll be at the top 3 for sure. Also, I heard he doesn't like other students, very self-centered, and even has a bad temper. Some students once said in public that they don't like him, but after a while, they suddenly stopped saying things like that. They probably had a great time with Angele," the other one said. "Alright, let's just stay away from him. Just don't anger him," the one who was at the front said. The 3 talked for a while, though they tried avoiding any eye contact with Angele. They picked a place far from him, and then began training with wooden swords they had taken. Angele found it funny when he heard their gossip while practicing. He thought he didn't attract any attention in school, but apparently, he was well known. The students who didn't like Angele were just random small fry who knew a little bit about fighting skills trying to fight him. Angele taught them a lesson within several seconds. They left him alone after learning that he was Adolf's student. After that incident, rumors spread saying that Angele wasn't one to be trifled with. Angele didn't too deeply about it. However, people were saying how he was self-centered and had a bad temper, making Angele speechless. He shook his head and decided to continue training. In the next several days, the school became very busy as many activities organized by students were ongoing. Angele saw many students walking to and fro with swords tied to their waists. Many timbers were being carried to the training ground. It seemed that the tournament would be held there, wherein the school was building the audience area. Angele heard students talking about the champion candidates in the dorm many times, but he never cared about it. He continued his daily routine, but he now meditated instead of sleeping. He couldn't go to the sword training ground due to the recent event, so he instead went to the archery training ground. His meditation wasn't progressing quite well after his first experience. Angele's attributes didn't increase the same amount as the former 0.3 increment in stamina, but he could feel his body becoming stronger. The chip wasn't giving him exact numbers, but he could feel it was slowly but constantly increasing. Angele felt great as he could keep 8 runes in his mind now. His mind was clearer than before even without sleep. The 3rd dorm building in the school. Inside a random room. Several students were chatting together. "Hey! Caesar, I didn't know Angele was in this school too," one guy said. "Angele? Angele Rio? That dumb playboy?" The young man named Caesar seemed surprised. "Yeah, him." The guys laughed. "Lucky guy. He didn't get killed while running away?" "He was weak as a snail," a girl with short hair said, and laughed. She was eating something that looked like sunflower seeds, which looked tasty. "Caitlin, what courses will you and your brother choose? The fees here are really expensive, so I'll just stick with painting," she asked as she turned to a girl behind her. A beautiful girl with blonde hair draped all over the shoulders was sitting beside her, drinking some tea slowly. "Angele Rio? I heard there's a talented student named Angele. Is that him?" The blonde girl didn't answer the question. She was more concerned about the previous topic. "Yep, that's him." The first guy laughed. "That prick is doing well. I hear he's studying under Master Adolf. He's a mere one lucky bastard. Who the hell does he think he is? Damn." He continued. It was as though he didn't care, but people who knew him knew he was just jealous. "Yeah, Angele was never a smart guy," Caitlin said as she laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5 days later. "Angele, do you know a girl named Caitlin?" Roger, who lived alongside Angele in the dorm, suddenly asked. He was currently having dinner with Angele. Angele didn't know Roger too well, but they occasionally had dinner together and would chat for a while. Roger was most likely the only person who would talk to Angele aside from Sophia in school. He was also the same person who told Angele about the course schedule at the dorm. Caitlin? Why do you ask? Angele thought for a second before answering. He remembered that the Viscount's daughter was also named Caitlin. The original Angele died when he fell off the horse during the competition, which was indirectly caused by her. Roger spread butter over his bread and grabbed the strawberry jam by the side. She just registered, but I heard that she and her brother got entangled in some trouble. They messed with Vivek, thus the latter surrounded them with his gang. They had no way out, so Caitlin said you were her fiancé in front of everyone. Vivek was unwilling to fight you, so he left them alone after, Roger said before he laughed. Now it seems like you don't know her at all. Things will become hilarious, I suppose, Roger continued. He wasn't from a very large family, but he was certainly better than the typical Rudin nobles who fled from their own country. Yay? Angele didn't want to say too much, so he just laughed. He grabbed an apple-like fruit and took a bite on it. The Candia family didn't prepare for the Saladin invasion, so their main forces were killed on their way to escape. They now had lost territory. Angele once saw one of the corpses of their dead men on the way, but he couldn't even remember the person's name. Viscount Candia was lucky enough to reach Marrow alive. What's the girl's full name? Angele asked. Caitlin Candia, Roger said, then took a big bite on his toast. That's her, Angele thought. He smiled at Roger, but he didn't say anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45, Departure, 2. Chapter 45, Departure, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. 2 days later. The ship from the Wizards organization was still on the way, more than 5 days away from here. Angele returned to his family's manor once, planning on talking to his father. However, the Baron was already out on the mission on the answer plane, so he instead had some fun time with Maggie and Celia. He also left a letter addressed to his father. He decided to stay in the school awaiting the ship while continuing to train his sword and archery skills. As he also meditated every day, he felt as though he was living a quality life. After lunch, Angele went to the archery skill training ground. The training platform was grassy and many targets were built under a large tent. Each person had an individual line in front with the bows hanging at the side. The grass shone as it reflected the light under the sun. A breeze blew over Angele, but the only thing he could feel was the heat from the sun. There were already some people practicing in the archery training ground when Angele entered. He selected the line by the right far end like he used to. He took the brown wooden bow on the side and pulled the bowstring several times. Nice, someone is taking good care of these bows, Angele said and nodded. Several girls walked into the training ground, but they stayed at the lines at the left side. Angele could still hear their conversation. Mary, would you like to try it? One of the girls asked. Sure, the girl named Mary answered. Angele heard the sound a bowstring would make when it was fully drawn. Angele felt slightly curious and looked over to their line. He saw a wooden arrow flying across the line, but it didn't even pass the 20-meter mark before dropping down to the ground. Nice shot. Such skills. Mary, you're so good. The girls around Mary looked surprised, an expression unable to be faked. They clearly thought the result was great. 20 meters is most likely the best result I can get, yet Mary made it look so easy. Me too. Mary Sauron, you are such an archer. The girls kept praising Mary. You guys are making fun of me, right? Mary asked jokingly. We're not. Ha ha. The girls started laughing. If my brother was here, he would at least hit the target. 100 meters is nothing to him, Mary said. Yay. My sister can do it too. She can easily hit the 5th ring. The targets they used in school were the standard 9-ring ones with the bullseye located right in the middle. An average student could barely hit the target. If one were to hit the 5th ring, however, he would get a high mark in the archery course. Talking about archery skills, I hear Angele's impressive at it. He could hit the 9th ring 9 out of 10 times. Some even said he was one of the best in the school. Is that true, Caitlin? One of the girls asked. Angele could easily do that. He brought me to the shooting range several times when we were dating. Hitting the 9th ring at a 100-meter distance didn't pose any problem to him, a girl said with a calm voice, but she sounded prideful. Angele felt a bit awkward after having recognized the voice right away. That was the girl whom the original Angele fell in love with, thus he decided not to listen to her nonsense. He grabbed an arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto his bow. Angele didn't ask the chip to assist in aiming, only shooting the arrow by relying on his intuition and muscle memory. Before, he could only shoot countless arrows accurately and precisely by relying on the chip. But now, he could aim targets precisely without requiring its assistance any longer. The wooden arrow he shot struck the bullseye from 100 meters away, an outstanding feat compared to other students. Some of them began cheering as they barely had any chance to see someone with such accuracy and precision. Angele didn't cease continuing to shoot arrows, but he stopped aiming for the bullseye and only choosing to hit the third or fourth ring. He still landed every shot, but people stopped watching him. Angele didn't want to attract too much attention since he merely wanted to do some basic training. After about 15 minutes, he grabbed the blanket to wipe off his sweat after emptying 3 quivers. Angele didn't use the protective thumb ring because his finger was as strong as a knight's. Angele put down the bow and walked along the hallway. He decided to greet the girls when he passed by them. It was the girl the original Angele liked, so he thought he should at least make things clear. Angele turned back, walking toward them. 5 pretty girls were still happily chatting. "Anything we could help you with?" one of the girls asked. "You're Caitlin, right? Long time no see. How are you doing?" Angele walked toward a blonde girl and asked with a gentle smile on his face. They stopped talking for a while, looking at each other confusedly. I'm not Caitlin." "She is," the blonde girl said, pointing to another blonde girl on her right while having a strange expression. Well, Angele showed a speechless face before he started smiling again. "I'm Angele." "Caitlin, long time no see," Angele said as he turned to the girl on his left. Caitlin was blushing, unable to maintain eye contact with Angele. She knew her lie had been unraveled and could feel her friends looking at her disdainfully. Angele's mission had been accomplished, so he became satisfied. He wanted to show to these girls that he wasn't familiar with Caitlin. They would spread the rumor for him after. Angele died for this girl during the challenge, but she didn't even come to visit after. A worker placed him on a carriage and brought him back to the castle alone. Though Angele was a completely different person now, he didn't want her using his name to avoid troubles. Angele had been angered when he first heard what Caitlin said when she was dealing with Vivek. The situation became awkward and in the end, Caitlin ran away from the scene without looking back. "Angele, Caitlin said that you were her fiancé. Is that true?" the blonde girl asked. "No way." Angele shook his head. "We were just classmates learning from the same teacher back in Rudin." "I have no idea why she would say something like that," Angele continued before laughing. "I knew it. Angele, you're quite famous in our school and we all know you're proficient in archery and language," Mary, the girl with short black hair, said. Angele talked with the girls for a while and returned to the dorm after. He had reached his goal, so he didn't want to waste time on them anymore. Angele knew what Caitlin was thinking and knew how much of a phony she was. Caitlin most likely thought that Angele would be more than happy to come back to her if she said something like "Angele is my fiancé" and try to make it seem as if Angele couldn't live without her. Dating Angele would increase her reputation and incur the admiration of other students since many students admired Angele at present. She thought Angele still dearly loved her, never giving up the chance to be with her. However, Angele wasn't the same weak playboy anymore and knew exactly what he ought to do. After the rumor spread out, nothing much changed. However, people started treating the Candias and their friends like a joke. No one treated them seriously any longer such that they would gossip about them during dinner. Vivek didn't try to teach them a lesson after hearing the truth, only warning them several times. He said it was because they used to know Angele. But no matter what, Angele didn't want to entangle himself into this anymore. A week's time quickly passed, and Angele's stamina increased to 2.9. The galleon from the wizard organizations finally arrived at the harbor. Somewhere at Maroa Harbor was a small path made of stone that led toward the sea. A thick layer of black stones was upon it with the ocean right beside the path. The waves ceaselessly crashed against the docks. Angele was waiting there along with 10 other people. He had his white swordsman suit worn, a black backpack on his back and the silver crossguard sword by his waist. Angele's body was well-toned and robust, which somehow contributed to his charm. Adolf and 2 bodyguards were standing beside him. They were here because only they knew which galleon was of the wizard organizations. Adolf wanted to ensure everything goes as he planned. Noontime it was, with the sun pouring rays of light constantly as though it was about to scorch the ground. Heat came like the waves of the sea, making the people unable to stop wiping the sweat off their faces. Finally, a fleet of merchant galleons appeared on the horizon as it headed slowly toward the docks. All had the whale and trident insignia on their flags, and most of the galleons carried a lot of cargoes. Those are the merchant galleons of Seaview Trading Company. Make sure you board the last one, don't screw up, Adolf whispered by Angele's ear with a serious tone. Understood, Angele said as he nodded in understanding. Angele slightly raised his head and looked at the arriving galleons. The sky and the ocean were akin to sapphire, identical in color as though they had converged as one. The galleons that were adorned in blue and white were slowly drawing near to the docks. The wind was very strong, carrying Angele's hair with its every whim. Angele could also hear the constant noise of the waves hitting the docks. 2 white seabirds chirped and flew over the crowd. People around were talking. It seemed that they came here to board the trading company's galleons. There were about 100 people on this 100-meter-long path lined up on the dock. Stop looking, those people are just here as a facade. Not many of them will actually board the galleon, Adolf said as he patted Angele's shoulders. The truth? How many are people here like me? Do you know, Master? Angele understood what Adolf was trying to say, so he asked. I'm not sure, but the young ones who board the last galleon probably have the same purpose as you. You'll know once you board it. Someone will explain everything to you, Adolf shook his head as he said. The galleons were drawing near. From afar the horizon, they seemed like dots in their perspective, but as they drew nearer, they looked humongous. The merchant galleons were of the same size as the cruisers of Earth. Wow! What do they use to power those things? Angele was surprised at the size. They use something special. No way the sails are making them move. The sails are probably just for saving energy. Adolf looked at the incoming merchant galleons and said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46, On the Ship, 1. Chapter 46, On the Ship, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, darkgem/frappe. 10 minutes later, the fleet of merchant galleons had already set ashore. Workers began unloading wooden cargo boxes from nearly all the galleons and piled everything on the docks. Despite the weather condition, the workers were still doing their utmost to fulfill their tasks. Several merchants wearing luxurious clothes disembarked as well, and they started conversing with the people who were responsible for the clearance procedures of the newly arrived goods. They were waiting to make sure everything was going well. The last galleon in the fleet stopped by the dock where Angele was waiting. Several teenagers, whom of which were mostly rich, were looking at him and the dock itself through the windows of the galleon. Their faces were brimming with curiosity, and at the same time, traces of arrogance were noticeable on their faces, something that Angele could clearly see. Large wooden planks had been oiled and secured at the dock as a catwalk for the people. These wooden planks were of black and red color, about 50 centimeters thick, and had a width of about 7 to 8 meters. A middle-aged man standing on the deck alongside several sailors yelled toward the crowd on the dock, "Get aboard the galleon." With that as the signal, people started boarding the galleon one by one. Angele expressed his farewell by nodding to Master Adolf before boarding. Don't forget to talk to Nancy. She'll take care of you, Adolf said with a voice that only Angele could hear. Angele was already on the wooden catwalk when he heard this. He kept nodding to let his master know he got the message. There were about 40 people with him in total, partly having teenagers, among of which 7 to 8 of them looked extremely young. They all looked calm and collected, trying to search for people of similar age among the crowd as well. Angele thought of the probability of them being a wizard apprentice just like him, while the rest were only facades to prevent the leakage of the galleon's true form and purpose. Most of the people went to unload the cargoes, only about 10 teenagers remained on deck. There was a handsome red-haired boy about 18 years of age standing beside Angele. He stood with a blonde boy, both carefully looking at others. On the right side of the deck was a girl wearing a white one-piece of lace at its bottom. She was about 14 to 15 years old, and though her dress was beautiful, she didn't blend quite well with the people on the galleon and was also checking on others. Angele had his sights on 2 of the teenagers because they had auras different to others. One of them was a ponytailed, blonde young man wearing a gold-white noble suit. His chin raised slightly in a proud fashion as though he was enjoying becoming the center of attention. The saber by his waist was supposedly used for fencing, yet he was merely carrying it as a decoration. The other one was a girl who had a serious expression on her face. She looked like someone who wasn't fond of smiling a lot. Angele thought that she must be a hard-working student. Same as the young man, the girl also had a long, blonde ponytail. She had a slim but well-proportioned body and was wearing white clothes. What caught people's attention were her arm guards. The young men around the ship deck couldn't help but look at her. However, the girl didn't know how attractive she was to these men, thus it was clear how dense she was. Angele obviously knew who the girl was. It was Nancy, the girl that Master Adolf had spoken of, and the same person who would take care of him. Her father was a duke in Andy's alliance while her mother was a princess of a smaller country. Nancy was famous in the school and respected by nearly everyone there. She once studied the Anmag language under Adolf when she was young, and she respected him a lot. That was the main reason why she decided to help. Nancy noticed Angele's gaze, then she walked toward Angele right away. "You're Angele Rio?" Nancy asked in a cold tone. "Yes, you're Nancy, aren't you?" "I've heard about you many times in school," Angele politely answered. When Nancy drew close to him, Zero sent out a warning as it sensed strong radiation energy from her and reported that the probability of her possessing an enchanted item was 79%. Angele knew the power of enchanted items. At present, he currently had no methods of dealing with such power even with his night-level strength, since it meant nothing against anyone who possessed such items. "Nancy? I've heard your name before." The young man with the ponytail walked toward them while smiling. "My name is Ollie Van Norman." "I assume you know who I am," he continued. "Yes. Ollie, the son of Prince Amn," Nancy said politely as she turned to him. No one dared to ignore a son of the prince. "So he's the second son of the prince. I knew it was him." People around began buzzing around in discussions about Ollie. When Ollie approached, Zero warned Angele again in the same manner as what had happened when Nancy neared him. Apparently, he possessed an enchanted item as well. Zero could sense strong radiation energy emanating from them, which meant that their items could be wielded any time. The enchanted items alone would place their strength levels at the top, far stronger than anyone else on deck at this point. Angele knew the real of such items, able to change the tides of a battle in but a mere moment. The two knights he had encountered before began to flee as soon as they saw Angele take out the ring. Nonetheless, they were still slain. A Grand Knight most likely could stand a chance of surviving such ordeal, but the possibility of that to occur was close to nil. Ollie and Nancy started having a small conversation. Soon after, other students from high-class families also joined in the conversation. But because of the two's ranking in the hierarchy, they were quite reserved and barely had the chance to speak. After talking for a while, a man in a black robe appeared on deck along with the teenagers Angele saw before following the man from behind. The man had his body completely concealed by his robe such that Angele could only see his face. "Students of Marawa, I assume you know about the rules," the man said in a light tone. "Yes, master." "Take the test and quietly wait before getting off the boat." Ollie stepped forward as he bowed before speaking. The others seemed like they had no idea of what to do. "The rule is simple. I know some of you hate each other, but on this boat, no one shall be your enemy. Don't do anything stupid just because you see someone you dislike." The man nodded as he said. "You guys, head to the hall of the 4th floor, the man said while pointing at the entrance by the side. "Follow me," Nancy looked at Angele and said. Angele knew Nancy would help him out, and it was wise to stay with someone who had enchanted items. He nodded and followed her from behind. They went inside the cabin through the entrance. Without doing anything else, the ones who came with the man merely spectated as they stood there. Some of them were laughing and talking, and two girls who looked like twins caught Angele's attention as they were very cute. Zero warned him about enchanted items several times while he was being watched. It seemed that they possessed enchanted items, too. The galleon traveled across many countries, picking up all the elites on the way. They most likely came from famous families as most of them were wearing luxurious clothes. From a perspective, it was as though the wizard organizations were isolating normal people from their world. Even if the children of average families had the talent in becoming a wizard, they would never make it through this recruitment process. It was quite likely that Angele wouldn't have been able to get on the galleon if not for Adolf's recommendation. Inside the cabin, they went down the stairs as the man in black robe led the way, quickly reaching the hall of the 4th floor. The walls were made of redwood and many beautiful paintings hung on them. There was also a large crystal chandelier at the ceiling, many unlit candles sat upon it. The hall was completely empty, not even a chair or a desk. After the man walked right into the middle of the hall, he turned around facing them. "Is there any stage 3 apprentice below 18 years of age here? If there is, please stand behind me," he said in a gentle manner as though he was quite careful to not offend apprentices with such talent. 4 people stepped forward and stood behind the man. Ollie and Nancy were part of the 4. Angele had already seen the other 2 before. One was the girl wearing a white one-piece and the other was a black-haired boy. However, he was wearing clothes befitting of an average noble, so he barely caught anyone's attention. Never would Angele have expected him to be a stage 3 apprentice. "Name and age?" the man in black robe asked. "Ollie, 17. Nance, 16. Gaben, 16. Jared, 14. Wow, people around were all surprised, and they inspected on the black-haired boy. Even the man in a black robe was completely shocked, unable to prevent himself from examining the boy more closely. Are you really 14? He asked. Yep, my birthday was last month. Is there any problem? Jared calmly asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, On the Ship, 2. Chapter 47, On the Ship, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Everyone looked at Jared with mixed feelings. Angele was surprised, too. After all, Jared was nearly a year younger than him, but Jared already reached stage 3. Angele realized that he really had no idea just how vast this mysterious world was. No, impressive actually. Jared, right? Can you spare some time after the test, so we could talk? The man asked with an excited look on his face. Sure. Jared nodded, still having a calm demeanor. Stage 2 wizard apprentices under the age of 18, please stand by my left side. The man nodded before he turned back to the rest. 7 more people stepped forward while 4 people remained uncalled, not including Angele. Good, stage 3 wizard apprentices won't be tested. The rest of you, come with me, the man said before nodding. Come in here one by one. Stage 2 wizard apprentices first. He walked through a wooden door at the end of the hall. Angele attempted to peek, but he couldn't see anything but darkness inside. The stage 2 wizard apprentices went inside first. Within 20 seconds, they went out with different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked happy, while some looked despondent. Angele didn't need to wait for long before it was their turn. He hadn't even reached stage 1 yet, but the man didn't seem to care. There were 4 apprentices who were at stage 1. The first one who went inside was a black-haired girl with a ponytail. She went in and after just a few seconds, she got out with a disappointed expression and tears in her eyes. Only a few who went in got out with happy expressions while the rest all looked disappointed. As they knew of this fact, Angele and the other 2 became nervous, merely looking at each other without doing anything. It was clear that no one wanted to go in first. Hurry up! Next! The man yelled. He was speaking in Ruden, but he had a strange accent whenever he got nervous. Angele looked at the other 2 before deciding to head in first. He hesitated for a second when he was right in front of the wooden door, and then he went into the darkness. He inhaled once and smelled something fishy. It was the volcano grass, something that Angele had on his way to Marawa. Can you sense my location? The man's voice was coming from all directions. Angele listened carefully and used the chip to enhance his sensation. Analyzing. The sound waves are coming from all directions. The number of sources is 4. No actual location detected, 0 reported. Angele scrunched his eyebrows as there was nothing else he could do. Yeah, you can't. The man stopped for a moment before he started writing down something. Which directions does my voice come from? He asked. All directions, Angele answered. How about up and down? The man asked. Nope, Angele said. Good, you're being honest. Your name? He asked again. Angele Rio, Angele said. There are 5 different levels of talent. You're at level 2, slightly better compared to level 1. You may leave now, the man said. Angele felt a bit disappointed. Before leaving the room, he bowed toward the darkness. The 2 outside the room saw Angele's expression, causing their anxiety levels to escalate. Nonetheless, they still went inside and took the test, but they had a lachrymose expression. After the test was finished, the man in black robe walked out of the room and locked the door. He then turned around and looked at all the apprentices. Stage 3 wizard apprentices, your rooms are on the first floor. Stage 2 wizard apprentices' rooms will be on the second floor. The rest, just go to the 5th floor and pick any room you want. Dining room and bathrooms will be on this floor. The rooms above the deck are all full, and people there are from other countries. Don't go upstairs if you don't have any reason to do so. You do not want to mess with some of the terrible ones. As long as you don't go up there yourself, they won't come down here. I shall oversee the deck, and if you have any questions, you can talk to me there. You may leave now. I'll post the list later. You can come and check if you want, the man in black robe said before leaving the hall. Well, shall we go find ourselves some rooms? Others all agreed when someone said this. The wizard apprentices of Marawa Harbor were already divided into 3 groups: Stage 3 wizard apprentices, Stage 2 wizard apprentices, and Stage 1 wizard apprentices. They didn't live on the same floors, and Angele needed to go to the lowest floor. They bade farewell to each other before going to their respective floors. The passage here was very narrow and wet. Angele kept hearing footsteps coming from above, but he didn't see anyone other than his fellow wizard apprentices. Angele was behind the group of people. The one in front of him was a handsome-looking red-haired boy, and second in the line was a blonde boy. These two were the ones who were beside Angele back on the docks. The one leading their group was the girl who had her black hair tied ponytail and was wearing swordsman armor. She didn't let her emotions become apparent on her face, but she looked cool and beautiful. She wore tight shirt and pants under her armor, making Angele think that she looked like a European fencing player. The tight clothes she wore made her look very sexy, especially the tight pants. She had a different style of beauty compared to Nancy. If Angele were to see her from a distance, he would have just thought she was wearing normal swordsman suit. However, the girl's body turned a normal suit into something charming such that the boys who were following her from behind couldn't help but stare at her butt. The 4 kept walking down in silence, but then, the talkative blonde boy finally decided to say something. "Well, since we're all Stage 1 wizard apprentice, we're all in the same boat now. How about introducing ourselves?" He smiled. "My name is Lando Luke, 15 years old. Let's not talk about family though, they don't care how big a background you have there anyway," he continued. "I'm Yuri, 15 years old. Talent level 2. I think we're the weakest in this ship," the red-haired boy spoke after his best friend. When he spoke, he had a bitter smile on his face. "Angele, 14 years old. Talent level 2. I don't think talent matters that much. We're young so we still have a chance," Angele smiled while trying to uplift the atmosphere. "Don't talk if you have no idea about what you're saying." The girl turned around and spoke coldly. "Do you know how long it takes for a Stage 1 wizard apprentice to reach Stage 2? We need to spend at least 2 years because we're not too talented. Compared to those who are already at Stage 2 or 3, they're way ahead of us. 2 years' time can help them become real wizards already. The school and organizations will allocate more resources to them. We really can't do anything." The girl was almost yelling. "You know how to become a real wizard?" Angele scrunched his eyebrows as he became a bit mad. "At least they're more talented, and they'll get there faster than us." The girl calmed down. "I apologize for my attitude. I was just feeling a bit sad," she said. "No worries. As of now, we're in the same boat, and we might need to help out each other in the future. Don't get too upset." Angele nodded. "Calm down, guys. Girl, could you introduce yourself to us?" "We still don't know your name," Yuri said while smiling. The girl turned around and stopped looking at them. "Velvet, 16 years old. Talent level 1. The girl hesitated for a second before she spoke. Yuri and Lando Luke ceased talking. They now felt pity toward the girl. Talent level 1. No wonder she was so upset. Lando turned to face Angele and spoke with a light voice. "Can you tell me how much of a difference is between each talent level?" "I really have no idea about it," Angele asked. "According to some of the wizardry books, the level is decided by your rate of progress in meditation. The best ones have level 5 talents, and they can become a Stage 3 wizard apprentice within a year. They're quite likely to become real wizards, even barely failing the promotion tests. Only half of talent level 4 apprentices can become real wizards. Anything below level 4 is tragic. 4% chance for the ones who have talent level 3 and 1% chance for the ones who have talent level 2. For the ones who have talent level 1, maybe 1 out of 1,000 or 10,000 chance, and they progress very slowly. A month's time for some with talent level 1 is equivalent to 1 day for the ones with talent levels 2 and 3. That is definitely a huge difference," Lando smiled as he explained. Angele nodded, feeling a bit sad. "Actually, wizards don't really care about the ones with talent level 1, so they just place those who aren't too talented altogether. It's not a surprise," Lando continued. "So, Velvet is hopeless now?" Yuri joined the conversation. "Pretty much," Lando said. Angele stopped talking. He looked at the girl in front of him and saw her shaking shoulders. She must have heard what they were saying. She probably spent 5 years meditating to reach Stage 1. "Such a pity," Lando said as he looked at the girl. It wasn't that he was looking down on her, it was just because he really felt sorry for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Nancy, 1. Chapter 48, Nancy, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. They didn't say anything else after their last conversation because the topic about talent levels only made everyone upset. They went down the stairs quickly and reached the 5th floor. There wasn't even a single candle lit on the 5th floor and the passage itself was completely dark. Velvet didn't hesitate to keep walking forward. She had 2 small black stones in her hands. After she struck the black stone against the other, both started to shine as though both were shining gems. Finally, the 4 could see things clearly. "What are those?" Lando Luke asked while staring at the stones curiously. "Light stones. Basic wizard item," Velvet answered in a light voice. Angele looked at the stones and asked Zero to analyze it. The result showed that both contained a certain amount of radiation energy that would make them shine after impact, but the amount of energy was too small for it to do anything other than lighting the way. They reached the living quarters quickly. Neither Light nor other people were around. Angele opened the door to one of the rooms, immediately inhaling the stench of mold inside. The room was also very wet, and nothing was visible. No one was afraid of darkness, so they picked their rooms right away. It seemed that there were only 4 people on this 5th floor, so they decided to live opposite each other's room in case something happened. Lando Luke chose the room opposite to Angele and Velvet chose the room opposite to Yuri's that was beside Angele's. Angele lit the oil lamp on the desk and put the cover back on it. He took a quick look around the room. It was a very normal room, 1 single bed, 2 chairs, and a small wooden desk. Molds were all over the desk, walls, and on the ground. Just because we don't have much talent? Angele shook his head and left the room with his nose squeezed. He saw others leaving their rooms too, doing the same as him. "Let's clean our rooms first," Yuri said. "Sure." Everyone agreed. Except for Yuri, all of them knew how to do the cleaning, and they quickly cleaned up their rooms after finding the tools from the washroom. Lando Luke ended up doing the cleaning for Yuri. Their rooms now looked a bit better. At least there were no more molds everywhere. After that, they returned to their respective rooms to meditate, and slowly, the ship left the shore. In the following days, Angele barely communicated with other apprentices because they pretty much stayed in their rooms meditating and reading the books they had brought. He could only see others when it was mealtime and when he went up the deck to get some natural light and fresh air. Angele didn't do anything else apart from reading books and meditating. Every day, he saw Velvet, who always seemed to be in pain, on deck. Lando Luke once told him that some wizard apprentices with talent level 1 would experience strange pains during the meditation process. It seemed that Velvet was one of those wizard apprentices. Angele would never know how painful that could be since he had a talent level of 2. Angele felt sorry for her, but he didn't care about others. Recently, his meditation was progressing well. He also found out that the method of meditation had to be obtained either by reading a wizardry book or feeling a specific spell's effect. It was impossible for him to teach someone the meditation procedures through talking. Also, the runes were stored in the minds of wizard apprentices, and they had no idea how to describe them by words. Also, Yuri told Angele that there was an age restriction in studying the runes. Anyone below the age of 12 wouldn't qualify to read and memorize the runes. If they were to try to read and memorize the runes, it was highly likely for them to lose their own minds. After 5 days of meditation, Angele could finally keep 10 runes in his mind, but the speed was average due to his talent level. The man in a black robe didn't even ask anything about the Stage 1 apprentices because they were nearly close to normal people, just with a stronger mentality. Another half-month passed. The galleon only stopped once on a dock and took in more than 10 new wizard apprentices. Only 1 girl was added to the 5th floor after the test. For the others, Angele didn't have any information on them. The new girl was green-haired and a bit dark-skinned and had a longbow on her back. She didn't look like she was in the mood to talk, so the 4 left her alone, and she just found herself a room at the end of the passage. Damn. 12 finally. Angele crossed his legs and sat on the bed with a face that looked slightly pale. He had stayed on the cold, wet floor for too long. His skin had also become paler and whiter than before due to the absence of sunlight. For some reason, however, he did look as healthy as before. I reached stage 1, so now I need to sense the unknown energies in the space. If I can lead them into my body, I'll reach stage 2, Angele excitedly muttered as he was searching for the information stored on the chip. It took me about 1 month to get here. According to Yuri, becoming a stage 1 wizard apprentice in a month is the average speed. Progressing after that is going to become hard. The youngest stage 3 apprentice, Jared, spent 2 years to reach stage 3. I probably need a lot more time than that, Angele thought as he prepared himself for the future. Angele had once taken a peek at the list on the ship deck. He saw Jared having a talent level of 4 while Nancy and Ollie having a talent level of 3. He stopped thinking and looked at the crystal clock he had brought. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, so he could meditate for just 1 more hour. Angele closed his eyes and began meditating again. Angele wasn't thinking about the runes anymore, and instead, he was trying to sense any special energy in the air. The energy should be mysterious and difficult to find. The type of energy Angele could sense would determine his future. Within the darkness, Angele had his legs crossed, sitting on the bed. His eyes were closed and his eyes weren't shining like when he was trying to memorize the runes. It looked like he was just sleeping. 0. Catch energy signals in the air and use any information you need, Angele asked. Commencing mission. Now searching, 0 started consuming Angele's stamina, trying to do the analysis as quick as possible. Yet, nothing happened in the next 10 minutes. Angele could no longer wait, so he opened his eyes. I should be more patient, I guess. Angele rubbed his chin and started to think. Even the chip couldn't catch any energy signal in the air. This is going to take a while, I guess. Wait, I have the enchanted ring. The chip can absorb and store the radiation energy. If I have another enchanted item, I can probably release its energy around me and I'll become a stage 2 apprentice, Angele kept thinking. However, the process of searching for the energy is probably the whole purpose of this training. My foundation in the basics will not be solid if I try this gimmick. Well, I guess I'll stick with the proper method. Angele felt a bit disappointed, so he sighed. He closed his eyes and started to meditate again. Anyway, Angele could still utilize enchanted items even without reaching stage 2, so he was happy about it. If he had an enchanted item, he would be safer in any environment. There were just too many things he had no idea about. The next day, Angele was woken up by frantic footsteps. He heard people speaking of Nancy and Ollie fighting on the ship deck. Nancy? Angele knew it was the girl whom Adolf had talked about and the person who would help him out on the galleon. She was the daughter of a duke. What happened? Angele got up quickly and put on his clothes. He locked the door and followed the others to the stairs. He saw everyone running to the deck on the way. It looked like all of them heard about the fight. What's going on? Angele asked Yuri while running. Nancy and Ollie are fighting. I heard that Ollie had his eyes set on a girl and approached her in a bad way. Nancy saw it unfold and they started to fight after trading remarks, Yuri answered while running as well. They all have enchanted items, so we have to watch the fight. Lando Luke turned his head behind and said with an excited expression. Angele followed the crowd to the deck and saw Nancy's hands placed on her crossguard sword. Ollie was standing opposite to her. Many wizard apprentices were watching the fight. Nancy, who still had her white suit and tight pants donned, stood on the ship deck with a serious expression with the wind blowing her ponytail up in the air. Ollie, take back what you just said, and I'll treat it like nothing happened, Nancy said. Take back my words? Ha, Ollie said before laughing fearlessly. He looked fierce as he had a pair of long black daggers in his hands and was in his gold-white swordsman suit. Each had an eye-shaped ruby embedded in the blade and many complex patterns engraved on it. The daggers looked exceptional. Nancy, we're on the sea. Duke Rocky won't be here for you. We're here because we're strong, but if you don't agree with the way of dealing with this girl, you must convince me using your power, Ollie said with a loud voice, his pretty face having a tinge of arrogance on it. With my power, huh? Nancy held her sword tight. As you wish. Alvin. After the utterance of the word, the bronze ring around her right hand's middle finger started shining. The light was white and too bright that Angele could barely open his eyes. Ollie moved his hands and aimed the rubies on his daggers at Nancy. Mikasa. The rubies started to shine and began to look as though there were 2 bloody eyeballs. Nancy lowered her body and rushed toward Ollie. Ollie raised his daggers and rushed to meet with Nancy's offense head-on. When they collided, they began trading countless strikes. Angele could only hear a light metal hitting noise and saw red and white lights flashing in front of his sight. After a second, Angele saw Nancy's sword placed right beside Ollie's neck. A barely visible thin barrier around Ollie's neck was hindering the blade from advancing, but Nancy's left shoulder was injured. Angele could see blood flowing out of the part stabbed by the daggers. You win. Ollie smiled before he pushed the sword away from his neck. I take back my words. That girl is yours, he said while pointing at a girl who was sitting on the ground at the side. She looked beautiful with her short hair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, Nancy, 2. Chapter 49, Nancy, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Nancy looked at him before returning her sword back into its sheath slowly. I just don't like the way you deal with the girl. I'm done with you. Nancy was seemingly calm, and then she started to walk toward Angele. Angele was standing in the crowd while feeling a bit confused. You, Nancy said as she pointed at him. Come help me tend my wounds, she continued to say while maintaining a calm demeanor. It was as though she was talking to an old friend. Me? Angele pointed at himself to make sure Nancy was talking to him. Suddenly, he saw a lot of blood oozing out of Ali's mouth. It seemed that Ali's organs had been injured during the fight, making Angele realize that Nancy wasn't the only one who got hurt. Though he didn't like the way Nancy approached him, he still decided to step forward due to her relationship with Master Adolphe. People around weren't surprised because everyone witnessed Nancy talking to Angele when they first met. Nancy walked into the cabin with Angele following her. Wizard apprentices weren't allowed to bring maids with them, so they had to do everything by themselves. Nancy trusted Angele because he was one of Adolphe's students like her. They went into the dark staircase. Nancy could barely stand properly, almost falling down. Angele grabbed her uninjured shoulder to prevent her from falling down the stairs. Help me get to my room. He poisoned his dagger. Nancy, who had a pale face, gritted her teeth. Angele finally realized how serious her wound was. When she faced Ali, she was trying her utmost not to show vulnerability. Angele decided to help her first, so he took her back to her room. Nancy was sweating buckets when they walked down to the first floor. After reaching the room, she opened the door slowly. Angele assisted her to sit on a chair. You can leave now, Nancy said with a weak voice. Angele scrunched his eyebrows. He could smell the strange stench coming from Nancy's left shoulder. The poison on the dagger originated from the snake root flower. If you handle it erroneously, you'll be paralyzed for days. By then, Ali can do whatever he wants to you, Angele said. He had confirmed the source of the poison after smelling some spiciness from the stench. Nancy's expression abruptly changed after hearing Angele's words and quickly grabbed a small leather pouch from the drawer. She took out a little paper bag out of the pouch and opened it carefully. There was some light yellow powder inside. When Angele saw the powder, it immediately reminded him of some data he had stored on the chip before. Angele quickly stepped forward, but he blacked out before he could even finish speaking. Angele woke up with a silver crossguard sword held against his neck. Nancy was coldly glaring at him. The blade already made contact with his skin, a thin line of blood slowly trickling down his neck. Angele felt his hair all over his body raising and he could feel the pain coming from his neck. He was already at knight level and had decent attributes among the knights, yet he didn't have enough time to react after seeing that powder. She must have used her enchanted item to catch Angele off guard. Zero couldn't help him under such occasion. Wait, the dagger actually had mixed poisons on it. One thing I could distinguish is the poison from the bowlen grass. If you don't deal with it within 5 hours, your whole left arm will be rendered unusable. I'm just trying to warn you about it, so don't get too angry. Angele raised his hands and slowly pushed the sword away. The man in the black robe wouldn't allow murder on this galleon. Besides, losing a left arm is probably nothing to a wizard, he continued. Nancy let Angele push her sword away, sheathing the sword right after. She was still staring at him coldly as though she wasn't too concerned about what Angele was saying. She decided to pour all the powder into her mouth. Universal antidote? Your premium item probably has the root of darrow in it, but it will only slow down the mixed poison from spreading. Angele smiled. You still need to give up your left arm. This made Nancy's expression change again, thus forcing her to swallow all the powder with some water. Do you have the cure? I can forgive your rude behavior if you do, Nancy spoke emotionlessly. Even if I do have it, why should I? Angele had an evil smile on his face. Your father, Carl Rio, lives at Maroa Harbor now, right? You also have an aunt there, Nancy said. I don't think you have the right to refuse, she continued. Threatening me? Angele spoke as he squinted his eyes. I probably won't win a fight against you, but I can opt to not help you, he continued. No. One. Shall. Threaten. Me. Angele said this word for word while glaring into Nancy's eyes. Their gazes intersected for a while. Then, Angele stood up after deciding to leave. You're going to lose your arm. Oh, wait. Also, enjoy being paralyzed for 3 days. You might die from excessive blood loss, Angele said while opening the door. Wait. What do you want? Just tell me, Nancy said as she stopped him. Angele turned around and looked at her again. Beg me for it, Angele said while looking at her with an amused expression. You're dead. Nancy grabbed her sword again. Angele knew how serious she was, so he decided not to further anger her. Just a joke. However, I really don't like the way you talk to me. I'm not your servant, Angele said when he ceased smiling. Nancy slowly put down her sword after hearing his words. Fine, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Now tell me, what do you want? Nancy said. The paper bag that had the antidote in it was twisted broken in her hands as she tried to calm down. Don't say anything that's not going to happen. I'll talk to the man in the black robe if I have to, Nancy said. He's not going to do anything about it. Last time, 2 apprentices fought each other on the ship deck. One had his leg broken while the other, his arm. They begged the man to heal them, but he did nothing. You think you're an exception? Angele saw through her lie right away. You're testing my patience, Nancy said in a deep tone. Give me an enchanted item, Angele said. No way. Nancy didn't even think about the offer. Losing your left arm it is. Angele turned back and tried to leave. I'll kill you, Nancy said. For the second time, Angele felt a pain in his neck. Give me the cure and I'll give you something in return. Otherwise, I'll kill you before I lose my arm. Nancy coldly glared at Angele while drawing her own sword slowly. You have 2 enchanted items on you. I just want one of them. Angele was now barely smiling because he knew that she meant it. The girl had seen blood without a change in expression and behavior, thus confirming that she had killed someone before. He was just trying to get an enchanted item from her, but he didn't know how important they were to her. Again, no way, Nancy said in a serious tone. Many people in my family sacrificed their own lives for them, so I can't just give one to you. You can't use it at your current level anyway. Instead, someone might just take it off your hand, she continued. There wasn't much Angele could do at present, and threatening her could put himself in danger. Well, what do you have for me then? Angele asked. 10 glass gems, worth 10,000 gold coins, Nancy answered right away. Aside from that, can I at least have a look at your enchanted item? I'll stay in this room, just so I won't be able to take it away under your nose, Angele said. Fine. Nancy thought for a while before she slowly nodded. Deal. Angele clapped his hands and smiled. I'll give you the cure before it is too late, but you need to go first, Angele said. Nancy nodded before taking out 10 small purple gems from the leather pouch. She then took out a silver necklace from her pocket. It seemed that the ring on her finger was just for decoration. Nancy put everything on her palm and handed them over to Angele. Also, you need to swear that you won't harm me after I give you the cure, Angele added. Then you need to swear that the cure you'll give me will fully heal me, Nancy said. Sure, Angele said before taking an oath to the gods upon their names. According to the rules of the wizards, one must never break promises after making an oath upon their full names. The worst a noble or a wizard could do was to break one's promises. Though Angele didn't believe in such a thing, he knew Nancy was a person who would keep promises. She could fight for a stranger just because of Ali's wrongdoings. Angele was just trying to take a look at the enchanted item. He wasn't going to take away anything important to her. 10,000 gold coins were of a significant amount to Angele, but Nancy was the daughter of a duke, so she probably never cared. Meanwhile, Angele was a son of a baron who only had several thousands of people in his territory. The Andes alliance was much larger than Ruden Empire, thus a duke's territory was probably the size of half a Ruden. She would have had the power of a princess if she was a Ruden. 10,000 gold coins were probably her allowance, so she wouldn't think too much of it. Angele decided to treat her after taking a look at enchanted items. He knew the certainty of him being able to cure her. He had tried those 2 plants back when he was traveling, and Zero assisted him to find the easiest way to detoxify. It was the reason why he was so certain that he had the cure. Angele had tried thousands of plants and insects before storing all the data on the chip. Zero analyzed the data and found various ways for Angele to detoxify. What he was about to do was one of the methods. However, he found Nancy being completely rude to him, thus he didn't like her. Angele decided to apply the most uncomfortable way to her. Now, lie down on the bed. Lie on your stomach, so I can have a look at your wound, Angele said with a light tone. The wound was behind her shoulder where the dagger had struck her in reverse. Nancy looked at him for a second before lying down on her stomach. She still had her hands on her sword, clearly signifying that she still didn't trust Angele too much. Angele saw her lying down and unwittingly took a glance at her butt. In her white tight pants, it looked quite nice and sexy. Angele could barely see any gaps between her slim, long legs. He stood by the bed for a while, feeling an urge to touch her legs. They were just too enticing for him. Angele wanted to see how Nancy would react if he suddenly touched her legs and butt. However, he decided not to after seeing the sword in her right hand. "Hurry up!" Nancy got a bit nervous and said. Angele ceased staring at her body and started treating her wound quickly. He first spat some saliva over the wound and sprinkled some sawdust on it. The process was easy and fast, but it was too painful for the person being treated. "If this doesn't work, I'll absolutely kill you," Nancy said while she was in pain after standing up. She didn't show her emotion on her face, but Angele knew how mad she currently was. "Let's see." Angele smiled. He threw the silver necklace to her. "Take a rest and bandage your wound," Angele said as he opened the door. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 50, Ramsoda, 1. Chapter 50, Ramsoda, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. After leaving Nancy's room, Angele took a deep breath. His smile was gone, now replaced with solemnness. He surveyed the passage. There were no other wizard apprentices around. He could only hear footsteps above him. Angele covered his wound on the neck with his collar and quickly descended the stairs. "Zero, how much radiation energy did you absorb?" Angele asked. 1.35% from the necklace. The item's surface was perfectly secured, thus the energy stored in it was barely leaking, Zero reported. "That's enough. She'll find out if we take too much," Angele thought. By then, he had already arrived at the 5th floor. He just reached stage 1 not too long ago, so he didn't want to waste time after obtaining that energy from the enchanted item. "Nancy won't be happy about this, but I don't really care whether she likes me or not. I don't even know when I'll return to the city. Master Adolf said the letters would only be shipped out with the newbie recruitment ship. It will take about 4 years for me to communicate to the ones in the city." By then, she would have already forgotten about it, Angele thought. He got back to his room quickly and locked the door. He was very excited, instantly taking out the book Adolf had given him. Angele turned to the page where he left last time. The content written on it wasn't about meditation. Instead, it was the author's biography. He needed to calm down because being excited wouldn't help him with meditation. "However, I need to wait until I can sense the energy by myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to train my basic skills," Angele thought. He knew just how crucial the basics were to him. 15 days later, the galleon containing all the apprentices separated from the fleet, setting and turning its path toward land. It then stopped at a beach, and at that place, there was a man in a black robe waiting by the shore. He led the apprentices who were part of their respective organizations to someplace else. Ali, Nancy, and Jared left with them. Lando Luke left as well because the location of the organization he would be part of was here. The only ones who stayed on the ship were Angele, Yuri, and Velvet. When the ship departed once again, more than 10 wizard apprentices remained. The wind carried the fishy and salty stench of the ocean. The sunlight brought just enough heat to the deck. Angele could feel the transition between the chill from the wind after the warmth of the sunlight. The sunset made the whole world look golden. Quietly, Angele stood on the deck, watching the light beyond the horizon quietly disappearing. Yuri was by his side, standing there as well. Golden sunlight was reflected all over the waves around the galleon. The galleon really is empty without them. "I just don't see anyone around," Yuri said as he scratched his head. "We'll probably never see them again," Angele calmly said. "True. I heard our destination is more than 10,000 kilometers away from here," Yuri said. He had mixed feelings about leaving his friend. "Which organization are you heading to?" "We probably have the same destination," Yuri asked. "The Ramsoda College," Angele answered. "Ramsoda College? Never heard of it," Yuri was confused. "It's possible that you don't know anything about it." They heard a girl's voice coming from behind. They turned around and saw Velvet walking toward them. She was wearing a white one-piece and holding a long sword in her hand. Her black ponytail rustled in the air. Although she was breathing heavily since she had just finished training her sword skills, she still looked clean and pretty. There are many secret wizard organizations in this world, so there's no way for you to know all of them. Also, if it's a college, it could be an ancient name formerly used by that wizard organization. It's quite likely that the organization already changed its name, she continued. You're so knowledgeable, Yuri said while smiling. My father's a wizard, and he told me a lot about this world. My destination is the 6-ring high tower, Velvet spoke in a light tone. I'm heading to White Tooth Castle, an organization settling at the White Tooth Highland. I heard it's a strong organization, Yuri said as he laughed. He was easy to approach even as a noble's child. He never paid much heed about fame or anything, and he was a very nice and honest person. We're good as long as the man in a black robe knows about them, Angele said before he laughed. Lando Luke told me that the 6-ring high tower and the White Tooth Castle are at the same place. Even the man in a black robe told me to get off there as well. Since we're close to each other, we need to keep in touch and help each other if necessary, Angele continued. Sure, Yuri said. All of us who boarded the galleon are from Marawa, so we need to unite after we get into a new environment, he continued before smiling happily. You guys don't care that I only have a talent level of 1? Velvet bit her lips as she asked. Talent is just a base. It's not the most important thing to a wizard. We need to keep studying, research, and do whatever we can to imagine and create. That's what a wizard needs, Yuri said after his expression became solemn. It's my grandfather's words. He's a wizard in White Tooth Castle, he continued. Velvet looked at him for a second before nodding. Tears had started forming in her eyes. Yuri is correct based on my current understanding of wizard. Talent may be the basic requirement, but it's not the most important. According to the book, talent itself will give me a good head start, but after that, I have to keep learning and researching. Knowledge is my power and my treasure. However, with a talent level of 1, it'll take Velvet tremendous amount of time to complete the basics and reach stage 3 by the age of 30 if everything goes as he plans, Angele thought. He agreed with Yuri's points, but he wasn't sure if Yuri was just giving Velvet false hope. He didn't speak out his thoughts, only telling Velvet some kind words before going back inside the cabin. He ate some food on the 4th floor and returned to his room. Angele already sensed some trial of unknown energy particles last night, but he wasn't certain if that was the energy particle he wanted. Angele crossed his legs and sat on the bed. He closed his eyes and entered meditation. The crystal clock on the desk kept ticking. He had begun meditating at 6 o'clock in the evening. Now, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The room was dark, but suddenly, a speck of green light appeared near Angele's face. The speck of light was the size of a sesame seed that quickly went away. The speck of green light kept flickering, appearing and disappearing around Angele for about half an hour. Angele's eyelids were rapidly twitching, even starting to sweat. He woke up as soon as the green light completely disappeared, fatigue nearly overcoming him when he opened his eyes. Finally, I reached stage 2. My progression will become smoother after I become capable of sensing those energy particles. Now, I must help my body adapt to those radiation particles, Angele said. 0. Use the stored radiation energy and release it at a rate my body can handle. Angele asked. Mission commenced. Using the energy, it will take 271 hours 43 minutes and 12 seconds to consume all of it, 0 replied. More than 10 days? Great. Angele nodded as he was satisfied with the result. When the chip finished intoning, some green light appeared on the surface of Angele's skin. It disappeared quickly and nothing happened after, but Angele knew the chip was still releasing radiation energy. He could feel the life energy coming from inside his body constantly. Like a small sun in his body, he could feel the warmth of it. Angele felt very comfortable as he could no longer feel the chill inside his room. There was a grass-like taste in his mouth and a refreshing feeling all around his body. Positive energy of the plants. Angele determined the source based on the knowledge learned from the book and Adolf. Only energy from the plants had such positive power. According to the wizardry book, the world was filled with basic energy particles in the air. The term for such energy that could help plants grow or heal had been coined plant energy by wizards. They also labeled different energy into 2 categories, positive energy and negative energy. The wizards had also discovered different types of energy particles and classified them based on their effects. The energy particles Angele absorbed from Nancy's necklace was definitely the plant energy, most of its effects were positive. Some of the plant particles, however, might have a negative impact such as destroying the balance of nature. There were just too many energy particles in the air, and the wizards hadn't understood each of them yet. Wizards had trouble proving the existence of negative energy particles until one of the wizards discovered the particles during his research hundreds of years ago. 0. Can you make a rating list for the radiation energies? Angele asked. Please set the unit name and the equation, 0 reported. Unit name, degree. 1 degree of radiation energy is equivalent to the amount of energy produced by burning 1 match. Show me the stored energy amount using this equation, Angele asked. Degree was the most common unit used by wizards and the equation itself came from the book. Angele set it as the universal unit to help the chip calculate the data for him properly. Calculation finished. 17.4 degrees of energy has been stored. Consumption is in progress, 0 reported. Angele nodded with a satisfied look. At this rate, if I can get the radiation going for the next half year, I'll be able to lead the particles into my body and make them circulate. It will be much faster than just following the steps listed in the book, Angele thought as he did the calculations in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Ramsoda, 2. Chapter 51, Ramsoda, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. 10 more days later, the ship had once again stopped at another dock. Yuri disembarked together with Velvet and several other wizard apprentices. Just like last time, someone was waiting for them by the shore. Only 4 people were left on the galleon: Angele, the 2 other wizard apprentices, and the man in a black robe. After 2 days of sailing, the ship had finally arrived at the final destination, Eichenhain. The name Eichenhain meant where the sun rises. This is the end of the route. Disembark now. The man in a black robe pressed a button on the side of the ship and the landing ladder was quickly lowered down to the dock. There are 2 wizard organizations here, Ramsoda College and Liliato's cabin. You can follow the road signs for directions. They aren't too far from here, and the roads are safe, he said before leaving the 3 on the beach. He then embarked the ship once again and left the place right after. There was no one else on the beach aside from the 3. It was early in the morning, the sand seemed shiny under the golden sunlight. Angele looked at the other 2. He had no idea who they were, so he didn't say anything. He saw a path on the beach, probably built by the people who walked on it. There was a road sign in the tropical forest not too far from them. There, a man in a white robe stood there awaiting their arrival. Half an hour later, Angele, along with the other 2 wizard apprentices, followed the man in a white robe to a humongous abandoned castle. The surface of the walls looked gross, it was dark gray and had green vines all over the walls. Several large, dark tree roots covered the surface of the road. From the sky, Angele could hear strange noises resounding throughout. This is the Ramsoda College you're looking for. You 2 follow me, the man said with a light tone. Angele stood there, watching the others leave. He was on a stone bridge just outside the castle, standing on green mosses and cracked stone pieces. Angele walked forward and took out his enchanted ring carefully. He then put it down on a small stone platform by the left side of the entrance. Suddenly, a black crow flew over and stood on the platform while staring at the ring. It touched the ring with its claw. Young man, it's a newcomer. New blood. The crow started talking with a voice that sounded deep but sharp as though it had a hand in its throat. My name is Morocco, the watcher here. According to the rules, you can enter if you have the enchanted item. You're the first one here in recent years, the crow said as it turned to Angele. It was speaking in Anmag. Nice meeting you, Master Watcher Morocco. Angele bowed to the crow and took the ring back, returning it to his necklace. I'll be entering now, he said before walking into the entrance. Angele heard the sound of the crow flying away behind him. The ancient castle looked as if it was modeled with sand. The walls and its passages had all been corroded by the wind with the passage of time. Tiny holes were all over the castle's body. Angele felt like he was walking into an ancient city in Egypt since the only color in his view was yellow. The wind blew away the dust on the ground into the air, and several dried leaves rolled around the corner with a few becoming stuck onto Angele's tall, black boots. You're the new blood? A stranger's voice came from Angele's left. He looked over and saw a tall man standing in the corner. He was a gray-robed man who waved his hand toward Angele. The man had a wide shoulder and a messy hair. His face looked like a barbarian from some tale that made Angele think he wasn't a wizard. Master Morocco informed us of your arrival. He said you have the trophy of our school? The man asked. Angele walked toward him quickly before nodding his head. He handed the ring over after pulling it off the necklace. Follow me, I'll bring you there. So many apprentices this year, more than 20, including you. However, you're the only one from overseas, the man said. Yay? I thought this is the school? Angele looked around and noticed that they were the only ones here. How can our school be built upon a ruin? Though we're now weaker than before, we still have a decent place. My name is Aluda, you can call me Alu. I'm the guy that leads the new blood to the school, Alu said. My name is Angele, you can just call me with that, Angele replied politely. Well, I'm just an apprentice like you and only 14 years old, Alu said. He didn't like the way Angele spoke to him. 14 years old. Angele looked at Alu speechlessly. Alu didn't have a friendly look. He was about 2 meters tall and had wide shoulders, most likely weighing 150 kilograms. Alu had the size of 2 Angeles. His footsteps were quite heavy that Angele could see the holes on the ground created by his footsteps. All right. Alu, right? Can I just call you that? Angele asked. Yeah. Alu was pretty cold to him, still looking disappointed for some reason. They turned around several corners in the city before arriving at a small house. A tunnel leading underground was in the middle of the house. In front of them was a door made of black stone and had 2 yellow, diamond-shaped gems embedded in it, each having the size of a fist. Alu walked toward the door and did a strange gesture. Alota Sinba, he whispered. The door slowly opened, revealing to Angele the stairs leading underground. The underground tunnel was illuminated with torches placed on both sides of the walls. Alu quickly entered, and Angele followed from behind. The door closed right after they entered. The passage that was built using gray bricks looked old as it aged after its conception. The same material was used for the floor, but some of the bricks of the passage had now been cracked. The ground was constructed in such a way that it was completely organized without any uneven parts. The light from the torches dyed the whole place yellow. As the two walked together in the underground tunnel, a strange smell wafted from below, but Angele couldn't determine the source. It smelled like mold and sweet olive mixed together. You're lucky that you're assigned to the same master as mine. That's why I came to welcome you. We'll be classmates after, Alu finally spoke after walking for a while. Yay? Assigned? How do they do that exactly? Angele asked. Yay. They give the lists to the masters and arrange the names in a random order to make everything fair, Alu explained. We're going to meet Master now. Master will let you choose one course you're interested in at first. Not the freebies though, you must pay for that. Just a friendly reminder, think twice, it's important. If you want to choose another course by yourself, you'll have to spend some magic stones or exchange record points from completing missions, Alu continued. Thank you. Angele was quite confused, but he knew Alu was trying to give him some tips, so he kept them in mind. The conversation was cut off here before continuing forward. They went across the passage and turned left, reaching a hallway with several rooms on both sides after passing through 2 forked routes. There was a large, unopened door at the end of the dark hallway. Alu led Angele to the large door and knocked on it lightly. Master, one new guy for you. I brought him here, he said. Come in. A hollow voice came from inside as the door slightly opened by itself. Alu pushed the door open and went inside the room together with Angele. The room looked like a normal study. A man in a black robe was standing between 2 big shelves filled with books. The man was reading a thick book. For me? You mean assigned to me? Angele was surprised by the voice. He noticed that the man sounded like a young girl. It was unexpected to him that it was a girl. Yeah, Alu answered. Suddenly, the candle lamp on the desk made an exploding noise. Take him to Freydoni, my time is up, she said. Got it, Alu said. Angele was so confused as he watched Alu walking out of the room. Still, he followed Alu from behind. He took one last glance at the girl in a black robe. The girl already had turned toward them with her head raised, so Angele got to see her face clearly. The girl was actually an old woman who was smiling. Angele felt shocked and even scared at the fact that the woman didn't have her left eyeball. Instead, there was a bronze pocket watch embedded in the eye sockets. There was also a long scar across her face, and she looked like a patched-up doll. Without the sewing, she might even fall apart. Angele tried his best to calm down and turn around. I'll be learning from such a horrifying wizard? At least, she looked scary, Angele thought. He had already witnessed a lot of murders as he once killed plenty himself, but he was still scared witless just by looking at her face. Scary, eh? Master Liliana was severely injured during a spell experiment, so she now has this horrifying look, Alu explained after seeing Angele's expression. Actually, she's very kind, and among others, she's the most patient teacher. She tries her best to explain everything clearly, though not many wizard apprentices attend her class, Alu continued, his tone sounding slightly sorrowful. Is that so? Angele tried to smile. The master looked like a body that was patched up, so he thought people would try whatever it takes to stay away from her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Magic, 1. Chapter 52, Magic, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele left the room together with Alu, walking down the tunnel once again. He began seeing people wearing grey robes walking to and fro, most of them greeting Alu. Some smiled and spoke with him while some just nodded their heads without speaking a word. After walking for about 100 meters, he faced a large, black wooden door in front of him. Pong! Alu knocked hard 3 times, the door opened a gap that would let one man pass through. Angele peeked through the gap and saw a huge underground cave inside. "Let's go get your supplies first," Alu spoke with a low voice as he turned his head to Angele. Angele nodded, following Alu through the door. Angele felt much better after walking into the door. He saw a huge cave that would easily fit an aircraft carrier inside. There were many holes, passages through the wall that twisted around the cave. Angele could see people wearing grey and white robes there, with some entering the holes. It was highly likely that those holes were entrances leading to other areas. A huge 3-level glass chandelier hung over in the middle of the cave, many oil lamps sat on each level. It was the only thing that illuminated the cave. "This way." Alu led Angele, who continued to follow from behind, toward the left. The ground wasn't decorated at all and the roads were made of stone. Everything had become light yellow-colored under the large chandelier. The 2 shadows shook and danced on the bumpy walls, seemingly mysterious and strange. They entered another path once again and then walked into a hallway. There were several people waiting, all of them had people without robes by their sides. Alu talked to one of the men before taking Angele to wait at the end of the line. It took them several minutes to enter the door at the end of the hallway. Various types of linen bags and wooden barrels were inside the room. An old man who had a goatee was sitting behind a desk by the door, holding a feathered pen in his hand. On the desk were a small notebook, a candle stand, and an ink bottle. "Alu, another one?" the old asked after laughing. "Yeah, he just arrived here today. He came here by ship, so it took him a long time to get here," Alu said with a smiling face. "Tell him your name, stage level, and talent level," Alu said to Angele after turning to him. Angele Rio, 15 years old, stage 1, talent level 2. Angele stepped forward after nodding. "Talent level 2, better than nothing." The old man nodded, and he wrote down something on his notebook. "You got a trophy?" the old man asked. "Yes," Angele said before handing over his ring to the old man. The old man scrutinized the ring, his expression changing several times. In the end, he had a piteous expression as though he was feeling sorry for the item. "Such a pity. Agility boost ring with a high-level spell. If it's complete, it will be considered as a mid-level enchanted item at least. It's from the past, at least 500 years old. We were still referred to as a college back then," the old man said. "Well, I'll take the trophy. You'll be exempted in your entrance exam," he continued speaking as he grabbed a small grey pouch from the ground. "It's your basic pouch." The old man handed the grey pouch to Angele. "Thank you." Angele carefully received the pouch. 1 grey apprentice robe, 1 stage 1 wizard apprentice badge, 1 emergency magic stone, and your wizard apprentice number card. Don't lose any of those. There's a clean spell enchanted on the robe. It will clean itself once a day. It costs 10,000 gold coins outside, so don't break it. Otherwise, you'll have to reimburse it using magic stones or record points, the old man said. "Understood," Angele replied. Alu toured Angele to the dormitory area, classrooms, laboratories, gardens, and various places after obtaining the supply. He led Angele back to the first hallway after everything. Angele thought of how the whole school was akin to a secret base underground. It was huge and its depth was unknown to Angele. "First course is free. Make sure you make it count. Take care, my job here is done." Alu shrugged his shoulders and left after. He disappeared at a corner by the end of the hallway. Angele took a deep breath before he walked to his new master's room and lightly knocked on the door. "I'm the new apprentice, Angele Rio. Master Liliana, may I come in?" Angele asked politely. "Come in, please." Liliana's voice still sounded like a young girl. The door opened by itself right away. Angele walked in and the door closed by itself. His new master was writing something on a paper using her black feathered pen. "Here for the free course?" Liliana raised her head and asked. Angele saw her horrifying face once again, the bronze pocket watch embedded in her left eye still ticking. "Yes." Angele attempted to use the chip to analyze her attributes, but some unknown power hindered the chip from doing so. Liliana smiled. However, she looked like she was crying to Angele. She moved the items on the table, making an empty space. She then put several things on the desk, but Angele didn't know where they came from. From left to right, the items on the desk were a red banana-like fruit, a fresh eyeball of some animal, and a black leather pouch. The one on the left represents the basic shifting skill I'm good at. The eyeball in the middle represents the fundamentals of advanced dissection skills, while the last one represents biology. These are the options I offer. You can choose one to learn for free. You have 1 minute to think about it, Liliana smiled as she said. Angele nodded. He started thinking while looking at the 3 items. Liliana didn't feel restless, only sitting there as she waited. 1 minute, Liliana said. Angele hesitated for a second. With a serious look on his face, he placed his hand on the black pouch. I'll go with this one, Angele said while looking at his master. Suddenly, the pouch started shaking as a swarm of black insects came out of it. Angele became surprised, immediately drawing back his hands. The insects were black, looking like medium-sized roaches. The pouch was, but the number of insects came out of it was great. In just a short time, they were all over the desk. Angele's hand that made contact with the bag felt itchy. Liliana was still smiling toward Angele, whose face was pale. She took out a small mirror and placed it in front of him. From the mirror's reflection, Angele saw blisters all over his body, his arms, neck, and face all full of blisters. The blisters were large, shiny, and full of red pus. That's your choice. His new master's smile looked mysterious. Angele touched his face with his hands, but he could only feel nothing, only the flatness and smoothness of his face. Angele's face was pale, his mouth and nose stank. He saw a black human-like shadow in Liliana's right eye before he plunged into darkness. When he recovered his vision, he found himself in deep water. Though there was a white light over his head, he could see nothing around. It was dark and cold, even making Angele feel suffocated that he could barely breathe. Angele tried to reach the light above him, yet something was pulling down his feet as he sunk. He looked down only to see pure darkness. He felt like he would never come back if he kept sinking. It's an illusion, Angele kept convincing himself, but he couldn't stop the growing fear inside of him. You should come back. Liliana's voice echoed in his ears. The knowledge has been transferred into your brain. Go back and drink a potion that will help you stabilize your mind. This transfer spell has been harmful to you. Make sure you don't get any sequela, Liliana said. You can go now, she said as she waved her hand. Angele, who was soaked in sweat, tried to calm down. He bowed and opened the door. Angele left right away. Recalling the transference, the first line of the knowledge in his brain said, necromancy. The following days, Angele attended the free courses just like any other new wizard apprentices and went to the library after classes. He went to the sections open to stage 1 wizard apprentices. He focused on several different subjects such as dissection, neuroscience, fundamentals of negative energy, spell models, source of mentality, and fundamentals of pharmacy, basic subjects, and many different languages. Angele could learn all of those for free. Angele finally understood the meaning of the word Ramsoda. In Dragonish, it meant shadow and death. The most well-renowned researches the college had ever done were about necromancy and curses. The school had been considered to have the best shadow spells in the wizard world. The free course he chose was necromancy, wherein the main focus lied in studying the negative energy's impact on living beings. It was the core of utilizing spells created from negative energy, which was something he must learn. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to build the model for the negative energy spells. This course was one of the most expensive courses in the school considering how dangerous researching negative energy was. Because of how high the expenditure would be for someone to take this course, Angele was thinking of trading necromancy knowledge with other wizard apprentices. Angele learned the fundamentals of spell utilization from the basic spell model book. One had to use mentality to build the spell model and release the energy using a special method. Some spells even required certain materials as catalysts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Magic, 2. Chapter 53, Magic, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Mentality model was the engine. Elemental energy was the gas. Both combined together to produce other forms of energies. It was the most basic of all spells, and there were much to be researched on, such as the different effects produced by different models, the loss between each transfer, the strength of the final result, and the necessary mentality strength in constructing the model. Those were the factors that determined the level a wizard apprentice or a wizard had in spell manipulation. Being able to use a spell didn't mean one could control it well, as most of the existing spells had been further improved by numerous wizards from each successive generation in the past. Besides attending classes, Angele helped his master organize the laboratories, clean the spell room, and assist her in potion making. Also, he helped take care of the rare plants in the garden. However, Angele was progressing slowly, and there was only so much he could learn every day as his master only put a certain amount of content each day, though he could finish other works properly. It took Angele more than 4 months to be able to lead the energy particles into his body during meditation. Zero's radiation had doubled his speed. Today's first class is the theory of everything taught by Master Angelina, a girl said. She who had a long brown hair over her shoulders was sitting beside Angele. The theory of everything is too difficult to understand. I always feel like I have no idea what she's saying, a black-haired boy said. He was wearing glasses and was sitting beside the girl. The three sat together at a corner, creating a small group just like other wizard apprentices in the school. Ansett, why is Master Angelina wearing a white robe, while other masters are wearing black? Angele asked. It's based on their specialization, whether it's positive energy or negative energy, Ansett answered. She was an average-looking girl. However, with her long brown hair combined with a shapely body, it made her very attractive. Masters who specialize in positive energy wear white and masters who specialize in negative energy wear black. That's the rule. You came from overseas and you never heard of it? The boy with glasses asked. We barely have any wizards there. How would I obtain information like this? Angele had the feeling similar to that of studying in a university on Earth. However, the students here had at least one magic stone with them while Angele had nothing. He didn't enroll in any other course except for the free one he had gotten at the beginning. Magic stones were the main currency here. It was a black mineral that had a crystal-like appearance, which contained special energy that could help boost mentality. Many wizard apprentices kept enrolling in courses, thus gaining a huge amount of knowledge. Angele became nervous because he knew wizard apprentices who had more knowledge would be likely able to use spells and even advance to become real wizards. Knowledge also helped them construct more spell models. Wizard apprentices who had more knowledge would have had more spells in their repertoire. The good thing was, enrolling in a course didn't mean they didn't have to learn by themselves. Of course, their rate of comprehending the knowledge would have had a similar speed to that of reading a book. With the exploitation of the chip, Angele could use to reach twice their speed. The problem was Angele didn't have any magic stone with him. Angele, you said you're very close to advancing to stage 2. Is that true? Ansett asked. Yeah, very close. Angele nodded. There was no point in concealing it. Any master could distinguish the wizard apprentice's stages just by looking at them. Only wizards could block information probing by setting up their own force fields. That's fast, and yet, you're only 14, Ansett said, expressing admiration for him. I already spent a long time trying to reach stage 2. Now, I'm just very close to it, Angele said. He would never tell them he had started meditating only a year ago. I'm almost there, too, the boy with glasses calmly said. Angele, I remember you saying that you need a magic stone, right? I've got an extra here when my family sent some to me. How about I give it to you and you help me with the course? He continued. Extra magic stone? Manas, are you sure about this? Angele asked. Sure, your theory of everything is far better than mine. I need your help with that, and I have major problems with several basic structures, Manas said with a calm expression. I'm not as talented as you guys, so I have to work harder, he continued. No problem. I need magic stone anyway, Angele said. Trading was something common here. Wizards normally didn't develop deep relationships with others, though they loved trading objects. Wizard apprentices were like this too. Though magic stones were a very rare commodity to normal people, Manas, who came from a large local family, could easily obtain them with his background. I'll give you a magic stone, too. I'll listen to your explanation together with Manas. I don't want to be left behind, Ansett said after hearing Manas's words. She wanted to keep up with the class. Angele smiled as he himself knew they couldn't jot down everything their masters taught. If they missed some notes, it would be very difficult for them to understand the material. The masters didn't care if the wizard apprentices understood the class or not because they were too busy with their own research. They were teaching only for the money the school had paid them, and they would leave the class right after they finished. Angele thought that trading his knowledge for magic stones was a great idea. Manas, do you know how to obtain magic stones fast? He asked. You can go accept some assignments given by the school and obtain record points after completion. The record points can be used to exchange magic stones and other items. You'll get 1 magic stone for 1 record point, Manas said. However, the assignments are difficult, so you need to think twice before accepting any of it. We need to reach stage 2 to be able to use enchanted items, he added. The three of them banded together not because they had close relationships to each other, but because they were the weakest wizard apprentices in their class. Manus was kind enough to tell Angele something like this. Angele could already lead the energy particles into his body, but he needed some herbs to make the sensory potion to assist him in reaching stage 2. He could also buy one from the school, but the problem lied in the number of magic stones needed for purchase. Master Angele is here, Ansett spoke in a low voice as he sat properly. The wizard apprentices ceased talking and everyone had their gazes fall on the entrance of the classroom. A stunning blonde lady appeared, wearing a white robe with a grey wooden wand in hand. As she quickly walked inside the classroom, the wizard apprentices could see her blue eyes, hair all over her shoulders, and a smile on her face. I am Angelina. It's my pleasure in teaching you, future wizards. Let's not waste any time. I'm going to teach you the plant section of the theory of everything. It doesn't matter what type of spells you use in the future. You'll need to understand different types of spells. Otherwise, you'll never learn the spell analysis skill, the lady said. Master, we already learned some basic models about botanical spells. The problem is how to transfer the pure energy to the real world. I'm wondering if you could demonstrate the process to us, someone said. Master Angelina, you're the best botanical spell user in our school, he continued. Vader, you sure know how to flatter people, she shook her head as she looked at the wizard apprentice. Angele thought it was quite likely that she knew the one who was speaking from the way she was looking at him. It's Vader, her younger brother. Master Angelina raised him since young, so they're more like mother and son, Ansett explained with a faintly discernible voice. Yeah. Angele nodded his head. Since Vader asked, I'll demonstrate one spell to you guys today, Angelina said. She smiled and raised her left hand up. Angele could see a black seed in the middle of her palm. Angelina dropped the seed to the ground enchanted. I control you, a new form of life. With a few noises, the seed started sprouting as it quickly grew into a green sapling. It didn't cease there, still growing incessantly. The roots twisted with the vines as it kept ascending. At its topmost was a white bud. Bloom. Angelina pointed her wand at the bud, and then the bud started to slowly bloom. In the middle of the flower, there was a shiny, white fleck. The white light it brought was gentle and warm. The light of life, something that could make your wishes come true. Angelina smiled. Of course, it's a joke. I'm just making it shine using the botanical light spell. I tried my best to slow down its process, she continued. Angele sat in his seat watching the demonstrating, staring at the shining flower. A wonderful spell, he praised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, The Cost, 1. Chapter 54, The Cost, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. In 1 minute, the strange flower that had the height of an average human blossomed. Angele was surprised by this scene. To him, it was really impressive. The wizard apprentices in the classroom started clapping, and Master Angelina waved her hand again. The light dot in the flower flew into the air, causing the plant below to wilt and die within a second. The whole thing fell apart and became a pile of black ash. This spell is for increasing the growth rate of the plant to its maximum. It's actually a botanical spell that consumes negative energy. If anyone is interested, you can come and purchase the basic spell model from me. Of course, only I have the right to sell the spell model. If I find anyone trying to sell it privately, I will hang him, Angele said in a serious tone. Angele became nervous for a second. He planned on trading his knowledge about necromancy for resources, but he didn't know about the copyright issue beforehand. Thus, he had to abort his plan. Well, I'll just do my thing then. Meditating and earning magic stones are the top 2 priorities now, Angele said before shaking his head. Half a year later. Above the Ramsota College. In the morning, a group of people in grey robes were slowly advancing along a path in the large forest. They had various weapons on them such as swords and bows, while some had short, black wooden wands in their hands. There were black cross insignias on the back of their robes, the insignia of Ramsota College. One of them carried a white, wooden longbow on his back and a silver crossguard sword tied to his waist. It was Angele, who didn't look attractive with his short brown hair. He was surveying his surroundings consistently just like what other wizard apprentices in the group did. Green, don't be so nervous. At least we're still in Ramsota's territory, and people don't have the guts to invade us. They'll try to avoid us, a black-haired man said. He was about 20 years old and had a pair of green eyes. Last time I went on patrol, I got sneak attacked, and don't call me green. I don't like it, Angele said as he smiled. Half a year ago, he joined the patrol squad, which had a monthly wage of 1 magic stone. He also tried to become familiar with the neighboring areas. Ramsota College was located at a wasteland. There were barely any people around, such that only numerous dangerous beasts inhabited the place. Even if people were strong enough, they would be randomly assaulted by a swarm of flies. That was the reason why there weren't many people living here, even those adventurous people. The patrol squad's mission was to prevent those dangerous animals from breaching the school perimeter. Though this didn't pay very well, Angele could witness real wizards and high-stage wizard apprentices fight, even obtaining some experiences. Alert! Human-eating lizards! One of the men at the front yelled. Alert! Watch out for weakness-focused attacks. Masha, get in defensive position. The black-haired man who was the leader started giving out orders with a serious expression on his face. Green, use your bow. Andrew, assist Masha in defense. Get in your positions and watch out. Don't waste our antidotes, he continued yelling. The five got into formation and a huge lizard emerged from the bush in front of them. This lizard had a green skin that made it easily possible to camouflage. It was looking at the five with its brown eyes. Only one. Take it out quickly. The black-haired man looked relieved. Neris. He cast a spell as he invoked the incantation, and dark light covered his body. He drew his short sword and rushed toward the lizard, stabbing his sword right at its head. Another wizard apprentice cast a spell to enhance the power of Angele's arrows, making the arrowhead shine with a strange dark light. The arrow flew out at a breakneck speed as Angele shot it right toward the lizard's right eye. The sword and the arrow struck its head simultaneously, creating a huge hole in the middle of its head and the arrow piercing its eye. The lizard's green blood started flowing to the ground, its wound started to rot quickly. A red laser came out of the short sword, killing the lizard right after. The black-haired man stepped back and reassembled with the team. Another lizard came from outside. People around all know this is our territory, he said while shaking his head. I can extract some infective poison from it. I'm recently doing a research on it. I think it is fine for me to have its body? The man asked. One magic stone for each of us, and we'll let you have it, the girl who cast spell on Angele's arrow said. No problem, the black-haired man said. This was a bonus for the patrol members. If they wanted something valuable from what they found, they must pay others. Angele smiled, he knew the magic stone would help him in the future. They needed to spend a lot of magic stones and record points every year. If he didn't get enough magic stone, he wouldn't be able to continue studying. Nothing else happened after this encounter, which was very normal for them. Angele finished his shift by noontime. He returned to his room in the school. It was a small room, having the same size of a dorm room back in the harbor school. The only thing special was the oil lamp on the wall. It had been said by some that the oil in it would never run out. In actuality, it was a spell cast by a real wizard to make it bring light to a room incessantly. Angele sat cross-legged on his bed and took out a small pouch which he poured its contents onto the bed. 5 black crystals and a tiny red pearl were there. Angele took the pearl and stared at it for a while, but he didn't do anything to it. He played with the magic stones for a while before placing them back into the pouch carefully. He began meditating again. He was already a stage 2 wizard apprentice, and he was going for stage 3. Angele had earned enough magic stones in order to purchase the new meditation method from the school. After that, his progress became much smoother. However, it had begun slowing down a bit recently. The red pearl he looked at earlier was obtained from a red pearl bird when he was on patrol duty. It was something he obtained by paying a lot. This pearl could help him in his meditation, but he could only use it once. He had trouble with meditation, so he wanted to use the pearl. Angele meditated for a while and asked Zero to show him his body condition. Zero, show me my body condition. Angele Rio, Strength 2.9. Agility 4.1. Stamina 3.5. Status, healthy, Zero reported quickly. Did you get enough data to show the mentality as numbers? Angele asked. Yes. Your mentality could now be presented in a numerical format at any time you wish, Zero reported. Angele collected a lot of data to make it possible because he wanted to measure the strength of other wizard apprentices and wizards. Show me my mentality, Angele asked with a serious expression on his face. Database created. Comparing data. Initiating, Zero reported. Angele Rio, mentality 3.1. Zero gave the result within a mere moment. 3.1. Zero, show me the requirements needed to reach stage 3, Angele asked after thinking for a while. Mission created, collecting data, finished. Model created, simulations beginning, 0 created a slowly rotating, light blue human body model in front of Angele. Inside the model, there were many silver lines flowing. Analysis initiated. Most optimal plan, reach 6.0 in mentality. Comprehend more than 2 spell models. 500 milliliters of black lead potion. Success rate, 79.43%, 0 reported. Your mentality is not being gathered. Analyzing. Please focus on increasing the density of your mentality, 0 warned. I knew it. Angele thought before he smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, The Cost, 2. Chapter 55, The Cost, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The best function of the chip was that it could analyze known data and give Angele the optimal plan. It could even list all the requirements and calculate its success rate. This function was extremely valuable to Angele. Many wizard apprentices had to spend a huge amount of time searching for the reason of their progress being hindered and must check the issue many times to confirm its authenticity. If they made any mistakes during the process, they would waste too much time and money, and they wouldn't be able to keep up with the set time frame. No matter how talented one was, one had to discover the correct path by oneself. Angele could find out in time the reason for his progress slowing down due to the chip he had. He kept advancing and wasted no time. Those were all of his advantages. Increase my mentality points to 6 first, and then I'll buy 2 basic spell models. Training in the construction of the spell models will also help me increase my mentality. 1 model will cost me 2 magic stones. I can buy 2 right away. The problem lies with the 500 milliliters black lead potion, Angele thought. Black lead potion was made of special stones and ink. It could aid people in increasing their sensitivity, rendering the sensing of energy particles easier. It could also help people focus, but it had some side effects on the user's stamina. After using it, wizards or wizard apprentices needed to stay in bed for at least 2 days. The damage done to their stamina was permanent. It was one of the most effective low-level potions, but it had the worst side effect. If the chip didn't even mention it, Angele would have never thought of using it. Angele sat cross-legged on his bed. He considered his following plan carefully before he got up. He wiped the dust off his gray robe and tied the pouch to his waist. He then opened the door and left his room. More than 10 minutes later, Angele stood in front of a huge stone wall with his head raised high to check the price list. Several other wizard apprentices in gray robes were around him staring at the list as well. There were about 30 people there, but no one made any noise. They just stood there and quietly looked at the stone wall. After some time, a few would leave and a few would join. I took the necromancy course for free from Master Liliana, and it was one of the basics required for using spells with negative energy. If I want to go for the spells with positive energy now, I'll have to purchase new basic knowledge. It's probably better for me to just stay with spells that use negative energy. One course will already cost me more than 10 magic stones, and that's just too much for me. I can save some resources by doing so, and I'll even progress faster. Angele made up his mind and started checking the courses listed under the negative energy category. Only 3 basic negative energy spell models were currently open. 1. Poisonous Cloud, paid course. Necromancy and Basics of Negative Energy. 2. The Hand of Exhaustion, paid course. Necromancy and Neuroscience. 3. Stun Spell, paid course. Advanced Dissection and Neuroscience. Angele looked at the options and started thinking. Basic spells models were the simplest models that most wizard apprentices could learn. As for improved advanced spell models, wizards would often keep them a secret. The same spell could have differing effects when different wizards used it. The spell duration, effect radius, casting speed, casting distance, the weaknesses, and the damage done by stun effects might all be different. The basic models were the only spell models wizard apprentices could purchase. They were easy to understand and had practical uses in certain situations. Angele kept thinking for a while before deciding which one to buy. He walked toward a small window by the side, right when the wizard apprentice in front of him just finished his own activity. Which one you want? Inside the window, an old man with white eyebrows asked. The Hand of Exhaustion and the Stun Spell from the negative energy category. Angele took out his magic stones and handed them over to the old man. That will be 4 magic stones, alright. The old man nodded and took the magic stones from Angele's hands. He then gave Angele 2 leather-covered books, and Angele saw the names of the spells on the books. Angele took the book and kept it inside his pouch. Hey, Angele, someone called his name from the side. Angele looked over only to see Manas, who was also wearing his grey robe and was quickly walking toward him. He saw Ansett following Manas at the back and found her looking at him with a strange expression. "You came here for spell models?" Ansett asked. Learning spell models meant Angele had been progressing fast as a Stage 2 wizard apprentice. Meanwhile, she was still a mere Stage 1 wizard apprentice. She and Manas were just checking out the spells, not expecting for Angele to buy spells from the store. Manas wasn't good enough to learn the spell models yet. If he tried to draw the spell model without sufficient comprehension on it, he would only get hurt. The three of them started together, and yet Angele was progressing much faster than the two. Manas and Ansett both had mixed feelings about this. "Yeah. I think I'll start constructing spell models, so I decided to buy 2 basic ones. How about you, Manas? I think you're nearly at that point as well." Angele heard Ansett asking, so he answered. "Not yet. I need more time. I want the Hand of Mage spell, but I need to finish learning the energy cycle and the force field transformation first. I have enough mentality, but," he said as he slightly raised his eyebrows. It looked like there wasn't much he could do about it. "Well, just don't get frustrated. Make sure you're fully prepared," Ansett said. She was trying to remind Angele about the importance of comprehending the spell models before starting. "I know. I won't start constructing them before I could understand everything." Angele nodded and smiled. Sigh. "I'm not sure when I'll be able to reach Stage 3. People with talent level like us will spend at least 3 years for it. I don't even know if it's possible for me to become a wizard," Manas said. "Do you know Belmini? He was promoted several days ago. He's now a wizard and he's only 19 years old. He was in our class. The Mini family has all those resources for him to use and has a wizard in his family to guide him. The only thing we could do was to ask other talented wizard apprentices," he continued. "He's from one of the 3 largest families. Of course, he'll be faster than us. His talent level was improved by using advanced wizard technologies and was much stronger than us from the beginning," Ansett muttered. Angele finally knew why they were so upset. It was too difficult for Stage 2 and 3 wizard apprentices to reach the wizard level, and the possibility of becoming one was most likely just 1 out of 50. It meant most of the apprentices would stay at Stage 3 their whole lives. Then, they would just return to their hometowns or choose to stay at the school to contribute in other ways. The old man with white eyebrows was at Stage 3. A long time had already passed after reaching that stage. He had tried breaking past his limits multiple times, but he never succeeded. Many people had similar circumstances with the old man in this school. There were less than 50 wizards in the school, but ever since Angele arrived at this people, he had never seen the president. Angele's situation was different because he had the chip. Before breaking the limit, the chip would help him formulate the most optimal plan. If the possibility of success was too low, he could keep studying until the success rate increased. "I have to go see my master now. I'll see you guys in the evening." Angele talked to them for a while before leaving. "See you." The two left after bidding farewell. Several minutes later. In a dark room of the Negative Energy Research Center. Many strange runes were engraved on the ground and many complex magic arrays were drawn on them. The ground was black while everything on it was silver. There was a square stone platform in the middle of the room, and an old lady with a bronze pocket watch embedded in her left eye was standing beside it with a staff in her hand. She was pouring some white dust over the platform carefully. A ray of yellow light descended from the hole above them, making the whole room illuminated. Angele stood by the door, waiting for his master to summon him. There was another apprentice inside the room, though he only looked at Angele once. He just kept watching the things Master Liliana was doing. "What do you think?" the man asked with a light voice. "Me?" Liliana poured all the dust onto the platform before raising her head. "Do whatever you want." "It's your own choice," she said while staring at the man in a gray robe. "Understood, I'll leave now, mother." The man bowed and left after. "Why are you here?" Liliana finally looked at Angele and asked. "You're one of my students?" She didn't seem to remember him. "Yes, Master Liliana. I was accepted in the school last year," Angele introduced himself after stepping forward. "Tell me what you want." "I'm busy," she said. "I would like to ask about the black lead potion," Angele politely said. "Black lead potion? Its side effect is the worst. Don't tell me you want to drink some?" Liliana seemed surprised. "Yes, I would like to try it," Angele said. "It's hard to make and it's expensive. I have one in my storage, but you better prepare enough magic stones for it." Liliana began to smile. How many? Angele asked in a low voice.
120 regular ones or 12 mid-level ones, she answered.
120, Angele had already expected it to be expensive, but he was still surprised by the price tag. He could purchase some low-level enchanted items with 120 regular magic stones. It's the best offer I could give. I already put a discount on it since you're my student. If you ask other masters, it'll cost you at least 200. You can check the price at the trading hall, she said. You may leave now. My time is up. The bronze pocket watch in her eye ticked once. Angele took a deep breath, and then nodded his head. He turned back and left the room. What's the best way for me to earn magic stones? Angele kept pondering over this question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Mission 1. Chapter 56, Mission 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele heard a beast-like roar coming from the room after he closed the door. He quickly left the place. This happens once a day. The sequelae is really terrifying, Angele thought as he shook his head. 1 month later. Trading Hall, Underground. The place was completely crowded. Most of the people were looking at the stone wall. The mission information was displayed on the wall, and the information pages looked like paintings. The pages were automatically changing as though it was a slideshow. Most of the people here were wearing gray robes. Only several of them were wearing black and white. No one stayed near the ones in black, but Angele could see people greeting the ones in white. Some people were talking, while some were just staring at the mission information pages. Level 3 mission. Is that even possible? A wizard apprentice yelled, and the hall became noisy. This one has the best reward? Someone asked. It's level 3. Mary, shall we? The leader is Kadira, several other wizard apprentices were discussing. Most of the people here were concerned about the leader. Even one of the male wizard apprentices in the corner also looked hesitant. 2 wizard apprentices beside him started talking about Kadira. I can't believe the leader is Master Kadira. He had a talent level of 4, and last year, he became a wizard. He's one of the top wizard apprentices. How about joining the mission? The mission has no restrictions on the number of people and the reward is 50 magic stones per person, one of them said. 50 magic stones. The mission must be very difficult. It has no number limit, so it means the mission is most likely not for young wizard apprentices like us, the other guy said as his expression changed. Angele was carefully listening to their conversations from the sidelines. He was trying to take some suitable missions to earn enough magic stones for the potion. The missions had decent rewards. Angele had already finished 3 of the easier missions this month, earning him 30 magic stones. However, he almost died during one of the missions. The information page stated that the main purpose of that mission was to check on some dying trees around the school. Angele joined a 5-man group for it. 4 of them got injured, while 1 of them died. The reward for the missions was good, but all of them were risky. 50 magic stones, Angele muttered. He couldn't give up such a great opportunity to earn a decent amount of magic stones. Although he knew the mission was going to be dangerous, he thought he would do a good job at ranged attacks. Usually, a group protected the ranged attackers well. That was the reason why he survived the first several missions. Angele's arrow became more powerful when enchanted with spells that could buff its damage. I have 0 aiding me in the surveillance, and it can check a larger area than an average wizard apprentice could. I can easily escape a stage 3 wizard apprentice if he isn't too close to me, Angele thought. He saw a young man in a black robe walking into the hall. The man had a handsome-looking face, but he had a cold expression on his face. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and in his hand was an even taller black staff. My name is Kadira. Guys, an unfortunate event just happened 10 minutes ago under the Oxlack Mountain. He lowered his head as he held his staff tightly. Angele could see his hands shaking from too much grip. My younger brother, Asen, a genius stage 3 wizard apprentice from our school, just got killed after he completed the mission, he spoke in a very sorrowful tone. This level 3 mission was announced by the masters after I begged them. Kadira raised his head, his eyes clearly emanating that of a person who dearly wished to exact vengeance. Someone killed my brother. He was one of the best wizard apprentices in the Ramsota College. He was the second inheritor of the Caesar family. He glanced around the hall. Suddenly, his eyes began to gleam. No matter whom the murderer is, I'll make him pay. He yelled, eyes looking red as it had been filled with bloodlust. Kadira quickly left the hall after saying these words. Someone is provoking us. Someone said with a deep voice. Asen died. The Caesar family will send people there, too. It could be infighting with their own family. I don't want to be part of this. True, the Caesar family now. People began discussing the situation. Angele stood in the corner, raising his head to take a final glance at the mission information page on the wall. Vengeance, make whoever disrespected lives from Ramsota pay for their sins. Basic reward, 50 regular magic stones. Danger level, high. Number limitation, none. The words were written in red. Whoever wrote it was seeking the life of the murderer. Angele stared at the page for a while, and then he made up his mind. He touched the silver crossguard sword by his waist before he disappeared into the dark hallway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1 month later. Abandoned ancient city, above the Ramsota College. It was early in the morning. Angele could barely see the rising sun. By the entrance of the city, a group of people was standing on the bridge. Some of them were wearing gray robes, while some were wearing black. All of them had black cross insignias on the back of their robes and all had their hoods on, covering most of their features. The man leading the group had a tall, black staff in his hand and a black pigeon standing on the man's right shoulder. The man knocked his staff on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone. The man had a deep voice. I'm not going to mention how dangerous this mission is again. Please use whatever secret weapon you have. If we complete the mission, my family will double the reward, he continued. Double? You have that many magic stones left? One of the men in black robes asked. How do we know that you aren't lying to us? He asked. I know the Caesar family has become weaker at present, but we're not short on magic stones, the leader said in a light tone. We trust your promises, Wizard Kadira. Let's move then, don't waste any time, a wizard in a white robe said. The three were the only wizards in this group, while the rest were all wizard apprentices. They could only follow the three's plan. There were about 10 people in the group, most of them were very young. Angele was in the middle of the formation, carrying a metal bow on his back. He looked like an average wizard apprentice in the group. 3 black carriages came to pick them up. The coachmen were 3 gnomes wearing gray linen clothes. They were too scared to look at the wizards and the wizard apprentices. They started to board the carriages. Angele chose the one in the middle. There were 4 other wizard apprentices riding in the same carriage as him, 2 females and 2 males. Zero, can you check the attributes of these people? Angele asked. Within range. Checking. Information is being shown in front of you, Zero reported. Angele closed his eyes before opening again. Everything in his vision was coated with some light blue color. He looked at a male wizard apprentice in front of him. Greetings, I am Angele. I'm from the Faculty of Negative Energy. I'm adept at ranged attacks. I think I'll later need your cover, Angele said as he smiled. Sure. No worries. We should help each other. I'm Andre from the Faculty of Mutation. The man looked surprised, it seemed that he wasn't used to communicating with others. Andre. Strength 0.9. Agility 1.1. Stamina 3.1. Mentality 4.7. Stage 2 Wizard Apprentice. Andre's attributes showed up beside him. Angele then greeted the others, but all of them seemed slightly uncomfortable with conversing with others. Angele's purpose was to gain intel on their attributes. Without the protection of force fields, Zero could easily obtain data like this within a certain distance. People who join mission like this were usually poor, but they were confident with their skills. Zero had even found an enchanted item on a girl named Marilyn. Angele tried to start a conversation, but no one was in the mood to talk. Thus, he decided to stay silent. Everyone was at stage 2, though the girl named Marilyn was probably the strongest in their group as she possessed an enchanted item. The rest of them were above average just like Angele. The other girl was called Griffia. Both of the 2 girls weren't very good looking. Marilyn was slightly plump while Griffia looked sexy. Griffia attracted the eyes of the males in the carriage. Andre and Griffia had no special items on them. Their gray robes looked like it had been patched up several times already. It was clear that the cleaning spell on their robes was weakening. They're really poor, Angele thought as he shook his head. However, he himself would also not spend 5 magic stones just for a new robe. He would rather spend 1 magic stone and ask a stage 3 wizard apprentice to fix it.
That was probably what the two in front of him did.
Half a month later,
the carriages entered a small town by the school at night. Several noble-like people were patiently and politely waiting outside the town for them. They welcomed the group to the town and led them to a private manor. The group stayed for the night before they left, heading to the place where Asen got murdered.
They traveled for another day and reached a canyon.
It was a cloudy day, fog filling the valley.
The ground had dying grasses all over.
There were some green trees with small leaves around. Angele could barely see the mountains on both sides as they had been canopied by the fog. The stones that were quietly lying on the ground looked strange. Occasionally, small animals passed across the grass, making them noticeable due to the movements of the grasses. By the entrance of the valley, a group of swordsmen who were all wearing iron armors was waiting.
A man from the group walked toward the man in a black robe.
He seemed to be the leader of the group.
"Master Kadira, you're here."
"We already blocked the whole valley such that not even a bird could escape," the man said.
"Good, keep guarding the entrance."
"We'll head in and deal with this," Kadira said as he nodded.
The leader also nodded and took a glance on the people behind Kadira. He respected the wizards, but he also feared them.
Angele became surprised when he checked the attributes of the leader.
The leader was a top-level knight. After entering the valley, Angele stayed in the innermost middle part of the formation. He knocked a black-feathered arrow on his metal bow while scouting the surroundings.
"If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 57, Mission 2. Chapter 57, Mission 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Darkgem/Frappe.
The rest of the group stayed alert as well. Due to the members being used to walking on the road, no one complained about walking in the valley.
Everyone was checking the surroundings. No one seemed to be tired from doing so.
If typical noble children had joined missions like this, they wouldn't have been able to handle it. Clouds had completely filled the sky, and suddenly, the sound of thunder crackled.
Kadira, who was leading the group, looked above. "It's going to rain. We're very close to our destination."
"Stay alert, everyone," he spoke after he turned his head around.
"You two, please scout the surroundings."
"I'll track the murderer using my spell," Kadira said as he turned to the two wizards.
"Don't worry. You gave us the 2 items we wanted."
"We'll serve you well," the one in a black robe laughingly said.
The white-robed wizard nodded his head but didn't say anything. After walking for a while, they reached a pit.
Its depth was about half a meter and looked like a huge bowl. Its surface actually looked very smooth.
"We're here." Kadira raised his hand, signaling the group to cease advancing.
"Get in your positions and stay alert.
Make sure no one touches Kadira,"
the black-robed man yelled.
The apprentices nodded in response before they formed an encircling formation with the 3 wizards in the center. Angele was standing inside the encirclement, holding his longbow.
He utilized the sensory function of the chip to survey the area. He took a glance at Kadira.
Kadira was holding his staff over his head and stood in the middle of the pit.
Angele could see tiny tornadoes appearing under his feet, these wind gradually increasing in strength. The tornadoes ran into each other and surrounded Kadira. The grasses being uprooted and the branches being dragged from the ground began flying into the air. The sound of the wind howling gradually became louder as everything around was being drawn toward Kadira. This strange scene lasted more than 10 seconds before the gray tornadoes started weakening. Finally, Angele could once again see Kadira, who still held his staff over his head but had an exhausted demeanor.
"You can't escape from me," Kadira yelled with a cruel expression showing on his face. "Everyone, there's a tunnel on our left side.
Our friends are hiding in there.
Let's welcome these F***ers," he continued.
From a tree close to the pit, a white-feathered arrow whistled toward Kadira after he finished speaking.
A green silhouette jumped off the tree and ran into the forest after shooting the arrow.
Before it could even reach Kadira's eye, the arrow ceased its movement in midair. An invisible barrier was protecting him.
"Come at me, you sons of bitches,"
Kadira yelled with a frightening expression.
"Everyone, there are 18 males, 5 females, and 8 kids. Those disgusting green F***ers.
I'll put their souls on the colorless crosses.
Kill all adults and do whatever you want to the kids.
It's fine if you want yourselves some elf slaves," he continued.
Kadira grasped the arrow in the air and broke it into pieces. Angele saw a shining ring on Kadira's finger.
"Elves?
Don't tell me they're wood elves," Andre, who was standing beside Angele, said.
"They're wood elves.
Otherwise, they wouldn't murder Asen.
Races other than them don't have the guts to do something like this, Griffia spoke in a low voice.
They talked while following the wizards from behind, quickly walking toward the tunnel.
They wouldn't bother too much with an average archer, but if the archer had superb skills, they would instantly change targets to the archer.
Colorless crosses? Damn, that'll make their souls suffer.
The stronger their faith, the more they'll suffer.
Master Kadira is completely enraged right now, one of the male wizard apprentices murmured. There are elves living here? Angele asked.
In my country, they only exist in tales, he added.
Really? Although there aren't many elves around, we catch several ones every year.
I hope I can obtain some today. Elf slaves can be sold for a significant sum, Marilyn excitedly said as she tightly gripped her wand. Others also had excited expressions. Angele made a conjecture about the wood elves having more worth than he had previously thought.
The group quickly discovered the entrance to the tunnel.
It was covered with some branches and dried grasses.
Kadira stood by the entrance and glanced at the white-robed wizard beside him.
As if they already had something planned, the wizard nodded his head and stepped forward. He raised his hand and pointed toward the dark cave as he started to cast a spell.
Angele scrunched his eyebrows.
He had never heard languages such as this. Only several languages could be used to cast spells, and Angele only knew two of the most common, Anmag and Advanced Elf language. The wizard's incantations echoed in the valley.
Fog began flowing out of his hand, spreading deep into the cave.
Kadira didn't merely stay there and watch, he was whispering something to the pigeon on his shoulder. After touching the feather of the pigeon, it flew into the darkness.
Found them. They only have one night and an enchanted item.
They haven't eaten for days, Kadira said and laughed after. The sleeping fog will make those wood elves fall into slumber quickly. This seems like an easy mission to me, the white-robed wizard said in a ridiculing tone.
True.
The only thing the black-robed wizard looked relieved as well.
Pawn.
Suddenly, the white wizard's head splattered into pieces like a watermelon and blood spilled everywhere.
Everyone became stunned at that scene.
After wiping off the blood on his face with his hands, Kadira still hadn't figured out what had happened. Then, a strange voice casting a spell resounded from nowhere.
Kano! How dare you! You killed Kano!
The black-robed wizard finally realized what happened, which caused his eyes to be filled with anger. He patted his chest with his head, white light began coming out of his eyes.
Calm down. It's an illusion.
Kadira struck the ground with his staff and cast a spell. Gray waves appeared under his feet and spread out, billowing across everyone. Angele, who stood in the middle of the formation, felt dizzy when the waves passed him. The scene ahead of them changed after they became clear-headed. Not too far away, he saw the white-robed wizard who had his back against the wall and been surrounded by a white barrier. A tiny, green girl who had wings similar to a fly's was in the air flying around him, slapping the barrier several with her claws and laughing with a high-pitched voice.
The girl was the size of a human head and wasn't wearing any clothes.
She looked exactly like a human being but had a dark green skin. Her short hair was also green. Green liquid was dripping from her body, which had an irritating stench. Angele saw the grass corroded within seconds after it fell onto the ground. Some had even turned into black ashes after making contact with the liquid. It looked like it had been burnt to ashes.
It's the green spirit.
Someone yelled after being able to successfully recognize the identity of the flying girl. The wizard apprentice then cast a spell toward the green spirit. Angele saw a white laser materializing out of the wizard apprentice's hand, hitting the green spirit's chest. However, Angele saw something that successfully blocked the attack. In front of the green spirit's chest, a piece of green ice had appeared before it fell to the ground after blocking the laser. Angele quickly shot an arrow right toward the green spirit, causing a hole to appear on her body. She kept laughing with her high-pitched voice, not caring about the injury in the slightest. The green spirit moved away from the wizard and flew toward the wizard apprentices. Seeing this, Angele knew they were in danger.
Unknown particle approaching in high speed.
Optimal plan, step back and crouch, Zero warned in time. Angele had no time to waste, he instantly stepped back and crouched. Unknown living being within range.
Analyzing. Force field detected. Analysis failed. Danger. Please escape.
Zero kept reporting, but Angele had no time to listen to it.
The wizard apprentices present in the scene were screaming in fear, including Andre. Angele glanced around.
About 7 of them were struck by her claws in the face, causing them to fall to the ground while screaming. Only one blocked the attack with some sort of spell. Similar reaction to that of the grasses occurred to them and they turned to black ashes in seconds.
Anya! I know it's you!
Kadira yelled.
Ha ha. The green spirit kept laughing.
After the first attack, she stopped attacking and instead flew to the left and landed on someone's shoulder.
A black-robed lady suddenly appeared behind them.
She wore a silver headband and had an attractive face and long blonde hair.
The lady looked like a forest goddess.
The green spirit stopped releasing the green liquid and sat on the lady's shoulder.
I knew it, Kadira's expression was ice-cold.
The other two wizards who were standing behind him looked at the lady in fear.
You killed my brother? Kadira asked. What do you think?
The lady laughed without a care. The lady was a wizard, and similar to the other wizards, none of them cared about the dead wizard apprentices. Angele felt slightly uncomfortable as he looked at the ones who had survived the attack. Most of their faces were pale and they were hiding in the bush without making any movements.
You guys can leave now.
Kadira talked with the lady for a while before saying that to the wizard apprentices. The wizard apprentices stood up with relieved expressions. They retreated carefully while staring at the lady.
Angele walked away with them.
The lady didn't even spare a glance at them, only talking with the three wizards. The wizard apprentices continued to retreat, only stopping when they could no longer see the four in their sights.
That woman can control the green spirit.
Holy, one of them said with a low voice.
What should we do? Go back?
Marilyn held her wand tightly, clearly feeling scared.
Let's wait for the master wizards, Angele said.
After this, not a single one of them talked because of the shock they just experienced. This was the most dangerous situation Angele had ever encountered since he began taking missions. A single drop of the green liquid could turn him into ashes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.